Championships. I am Joe Curley. I'm joined by Jan Moy, and this is an unofficial watch party restream. We're just fans of the game, watching the World Championships, and you're very welcome to join us in doing so. If you'd like to watch the official stream, you can do so at twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana. But if you want to join us here, we're going to be focusing on really high-level analytical gameplay discussion, because we've got Moyen here. Moyen's one of the best in the world. Moyen, how are you doing? Are you excited for the World Championships?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I was waiting this weekend for a long time, and as sad as it is not to be there in person competing, I think we'll have a great weekend with everyone watching together, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of the best players in the world figure out these two new formats that they've presented.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a fascinating tournament, and if you're watching in the future and you want to fast forward, the tournament's due to start in about 45 minutes. We haven't got an exact start time on when it's going to go down. It was due to start already, but it's been pushed back a bit. But we're doing a bit of a pre-game show here. If you're watching the VOD, you can fast forward. Make sure to give the YouTube stream a like if you're excited for Worlds. And a big shout out to the channel sponsor, Card Market. If you're looking at picking up singles online in Europe, Card Market has the biggest marketplace online for Europe to do so. And also, there's a German cast, there's French, there's Italian. If you want to go and watch those, there's official streams of those. You can find them all on Twitch. But great to see everybody. Hope you're excited for Worlds. Let's start off, Moyen, with a big prediction. Who do you think is going to win the whole tournament?
Yeah, for me, I have one somewhat clear favorite, but there's a little bit of a caveat to it. And it's Frank Carsten. In general, I've helped a couple people prepare, but he's probably the one I helped the most. And just from talking to him, you get you immediately get a sense of how deep his understanding is. I think in terms of mathematically kind of mapping out exactly how these game plans and strategies can lead to you having the best chance to win. I think he's probably by far the best. Then outside of that, I do know he's also somewhat busy with other card games and everything. So I'm still sure he prepared a lot. That would be the only downside to picking him is maybe some others spend more time if they played 10 hours every day each day. But outside of that, I would love to see him win. Also, he is one of the players that should have the edge when it comes to sealed. He's been writing articles on sealed long before it even was a format that people even played a lot. Still making tier lists, evaluating cards for sealed before we even knew that it was going to be a thing. And he has a lot of experience in sealed formats from other card games. So my pick would definitely be him.
Yeah, Frank's got to be one of the favourites, particularly for the sealed portion. So for those that don't know, today it's going to be 3 rounds of super sealed. It'll be really interesting to see production-wise how that's done. I hope we get to see some of the deck building process of that, because that's a huge part of the format. So it's just 3 rounds of super sealed, and then there's going to be 5 more rounds of Swiss total. And if you get, I think, is it 5 wins total? In Swiss, you make it through to the top 8. But it's 3 rounds of sealed, and then Swiss continues after that with triple deck constructed. So I think I'm gonna throw a shout out to a few of the favorites for the tournament, and then I'm gonna tell you my prediction. So Frank Carsten, definitely a favorite. Obviously a big shout out to Domingo as well, who won the European Championships, and Ed, who won the North American Championships. These two players have got to be in the discussion for favorites, particularly Ed, considering Ed also won the Dallas-Fort Worth tournament. So he is the only person that's won 2 major Disney Lorcana challenges so far. Ed's someone we know that is not afraid to build unorthodox decks. Okay, we've seen him really do well with Ruby Amethyst. That's what he won both of his tournaments with, but I think that Ed's definitely going to be one of my top picks. Zan Syed, Zach Bivens, I think are 2 of the other big names from North America. But my prediction, I'm also going to have a bit of a caveat with mine because I'm going to bottle it and pick 2 people. But I imagine they're 2 people that prepped together. And I'm going to predict Theatime and Ely, 2 French players. They won Bochum, that was Theatime, and Ely won Bologna. They're 2 good friends. I believe they've prepped together. I have no idea what they're playing, but I've been on record saying in the past that I think the French are some of the very best players at Disney Lorcana. There's a huge community in France, often with 300 plus player events quite regularly. I think those 2 are going to do really, really well this weekend. I'm excited to see what they bring.
It's definitely a fair shout. I think they have the biggest third-party events, and therefore they've just been fostering a great competitive scene in France. I think in terms of favorites, also Ed and Zan kind of have to stand out because they've been the only players that would have qualified in multiple ways, right? They both won a DLC, but also would have qualified to the North American Championship. I think that alone is something that sets them apart from maybe the rest of the field.
Yep, someone said adjust Moyen's audio. If you tell me how, if you want me to turn him up, let me know. Absolutely. But yeah, it's going to be a really exciting event. So it's first that sealed format, which is going to be really fascinating, and we're going to talk quite a bit about it. And then the triple deck is what I'm particularly excited. I think I'm really excited for all of it, honestly. The triple deck format, what we're going to see most likely, Moyen, is quite a different meta game to what you might see in a constructed format. It's going to be pretty interesting, isn't it? Because in a triple deck format, you have the ability to ban, or what we call it in Lorcana now is bench, one of your opponent's decks. So for example, if I'm playing constructed, I've always got to think in the back of my mind, okay, this deck needs to be able to beat Ruby Sapphire. But if I'm playing in triple deck constructed, I could just bench Ruby Sapphire and have that as my plan. If my opponent plays Ruby Sapphire, I bench it, and that means that I can build my decks entirely differently. I don't have to worry about that matchup whatsoever, and that really does change things. Suddenly, like a deck like Ruby Steel, which is very, very weak, you would argue, in a constructed format, is going to be a lot more of a reasonable option in a triple deck constructed format.
Yeah. Okay. Did you fix my audio? By the way?
It sounds cleaner. I didn't do anything.
I am on the correct mic, so that's.
I think it sounds cleaner.
Okay, so apparently I was a little bit quiet before.
Yeah, I've turned you up.
Okay. Yeah, in triple deck constructed, I think we kind of have to look at everything with that format in mind, that you have to build 3 decks with all the 6 ink colors. I think a lot of the decks that we see are actually decks that would also be very strong in maybe a normal single deck format. But there's another deck. I think that there's some decks that are very strong that maybe we'll see a lot less in triple deck, because if you were to pick them, you would kind of leave yourself with somewhat of an awkward 4 ink colors left. That would make for like a little bit of a weaker lineup. I think Blurple is one of those decks where it is very strong right now, but as soon as you pick Blurple, you kind of force yourself to play something a little bit less conventional, like maybe Amber, Ruby, and Emerald Steel. So it's hard to incorporate some decks into your lineup without also playing one of the little bit weaker ink combinations.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spent quite a lot of time thinking about the different combinations you can go for, and it's not easy. It's something we'll talk about a lot more. Obviously, we're going to be starting off with sealed. Freed asks, did I coach Worlds Player? I didn't. I spoke with Domingo quite a bit about triple deck constructed early on, and just sort of talking through the format and how things can be quite different, and some ideas for different lineups. I spoke with Frank a little bit about some ideas, but nothing too serious either. But it is such a fascinating format. The most common or the most obvious lineup for this triple deck constructed format would be Ruby Sapphire. Because if you think about it, Ruby and Sapphire are 2 of the colors which are pretty difficult to pair with other things, right? Like if you don't go Ruby Sapphire, what are you going to pair Ruby with? Well, maybe you could pair it with Amethyst. Maybe you could pair it with Emerald and try like a discard deck and maybe Ruby Amber, maybe Ruby Steel. But realistically, if you're not going Ruby Sapphire, you're already running out of options, right? So Ruby Sapphire will be the most popular. My prediction is it's going to be the most benched deck. I think it will be the most played and the most benched deck as well, but I'm not sure if that's going to be true. And then Emerald Amethyst, as well as Amber Steel. I think that's going to be the most common lineup, but because it's the most common lineup, it's also the most obvious, right, Jan? And that does potentially open you up to a weakness. If I go into the tournament knowing, okay, most people are going to play this lineup, then surely when I'm preparing, I'm going to try and build a lineup which beats that lineup. Do you think that's easy to do?
I think it's actually very, very difficult to do, and I'm looking forward to see in what ways people are trying to achieve that goal, because as you kind of can expect the most played lineup, that definitely leaves you with the opportunity to try and target it if you find a way to do so. But I do think with this constriction of you having to play all 6 ink colors, it is quite tricky to have favorable matchup with all 3 decks into maybe 2 out of 3 decks from the most played lineup. I think Ruby Sapphire makes kind of will make its way into a bunch of lineups. Makes a lot of sense, as you said. There's not a lot of colors to pair Ruby and Sapphire with, and one that jumps to mind is Amethyst. But you can't pair, like, Ruby Amethyst is really good, and Sapphire Amethyst is also really good. But as soon as you pair one of Ruby or Sapphire with Amethyst, then kind of the other one is left in a little bit weaker spot. Sapphire Steel, some people are still valuing very, very highly. I think it's a little bit lower in terms of power level. But in general, while I helped a few players kind of from like a high level perspective of how do you approach lineup building in Conquest, what all the stuff that goes into it, how do you hatch your decks with a ban in mind and everything. I still don't really know what specific lists all the players ended up on, and that's one thing that I can't wait to see how did everyone kind of try to solve this puzzle that is triple deck constructed.
Yeah, it is a fascinating format, because the other thing that happens when you're playing what you called a conquest, this is what it's known. I mean, Moyen and I have both got a lot of experience playing conquest in digital card games. It's Hearthstone really that popularized this format. It doesn't really work that well for the main event of like a 2,000 player event, because you've got to have 3 decks, like just bringing those around with you logistically, but also the barrier to entry is really high. But what it does provide is, in my opinion, a better gameplay experience, because there isn't necessarily as much matchup roulette, right? You can build your lineup in a specific way. There's huge skill ceiling suddenly involved with building a lineup. There's lots of very fascinating strategies. For example, in Gwent, which is my background, a very, very popular strategy would be to bring a lineup which targets a specific deck. So my immediate first thought when I started approaching what lineup would I bring, I thought, okay, well, if most people bring Ruby Sapphire, is it possible that I could build a lineup which just beats Ruby Sapphire every time? Because the way this format needs to work is you're only as good as your worst deck. If you don't win with a certain deck, you will not win, right? Because one of your decks gets benched and you have to win with the other 2. So if you can build a lineup which beats Ruby Sapphire and all the field play Ruby Sapphire, you win the tournament. But as it turns out, it's really hard to do that, particularly with Disney Lorcana's triple deck constructed ruling, which is that you have to play every ink color. Like, it's not easy to achieve that whatsoever. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Basically, I think this targeting strategy was made quite a bit more difficult with the constriction of having to play all six inks. And if the constriction was a little bit more lenient, I think it would be much more possible to actually build 2-3 decks that all beat Ruby Sapphire, for example. But Ruby Sapphire, it used to be this deck that kind of was, like, let's say 3-4 sets ago, right? It was kind of struggling against anything that uses all of their ink early game for aggressive questers. It's not quite that anymore. Right now, the builds that just ramp onto play Rush Goofy into Rush Maui, they don't necessarily lose to you just being aggressive, especially if they're on the play. I think it's much easier to build decks that beat Ruby Sapphire when they're on the play, but then building decks that can also beat Ruby Sapphire while they're being on the draw, that would be much more of a challenge.
Yeah, and speaking of on the play or on the draw, my gut feeling is that this format is going to be... I think there's real potential to build a deck where you just have one deck in your lineup, which is designed to just win consistently when you go first, and then you have two decks which can win consistently going second, which means that potentially you could see some really unorthodox aggro decks in this sort of format, because one of your decks is getting benched. If you just got one deck which is always good going first, and then you've got two decks which are always good going second, it opens up a really interesting lineup. For example, one lineup which I think is a possibility is actually an Amber Ruby deck, or like an Amber Sapphire deck, something very unorthodox but designed specifically to just win consistently when going first, and then build two decks which are good going second. So, for example, you could build like an Amber Ruby location deck. I think it's a real possibility we might see that. If you can build that deck consistently enough is another question entirely, but maybe an Amber Ruby location deck designed specifically to be played when you're going first, and then you get to play, for example, Emerald Steel and Sapphire Amethyst, which are two decks which in theory are going to be strong going second. I also think that Amber, the 3-cost Amber Lady card, makes a ton of sense for any deck designed to just be played when you go first. I think we could see some real heavy aggro decks like that, just taking that approach and having one deck really good going first and then two decks good going second. Do you think that's a legitimate strategy?
It's kind of a puzzle that I haven't been able to completely solve, which is that because you know what, if you're going first or second before you're queuing your deck, and even I think if I understand correctly, you even know whether you're going first or second before you have to choose your ban for game one.
Yes, correct.
And there is definitely some inherent value in having decks with higher or lower play disparity to kind of make use of the fact that you know these things before you're picking your deck. But to me, that value has to be weighed up against one. If I have a deck that's obviously built to go first, maybe when I go first, my opponent can kind of assume that I'm picking this deck, and they can pick the deck that maybe has a better matchup into this deck that I'm playing. That's one downside. And the other one is usually these decks that have higher play draw disparity are also like a little bit weaker power level. So the big question is, can this extra value gained by knowing you can often queue this going first, can it make up for the downsides of that strategy? And I think it's definitely possible, but it's not like, to me, it's not a straightforward, you always want to have one of these in your lineup, and instead it's kind of, it might be something that has enough value to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like when you first look at this meta overall, I was like, okay, there's a lot of decks which just aren't playable. But the more I thought about it, I think it's possible. I think there's a world, it's not out of the question, that we could actually have every single ink color combination represented at this event. I think it's possible. Again, like something like Sapphire Amber, you look at it and you're like, okay, well, why would anybody play Sapphire Amber? But if you pair Sapphire and Amber together, that gets rid of like Amber and Sapphire and Ruby are the three ones which are kind of awkward to pair at times. If you compare Sapphire and Amber together for a hyper aggro deck built going first, we've seen Theatim actually play something similar to that in the past. You get a lot more flexibility with your other colors. I imagine we'll probably not have every ink color represented, but I do think it's like every color pairing represented, but I think it's possible. But I'm just really fascinated to see how many people go for that obvious lineup of Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Amethyst, and Amber Steel, and how many people go unorthodox. And if I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, as soon as I see the lineups, if I see anybody on Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Amethyst, and Amber Steel, immediately, I don't think they're going to win the tournament. Now, don't get me wrong, obviously they could. It's going to be a very good lineup, but my gut feeling is this triple deck constructed format really rewards people thinking a little bit more outside of the box and just going that one step further to try and predict the meta. What do you think about my take there? It's a bit outrageous, right?
Well, I don't know about outrageous, but I mean, I don't think there's any reason to think that just because they're playing that lineup that they wouldn't win. And I guess, quite frankly, I just take the opposite side of things to have some suspense going. I think Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Green Purple will win Worlds. It's possible that there is a better lineup out there, but I think that's very difficult to find, and also somewhat risky, because as soon as you decide to go against that, you might just put yourself at a disadvantage if what you thought would be actually beating that lineup doesn't actually beat the lineup. And I think also maybe some of the players that will end up bringing Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Emerald, Amethyst as their lineup, they might be some of those players that are confident enough in fine-tuning and hedging their deck, and also in piloting their decks, that they think they have an edge nonetheless, even if they will end up being on the same ink combinations as some of the other players.
So I've got a question for you. If you're playing against DKP, are you just going to ban Ruby Sapphire every time?
It depends on how much you respect them as a player outside of playing Ruby Sapphire, right? I'm sure, for example, DKP, but also other players, as soon as they knew the Worlds format, they've spent a lot of time like getting good at other decks as well. And I think if for your lineup it's kind of like a toss-up, do you ban their Ruby Sapphire, do you ban their Emerald Amethyst? Maybe that could be a factor that makes you lean towards banning Ruby Sapphire. But I don't think, if your lineup's good against it, I wouldn't just ban Ruby Sapphire just because you're sitting in front of DKP.
Yeah, I agree. I think most players will have a lineup where we should call it bench, because it's called benched in Lorcana. We're used to saying banned from other card games, but the deck that you're benching for a lot of players will be predetermined, like regardless of who you're playing against. Like some players will have lineups where their benched deck was decided from the start. That's most likely how I would go about it, right? I would build a lineup, and my first thought point would be, okay, I'm playing these 3 ink colors and I'm going to bench this deck, because if you know you're always benching, to use Ruby Sapphire as the most obvious example, it changes the way that you can build your decks entirely. So suddenly then, if you see you're playing against DKP, I don't think it's going to change what you're benching just based off the player, because all these players at Worlds you have to think are good enough. Another player actually to mention, Jan, a player that I would love to see win is Hamza Khan, because he's very well known for playing 67 card decks, which I'm sure would annoy you.
Yeah, he actually topped playing 72 cards multiple times. One of my biggest regrets in life was I was like locked in for top 3 seed in Seattle, and then final round I'm going to play against Hamza. And then I was kind of late arriving to the table, and I was like, okay, we can ID, we're top 3 seed. And I agreed to the ID at the time. And after IDing, people tell me, oh, this is Hamza. And he tells me, yeah, I'm the guy that plays 72 cards. And now I have to live with the fact that I ID'd against someone that played 72 cards, which, as many of you guys know, I don't consider to be optimal. But I honestly, I am excited to see whether now that he's at the world stage, maybe if he did come around to maybe now playing 60 cards, or if we'll still see some decks from his that are above the minimum card count.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. Also, so the sealed format is what we're going to be starting off with. So welcome everybody, by the way. We don't think we're too far off the start here. The start of the stream, it was due to start 36 minutes ago, and it's been delayed slightly. We don't know until when, but we're very much expecting the action to start in the next 25 minutes, possibly a little bit sooner. And we're going to be starting off with a sealed format. So you get 4 booster packs from the last 4 sets, basically. So from basically the ones that aren't being rotated. So what is it? It's Shimmering Skies, Azurite Sea, Arcasia's Island, Reign of Jafar. You get 4 packs from each, 16 packs total, which I think is about 200 cards or so. And then you're building a 50 card deck across 3 ink colors. Am I right in thinking that?
You build a 50 card deck.
Yeah. So you build a 50 card deck, but it's across 3 ink colors. And you also do have a sideboard in this one, where if there's cards from your ink colors which aren't in your 50 card deck, you can sideboard them in for game 2 and game 3.
I can mouse black again.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the sealed format, basically you have to log in your 50 card deck in three ink colors. The ink combination that you choose, you will have to play for the rest of all of those games. But after each game 1, you can then sideboard within those ink colors, and you have kind of like an unlimited sideboard within those 3 colors. So you can just like carry the rest of the cards that you opened from those 3 colors with you, and make some adjustments after game 1. But for each game 1 of a series, you will have to revert to the original game state of your 50 cards.
So in sealed, what do you think about 1-drops?
What do I think about 1-drops? I think 1-drops are quite bad, except for some exceptions. I think most 1-drops, or like the vanilla 1-drops, kind of get checked by 2-drops too quickly, in terms of as soon as they quest, the 2-drop can challenge the 1-drop and survive. And at that point, I would rather have an extra card in hand than a 1-drop on the board. I think some exceptions for those would be something like Captain Hook that you can have sitting around to get a very good trade. It's a 1/2 challenger +2. Or something like a Palace Guard, which is a 1/4 vanish, which is much better at actually getting multiple quests in, because it's much harder to challenge him in one go.
So my theory is, and I've only just thought of this, is for the sideboard, because remember, you start game 1 with your normal 50 card, but then you can basically put some extra cards in your deck. I think that the 1-drops, let's say something like Captain Hook, might be a little bit more important if you're going second to try and equalize the board. So maybe your sideboard in this format is going to be changing depending on if you're going first or second in the next game. So for example, if you're going second, you might want to sideboard in like a few extra 1-drops which can try and contest the board if you know your opponent's got a deck which can be quite aggressive. We know the other things in sealed are evasives. They're a big factor. Removal, which is very limited. And actually, Moyen, what you've done here, and we can start looking at this now maybe, is you've gone through and you've looked at some of the rares, the legendaries, the commons and uncommons that people are going to be looking out for. Let's start with the rares and the legendaries, shall we? Because I think that's something people are going to be pretty excited to see. So these are the cards that you think are good sealed picks. Is that it?
Well, this is not like in a perfect list. There's probably a few cards that I might have missed, but from testing the format a few times, there some cards kept standing out as good picks. And I think when you open your packs, you kind of want to be able to identify what ink colors would be good to include based on if you open some like above rate quality cards.
Yep.
So, and I think usually we refer to this as direction. So now we see some of the cards that could give you direction to choose an ink color over another.
Yeah, and obviously the dual ink cards as well. That's another factor, right? Like the dual ink cards, you could play as long as you've got both of those ink colors being represented. So for example, Lady would be a really nice card to have in your deck, but you would have to have Amber Emerald. But because of the sealed format, you can also have a third ink color as well. So my strategy, most likely, I'm not sure if they all have to open certain packs at certain times, but I would start with the most recent 2 sets, I think, because they're the sets of the dual ink cards, and I would immediately like separate those and just have in my mind, okay, if there's any like really, really good dual ink cards that you would want to play, particularly if you've got like 2 ladies, for example, like that would heavily skew me towards playing Amber and Emerald.
Yes, I think that's a very good way to go about it, because in these amount of packs you won't open that many dual ink cards, but if you open like a few dual inks from the same ink combination, I think that's already somewhat of an indicator that it might be good to go for those.
And what's the gameplay going to be like in this sealed? Is it going to be quite fast questing heavy, or are we going to see something more like these sorts of standoffs where players are just sat there with ready characters waiting for the right moment to strike?
Well, it's a mix between those two. I think generally it's somewhat it's both players' goal to create a board state where the opposing player can't quest to reach the stalemate, but then also then it's both players' goal to kind of find a way to break the stalemate that leaves you with a little bit of advantage that you can gain each turn, which might be a few quests that don't leave your opponent with very favorable trades. It might be like the spaghetti item that gains you a lore a turn in the stalemate. So it's about creating the stalemate and then breaking it to your advantage.
Those are the legendaries and super rares. Is there like, if you had to pick one card,
from the legendaries and super rares?
Yeah, what is your chase card?
Yeah.
Or maybe even a top 3. I think for me, one that jumps out is this. Maybe not this tramp card. It's kind of expensive. I'm gonna have to think about that a bit more.
Okay, I'll just go first, and while I do that, you can think about your picks. I think one of the absolute best ones is, I mean, a lot of the good ones are like Amethyst 4-drops in the rares, but one of the best ones is the Pinocchio, which is a 0/4 quest for 2 evasive that also says, once your turn, when you ready him, draw a card. So if that card ever goes unchecked, it doesn't just gain you 2 lore a turn, but also lets you draw an extra card each turn.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely game ending if it's unanswered. And then there's a lot of other good cards that are basically will always give you like at least a little bit of advantage, like the 4-drop Genie evasive that draws a card, the 5-drop Elsa that exerts something.
Yeah.
So in the rares, I think there's a lot of good Amethyst cards in the rares.
This Mushu card can be so good. It is expensive, but if you can get to 6, because like these are a big battle of evasives often. Just having evasive answers is important, but also the cards which are evasive during your own turn. So when we're looking at like the commons and uncommons, there's like a 3-cost Genie from the latest set, which is like a 3/4, but during your own turn it gains evasive. Like that kind of card is really, really strong. Again, like in terms of 1-drops aren't usually something that I'm drafting, perhaps even at all. But like therefore 2-drops which are good at contesting the board are really important. Something like Calhoun would be really good, I think, when going second. Uninkables as well in this format. If you're putting an uninkable in your deck, it needs to be really good. And the other thing to think about is like, how high is your curve? Like, where do you stop, right? Are you drafting cards which cost 7? I mean, maybe if you have a little bit of ramp, but there's not an abundance of ramp available. So I'm really excited to see it. If I had to pick one card from the rares and legendaries, I would probably go with Iago.
Sure. Yeah, there's not that many actions that really trade well against him. There's quick shot in these sets.
It's not like you're going to be able to tech for it. Maybe you could in your sideboard though. So maybe Iago's not that good because your opponent sees your Iago and then they sideboard in like a load of jank to try and vanish it. But then you could sideboard it out because you see it coming. I don't know. I think evasives in general are very, very strong, right? I mean, even like something like this Minnie Mouse could be really exciting as well, like a 0/8. But again, with the dual link cards, it's locking you in to this. In normal sealed, you can just put this Minnie Mouse in your deck and it doesn't matter what ink colors you're playing. But in this format, it really, really does. So what do you think is like the most common? I guess Amethyst?
In terms of ink colors, I think it is mostly widespread, but like Amethyst, Steel, maybe even Emerald, I think are colors that I ended up picking a little bit more often than other ink colors.
So let's look at the super sealed commons and uncommons. Got some Diablos, Happy, Mickey Mouse, Mulan, some 1-drops. Oh, I love a bit of Huey. Great card. This is definitely one I would be wanting to draft.
Yeah, I do know you got this when we played sealed at UK Game. Yeah, and it's when this hits on 2, it's incredible.
Oh, it's so sweet. I love this card in general. Wouldn't be that surprised if we see something like some Huey in the triple deck constructed, because Amber's one of those ones that can feel a bit more awkward to pair it with. I think Amber usually, I would predict that most players are going to have like a pretty aggressive Amber deck to go first. But if someone wants to really try and flip the script and play like an Amber deck going second, I think Huey opens up some interesting lines with Amethyst in particular. Tipo, yeah. Tipo would be a bit of a controversial pick in a way in this format, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot less value in ramping if like the stuff you're vamping to doesn't swing the board by as much. Like Sail and Tipo are still completely fine, but they're a lot worse than they are in Constructed. Okay, so should we go about our top 3 again from this card?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Oh, that's a good card.
Well, okay, I'll choose one first, which is an absolutely incredible card in Sealed.
Okay.
Because it is a lot about the evasive battle, where evasives kind of let you break a stalemate and let you quest a little bit each turn without running into bad trades. And one card that's incredible at doing this, even when your opponent doesn't have evasives, is TikTok, Relentless Crocodile, which is a 5/6 that's evasive on your turn. And this card is like, for me, it would be a huge reason to go steal if I am to open this TikTok.
I can't find him. I thought it cost 5.
Yeah, it costs 5. It's on the right side.
Damn. Yeah, the big stats are great in this. I remember the first time I played Sealed, it might have been Draft actually, was against you about a year ago, and you had Tor the Florist in your deck, who was like a 5/7 or like a 4/7 guy, and I completely overlooked it, but like just big stats in this format are really powerful. Oh, you also need a pirate for this.
You also need a pirate, but I think that the threat of it alone is still strong. It's like, you won't pick infinite pirates just because you have this card, but I think this might also make you want to play.
So my pick is gonna be Chip. I just love discard. I love discard, and yeah, Chip is very, very strong. Just having this in your back pocket, waiting for the right moment as soon as your opponent is whittling their hand down. When your opponent has 2 cards left in hand or 1 card left in hand, they are going to be really, really good. And just being able to play a Chip which puts stats on the board and can discard your opponent's best card. Yeah, oh, it's so sweet.
This is a great pick. The first time that I tried this format, I opened like 2 3-cost Clarabelles and 2 Chips, and it was like a card advantage machine. Draw 1 on 3, then make them discard 1 on 4. And this is much better than the Daisy Duck, because the stat, like Daisy Duck, I don't think is in these sets, but it's often compared to the 2/3 Daisy Duck and Amber. But Chip is much better at actually also getting like a 1-for-1 trade after you've played him.
Yes, absolutely. So some other cards catching my eye. I mean, let's not even pick any evasives, because I think the evasives are obvious. So
okay, I need to pick one more evasive though, because it's
okay,
it's not just good because it's evasive. It's like so this is Lina Subruing, which is a purple steel card.
Oh yeah.
And instead of just gaining you a little bit of lore each turn if it's unchecked, it actually like completely takes over the board over a while, because it can exert to deal 1 damage, and then in other formats, maybe it's not enough to just continuously deal 1 damage, but this will help you take trades. It will finish off stuff that took something that we call a value trade. Like this Lina Subruing is also definitely top 3 for me in the common pool.
That's a banger. And speaking of removal, someone in chat's mentioned one, which was the star of the show for me in my Sealed event at the start of the set. And that is going to be somewhere, it costs 4. Maybe you didn't even include it. March Hare. I don't think you included it.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't, that's one of the cards I missed. I know the card you're talking about, dealing 2 damage to a damaged character.
Yes.
Definitely
dealing damage is very strong, right?
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think about Arthur?
Which Arthur?
It's the 4/6 where you skip your turn's draw step.
I think it depends. Like, as you're drafting your deck, it will end up being like somewhat of a mid-range pile. But if you get like a little bit of direction for a more aggressive deck that can quest out in a way that forces your opponent to actually trade the Arthur, then I think Arthur can be very strong. But if your opponent gets to ignore the Arthur and make you trade with the Arthur, I think that's when he can be weak. So I think with the right deck, Arthur can be very strong as well.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. And yeah, cards like this, the Genie Satisfied Dragon, during your turn, they're evasive. Like these cards that cost 2 and 3 and just have big stats are really, really good. But particularly a card like Genie, it's got big stats. 3/4 is very respectable, but gaining evasive in your own turn. Also cards like Jafar, which give Challenger 2. Yep. There's also like an Amethyst card, which does something similar. I can't remember their name. but they're also giving Challenger from the latest set. Like these kinds of cards, anything that just gives you like a little bit of extra control. Do you think like items have much of a place in this format?
I think there's some that I would very often include. I think basically the two that are in this list I think are very good. Hamster Ball lets you both take favorable trades, but also quest out with something and give it resist +2, so you actually gain some advantage a turn. And I think the even better one to me is Spaghetti Dinner, which is exert and pay 1 if you have 2 or more characters and play gain 1 lore, an unlinkable 2-cost item. But I think in general, there's so little items that are very good that like item removal, I wouldn't include in my main deck, but I would be happy to have something that can destroy an item in my sideboard if I see my opponent play some strong items in game 1.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so while we're waiting for the stream to start, why don't we go to the Lorcana pack opening simulator that you found for me? This is not official, guys, but let's just like simulate some cards to discuss what our picks would be. We don't have that long probably, but let's just open a pack.
Sure.
All right, so first card, Tramp. It's pretty good. It's expensive though, right?
Yes, I mean this is definitely one of the better dual inks because this lets us just quest out with our board. So already a great reason to maybe want to include those colors.
All right, there's the rest. So for me, the cards which are jumping out, I mean, Basil's probably a little bit expensive. I don't think it's going to be that good in this format. Walk the Plank doesn't seem great. Candy Drift is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Dump Truck.
Candy Drift is one of these combat tricks where if your opponent thinks they finally got a board state where they can quest, you can maybe punish them with Candy Drift. Basil, I think, is actually strong, but only in the right deck. 7 is definitely the very top your ink curve should ever go to, or usually go to. And it doesn't always go to 7, but if it does, Basil is also very strong. And in this pack, I also really, really like the Quick Shot.
What about the Wardrobe?
I mean, yeah, you're memeing now, but I think if you open like multiple, maybe 2 or 3, maybe you can like just put some bad items in your deck to support it.
This was
if you open one, you don't do it.
This was the centerpiece card of Jan's rather unfortunate sealed deck at the start.
I was forced to play this, but I opened like two wardrobes in a set 8 sealed game. But I think Quick Shot is definitely worth highlighting. I think it will go in a lot of decks, because it answers vanish stuff. It's never bad, because it's just deal 1, draw a card, and there's also a new 3/1 evasive that we got in these sets. Is it Tafita Mutton?
Yeah.
Something. The Racer. So just to answer 3/1 evasives, illusions, to finish something that took a value trade. I think Quick Shot is an incredible card as well.
Yeah. And also interesting to note, like the Tramp and the Big Tramp, right? Like actually having a shift line for this is no joke, because if you can get this down on turn 4, suddenly you've got like a big card draw engine, whereas like trying to get this through at turn 6 might be a bit slow, but there's definitely an interesting one in there. Like when you're building this, I guess you're just separating each of the ink colors, and you're maybe separating into piles of like considerations, definites, and absolutely nots. That's how I would do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's open another. Should we open a different set? Let's go Arcasia's Island.
Yeah, just open one of each set maybe if the stream hasn't started by then.
Yeah, it hasn't started. Oh, TikTok. Spaghetti Dinner. Helga Sinclair. Moana.
But those are some of the
Bucky's
great
good.
cards to talk about. Honestly, if we would have talked more about staple commons, I think I would have talked about Helga Sinclair as well.
Yeah.
As it stops evasives in their track with very, very little investment, and then you can focus on what you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to be really careful with uninkables in this format, but that's one of the ones I would be looking at. Amethyst Coil, once a turn, it's move damage counter. There's the Emerald Coil as well, which you can get evasive whenever you ink. The problem with a card like that is you're not going to ink that often, and it is uninkable. It's risky, but if you're really low on uninkables, I could see a world that you're tempted to do it. Perhaps even just a card on your sideboard that you could make use of. This one, like, there's quite a lot of weak cards, but there's a few really jumping out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this pack is incredible, and like I think TikTok's great, Spaghetti Dinner's great, Sinclair's great, but also this Moana is amazing. Has very good stats for the evasives and a very reasonable ability.
Yeah, and also Beloy's isn't. I mean, it's not great, is it? 2-5.
Yeah, it's not great, but I think Bucky is an archetype of a card that we haven't talked about yet. That's also very very strong and sealed. It's basically any somewhat okay statted character that has this like return to your hand ability or draw a card ability when it gets banished. That is I think very very strong. You kind of like pretend to play for tempo. You don't actually play for tempo, but you play for tempo enough to slow your opponent down, and then you just drown them out in card advantage.
Yeah, there's also like these cards actually, which I didn't mention either, which are like there's Camilo Madrigal, there's an Iago, although I don't know if the Iago is maybe from set 4, but the Camilo Madrigal certainly from the latest set, which is I imagine on here. It is, look, this Iago, best flavor text in the game. You think you can get rid of me that easy? When this character is banished in a challenge, return this card to your hand. Like, those cards are actually absurd. They would be some of my chase cards. So there's also like a 5-cost Camilo Madrigal with the same effect. Those two cards, especially the Iago, actually 4-2. The Camilo's like a 4-4. But like, oh my goodness, this card would be making me very excited if I got it. And every time I played it and it went back to hand, I would be reading the flavor text to my opponent out loud. Absolutely.
There's also an Isma that is very, very good. It's a 2-1 that gets to return
the cat
to hand if you have like more cards in hand than your opponent or something. But
the transform kitten.
It's similar thing very, very, very early in the game.
All right, let's go for a Azurite C pack.
Mm-hmm.
Owl Island. Prince Philip. Goofy, who's evasive with Rush. If you can get there, the Moana is definitely a card I would be looking at. She's one of the few 1-drops I would be interested in. It's not spectacular, this one, I would say. The Goofy's risky because 6 cost is expensive, but I think you're drafting that still, right?
Yes, you definitely draft it. It's because
depending on the ink colors, right? That's the big thing.
I mean, right now I think with both the Moana and the Goofy, we have pretty good and I guess this 1-drop Moana as well, but the 4-drop Moana from last pack, we have a lot of good reasons to actually play Ruby, and we will have great control over evasives. Also, Goofy is not just like the evasives is not just good to take out evasives, but with the Rush combined, it can like take out anything, and then your opponent doesn't just get to take their best trade back into it, and you have something sitting around with 5 strength still. I think. I mean, honestly, if these were my first 3 packs in Worlds, I would be very, very happy.
Yep. And what about like the rest of the things here? I mean, like King Hubert 3-4 doesn't have an ability. It's not spectacular, but it's something that you could put into your deck. Just something that you can ink, something for a bit of consistency. I think for me in particular, 2-cost cards with a decent stat line are cards I would be looking to put in my deck quite a lot of, because I tend to not play many 1-drops, if any. Even this Moana, right? Like this Moana is likely not going to be challenging. So if you can get like a 2-cost captain, it's gonna have a big effect. Prince Philip's okay, but I don't think Ward is that impressive in this format compared with Core Constructed. Would you agree with that, Jan?
Yeah, basically, Ward has a very, very limited value. So at the end of the day, in this format, Philip is still a 3-drop that quests for 2 once and then usually gets value traded. I think 3-cost 3/4s and 3-cost 4/3s are drafted a lot in this format, and if it's ever matched with a 3/4, you'd be somewhat sad. It might still be good enough to include into your deck, but it's not like it wouldn't be a reason for me to want to play Emerald.
Yeah, exactly. Like, would I rather have Prince Philip or King Hubert? It would honestly be kind of close.
Yeah,
it would probably be quite close.
Yeah, they're very, very similar in power level.
All right. Shimmering Skies. We've got the library. Oh, hello. Scrooge McDuck. Grumpy. Kronk. Vanellope. Fauna. Mother Gothel. White Rabbit. Snowana Rainbow. Turbo. Hey. King Candy. That's a very interesting pack. There's quite a lot of things I like in them. I got feeling immediately. Scrooge McDuck. Yes. absolutely. But
Yes.
this Turbo
Which-
2-3 rush, oh yeah, and even the Snow and a Rainbow 2-4 rush, I would be pretty tempted at both of those.
Yeah, these rush cards, they're weird because they can punish your opponent really well for exerting, but if you curve out decently well, your opponent often can't exert super early, and then you're sometimes like missing out on stats just to have a rush that you're not using. So you have to be like somewhat careful not to overvalue it.
Yeah, and it's uninkable, right? So you have to be careful. Uninkables can come back and haunt you. But yeah, welcome everybody. The stream should be starting pretty soon. We are expecting it to go live any moment. It is not live yet. The stream was due to start 1 hour ago, and they put out a message on Discord saying it's been delayed by an hour or something. Has there been another message in the Discord that it's delayed again? But we're here to carry you through. We're going to be live all weekend long. We're going to be focusing on some pretty high level analysis. That's the main theme of today's stream. It looks like the first match of Sealed is beginning now. Like, the original plan for the stream was to start it an hour ago, but I would imagine that this is not going to change the start time of the Super Sealed, right? It's been pushed back.
Well, we don't know. I would be surprised not to have some sort of pre-show.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
I don't know how they will do it, but I would love to see some of the process of the people actually building their deck,
Absolutely.
and to see like what their pools were, what they decided to do. But it's not super easy to do for production, so I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, I mean, the production team for this one, it is, to my knowledge, the same production team that we had for the European events, actually, which might surprise some people. That's my understanding, is that it's CSL doing the production for Worlds, who are the production team from Europe. They're people I've worked with a lot, and they're absolutely brilliant. So if anyone can pull off that sort of production for Super Sealed, it's them. So that's pretty exciting. Someone asked Jan how close you are to qualifying for Worlds.
So because they're not everyone knows how the qualification system works. So you could either win a DLC, which I didn't. I got like top 16 once. I got 33rd once. I got 65th once. But it was enough to qualify me for EU champs, where you needed to get top 8 to qualify.
Yep.
So the top cut was to top 16, and then you needed to win one match to go to Worlds. And I was like 25th or something at EU champs. So I needed to win one more game to get to top cut, and then I would have still needed to win one more match. So I was like somewhat close, but at least not heartbreakingly close.
Yeah, so the majority of these people qualified through the North American and the European Championships, and then some other people qualified through just winning DLCs, including the one in Melbourne, where Ben Simmons also got top 4. Obviously, Racklem was qualified for Worlds, but lost his invite. That we would have a very different narrative, wouldn't we, coming into Worlds, Jan, if Racklem was not, if his qualification wasn't revoked. Do you think that was the right call?
I think it was the right call. I think it's the intent was kind of clear based on his actions, and I don't think it would have been great for the game to have someone like that represent the game as the world champion. So I think it was right. Oh, also regarding my journey from last year, I think I think I'm happy with the way I played at DLCs mostly, and also at champs. But at Seattle, I think I entered with like C2 or C3, and I was very, very happy and confident with the deck. And then I ended up losing a top cut match, I think, based on the way I played it. And if I played better, I am even just winning one more game would have qualified me to at least NA champs. So I think that's where I missed out on the biggest chance that I could have had. But outside of that, I think I did as well as I could.
Also, you didn't go to Australia, which I think maybe you were regretting a bit. I also regret not going to Australia in hindsight. I mean, at the time, I was sort of working under the assumption I would be casting Worlds. So I was like, well, I'm not going to go to Australia. But if I knew I wasn't casting Worlds, I would have 100% gone to Australia and tried to qualify.
Yeah, for me, I probably should have gone. So there's no excuse. I mean, I didn't expect it to only be 500 players, which I guess makes the chances a little bit better. But no guarantee I would have performed anyways. It's definitely. I mean, this speaks to, I think, some of these players. They really maximize the chance to make it to Worlds just by putting in the work and the time and the effort, getting as good as they can, but also attending as many events as possible. I think DKP, just from work ethic alone, really deserved it. I think he played the most DLCs because he played like a lot of American DLCs on top of the European ones, and then also even after none of that working, playing both champs, making the trip to Melbourne to have one last chance to qualifying to Worlds and getting it there.
Yeah, we also saw Zan Syed over in Europe for the European Championships, trying to get through the last chance qualifier. Didn't work out for them, but like that's the level of commitment that a lot of these players have put into it. But it is going to be such an exciting event. I think the decision to go for triple deck constructed and sealed. Initially, I was very skeptical about the sealed, but I've got to say I am so excited for it. It is going to be a lot of fun. If you're just joining us, there is a delay to the start of the official stream. As soon as it's live, we will be having it here. We're going to be live all weekend long. This is not the official stream. We're just chilling. We're just watching it as fans of the game. But we will be live all weekend long if you want to come hang out with us at any point. And if you guys want to follow Moyen, he is part of Podkana. He's also got a Metafy page, and he does some other bits and bobs, and you can find the link in the chat every so often where it pops up. So make sure you go follow his stuff. Now, Moyen, let's talk a little bit more about triple deck constructed, because I would like to know what lineup, if you were to play right now, what would it be? But let me predict it first. It would be Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Amethyst, and Amber Steel. Am I right?
I mean, there's no reason to expect anything else. I also just like probability-wise, just with probably the most people actually having bought that lineup. It is the most likely to win the event.
It is. It is.
But I mean, I would love to see something else be kind of like if someone found a lineup that's favored against that and just kind of farm the most expected lineup. I think that would be a great storyline as well.
Okay, so if you weren't going to play those ink color combinations, what would be your second pick?
Well, the second pick would probably be Amber, Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, Purple, like Amethyst Steel.
So you're sticking with Ruby, Sapphire, and then you're going Amethyst Steel and Amber, Amethyst. Amber,
Emerald.
Emerald. And would that be a discard deck or would that be an aggro deck?
Yes, personally, I know it's gotten better, but I still don't rate Churner dogs highly enough to really hold up against Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, Green, Purple. So I think for me, Amber Emerald discard is like an incredible deck. The one I would be a little bit more skeptical on is Amethyst Steel, but I think depending on your strategy, you can also build it quite flexibly in a way where it achieves what you want to achieve.
Yeah. So I've got a bunch of different lineups which I would be interested in exploring. I mean, I think first and foremost, the first thing I would try and do is build a lineup which targets Ruby Sapphire. How easy that is to do, I don't know. I think the other thing before we actually go on to that is if we just talk about this main lineup, let's start with that. Mm-hmm. Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, and Emerald Amethyst. That's what we're expecting the majority of the field to play. But if you're expecting the majority of the field to play that, let's not forget you've got your 3 decks, but actually there's another massive part of the puzzle of your lineup, which is what deck are you going to bench? Is that going to be the same for everybody? Is it going to be different? And what do you think the strongest version of that lineup? Like if you were to play, what would be your bench strategy?
Okay, so this question is incredibly complex, and I'm not sure everyone will be able to follow just from explaining it without visualizing it. But with red blue, there's the item version and the normal shark version. With green purple, there's different discard versions and different non-discard versions with Diablo or without Diablo. And with Amber Steel, there is dock versions. There's dock versions with Ariel, and there is just normal Steel Song with Ariel Whole New World. And okay, so the one thing that I can say for sure is from working on this is I think in this specific lineup, you're much better off having a little bit of a flexible ban strategy over having one specific bench, one bench strategy. Because as soon as your bench decision is obvious, your opponent gets to do a better bench, and depending on what you expect your opponent to bench, you are left with two different decks, right? And depending on which two decks of this you are left with, these have much like they are these all of these decks have very distinctly different matchups. So depending on which ones you're left with, they have a different weakness. For example, if I play, let's say, Red Blue Shark, Ember Steel with Ariel, and then maybe one of the green purples. The green purple matchups, they are somewhat similar. But so let's say I play this lineup and expect someone to ban my to bench my
job.
My Ruby Sapphire. As soon as my Ruby Sapphire is benched, I no longer need to protect my Ruby Sapphire by benching their Emerald Amethyst. So I would never bench that, and maybe instead I would bench their Ruby Sapphire to protect my Ember Steel from getting 2-0'd. So I think you kind of want to build your decks in a way where they are still hedging towards your ban strategy, but I think your ban strategy should involve a bench strategy. Man, it's so difficult. Your bench strategy should involve maybe 2 out of 3 decks. Maybe you can say, I would never bench Emerald Amethyst, but my benching decision is between Ember Steel and Ruby Sapphire in this matchup. And then based on that, if you can kind of figure out what your opponent is likely to be benching, then bench accordingly. And if your decks aren't built too narrowly, I think that's where you mathematically get the best chance of beating your opponent.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up, because I did some prep work, I'm just seeing if I can pull up some of the sort of strategy that I... one second, let me just rename the sheet.
Yeah. And I know that the benching happens at the same time, which is why you need to figure out what they're benching beforehand. And some of this... So the incredible thing about this is that your optimal benching decision can each codependent on your opposing bench decision, at which point you either have to try to mind game your opponent, or it might just be optimal to randomize your benching decision to an extent.
Yeah. So my strategy, because basically, I'll pull your camera back up here, it's disappeared. The thing is, right, is if you try and have a flexible bench strategy, like you go in, you don't have a clear thing in mind. A big advantage of that is, like you were saying, you can be a little bit less predictable. However, my personal strategy, if I'm playing Amber Steel, Emerald Amethyst, and Ruby Sapphire, and bear in mind I've not actually tested any of this is all theory, but my intuitive strategy would be that my bench going in is just going to be Ruby Sapphire every single time. If I see it, it just gets benched. I don't care who I'm playing against. I don't care what side of the coin I am. I'm just benching Ruby Sapphire, because what that then allows me to do is it then allows me to build my decks in a very specific way. For example, my Ruby Sapphire no longer has to worry about the mirrors, and rather it's going to be focusing on other matchups. So I would imagine I would find myself playing a Ruby Sapphire deck with the Bell 3 cost to try and make sure that I've got a good way of contesting some of the quicker decks, that sort of thing. I would likely play an Amber Steel deck with a Whole New World, because historically the worst matchup for that deck is Ruby Sapphire. And then my Emerald Amethyst deck, I think I would still play a Diablo discard deck, to be completely honest, but I wouldn't have to be worrying much about Ruby Sapphire, and instead I could just make sure I have enough early curve to win mirrors and that sort of thing. So if you've got like a set bench that you just know you're doing, the advantage is you can build your decks very specifically, but the disadvantage of that is that you have a lot less flexibility, right? Whereas like with your strategy, there's a lot more thinking that's going on. But if you can maximize that and get all those calls right, then that gives you like a lot more agency with your bench strategy. But the bottom line is like the bench strategy is incredibly complex. There's a lot of mind games that can also go into it, because once you've benched something, a huge factor in this format is what order do you queue the decks in, right? And like, let's say you've got your Ruby Sapphire deck and your opponent's targeting your Ruby Sapphire deck. You have to try and find the best opportunity to win with your Ruby Sapphire deck. So it's like, okay, when do you queue it? And there's a lot of mind games going on. It's a really complex dynamic, and it's going to be very, very fascinating to see how the players maneuver their way through it, not only with the lineups, but also with how they queue. And that's the thing, is the bench strategy has to be decided before you submit your deck, right? Your whole lineup is built around a bench strategy. Now, your bench strategy might be that you've got a flexible strategy, but you would still imagine that there's like a clear plan in mind, right? Going into it.
Yes. Also, just to be clear, this benching strategy that I proposed, which is flexible, kind of makes the most sense for like this Amber, Steel, Emerald, Amethyst, Ruby, Sapphire lineup, because all of those decks have kind of like different matchup spreads. Whereas it's of course possible to build like maybe a lineup consisting mostly of aggro decks, and then benching whatever their steel deck is very, very strictly. And I think that can work as well. It's more like for the specific lineup of the most expected one that we're talking about. I think that can really make sense to be flexible. Also, one point we haven't even talked about with queue order and banning is that because benching, because because you know whether you're going first or second before benching and before picking your first deck, whether you're winning or losing that coin flip of going first or second game one can actually have an impact on what your optimal benching decision or queuing decision is. And that is something that sounded plausible to me, but I only could just like actually believe that it's definitely true, because Frank showed me all the calculations that go into it. That it depends on the matchup spreads of the decks, but there is it's quite a reasonable chance that based on the matchup spreads, it will be a different benching decision based on you going first or second game one.
All right, I've got some of my lineups which I theory crafted. Do you want to see them?
Sure.
So they're no testing. I'm obviously not going to do the obvious thing, right? Like my whole thing would be coming into this tournament, I would try and build a lineup which beats the Ruby Sapphire, Amber Steel, Emerald Amethyst lineup. But it would require an insane amount of testing, which I've not done zero testing, but here are my theories. So I'm going to start off with the lineup which I would be most likely to have tested to begin with, which is a lineup which tries to target Ruby Sapphire and just say, if I beat Ruby Sapphire 100% of the time and I queue only Ruby Sapphire, I win the tournament. Easier said than done, right? So that lineup would consist of a Ruby and Amethyst burn deck. This is a deck I would play going second. And it would look something like this. Very aggressive. I don't care about any matchup apart from Ruby Sapphire with this deck. I'm not even sure I would play Flynn Rider because I think that the Bell 3 cost might be quite popular in this format. That would be my gut feeling. But like just, you know, Amethyst, Chromacon, Gathering Knowledge, Super Goofs, Goats, all that sort of thing. Just try and have enough to just win going second against Ruby Sapphire. I feel like this deck should be able to beat Ruby Sapphire going second very consistently. So that's one of my decks. Okay.
Small intervention. If this is the one that should beat it, if it wants to beat it going first, I think Flynn can make sense. I think if you want to beat Ruby Sapphire going second, I wouldn't include Flynn.
Yeah, I think Flynn's
then
not...
they can scramp into Tala as well.
Yeah, so Flynn Sisu shouldn't be there, and it will just be more Bernie type stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. Sure. This was also like 2 weeks ago, like rough stuff. But anyway, I would definitely play some sort of Ruby Amethyst burn deck. The reason is basically the logic of that is, when I was thinking about an aggro lineup, I thought, okay, Amethyst I can pair with anything, because like you can play like a 60 card Amethyst deck, I think, with the Chromacon. that wins. But like, what are the other like rough things? So then the other decks would be an Amber Steel hyper aggro. Hyper aggro. Now, how quick it needs to be, I don't know. But just to give you a vague idea of what it might look like, again, bear in mind, this is a zero testing theory craft. So this is a deck, and I'm not even sure I would play Cindy, to be honest. This is a deck that I would play specifically going first. This is a deck I just play against Ruby Sapphire, going first. I think in every one of my lineups, I've come to the conclusion that I would have one deck designated to be played when I go first, and two decks which are just built to be good going second. And in this particular lineup of hard targeting Ruby Sapphire, I would play some sort of hyper aggro, right? Vinny, Lady, maybe even this Bolt that's like a 0-4, maybe even Lilo, Piglet, just try and be so quick that they can't stop me.
Okay.
But the question is how consistently is this going to beat Ruby Sapphire when you're going first? Probably pretty often, but maybe not often enough.
It's definitely not like it can't lose, but I could see this having like 65+% going first.
Which, I mean, if you're doing like a hard target strategy, it needs to be a lot higher than that, right? Like 65 would not cut it. It needs to be a lot higher. So like the exact cards in the list, I'm not standing by in any way. Like again, I think that this sort of lineup would require an insane amount of testing, particularly because you've got a Shark build of Ruby Sapphire. You've also got versions of Bell, but also with the format that we have, like I say, I think a strategy would be to play Ruby Sapphire and bench your opponent's Ruby Sapphire, which then would allow you to build your Ruby Sapphire in a way which would really try and minimize the potential value of a deck like this doing well. But you get just a general shell of the deck. That would be the general idea. And then the third deck in this lineup to target Ruby Sapphire would be a deck going second. I don't think I have a version built. I don't think this is it. I think this is like a dumb aggro deck that I built. I looked at building like a hyper aggro Emerald Sapphire. I would not play this. No way. It would just be some sort of Emerald Sapphire deck which is really good against Ruby Sapphire, which you can definitely build. It would either be like an Oswald deck with like loads of Lucky Dimes. Maybe it would be a Bend to My Will deck. Maybe it would be an Ink Gazer deck. Like I think that Emerald Sapphire has the tools. So that would be my target Ruby Sapphire lineup. You have an Emerald Sapphire of some sort, you have a Ruby Amethyst Burn deck, and you have a hyper aggro Amber Steel. Now, another lineup I theory crafted, which is the only one I'll show you. I actually am playing in a video against Tim from Ravensburger. It was supposed to get posted yesterday, but it didn't get up in time. But it'll be like up at the weekend or next week. I theory crafted this lineup. Now, this version of the deck needs some tweaking, but you could play an Amber Ruby deck with like Flynn and Baloos and Mufasas and Darling Deers and Svens. But the other thing you could try, which is the version I played in the video, is a Sugar Rush Speedway location build. And again, like the versions would need some tweaking. And I even called this one the Bench Magnet, because it's just always getting benched. Everyone's going to fear it so much. But again, the idea of this is like, you could never play a deck like this in Constructed, but if ever there's a format to play a deck like this, it would be in Triple Deck Constructed, where it's just a designated deck designed to be played going first. You get rid of Ruby, you get rid of Amber, and suddenly your other two decks are Emerald Steel and Sapphire Amethyst, which are two of the decks in my mind which have the most potential of winning going second. So you build some sort of pile Ruby Amber deck, which is just designed to be played going first, and then Emerald Steel and Blurple, and you build those.
This is kind of like, this is exactly the theory that we had, right? Where for some of the lineups to work, for something like Blurple to be incorporated in your lineup, you need to make something like Amber Ruby work. And if you manage to do that, then your lineup can be very strong. But that would be the biggest risk, that maybe the Amber Ruby doesn't quite hold up to what you want it to. Yeah,
absolutely. But I definitely do think that there's huge potential of just having one of your three decks be specifically built to be played going first, because that just gives you so much more flexibility in the other decks that you can play. Again, I haven't done any testing, done a lot of theory crafting, but that would definitely be my approach. I mean, Gwent, which is my background of like this triple deck, that sort of philosophy of having decks designed to be played going first and second was absolutely a huge dynamic in it. And Gwent is a very different game, admittedly, but I still have a feeling that there's some sort of overlap. Like if you can just build like this lineup, Amethyst Sapphire, Emerald Steel, to me are two of, if not the two best decks that should be able to win going second.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just have one deck which can win going first. Maybe there'll be something in it. I think that we might see someone with that lineup actually, to be honest.
Yeah, no, this lineup. I mean, at least in terms of these colors, right? Maybe the decks are a little bit different.
Yeah, for sure.
These colors are reasonable that we could see being brought like 2 or 3 times, maybe.
How much of the meta do you think is going to be the Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Amethyst lineup?
I think it should be at least like 40-ish%.
Yep.
Maybe even half. But I think like there's, for example, there's some other lineups that should work as well, like the Amber Emerald, Amethyst Steel, Ruby Sapphire one. I think we'll see a bunch of those as well. And then outside of those two, I think all of the lineups should be like just a few brings each.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fascinating. How many players do you think won't play Ruby Sapphire?
How many players won't play Ruby Sapphire?
Or you can give me like a percentage.
I mean, out of 28, let's say like 6.
Right.
5 or 6.
And that's where like this kind of hard target Ruby Sapphire lineup is really interesting. But you can also like a hard target lineup means by definition that you just build every single deck specifically only to beat Ruby Sapphire. You don't care about anything else. But there's also something called a soft target where you just build your lineup to be very good into Ruby Sapphire, but also be good into other things as well, right?
Yeah, and I think basically with all of the hard target Ruby Sapphire lineups that I've seen, I think they would still lose to it too often, and outside of that not have great matchups against other stuff. But I think it might be more reasonable to say, okay, everything's like somewhat strong against Ruby Sapphire, but also instead can also be okay against other stuff.
Yep, and the stream should be starting very soon, we do expect. We are still waiting on it. You're not missing out on anything, don't worry. Again, reminder, unofficial stream here.
I wonder what caused the delay. It's like same day. Oh, by the way, stream is starting an hour later. And we are like 90 minutes later now.
Yeah, I mean, to go on the streaming schedule, it was due to start, I think, an hour and a half ago now. But then the sealed was the first match of Super Sealed was due to begin 30 minutes ago. Now that's the first match. That's not the first, like, that's not the building decks. Based off this schedule, it's like a little bit of a pre-show, some footage of players building their decks. And
I think we might have less of a pre-show because some people in chat have been mentioning that like some players on Instagram posted them starting to build their decks already a while ago. So maybe as soon as the stream starts, we also quickly get into the games.
Yeah, we'll work it out, but we'll be here. We'll be watching the action all weekend. So if you guys want to hang out, you're more than welcome. And of course, you can also check out the official stream when it is live. But it is an early start, but it's good for us being over in Europe because it's like 3:30 where you are already, 2:30 here.
Funny thing is, last week, this time, I was like, oh, I need to go to sleep an hour later each day now, just to like be prepared for this event. Until I realized, oh, it's actually East Coast and the time is actually okay. And I was like, oh, don't need to change my streaming schedule.
Yeah. Basically, the plan is for the stream that we are going to have the stream muted for the vast majority of the time because there's just too much noise otherwise with us talking and them talking. But for the start of the stream, we'll have it we'll have the stream unmuted and listen in and yeah, obviously wishing all the very best of luck to everybody involved with it. It's live with a timer. All right, so while it's live with a timer, 15-minute timer, I'm going to use this opportunity, Moyen, to go and fill up my drinks because it is an oven here in the UK. I've also been very sick the last few days. I'm not sure if you can tell in my voice, but I'm just going to make sure I stay hydrated. So I'll be back in a minute. What do you want to talk to people about? Do you want me to pull up any graphics?
Let me think. You could pull up the thing Frank sent me if you want to.
I think we shouldn't talk about that until later.
Until constructed. Okay, sure. You can just leave this
But
on.
we
It's
have
okay.
some. You can talk to them about vaguely what it is.
Yeah, no, it's basically the calculations that kind of based on the matchup spread that I provided him with. He calculated with a few example lineups that the optimal benching decision and the optimal queuing decisions can very much depend on whether you go first or second game one, which I think that's completely fascinating. But yeah, honestly, I don't mind. I don't think it's the end of the world that the stream is starting a little bit later, as I think Speci and I mean, in general, with these two new formats, there's so much depth that we could like talk about this very, very long without it getting boring. But at the end of the day, we are here for Worlds, so I think none of us can wait for it to finally start. This Moyen takes out this One Piece decks and start talking through that. No, I guess that it's not the time for that. But there's an event in Berlin that just got announced where I might actually play again. But let's focus on Lorcana here. What do you want to be announced for competitive? Well, I hope we get like a clear schedule on the new competitive cycle. In that competitive cycle, I think the gap between huge tournaments and like the gap between DLCs and set champs is still quite big. So I would love to have something like in between those. I think that's something we mentioned on the pod a lot, where it would kind of give players something more competitive than set champs, like that are striving for that, to play without immediately jumping into like a 2,000 player Lorcana challenge. And I think announcing the DLCs is incredibly important, because it's like so many people are holding off their like work vacations and everything just so that they can play these DLCs, but you can only hold the vacation planning off for so long, and at some point you just need to actually be able to book in your vacations for the DLCs. What's the most out of left field deck you might expect us to see? That new Restream, which I don't Prince John's pretty quickly. The most. So basically, on all of there's in the lineup strategy, right? There's a lot of lineups that can work if one of the decks that is maybe a little bit more rogue, a little bit less expected, actually pulls their weight. I think there's some great lineups that you can build if you get Ruby Emerald to work in your strategy. And I think Ruby Emerald discard is actually pretty close to being competitive. I think there's a great lineup you can build if Amber Amethyst is viable, which could be the Monstro OTK deck. I personally think it's lagging behind a little bit, but if you get Amber Amethyst Monstro OTK to work, then you can pair it very well with Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel. I think so. It's more like I think some of these decks get a chance to shine because by including them, you also get to play two other great decks. So if someone cracked Ruby Emerald or Amber Amethyst, I think that could be some great like breakout decks. Amber Sapphire, very nice. Oh, I wonder what you considered for Amber Sapphire, as I don't quite know what how you would build those. Yeah, the only thing I didn't figure out is what do I make of the food situation for the entire weekend?
Food situation.
Yeah, it's like I don't have any like pre-cooked food and if we stream the entire day, I might get hungry at some point.
Yeah.
But let's see. Yeah, I think red green could actually be quite okay.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially as a deck like, I don't know. Red green's an interesting one. I think so too. I think the key card for red green which just got printed, is Undermine. I think that is a very good card. Very, very good discard card. An extra discard card, which costs 2, is incredibly easy to underestimate how valuable that is. Because, like, now when you're at 5 ink, you could play, like, Hypnotize plus Undermine for a double discard for 5 ink. Which previously you could only do that with the Sudden Chills, right? Which you want to sing. Like a 2 cost discard, and it gives something plus 3 strength. I think it's actually an insane card. I also think red-green's good enough.
Yeah, and it's basically like it got all of these new discards with like Chip and Undermine, but also I think what it does for your lineup is pretty good, right? If red-green works, suddenly some lineups that would otherwise not be possible, you get to play them. Because you already have Emerald and Ruby out of the way. So you could play, I think that's like the main way you can enable Sapphire Amethyst, because if you play Ruby Emerald and then Sapphire Amethyst, you also get to play Amber Steel. So I think if Ruby Emerald you get to work, I think that's really what you need to be able to include Sapphire Amethyst into your lineup.
Or Ruby Amber. Bufasa. Yeah, I'm also a little bit unconvinced by that. I think the location deck, though, genuinely does have some potential. I mean, I actually played quite a bit of the location deck back in, I think it was set 6, when the Sugar Rush stuff came out. The big problem it has is inconsistency, but you don't even necessarily have to build only in on that. But like just location deck in general is a deck which it really is not very good in core constructor because it's terrible going second, but locations are really good going first. Like they are very much like the most polarizing cards in terms of like how good they are going first and second, right? So I wouldn't be that surprised to see some sort of location build pop off. I think it was what DeCandio cooked up as well. DeCandio shared some lists and it included a Ruby Amber location deck.
Did it? I don't think it did.
Mm-hmm. It did. I can tell you that for sure.
No, I have the lists open.
But it's not the end of the world.
No, DeCandio tweeted out a Ruby Amber location build. Is there a video game or plans for video game in competitive way like Magic the Gathering Arena? So, I mean, we don't know for sure, but there was like a job posting about 8 months ago basically saying that there was an online client coming in the future. So, yeah. It is so hot, by the way. It is unbearable. I am struggling.
Yeah, I blocked off the sunlight to survive the day.
I've just had to open the window. It's too... Gary says it doesn't think there'll be any red-green.
Because green has good pairings and Ruby's good with Sapphire. Sure. I mean, I'm not sure there will be.
Red-green's possible. Who's my winner? I'm going Theatime. Theatime is my prediction. Ely's my second pick. Like, those guys are prepping together, I guess. I think they're prepping together. The 2 French DLC winners. They are going to be willing to come with spice, unorthodox lineups, and they're very, very good players.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's Frank Carsten or Zach Bivens.
Yeah.
In part because kind of when you talk to players, right? I think sometimes you get this idea that no matter how good they are, they will always strive to be better. They're always curious to learn more. I think that's the main reason why I think they have great chances to do well at Worlds.
Ooh, let Disney Lorcana know you want to drop in and collaborate. Should I knock? Maybe not.
Don't do that.
Right, can you not speak for a second because I'm just going to check the audio.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll listen to when the stream starts. We'll listen to the audio. If you wouldn't mind muting your mic, my audio settings aren't quite sophisticated enough at the moment to have you on the separate channel to the speakers, because I've got everything playing out my TV, because otherwise if I wear a headset I'm just going to melt completely.
So what do you want me to do?
Basically, just when the countdown finishes, just mute yourself. I'll mute myself also.
Sure. I think so. I only helped. I helped Andy, so the German qualified player, with their just theory in conquest building a little bit. I helped Domingo just with sealed, and I talked a lot with Frank about lineup theory, but outside of that, I didn't help anyone.
Yeah, I didn't really help much. I spoke with Domingo for a few hours about triple deck constructed format and how that format is going to be different from core constructed quite early on, about bannings and about potential lineups. And then Frank messaged me a little bit last week, just inquiring how I would approach things. So I shared with him my thoughts on it. But yeah, that's all.
I think Zen definitely has a great chance as well.
It's going to be fun. I'm really excited to watch it. I'm really, really looking forward to it. It's going to be a nice, fun weekend.
Yeah, and I can't wait for Sealed. Honestly, I'm so happy we're starting with that, as that's I don't know, triple deck constructed of course is new, but Sealed is an entire different way of playing the game, and I'm so curious to see how they solve that puzzle.
Yeah, someone's mentioned the teams. So Zan was part of World Class Cards, but left that team coming into this event, and that's slightly because he felt his value. Basically, he didn't feel like he needed other Worlds competitors getting the value that he felt he could provide. I guess
I'm we don't know why he left, right? That's one possibility.
Speculative, yes.
I think in general, in a 28-player tournament, being able to prep with 3-4 of the other participants is a huge advantage, not disadvantage. I think if you were to say, I think generally people are a little bit too secretive about kind of feeling that they know more than the others and they'd be better off not prepping with them. So I'm not quite sure that would be the case with Zan. I think generally he's very aware that how being able to exchange with other like-minded great players just helps everyone involved.
All right, I'm gonna open a pack.
Okay.
To kick this party off.
It's okay, fun.
You also getting one?
Yeah, Brain of Jafar.
I got television set. And Jasmine. Oh, this card's good in sealed. This card's very good in sealed. I had it in my sealed. Oh, wrong lever. Okay, one thing I want to talk about actually is I'm seeing a lot of Emerald Amethyst decks playing wrong lever, pull the lever. And no Diablo. I am very surprised by that. I actually cut those cards from my Diablo deck. I think they're pretty overrated. I think they're going to be better post-rotation. But right now...
It's interesting. I think if you bench Ruby Sapphire, you don't really need them. But having something that gains you tempo against the Shark is really, really good.
What did you get? Your camera's very small. It's hard to see unless you...
I don't even know what I got. Oh! No! Do you know when you think you opened an enchanted and it's this guy?
Oh my god, is that a misprint?
No,
put that on eBay. Put that on eBay, mate. It's gonna be worth a fortune.
They have so the art goes into the other ones. And that's why it looks like this.
That's a miscut, mate. You've got to put that on eBay.
No, that's the normal art.
Alright guys, we're 40 seconds away from Worlds. Thanks all for being here. Remember, this is an unofficial stream. You can go watch the official stream on their Twitch if you'd like. We're going to be here all weekend. Feel free to flip between the two and come hang out with us at points. We are going to mute ourselves for the start of the stream to get the full Worlds experience because we're just also fans and watching it. Best of luck to everyone involved. Have fun. Get yourself some cold beverages. Don't forget to like the YouTube stream. If you have Twitch Prime, don't forget to subscribe. You get no ads. No ads is the best amount of ads. We're going to mute ourselves, but we're going to be here nodding along.
One by one, the top players emerge from all around the globe.
Masterful Illumineers who know how to use their magical ink.
And they are now gathered in one place to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
But only
It is time to find out who will be
the first ever
Disney Lorcana
world
champion.
Hello, Illumineers! We are live in Orlando from the Walt Disney World Resort. I'm Rebecca, and I'm here with a fantastic team, including Liam, Brandon, JD, and Baker.
Rebecca, it is an absolute honor to be here. What a journey it's been. The story so far taking us all the way from Lille in France to Atlanta, Georgia, to the North American and European Championships in Disneyland.
Oh, the first season of Disney Lorcana Challenge has been amazing, and we want to thank all the people who made this possible. Everyone at Ravensburger, the incredible event staff, the judges, and of course, all the players and the entire Disney Lorcana community.
It has been an incredible year, and it's brought us all the way to here, the World Championship. 28 players have challenged, quested, and hope to attain the title of the first ever World Champion.
It's going to be a thrilling weekend. We have amazing gameplay coming your way, player interviews, lots of exciting announcements, including 16 Disney Lorcana challenges coming at you for Season 2 around the entire globe.
I am so excited for the future of Disney Lorcana, but here today, we are looking to title a world champion, and it is going to be a fantastic day of Lorcana.
Yes, and I know that you're excited because you're a fan of villains, and we are in the reign of Jafar.
What a perfect set to see out the first season of Disney Lorcana. I could not be more excited for the reign of Jafar, but we are approaching a whole new world of competitive play. And Rebecca, I have to ask, if you were going to try to describe the act of going all the way through the Disney Lorcana season and trying to become the first ever world champion, how would you put that?
You know, Baker, I think I'd say that was a thrilling chase.
A wondrous place.
For you and me.
Thank you, Rebecca and Baker, and welcome, Illumineers, to the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Brandon. I am joined by Liam. We will be just the one pair of casters behind the desk to bring you this exciting weekend. I cannot express how excited I am for this, Liam. How are you feeling?
Emotional, honestly. If I can quote one of my favorite Disney princesses, best day ever. I'm not gonna lie, Brendan, as I watched that footage and I reflected back on the journey that we've gone on individually as casters from Atlanta to here, and that these players have gone on, and that the Lorcana community, that all you have gone on over this last year, it made me a bit emotional because it's been an amazing ride, and it's incredible that we get to be here at Disney World to cap this off with the World Championship.
I mean,
I'm excited.
I can't think of a better place for us to be than Disney World for the World Championship. And I just think back to Atlanta, like you mentioned, where you and me started in the booth together, you know, green casters. And so excited that I'm here with you, Liam, especially, and excited that we're here for this weekend. But speaking of this weekend, we have some very exciting things to talk about, including the format that these players are going to be going through on this weekend. We're going to start on the first 3 rounds with Super Sealed. Players are going to be provided product from the last 4 sets of Disney Lorcana, and they will construct a 3-ink
We will
color
unmute in a bit, guys.
50
We'll
card
just
sealed deck to play the first
let
3
the
rounds
broadcast do its thing
of
to begin with.
Swiss.
I'm
They
sure you
will be
guys want to
best
get a feel of
three.
it.
The players will also be allowed a sideboard, which essentially just means that they can put some cards to the side, and after game 1, they can put some cards into their deck and take some cards out if they want to. They do have to be within those same ink colors, but it's going to make for an exciting format, and it'll be the first 3 rounds.
I absolutely agree. I'm very, very excited for this first format. You know, Disney is all about stories and storytelling, and one of the stories of this tournament is these players are going to be asked to tackle a couple formats which they have not played in the official competitive Lorcana circuit yet. All of these players battling through over 11 challenges, about 15,000 players to get here, and this is the first time they'll be playing Super Sealed. And the fun thing about this for all of you all is Super Sealed is a format which will result in all kinds of strange cards being played, cards which you may have never seen played in a competitive format before. A deck of Super Super Sealed is like Merlin's carpet bag. You never know what's going to come out. But speaking of that, after Super Sealed, there's another format which these players have not played before in a competitive setting. This is Triple Deck Constructed. Now, normally, we're all familiar with the core constructed format where each player prepares one deck to bring to a tournament, and then they pilot that deck from start to finish. But in Triple Deck, these players have been asked to prepare 3 different decks, using each one of the ink colors, so all 6 inks will have to be represented. And when they sit down at the table, something really interesting happens.
Yes, these players are going to have to bench one of the opponent's decks, and it's going to create this very interesting metacall sort of mind game that's being played, where each player gets to look at the other one's deck lists, and they get to basically consider the decks that they brought and consider the decks their opponent brought and decide which one that they don't want to play against, essentially. So I'm very interested to see how these players take that on and what strategies that have been brought into this tournament. I know that there's been a various couple strategies that these players use to build their triple decks and bring in, so excited for that. Once the players move past these 7 rounds, we are going to move into day 2, and it's still going to be the triple deck. It's still going to be best of 3, following the same rules as day 1, all the way up until the finals. The finals will be still triple deck, but best of 5, so no benching any decks. You have to win with all 3 decks that you brought, essentially winning with every...
Moyen, just quickly, we didn't talk about the final where you don't have to bench anything. Do you factor that into your strategy, or is that not something you care about?
Well, you have to care about it like to some extent, but the extent's probably very small, as getting to the finals is much more important.
Yeah.
Than, like, you can't just build for the finals before even getting there, because you first have to get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess you somewhat factor it in. And to be fair, that makes like some of the strategies that have a set ban slightly weaker, because it will leave them with like a slightly worse chance to actually win the finals.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't think you should factor it in that much.
Agree.
Every single win nets you an amazing prize, a beautiful card. There's something to play for every single time you sit down.
Yeah, and something to note, if you notice, there's no prizes past 5 until you get to top 8. That is because once these players win 5 rounds in these 7 rounds today, they're done. They don't have to play anymore.
That's right.
So after that whole new world, that means that if they've made it to the whole new world, the 5 rounds, they get to move on to day 2, which puts them in top 8. They earn this golden Mickey that you see on screen right now. And then after that, for the top 4, they will get a full set of the Reign of Jafar cards, including the enchanted cards.
Including the enchanted, all of them.
Which is super excited. And then after that, they get one of each Challenge Series promo. That's North America and Europe Challenge Series promos. Any of them that have been at the challenges, they get extra copies of those, which is super exciting.
For the top 2?
For the top 2. And then Liam, what's that coveted prize for the win?
The coveted prize is a 1 of 1. We've all seen the Golden Mickeys, 1 of 500. This is a 1 of 1 Golden Mickey, which says winner emblazoned across it with this amazing trophy. You saw a video of it there, and it's just incredible in person, I have to tell you. I mean, what a prize to walk away from, being known as the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion and having this 1 of 1 card to show for it.
Certainly go down in history with that card and the beautiful trophy that you guys have seen through the videos as well. So I'm excited to move into the, not to the format, but into the day.
Mate, I want one of those pins.
Some interesting caster predictions to get to. I know that I had some interesting picks myself, but we're going to start with Baker over here on the left, choosing Ruby Amethyst to be the most represented deck of the weekend, and choosing Frank Karsten as the person that he thinks is going to take it home.
Frank Karsten, a fantastic player we all
be the
know
most
from
represented
various
deck.
other TCGs, bringing his skill to Lorcana, and he is the first ever Disney Lorcana champion, taking down Leo. An excellent pick there from Baker, and of course picking one of the European players that he's super familiar with.
Yes, and then after
I'm
that,
not
we
sure
have
that's
Rebecca
the most.
choosing
Like,
Amethyst
maybe that's like
Emerald, a little bit of an off
the
pick,
deck that
not
I
something
expect
we
to
usually
perform or
see
win,
in
but
core
not the deck that I
constructed, but
expect to see
as
the
you
most,
mentioned earlier,
because
triple deck constructed is a little bit
can't be
different. You've got to
anything that
build
involves
with all 3
Ruby
ink colors.
or
I
Sapphire.
think this
That's
is a
not
pretty
Ruby
decent
Sapphire.
pick by Rebecca here. Amethyst Emerald lines up for some pretty great other picks for your inks as well. Keeps a couple really strong ones open. And then chooses Zach Bivens, also known as sort of the people's champ, at least here in North America, one that I know a lot of people are rooting for and people were excited to see make it to this event from the North American
one European player
Continental
pick.
Championship.
It's a versatile ink color. It's a color you can take various different directions depending on how you build it, and it matches
What are the
well
French
into
guys,
many of the
man?
other core or constructed
Yeah,
decks.
what a
We'll see
coincidence.
Zach Bivens, an excellent choice.
A single
And speaking
European
of versatile
caster,
decks
he's
that
the
you can
only
take
one
a
that
number
picked
of
the
different
European
directions, this
player.
pairing here Amber Emerald. There's a number of different
The
ways you can go for it,
disrespect.
depending on what you're expecting to face, from the Chernodogs build to the discard package you have Under the Sea. It can do a lot. And JDZ choosing to take Ed Chu as his prediction for the player that's going to go the distance. If you're going to bet on a player, it might as well be the North American champion.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Chu definitely has the record for it, being a champion of a Disney Lorcana Challenge, also the winner of the North American Continental Championship, so definitely a strong player to look out for this weekend. And then, Liam, I'm going to start with my predictions. Ruby Sapphire, a deck that I think is very strong, especially in this format. One of the best control
I guess
decks
all of
in
the
the game
like
currently.
big name
I know that
favorites
everybody's
are
sad
picked
about
out of
Hiram
like
not
Frank,
being able to
Zach,
be used
Ed,
anymore,
and Sam.
but the deck is still strong.
I guess
as
no
ever,
one
and there's
picking
a couple
DKP is
variations
a
that you
little
can
bit
play too, if
surprising.
you want to throw in some half sharks in there as well. And then I chose Morgan Shamblin as the person that I think is going to take it all the way. I practice with him a lot. I think he has a very unique approach to the game, has a lot of I don't know, just knowledge and intuition for the game that is needed for a world champion. And also, to be honest, he's a dear friend. I want to see him go all the way.
Yeah, all of these players are, I have to say, as you mentioned, dear friend, we've interacted with a lot of these players here
Chat
today.
is
Every
full
single
of
one of them.
people
the most
saying
wonderful
Austere
person,
always be
all of
benched,
them
but
incredible players.
I'm not quite
and
sure
I love
about
them
that.
so
I think
much.
it very much depends
But
on
I'm
the
going to move on to
strategy.
my pick, because I have a kind of a spicy prediction here for the end. Look, you'll notice a pattern here among the caster predictions. Nobody picked a steel.
I'm assuming this is like deck they think is going to win rather than the most represented, right? Because, yeah.
Yes, I mean, well, on the cast they said this,
Yeah, but
but maybe they misspoke.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is not about the
like
most.
Baker's just
represented.
picking Ruby Amethyst because it's Baker.
Yeah. So
Good on the
everyone
draw,
just kind of
it's
picks
good on
their
the
favorite
play,
deck as
and in this
they
format,
hope
it's a deck
this
that I
deck
think
is
could be strong.
involved
The
in the
problem with
winning
it is it
lineup.
does force Ruby into kind of a color that it's not normally paired with, but I've seen some spicy Ruby Amber builds that I think could be prevalent here. I will say this, there aren't, I've taken a look at the list, I've talked to some players, there aren't going to be many of those blurper lists here, but you know what they say, Brandon? The flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and beautiful of all. And for my prediction, I'm taking Zan Syed, a player that we're all familiar with. He is a DLC champion and a fantastic player, and his preparation second to
Your pick's Frank, my pick's Theatim, right?
Yeah. And then my secondary pick would be Zach, and yours would be
Ely.
Ely.
Going with the French.
Solid.
Chat, who do you think is going to take it home? What deck lists do you think are going to make it to the end, to the finals? Because I know we all have our predictions. You mentioned, you know, Blurple. It's a long shot because there's only one out of the 28 players that are here. But
spoil it.
I look back to North American Championship where like Ed Chu was the only Ruby Amethyst player in the top 16 for that event. He took it all the way. So you know it might be a long shot, but you definitely have a chance there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's some other fun lists. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's some really, really fun lists, some really awesome players, and some great preparation that's gone on into this. So it's going to be an exciting weekend of Lorcana. You won't want to miss a match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is amazing to think that we've gone through 11 Disney Lorcana challenges, 2 championships, thousands of players, all for them to get down to here, 28 players in the same room. They've been working on their sealed decks while we've been prepping and getting ready for talking to you guys here, and I know that we've got to be pretty close to the first round starting.
Yeah. So let's take everybody. Unfortunately, not many people here. Like, we got to see what was going on, but there's not a lot of people in the room. I want to take you all kind of into what's been happening out there while we've been waiting for this to go. We are waiting for, obviously, the super sealed format portion of the event. So all of these players have spent the last about hour furiously building their super sealed decks. They all got to pick booster boxes full of cards that they're going to use, 4 from each of the last 4 sets. And they had an hour to spread out all the cards, figuring out what they want to build, and to craft their deck. And honestly, I walked out there, and it was like you could hear a pin drop. Every single player hyper-focused on their table, trying to figure out what they're going to build, moving cards around, and figuring out the best way forward.
It was a pretty interesting experience to have, being in such a quiet room and then just hearing the flick of cards hitting the table. These players, you know, focused on the table, figuring out what they're building.
I wish we got to see some of that
I kind of want to go
process.
over some strategies that I had heard from the Super Sealed
yeah, I guess
event.
it's like a production thing. They
a
don't
lot of
have
these
the
players have something similar going in. I know something that I would do is
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean,
immediately separate
it is
all of my
difficult
8
to
colors into
show
6
them
different.
doing it and then also want to have graphics visualize their decisions. But at least just like a little bit of video footage of them actually sitting there picking the cards could have been cool nonetheless.
Yeah, so I mean, for challenge events, I know that there's like a lot of rules and regulations, and it's quite strict in what you can and can't show. But with this being a closed event, I don't think there should be any issue with like showing the main hall of the players building decks, right? So it is definitely a shame at this point we've not seen any sight of the players. It would be nice to.
Because it's like all fun and all to hear. Oh, it was so cool to see them go through this deck building process, but it's like the audience didn't get to do that.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, someone said they might be taping it. That's true. We'll see. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like they could easily show some of that process after these interviews and sections before the game start.
Super important. The more you can get, the better off you'll be. In this game, you want evasion, cards which are not able to be challenged except by other evasive characters. So if you have a number of evasive characters on the board and your opponent can't answer, you can run away with the game very quickly. And also card draw, because rule number 1 of TCGs, I believe, is more cards is better. You also want bombs, any big cards which will allow you to run away with the game as soon as they hit the...
Yeah, I mean, it would just be nice to see some footage of the hall and the players there and that sort of stuff, right? I think that's it. But we'll get there, I'm sure. It's going to be a fun event. I'm sure that everyone's working really hard to do the best they can. But I think we were just saying that it would be nice, wouldn't it, to see the players building the decks. I think like with the sealed format, such a big part of that format is opening packs, building the deck, and it would be a shame not to see any of that.
Yeah, I think actually in sealed, I think there's so much more skill in building the sealed decks than piloting them. Don't get me wrong, that's also very interesting decisions in piloting them, but I do think the most challenging part is the deck building process itself.
Yeah. It'll be really cool to see. Someone's almost guaranteed to get an Enchanted, right? 16, yeah, Enchanted's a guarantee, probably at least 2 or 3.
Being low on cards in hand, which means you're essentially top decking to fight back against your opponent. So if I don't have any cards in hand, or I only have 1 card in hand, my opponent has, say, 3 cards in hand, they're able to react a lot better to what I'm doing on the board and just have more options in general to give themselves an advantage moving forward.
Absolutely true. And if you're playing to a few specific bombs or a few specific big cards to run away with the game, any card that replaces itself that allows you to move through the deck quicker, cards like I'm Still Here, for example, which gives you an effect but then allows you to immediately draw a card. Also super good and something you want to be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be looking for those bombs because, again, you're limited in how many you can put in your deck. One thing that I think players are thinking about as well is their ink curve, which is essentially the number of cards you have in your deck per each cost. We're usually trying to build some sort of bell curve.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it as much, but I think we still talked about you don't want 1-drops unless they're very good. You want like a bunch of 2s and 3s, maybe a little bit less 4s, a little bit less 5s. And then I think you only go to 6 or 7 if you have like cards that would be significantly better. And unless you get those, I do think it might be viable to stop at 5, which kind of puts you in a position where every turn you like effectively draw a card instead of you draw a card, but you also want to ink one and play one.
There are a few ramp cards, right? Like Huey's one. There's also like the Ludwig in the later set. And the other thing to think about is because you have a sideboard, when you're going second, you get that 1 extra card in hand. Maybe you can then put in like a few extra more expensive cards when you're going second, and when you're going first, you kind of stick to 5 as well. I think that would definitely be a strategy I would be considering.
Yeah, there's actually good amount of ramp. There's like Sail, Tipo, Ludwig. There's Pleakley on 3. I think Pleakley is very good. Just allows you to actually play 1-drop just to Pleakley it, with Pleakley having a good body. And then there's like Donald Duck. There's definitely some ways and cards. I think it's not just even about ramping. It's also just if you have enough cards that replace themselves, that will lead you to having the hand size that actually supports inking to 6, inking to 7.
Yeah, and most of the 1-drops aren't great, but again, like, yeah, there's some decent ones. You've got to be really careful with the uninkables as well. I think that's like the bigger trap to fall into. Not that I expect these players to fall into it, but when you see a lot of people draft or sealed, they'll put in like a mediocre uninkable card, and that is like the worst thing you can do because you have to play it, right?
Yeah, it also like really depends on what kind of uninkable card you play. I think some of the more conditional ones that need like a specific board state to be good, they are very dangerous. But there's some other ones that are like, I think there's an uninkable 3/4 Quest for 2 for that costs 3. Or the Scrooge McDuck, that's like this. It's hard to imagine a situation where that card's bad. And those cards are much easier to include because you just jam it. Ariana 5/5 did work for me in sealed. Yeah, I think that card's one of the best 5-drops. It's just a 5-cost 5/5 quest for 2. But it's one of those cards where it's like you can quest with it, and it's not easy to get like a favorable trade into it.
Constructed they have to be successful in is they're tested in different areas of trading card games. And so if you're going to be the best in the world, if you're going to be the best Lumineer, you got to win with every ink, but you also have to know how to play out in these different scenarios and in a way that you do that in
I think this is a good point by the casters, and some of the criticism the format got was like, why is it so different from the entire competitive year? We never used to play triple deck or sealed, but at the end of the day, I do think this is still, like, with all of the critiques that you can have, this format will be great at actually crowning a deserving world champion. This format will test you in all areas, and personally, I think you want the world champion to be good in all of these things. So I don't take issue with the format.
I love the format. When I first heard triple deck, I was like, "Yep, sign me up." And I heard sealed, I was like, "Oh goodness!" But I love it. I think there's probably, again, I've not done a run, but I think with that many packs, obviously there's going to be variants, but it should be manageable. I think. So listen to the casters for a bit and see.
After the sealed portion, you have if you go 0-3 and you don't manage to squeak out at least one.
At the moment, it's just like small chatter, sort of stalling type stuff, which is something you always have to do when you're casting.
At the very start of the stream, the bomb was dropped off. There will be like 16 DLCs.
Around the world. So that's between Europe, America, and potentially Asia as well, and Australia.
I would assume it includes like Oceania, Asia.
When does Asia catch up to us? Kind of soon, right?
I have no idea. It depends on how quickly their sets are releasing.
They have 2 sets set every 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're a year out from catching up to us, right?
Oh, yeah, a year is a long time. But yeah, 16 DLCs would be like a lot if it wasn't including Asia and maybe Australia.
Yeah.
So maybe if you factor those out of it, maybe we get like 8 to 10 again.
So you would. So let's say for Europe, you would have England or UK rather, Germany, Italy, France, 4. I mean, we had 4 previously in the UK. Let's see.
Maybe
they've just been past something. Let's see.
In other card games or even in Disney and Disney
They've been
Lorcana,
past something.
It's going to help them. And the ones that spent time practicing Super Sealed in some form or fashion, even if it's just evaluating the cards that we've seen in these past 4 sets.
What if they've
been
passed?
Which ones am I looking for? What ink colors have sort of the best card pool in general? I think those players are going to be ahead. And the players that can come out with
Did any UK players qualify? No.
With a 3-0 record.
I don't think so.
Through Super Sealed.
Not even from the Brotherhood.
Constructed formats to make it in. I mean, I think they're going to have a huge advantage.
I completely agree. I have to admit something to you, Brendan.
Okay.
I listened to what you were saying. I zoned out for a second because we just got handed the deck lists for round 1, including players. And, we talk about storylines, we talk about players, we talk about, entertainment, and we have got an incredible matchup for you in round 1. If there was a way to start, if we had to script a way to start this is a good challenge, we couldn't have done it any better. In round 1, we're going to have 2 titans of the TCGs, and we'll talk about them more in a little bit. But
I don't want to spoil it just yet.
Okay, we won't spoil it just yet, but these are 2 incredible players with backgrounds in numerous TCGs who bring limited and sealed experience with them. And to make it even more fun, both players have selected the same 3 ink colors for their deck. Yeah, it's fascinating,
I'm a little surprised by one of these ink colors. I'm not going to lie. Yes,
okay,
2 of them I'm not. 1 of them I am. And we'll get to that once the players get set up. They're bringing them onto the stage now, getting them set up with their card pools and things like that. So don't go anywhere because the match is going to start shortly. But I'm very excited. 2 Titans is a great descriptor for both of these players. 2 players that I know are super hardworking in the TCG spaces. Some of them in other TCGs, very well known. One of them, one of the hardest working Disney Lorcana players that I know, is constantly practicing, has a giant team behind them as well. So I think this is going to be make for a very exciting first round.
It's true. And look, for everybody watching. Just because we picked players that we thought we were going to win, that doesn't mean we're rooting for them over anybody else.
Right.
We're rooting for everybody.
That's right.
We're rooting for everybody.
Without giving much away.
So, I just want to make that clear. We don't have favorites as broadcasters. We love stories and great Lorcana, but, we were just making predictions, but that doesn't mean that they're our favorites.
Yeah, no, and I get
just leave that there.
To give one more hint, we're just giving you guys a tons of breadcrumbs at this point. To give
That's
you
true.
one more hint, I know that there's a little bit of rivalry that goes on between which side of the world is better at playing Lorcana, essentially. We have the Europeans, we have the North Americans, we also have the Oceania region, but this might be a battle between over the ponds, I guess.
To be frank, I think you're right.
Okay.
So
you don't say it so.
I don't say, yeah. Anyway, it's going to be super interesting because as we mentioned before about how this is a different skill set for players than normal core constructed, and both these players are going to bring to bear significant experience in sealed. And so if you're looking for a demonstration of what the potential of super sealed is and what limited formats are all about, diving in, watching these players play and then diving into their selections and figuring out why they chose to put certain cards in their deck is going to be really telling.
Yeah, and just to catch anybody up, if you're tuning in,
I am pretty excited to see this gameplay. So I think the gameplay that we can expect to see, Jan, right, is very standoffish. Lots of not questing, lots of doing nothing. It's going to be quite fascinating. So you're going to have a couple of different games. Some games, if you're going first and you've got a very evasive heavy deck, you can go aggro mode. You absolutely can. However, if the player going first doesn't get that quick early start where they can go aggro mode, expect very drawn out games with lots of standstill and no questing. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. It's also worth considering that I think it's open deck list. So maybe at some points you have on board you have a favorable quest or a quest that doesn't lead you to your opponent having a good trade, but then maybe it could still lead to a standoff if you think oh, they could move some damage counters with the knock. And then I actually shouldn't quest here. So I think it's very interesting how much they'll choose to play around some of the cards, some of the combat tricks that they know their opponent have included in their deck.
Right. I wasn't sure if it was open list. I mean, if it's open list, then you would also need to know the cards on the sideboard as well, right?
I'm not sure they are included in open list. Maybe it's just the primary list.
Let's say pirate synergy or puppy synergy or something like that.
Yeah,
at least when I was.
So what we heard that they're both playing the same colors. Amethyst, likely, right?
Yes, if they're both playing it, I think Amethyst is likely for sure. The exact same colors is what they said.
So my prediction is going to be Amethyst.
I think Amethyst, Emerald,
Steel, Emerald, yeah. Maybe Ruby.
Could be another one as well.
I think Ruby's got quite a lot of
yeah. Ember itself I don't think has that much, but then again there's a bunch of good Amber Emerald dual ink cards, so if you open some of those, could be Amber.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Essentially any card that could be in these first four sets.
First I was quiet, now I'm loud.
Yeah, I fiddled around with it, but my audio settings are all a bit fiddly. The audio is what previously caused the Mr. Roboto voice, so I'm not messing around with it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're back to full camera.
Stuff that you can do with some of these cards, whether it's an Elsa that you can play that exerts a character to.
No, the casters are just doing their job at the moment, which is stall. It's often what you get told when you're casting, you just be like, "Yep, stall," which is not. It's really not easy to do. So fair play to them.
Just talk about stuff, make it interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's also the other point that someone mentions there as well in chat. It's Tegan. Hey Tegan, hope you're good. Is the dual link cards. So something like Fidget, I would definitely be pretty keen to play in my deck because it's an evasive, which turns another one of your cards evasive.
Yeah, it's a 2/3 quest for 2, which was played quite a bit at the start of Lorcana with Pongo having that stat line.
Pongo, what a card!
Yeah, good old times.
I mean, I'd love to talk about it at length. We're doing Super Sealed, but Triple Deck.
So we didn't see JD yet, right? Either.
Yeah, he was involved in some of the
Yeah, the
like
voiceover
production
bits.
that they did, but
Big up,
other
JD.
than that, that's it.
Really glad to see him there.
Yep.
He's a good dude. I'm excited to hang out with him. Very, very nice chap. I got a lot of time for him.
Yeah,
Oh!
they cast some of my like LCCC matches, and they were always of great energy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, the stream was supposed to start 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. Is that right?
Yep.
And we haven't seen a game yet. It's not great.
For the, I mean, to be fair, the game was supposed to start
That's
80
true.
minutes ago,
But yeah.
which is still a significant delay, which makes me happy. I have some drinks with caffeine.
Yeah, I'm almost out of water again. I have Diet Dr. Pepper for the weekend and water. That's my plan.
Use all three.
What do you think the least likely sealed ink color is? I reckon
According to my list, it's like between Amber and Ruby.
I don't think Ruby. I think Ruby's got quite a lot of good stuff. Amber, I think, is my pick.
Well, even if it's not Ruby, then Ruby is like the second least popular, I think. I think Amber has some better dual inks, and then Ruby has a little bit better standalone cards.
I mean, there was quite a lot of Ruby cards in our simulated one, right?
Right. Wait, there was very, very little Sapphire. Did you just overlooked that? In the Sapphire.
I think they're not streaming any of the deck building portion of it.
Yeah, looks like it. But Sapphire is also a very fair shout. That could be the least popular.
They updated times last night. First game started at 10. I don't know what time zone that is. I guess 20 minutes ago.
Unless multiple players happen to bring the same exact.
I mean, the other thing to think about is sing together songs. Those cards can be kind of insane in this format, right? Like the mob song isn't in this one because that's set 4, but the latest set had some sing together cards. If you can pull off some sing together, jeez. Am I mad at Disney? Why am I wearing a Gwent shirt? Why not wear a Gwent shirt? Gwent's a dead game. I'm just
not a competitor because
I'm just reminiscing on my times where I got hired for events, I guess. I don't know. I was the analyst for this, actually. Can you believe that? I wasn't even a caster, I was the analyst, mate. I'm not sure how I got that one.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds sealed, 4 rounds so it's like 3 rounds sealed, I think then they have a lunch break, and after that 4 rounds of constructed.
The players based on.
Nah, I'm chilling though. Thing is, I will be honest. I've definitely been feeling quite down in the dumps in the lead up to this event, but it is what it is, man. I'm happy for everyone that's there and wishing them all the best. But yeah, obviously it is a weird one for me to be watching it from home. I can't lie to you, but it is what it is, man. Beyond the Horizon, Beyond the Horizon's got to be a really good card for this format.
Yes, definitely.
I had it in my sealed actually.
It's one of those cards where if your opponent's playing for value, but you instead are playing for tempo a lot more, you can it enables you to construct your deck more aggressively and to then take advantage of the Beyond the Horizon.
Yeah, I thought I would pull up what the official Twitch chat is, and it's not as bad as I thought it would be, actually.
Why do you think it would be bad?
I just thought it would be like a lot of like, hello, can we get a game? It's actually not been too bad.
Yeah. Been fine.
How many players do you think will be out of contention? 0, I think. I think everyone's still technically in contention, right?
Out of contention after Super Sealed, you mean?
Oh,
I don't
Kim,
know.
you finished what? You've missed so much. Honestly, you should just go to bed. You've missed it all. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have Twitch in dark mode. I usually do. Is it like up here? I don't know. I usually have everything in dark mode. I don't use Twitch on my PC, to be honest. So they could go perfect and constructed. I don't know if that's true. If
maybe they need 1 win from sealed. I think the consensus was you kind of need like 5 wins.
yeah,
So with 4 constructed rounds, you might need at least 1 win in sealed. Okay, hypothetical question for you, Speci. If you were like purely a competitor and you qualified to Worlds in one of the early DLCs, do you like keep playing the other ones, or do you just say, okay, I have what I wanted?
yeah. I mean, play like I think the prizing in Lorcana is good, but I also like going to the events anyway, right?
Yeah, me too. I think there's nothing that would stop me going. I just want to play.
I would be like, hey guys, so can I cast now? That's probably what I would try and do.
I guess that's fair. And then you have a Worlds.
I really like casting. It's so much fun, but sometimes like there's been a few events where I've been a bit like, kind of wish I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think the Lil one, for example, I didn't put much prep in for Lil, but I think I could have done quite well in that format. And what other format? The one where it was like brand new set. There was another event. I think it maybe Birmingham.
Maybe
One
but
of the
Birmingham,
European events where like a brand new set had just dropped.
Yeah.
Or
I
like
don't
the
think
one that
Meta
was in
was
America
much
that was
different.
like when it was still the Bucky set, but Bucky had been errated, so it was like a unique
Right.
meta. Like all of those ones, I'd really like to play.
Yeah, the Bucky one specifically, I think, would have been a great event to play.
Yeah.
Toronto. I think Kawa actually went over for that.
Yeah.
They've got some really great cards that were released in.
I feel really bad for these two, by the way. They are being put under a lot of pressure, to be honest. They've been talking for 30 minutes. Fair play to them. I feel like something might have gone a little bit pear-shaped behind the scenes for this to be.
How long have we been talking now? Like, over 2 hours?
Yeah. But these guys have just been talking for like a long time.
I mean, it's different for them. They are there's very different expectations from them in
Yeah,
comparison.
but it's
to us.
not easy when you're just sort of told, yep, just talk. It's
Yeah,
really,
I
really
know.
difficult. It's very stressful. But they seem to be doing a good job. I like the outfits from both of them.
In regards to, okay, I know that I can bench a certain deck.
Solid outfits. I mean, honestly, chat not being negative after the delay, there has to be some props given to the casters for entertaining them.
That's
for so
very
long.
true. That's very true. Oh, Disney Lorcana said we should be starting the first match in a few minutes. Apologies for the delay. It is a shame we didn't get to see any of the deck building.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see some snippets of it later, but we'll see.
Jamal says, if you qualify for Worlds, what happens if you win another DLC? Does it go to second place, guy? I think it went to the 9th place from... yeah, it did, from the regionals.
I mean, if you were to win 2 DLCs, yes, the second player would qualify.
If
but
you win 2 DLCs, yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, we had it happen at an NA Champs where 2 DLC winners also made top 8. So for that NA Champs, the 9th and 10th place actually also qualified to Worlds. And same for qualifying to EU Champs and NA Champs, which usually you need top 16 for that. But for any already qualified player making top 16, it extends 1 more place.
So, who's the first casters? JD and Rebecca, I think. It's JD and Baker, or JD and Rebecca, surely.
Mm-hmm.
I am excited to tell you we are ready to get into our first match.
Yes.
We're
All right, let's
ready to
listen to-
introduce
let's
our
mute for a
players.
second
The
and listen
first
to the
one,
new
it's a player that
casters.
you know. It is Zan Syed, the winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge Las Vegas. His favorite deck is Emerald Steel. It's a deck that he's known for. He has many years of competitive experience. His favorite Disney character is Mulan.
Yeah, not only the Las Vegas Challenge winner, but also took third at the North American Championship. So not only did he have an invite to Worlds through Las Vegas being the winner, but also he didn't earn an extra invite. It got passed down, but essentially would have earned an invite going through there. And so he is going to be the representative for North America on this match. But let's move on to player 2 and see who's going to represent Europe.
I am.
All
Yes,
right.
Oh, this is
We've
hype.
got Frank Karsten coming from the Netherlands, the Lille Challenge winner, the very first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. So technically the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. His favorite deck being Amber Seal, the deck that he won at Lille during that weekend. He has a PhD in mathematics. He is the man behind the math.
I am
person
excited
that
for
everybody
this.
knows in TCGs, not just for Disney Lorcana. He does all the calculations. I was talking to Frank a little
So
bit earlier.
I'm predicting Zan, you're
yesterday,
predicting
and
Frank.
he said like the most Frank Karsten thing that I've ever heard, which was essentially he goes, I have a 4% chance to win this whole thing. I'm going to go in. I'm not expecting anything. I'm just going to play my best.
Not that I don't think Frank would win. It's just we have to keep things interesting.
And his favorite Disney character is Gyro Gearloose.
I mean, this will be very
Yeah, it's about
close.
to ask you about this. It's a
I actually have a good story about both of these players. So after Paris on the Sunday, here we go. After Paris on the Sunday, they get to look for each other's deck lists. That's interesting. I guess then they also get to look through like the sealed format of it. But I sat and played against Frank for like 3 hours. And I was like, yeah, Zan, I'm just going to beat Frank. All right, let's look at the lists.
Yeah. I thought they would get like a list of cards and not just actually look through the
Oh,
cards.
there was an
one by one.
enchanted. I think it was an enchanted Mushu. I think Frank pulled the enchanted Mushu.
So one of the ways that the player that this
That's not his name.
That's not how you type it.
judges yesterday that helped
That is
open the
funny.
pack so that all of this was randomized and fair.
Well, that
and
is
all
how you
good stuff.
pronounce
And I was
it.
like, hey, did you guys open any enchanteds? And they were like, oh yeah, we definitely opened some enchanteds. They're like, we don't know who they're going to. We don't know if they're going to use them, but they're definitely allowed to use them if they want to use them.
That is how you
for
spell
play.
it.
And so, selfishly, I want to
Perfect
see some
spelling.
enchanteds being played and some foil cards and really shiny stuff. One thing that I want to mention also is they're looking through each other's decks. Like you mentioned, they have the same 3 inks that they chose for this
Just
sealed
Ruby
portion
I
Seal.
also
of
want to
the
look through
tournament.
the list.
And I guess
yeah.
Amethyst.
Ooh, I just saw a Genie go by. That's
saw
a,
a gun
that's
too,
a big
quest for
card in
free.
this format. It's evasive. It drops.
Oh no,
A
Emerald.
Palace card?
Oh, it's enchanted Arthur, I think.
But
The
it is exactly the 3 colors we predicted.
Yeah, March Hare. I think it's the 7-cost Arthur. There's
Helga's
Hot
there.
Potato. Merryweather's in there as a 1-drop. That's Frank's. And then it's hard to make out on the other side. I think that top card might be like fixing the Hexwell Crown. Restoring the
Oh,
Hexwell
that,
Crown,
that, would,
rather.
that would be. Restore the Hexwell Crown is like a 6-cost item.
So it
It can
wasn't
only be
Mushu, my
12
mistake. It was
cards.
Arthur. The 7-cost uninkable Arthur. Oh, this is exciting. This is very exciting.
Already seen. I was able to identify more of the cards in Zan's hand, so like from Frank's deck.
Yeah.
And Frank's deck looks quite decent from what I've seen.
Yeah.
But we didn't see much of the other of Zan's decks yet.
Today as well on how important that is.
I guess Liam and Brendan are casting, even though they're stood up. I think there's a happy in there maybe for Frank. Yeah, there is that restoring the Hexwell Crown, which is like exert. Oh, there's also everybody's got a weakness. Meister cooked me with this card recently. That's one to look out for. The Knock,
Library.
the Library, Cheshire Cat that can deal damage characters. There's like the Challenger. There's Double
Open
Trouble,
Elsa.
Twin Fire, Elsa, Magical Maneuvers. Lots of good
Yanka's
cards.
also incredible
Gale.
in this because there's like a lot of allies that you can just like plot down
There's a
and then have a
Doc.
4-cost 5/5.
Pete, honestly, both decks are looking pretty damn good. Camillo, pull the lever. I think Zan's deck looks better. It's very hard to make this prediction, but I think Zan's looks a bit better, you know. Zan's deck looks
What?
really good to me.
Yeah. So what you see them kind of like ordering the deck in a way, and I think what you have to do is kind of make out some cards that are like more impactful than others. For example, stuff that can change the board state, where like combat tricks I think are huge, or removal is huge.
Yeah, you
where
like that one,
need-
don't you? Combat tricks.
Yeah, I mean it allow. keeping track of those will allow you to better identify when you can quest and how you should quest and challenge, which is huge. I think I saw a Magicka
Yeah,
not Magicka, the spell.
it's like when you play it, you bounce something back or something like this.
That's
and
a great card.
doesn't it like
As
draw a
draw
card
for
as well?
quest for 2. Yes, it bounces one and draws one and has great stats.
Zan's deck looks to me absolutely outstanding. I'm not sure about his early curve though. Like if Frank can kind of run away with it. Also, like let's not forget about the evasive dynamic.
I think from looking
Zazu's
at
in
this,
there, which is evasive. Someone asked, is there 2 docks? I think it's 2 copies of Happy and maybe 1 dock.
there was definitely a Happy in Frank's deck.
I think there's 2.
And a Helga.
Very, very spicy. Very, very cool. But yeah, so in after Paris, I played against Frank for ages, and I was like, yeah, Zan, I'm gonna beat Frank, and then I'm gonna play against you. And then I lost, and then I didn't even get to play against Zan because me and Frank just talked so much.
No.
But then I did get to play against Zan in the LCC, and he beat me and knocked me out. Sad.
I'm not quite sure how much time they have to look through the cards, but
yeah, these are 2 of like the most interesting guys to speak with. I mean, we also got to hang out with Zan in Seattle, didn't we? I remember going for lunch, and you and Zan were having like a very, very deep chat about Lorcana at the dinner table.
You guys were kind of just eating pizza and talking casually, and we were like jamming games and
you actually started playing, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. And it, honestly, that was such a good talk we've had at that restaurant that then also we went to share accommodation for European champs.
Yeah. And yeah, Frank, like some of the chats I've had with Frank, particularly that night in Paris after the Sunday, he is just one of the most interesting guys. He's obviously got a long history in Magic the Gathering. He's a Magic the Gathering Hall of Famer. He's part of the broadcast teams for Magic the Gathering as well. Like he does the analysis. So he is like in the Magic community, he is known as like the numbers guy, which like when you're known as that guy in that game, like that just tells you like how serious he is. But he's so eloquent. Like that's one thing that really has struck me about Frank. Obviously, despite English not being his native language, like he's so careful with his words, and he's just so fascinating to talk with. I mean, I learned a lot from him about broadcasting. I really just tried picking his brains and had a lot of discussions with him about like the role of a caster and all this sort of stuff. He's just so fascinating. Big fan of both guys.
For me, Frank and I think very similarly when it comes to like game theory. But whenever I have an idea, but I'm not good enough to calculate it myself, I'm like, hey Frank, can you please calculate this for me? And then we have to figure out all the variables and everything, and then he does the calculation.
Let's go. Frank and Zansai, what a way to start off the World Championships. We've got North America versus Europe, the USA versus the Netherlands. Not sure who won the die roll, but let's crack on, shall we? I want to check if it is Liam and Brendan Costner.
And it's another interesting story.
It is, yeah. All
is
right.
it Helga and Genie in Frank's opening?
Oh my goodness.
Complete
Bruni pull the lever. Iago is also evasive, I believe, like a 4-cost evasive.
Oh, there's a Bruni for Zan, which is a 2/2 evasive that also draws a card when banished.
Jim Hawkins, a nice turn 2 for Frank. 2/4 during your turn, basically. Not sure what this 2-cost cat does for Zan. Magical maneuvers and restoring the crown maybe being mulliganed. What's this 2-cost cat? I think it's just a stat card. Maybe it's like a 2/3.
2/3 or 3/2.
Jim Hawkins is a really good turn 2.
I never can recall if it's a 2/3 or 3/2.
It looks like Frank's getting rid of Twin Fire. And Frank Mulligan's first, which you would assume means that Frank is going first in this one.
Interestingly enough, for 2-drop vanillas, I actually prefer 3/2s over 2/3s in this format because there's very little 1-drops.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
3/2s can also trade into like a 4/3.
Yeah.
which is a common 3-drop stat
There's
line.
also not
Yeah.
as much removal, right? So like a 3-2 stat line is very punished by fire the cannons, or it's punished by storm rage on, but that's just not quite as much of a common thing. So I am gonna adjust the camera. It's really nice to see. Should I just turn the cameras off maybe for the gameplay part? What do you think?
Maybe.
I think
Right.
I'll turn the cameras off for the gameplay part. They're using the overlay which there was in Leipzig, which I like. So it's going to be Jim Hawkins into the ink, Frank Carson, no turn 1, and I think that's something that you can expect to see quite often in Super Sealed. Inking that Jim Hawkins suggests they have a preferred option on turn 2, but it's interesting to see Jan already like inking, right?
Yeah. And I think that they keep, so they definitely kept the Genie because it's an incredible card, but did they also choose to keep the Helga? I assume they did.
And it's Orville into the ink, and as we sort of expected for Super Sealed, no turn 1 for either player. Honey Marin into the ink for Mr. Carsten. It is going to be that Helga you mentioned. It's a 0-4, but during your turn, it has, well, I guess it always has Challenger, but it has also Evasive during your turn. So it's a very good card, and Frank can just like sit with it ready and waiting. It doesn't have to do anything, right? It just waits for the moment for Zan to play an Evasive, and it's going to do the business.
Also interesting inking decisions already, where I think Frank had like a 7-drop in hand that they decided not to ink, and instead actually inking a 2-drop, trying to get to that 7 ink mark.
And there's an uninkable for Zan. It's the Megabot, I think, which I honestly have no idea what it does. And it is going to be the Duchess, which is a 3-2. But if that Duchess quests, Helga can challenge and stay on the board. There is, I think it's a Banzai of some sort. It's certainly some sort of a hyena. I'm not quite as well prepped for the sealed format as I'm sure the casters here are. There's a lot of cards which we're not used to seeing. And it is going to be Shenzi. It's a 2-3 evasive, I believe, which quests for 1. And I think it has like another part of the ability, like it can't be attacked by damaged characters or something like this.
The other part, I don't know what it is, but I know that it is niche. It is, while challenging a damaged character, it has +2 strength.
Okay. But Frank winning the evasive battle so far, but no questing forthcoming. The Helga could have quested, but obviously it has Challenger, doesn't make sense. And then Orville comes through, which is a 4-3. And I believe Orville gets evasive if you have another character. I'm not even going to try and predict it. We'll see. That's what I've hidden in the cameras. So we'll have the cards being pulled up on.
Yeah, Orville has evasive if you have either Miss Bianca or Bernard in play.
Yeah.
And this will, I mean, I don't know if there is these cards exist in Zan's deck, but if they do exist, Frank will know that, and that would pose a great threat to like a Genie with the 4-3 stat line into a 2-4.
Speaking of Genie, it's a pretty nice card to have in your sealed for Frank Carsten. And now he does have that decision with the Shenzi, right? Is that Miss Bianca available? Is Orville an ally? You have to assume it is. I believe it is. So now Frank's got like a question. He's probably doing all the calculations, all the maths. I think there might have been a Miss Bianca in Zan's list. So if Miss Bianca...
saw one earlier.
If that Miss Bianca is in there, Frank's doing the calculations on like, okay, what are the odds that he has the Miss Bianca? And if he does have the Miss Bianca, how bad is it for me? And if he doesn't have the Miss Bianca, how much do I regret not questing? He's doing all kinds of calculations at the moment, I'm sure.
Because even if the Bianca, so let's say you quest, the Bianca comes down, you get value traded. Still, what that would enable you to do is trade back the Orville with your Helga, just to quest with the Genie each turn, and that might still be a decent enough position to be in, even if you lose a lot of your board.
Yeah.
Because as long as the Orville's on the board, the Genie will have trouble questing with the threat of the Bianca.
The first law of the Disney Lorcana World Championships goes to Frank Carsten.
Yeah. So this is already a huge going first opening for Frank, as they never really entered a stalemate and quickly were able to break it by establishing some evasives.
So Sovitazan is going to draw for turn, looking for that Miss Bianca. I don't believe they had it before the card off the top, but we'll have to see what happens. 3 evasive characters for Frank. Obviously, that Helga only evasive during their own turn. I think we did see Zan having an Elsa, the 5th Spirit, as well, which would be a really nice way of exerting this Helga, because otherwise Frank's just going to sit with it ready and waiting. It's going to be Stitch into the ink. This is one of the cards which draws when you challenge, and it is going to be an evasive for Zan. It's Iago, which is a 2/4 stat line, and I believe whenever it quests, the next action you play costs 2 less.
Yes, that is correct. How do you know that?
Oh, I know that, because I thought about playing it in Emerald Sapphire for Bend to My Will, but I thought about it and never did it.
Okay, but even the 2 for evasive, it's not really achieving that much. I think this Louis is also a great way of sometimes forcing evasives to challenge into it. It's also a great card in Sealed.
Yeah, but these kinds of board states with not much questing is what you can sort of expect to see. But with the fact that players are inking a card each turn and playing a card each turn in the early stages, players are going to run out of cards in hand, and it's at that stage in the game where you can start to expect a lot more questing. Obviously, Frank with evasives is likely to, and Zan's sort of maybe just hoping to get some sort of card down for that Orville. So it's Miss Bianca, and what else does Orville need?
Or a Bernard.
Bernard. There is a blue steel Bernard, which is quite good, but obviously Zan doesn't have Sapphire in his ink color, so that's not going to be an option.
Yeah, also even if there's okay, this TikTok and this is a great curve to go Helga, Shenzi, Genie, TikTok. In general, I just wanted to point out that even if there is very little questing, and this is quite a bit of questing for Sealed already that's happening, as soon as you get to a certain lower threshold, it gets very difficult to stop, because every card you draw is usually character. You play it, and it gets to quest at least once. So you have to try to keep your opponent at a low lore total for a long time.
Zan gets his first lore of the World Championships, Iago quests, which means the next action is going to cost 2 less. Is he going to make use of that? Pull the lever. It's going to cost just 1, thanks to the synergy with Iago. And Zan decides to draw 2 cards, maybe just digging further for that Miss Bianca. Doesn't find it. Does find that 3/4 Genie, though, which is evasive during Zan's turn, or maybe it can just challenge evasives. But either way, it gives him a pretty good stat line card to remove some of the evasive threats from Frank. But that Iago is now exerted as well, and means that that's vulnerable if Frank wants to do some challenging.
Yeah, and this, like you could think, oh, this leads to some unfavorable traits, but if Frank is to exert, let's say, Helga and Shenzi to get rid of the Iago, then the Helga is also left exerted and can be taken care of by the other characters that Zan has in play. So it's definitely worthwhile to get that 2 ink discount for the pull the lever by exerting the Iago.
And in comes Genie, that 3/4 card. Definitely one of the cards I would have been hoping to get into my Sealed draft.
Gyro Duck into the Inkwell, which is a 4-cost 4/3 resist one that gets to
Isn't it called Gizmo Duck?
Right. Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Gizmo Duck, which is a 4/3 resist one, and it can challenge ready damaged characters. So also a great card, but really have to stop the onslaught of evasive that Frank is putting up first.
And there is still that 7-cost card in Frank's hand, and I love that they didn't ink that earlier on. Like, that's just a card they can decide on much, much later if they want to ink it or not, right? Like, probably around the 5 ink mark is where Frank will want to ink it or not, because, like,
yeah,
if you ink it again, going up to 6, you know, it just gets stuck in your hand. But Frank here, you think is just going to go full aggressive mode and take lots of questing. This TikTok is not evasive unless Frank gets a pirate character down, which currently there are none. Oh, wait. Helga? No, she's not a pirate. I've watched Atlantis. She's not a pirate. I've watched Atlantis.
I think there's so much upside in the 7-drop in your hand, because you can kind of like ink to 5, and then let's say you draw a 5-drop, you just play it, don't ink. But let's say you draw like a 2-drop, then
panic!
So anymore.
Panic moves 2 damage counters. Frank Carson wins. GG.
So panic is also one of the most common, how should I say, combat tricks in Sealed, and it's a very good one. Also, threatening to quest for 2. This way, Frank avoided having to exert the Helga Sinclair. So still gets to stick that around for whenever Zan finally exerts some of their characters.
Frank Carson couldn't really have asked for a better start, could they? They do not spend all their ink here.
Or did they still ink to 6?
Yeah, they did still ink to 6, but I didn't catch what they inked.
I mean, surely this way they just set up the 7 drop for the next turn
Yeah.
by inking now. So that turn 2 inking decision really paying off in keeping that 7 drop.
And people asked earlier about the coin flip dynamic or the die roll in Sealed. Sealed, it can actually, on many occasions, be more advantageous to go second, but that's not if you're playing against an opening like what Frank's got. If Frank's got an opening like this, with the evasives, it's what we talked about, you can very much go for this like aggro opening, and Zan just wasn't able in the early game to answer all of Frank's threats. But if the game goes on like much longer than like this, and Frank doesn't get this early evasive questing start, like you tend to get much more drawn out games, and there is more merit to going second. But like right now, Zan spent a turn drawing a bunch of cards to pull the lever to try and find like the Miss Bianca or the Bernard perhaps for the Orville. Hasn't done it, and Frank just seems to be in a really dominant position here. There's the Genie, which is a 3/4, but it can only take out the Shenzi. It can't touch the Genie just yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I think in general, if you've ever played Sealed, like at side events, at a challenge, I think it's very close between going first or second, but it's mostly because the quality of decks is quite low.
Yeah,
whereas
smaller
with the
pool
amount
of packs, right?
Yeah, with the amount of packs that they are opening, I do still think that the decks are strong enough to where going first is almost always advantageous.
Makes sense. So Zan can ink up to 6, and will ink the Pete, which is a pirate, and someone pointed out that would also trigger the TikTok. TikTok isn't just Frank needing it. Here comes the Megabot. It's been in Zan's hand since the beginning. It comes into play exerted.
And it can be banished to destroy a damaged character, I think. But I look at it.
Okay. And it is going to be
so
Genie taking out Shenzi. So 1 evasive down for Mr. Carsten.
Yeah. So the Megabot comes in exerted, and you have to exert it and banish it to either banish an item or a damaged character. So they
Seems
can't
good.
use it yet, but next turn it will be removal for anything that is damaged or an item. But I assume items will not be very relevant anymore.
Ooh, another combat trick, as Mr. Jan Moyen likes to call them. It's the Hypnotic Strength, which is a 2-cost action where you draw a card and give one of your characters +2 challenger this turn.
So it's a great like anti illusion card, but I think at this point, all Frank needs to do. I think they also have like a 2 Questa in hand.
Yeah,
and the 7
Hercules.
drop. So I think at this point, that's really what they're looking for. They don't need to do anything more fancy than flooding the board with high questing characters at this.
Yeah, it's definitely a pivotal moment for Frank, and it's one that they're going to probably make sure to take their time. They could trade the Genie out as well. Panic, which they've played, does quest for 2, but is not evasive. So it is only the Genie currently that Frank has available, which is evasive, and obviously quite telegraphed that Bruni could challenge Genie, and then the Megabot could finish the Genie off. Helga?
Yeah, I think the big question for Frank is, what do they use to trade the Genie? Is it either the Helga, which can then be traded off, or are they willing to take 3 damage on the TikTok?
Zan seems a bit confused about what's going on around him. He's looking around, but
They might just be like not happy with the board state that this game has led to. Or they might actually be checking lore totals. I guess.
Frank.
So the upside of challenging with the Helga Sinclair is that the TikTok gets to quest, whereas if you trade with the TikTok, the Helga still just sits there, and it doesn't need to take out anything evasive because the Bruni is likely trading to the Genie anyways. So they finally decide to pull the trigger on the Helga, get some tempo out of it, allowing the TikTok to gain some lore, and likely another lore if it gets to stick around because it didn't take that 3 damage points.
And now the big decision for Frank here is what to ink. Do you go for the ink of the Hypnotic Strength or the Hercules? And it looks like it's going to be Hercules, which is a little bit risky at Quest for 2. But Frank likes the Hypnotic Strength. It replaces itself. And in comes the big lady that Quest for 3.
So they must foresee a game state where they would rather have Hypnotic Strength than a 2-quester.
There's Miss Bianca!
There's the Bianca. And finally, now they don't even need to take the Bruni challenge, because the Orville gets to challenge. And at that point, because now the Helga was exerted, the Bruni might actually be allowed to quest for a little bit. That being said, with Frank being at 12 lore, anything on Frank's side, not just evasives, is a huge threat just by questing once.
Yeah.
I'm still super surprised to see Frank ink the 2-quester over Hypnotic Strength.
Yeah. In comes Miss Bianca. Only costs 4. Orville finally becomes evasive. Is it just in Zan's turn, or is it? I guess it's just evasive. Takes out Genie.
Yeah, it's just evasive now.
And Bruni's going to polish off Helga, and in comes the trade for the cat with Panic. And suddenly, Frank Carson's board not looking quite as promising, and that Megabot is still ready and waiting as well.
In what world would you foresee? I mean, I don't know in what world the Hypnotic Strength would be better than the.
Oh my goodness, Frank Carston. I want to listen to the casters for this one.
Script a card that you want to draw in the late game, like a 7-cost uninkable. This is where you want to draw it. It's the end of the game. You've accumulated resources. You're looking for a closer. It's a brilliant card to draw here, and a shiny one to boot.
This card also has a ton of lore on it, by the way, which might be
in hand.
Arthur Enchanted, Game 1 of the World Championships. Are you kidding me? That is outrageous. Whoop! Yeah, look at that little smirk from Frank. He loves it.
Yeah, so on TikTok.
So what does Arthur do?
Challenger +2, resist +2, and can challenge ready characters.
So TikTok no, is it Arthur that can challenge ready characters or TikTok?
TikTok.
Oh my goodness. Stop it.
Well, I don't know how much that part of it.
I mean, it's pretty significant because TikTok's going to survive the hit on Miss Bianca, and suddenly Orville's not evasive. I mean, I guess being evasive at this point isn't that relevant. But yeah, Frank also might just decide at this stage to just take the quest, right?
He could.
Certainly something he'll consider.
Yes. Because no matter how good the trade is, there's always a chance that one lore is better than that. So if they do take the trade on the Bianca with resist +2, then the TikTok is left at 3 willpower, which still means it gets taken out by the next thing or by the Megabot. I guess the Megabot will have to take out the Atitaya. I do like the decision to quest here.
Me
I think
too.
that's a very high level decision. Still, as the audience probably gathered by now, I'm not happy with the Hercules being inked 2 turns ago.
Yeah, I mean, the decision to just quest here is Frank's in such a good position, right? Like, I mean, he's up to 16. Arthur's questing for 3 and is ready. Zan has very, very few ways in the deck to answer characters which are in a ready position. So, like, in this format, if you can get to 19 and you're just drawing 1 card a turn, you just put it down and you just ask your opponent to do something about it. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, so they probably need to take out both 3-questers, which might mean you trade the Bruni into the Atitaya to draw a card, hope to find something that damages the Arthur, so that your Megabot could take out the Arthur, and then your Bianca could finish off the other 7, drop that name, I've forgotten, Atitaya.
Yeah, so we do see Bruni putting that 2 damage into Atitaya. Bruni, when banished, allows Zan to draw a card. Tons of cards available for Zan, but Frank's just got that aggressive game plan down.
We don't know the specific, like the entire deck list, but within the colors, within these sets, I think Quick Shot is the best thing that Zan could have here to damage the Arthur.
And Haynes mentioned the Jasmine in Zan's hand can give Reckless, so that can stop some questing. Mm-hmm. It is going to be Jasmine, a 2/3. Arthur is given Reckless, and that is going to be very, very nice to stop Frank Castle getting what seemed almost like guaranteed lore. Frank is going to Double check. He knows exactly what it does.
It's on play either exert chosen damaged character or chosen
in
opposing
comes
character against
Jock. Jock is gaining Zan 2 lore, I believe, when it has he has 3 other characters. Megabot is going to deal with that 7 cost. You can certainly see why Zan kept it in his opening hand despite being uninkable. That is really good value.
They kept Megabot?
Yeah, I believe so.
I guess 2 drops aren't that important, so maybe you can just use that turn to develop something for the later stages of the game.
It's possible they didn't keep it and they just drew into it, but they certainly had it from the very beginning.
Because it does still seem like an intriguing keep if they did keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, so but now with the 3 lore being stopped, this turn. Oh, the gun too!
Oh!
What a draw!
And Frank could go for the hypnotic strength here as well if they so desire. Do you think that's the play?
Well, they have to challenge anyways with the Arthur, so might as well.
Oh, and look at this. Frank Carlson 17 steps ahead of Jan Moy. He said the hypnotic strength terrible.
No way, you're not telling me the hypnotic strength was better because your Arthur is going to have reckless 2 turns later and you draw the exact 5 drop to fit into the curve. You are kidding me. This is not TCGs, they know the future. What is this?
So, TikTok, not evasive. I don't believe there's is Miss Bianca a pirate? I don't think so. She's an ally. She looks like she's on a ship, but look at the Gantu. Also, the Mother Gothel costs 3, but you can pay 5 for that.
Why are we trading?
Because Arthur, if Arthur goes into Miss Bianca, Orville's still evasive. Yeah, it's interesting. Frank actually wanting to slow the game down a bit. Not feeling like they can just go full aggro mode right now. And then it's going to be... Is it Self Mother Gothel? Imagine. That's very interesting.
Oh, the way they played it, they just made it so that Arthur doesn't have to challenge.
Right. Wow.
It's basically like playing a 3-quester. I didn't see the Mother Goth in the hand, but it makes sense. So with this game state, they're saying not just...
And that's it.
You have to...
That's it.
Yeah, okay, I still want to explain it. If they just play Gantu, it's like, okay, answer Gantu or you lose, but then you don't have something else. The way they played it here is like, you have to answer Arthur or you lose, and even if you answer the Arthur, then I play the Gantu, which still is like a remove or lose situation. So kind of still keeping a level-headed approach and playing a few turns ahead with that game.
And Marcelo says, why not just play the Gantu? Well, Frank could have played the Gantu the turn afterwards, right? Like he's in no rush there. He slowed down Zan's board and he put himself in a winning position where Zan needed like Alpha 5th Spirit, for example. But we're going to game 2. Now, what's happening right now as my stream's lagged? That's back.
I don't know. Mine's...
Now, what's happening... I'm going to pull our cameras back up as well for this portion. What's happening during this bit is they're sideboarding in stuff. So basically, any cards which were in the ink colors, so Emerald, Steel, Amethyst, any of those cards can be sideboarded into their main deck, which basically means they can add them in, probably replacing them. Obviously, you still have to play like a 50-card deck. So I think there's also some sideboarding where like you want some cards more if you're going first than you would if you're going second. But Jan, here's my question. Could Zan Syed have ever won that game?
No.
No.
I mean, I don't know, but I think they played it well. They drew towards the Bianca that they really needed to take to get rid of the genie. They used the Megabot well. I think Zan played that game very well. So did Frank. Even if like there was one inking decision that I would have done differently. I think outside of that, they were like, they mastered how to close out a game that you're winning, right? I think you could just play the Gantu there. You'd probably still win against what Zan had. But like, even when they were like 90% to win, they were looking for the way to actually close out the game 99% of the time.
Yeah. And I think what Zan did also, what I liked, was with this Iago into pull the lever play, like it was a little bit unorthodox, but they said, okay, well, if I find my Miss Bianca in the next turn or two. I can answer this genie. And if that genie had been answered a few turns earlier, it might have presented a window of opportunity for Zan to get back into the game.
Yeah, and some, I think, because I'm following the chat a little bit, I think some people were like, oh no, this quest lost Zan the game, but I don't think that's true. I think because you were in a board state where you were hurting, where Frank was gaining lore each turn. If you let it stay at that board state, I don't think the 2-4 evasive, even with the 3-4 that they had, was enough to really catch up the game. So I think Zan correctly recognized, okay, he has to take a risk there. He did that. He didn't quite find the Bianca on that turn, but it still got him closer to finding it, which was almost in time to stabilize the game.
But yeah, it's definitely interesting to look at this super sealed format, and after each sort of game, try and identify like key moments that the losing player could have done differently. And I think in game one, there wasn't much Zan could have done differently. Obviously, we didn't see all of their deck building decisions. You could maybe always argue that the mulligan, they could have been a little bit more risky with the mulligan to try and find the Miss Bianca combo, for example. Like, all of that's very much hindsight. But based off the cards that they drew post mulligan, I think that Zan was not really in a position to be able to change that one. But Frank was going first, and Frank had a very aggressive, evasive, heavy opener, right, with the genie and those sorts of things. So yeah, well played to both of them.
Yeah, definitely well played to both of them. I do want to say, at the end of the day, there's no way for us as just doing this watch party with you guys, or for any viewer to really tell if anyone's played perfectly, right? We don't always see all of the cards in their hand during the mulligan. We don't know their entire deck list, but still outside of that, we can see some of the cards and based on board states, analyze the like questing, challenging decisions, and to what we saw, I think both played incredibly well.
So Zan's going to be going first. So if you're Zan looking for that solid curve, we saw neither player play anything on turn 1 previously. And if you're Frank, you're just looking for a big turn 2, a big turn 3, particularly things which are evasive or can answer evasives, right?
Also, whenever they looked through their deck or we saw them have cards in their hand, I didn't spot a single 1-drop in either player's deck yet, so that is something to notice.
Do you see that Camillo Madrigal drawn by Zan? Rapunzel as well.
Twin Fire it is.
March Hare's in there for Frank. Frank hasn't mulliganed yet. I would be surprised if he keeps much of this. I think he needs to be pretty aggressive and get a solid curve here.
So the way they did this here is they kept 2 3-drops. I didn't quite recognize which ones, but I think the reason for this is kind of, especially going second, depending on your opposing opening, some 3-drops are better in some situations, some are better in others. So they kept like 2 3-drops, 1 5-drop, still looking for that 2 and 4.
So
Frank had some 1-drop. Okay.
So Frank kept 3 cards. He kept a 3, 4, and a 5. And he's going to draw 4 new cards, and he's going to draw a 5th card for turn. So he's got 5 opportunities to draw a turn 2 play. But that's also maybe Frank just saying that, okay, if I miss my turn 2, I don't think that Zan's deck is quick enough for it to matter that much. We see Zan ink. Unfortunately, we didn't catch what was inked.
Yep.
And it's over to Frank. I guess Frank's actually got 6 cards, right? Because they're going to draw for turn twice to draw that turn 2.
And did they find something?
So Zan inks a 2-drop and doesn't play anything. What do you think about that one, Jan?
I think it's a play that's specifically possible if you go first. I think if your opponent threatens to play it with, like to quest with a 2-drop, you kind of have to match it. But with specific hands, I think you can play for the card advantage and instead of playing a 2-drop, actually pass. I think that's reasonable to me.
The pace of play also notably quite speedy here, with both players being aware of the time constraint. 40 minutes left on the clock, and we're already going into the 3rd ink for Frank. He kept that Bucky in his opening hand.
You know what's the best about this Bambi? Why it's actually better than most other 2-cost 3/2s? I think it's a princess.
Really? Okay.
Oh, it's a prince, not a princess, of course. But can still be helpful.
So it looks like Frank might be inking the Bucky that they kept in the opening hand because they found a 3-cost they prefer. They found an uninkable one. It's Don Carnage, a 3-2 evasive.
Honestly, this Orville is so good when you do have the Bianca.
Yeah.
Because it's so like, are you really going to quest with an evasive that could just get eaten? And they also play a 5/5. Like, as soon as those Orville has come down, it's super difficult to quest with evasives and not get punished by the Bianca. And we see them. I think this is something they will be mulliganing for with this deck a lot, which is the Orville Bianca opening.
And they have Bianca, but do you even play it now, Jan, or do you like hold on to it and try and trick Frank into thinking you don't have it, and then at the specific moment you turn evasive when Frank's hoping that you don't have it?
There is definitely value in that, although you must say that value is limited if you just play a Genie, right? Because now already evasives won't be questing.
Right.
But I think in general there's value in that. Did Zan not ink and just like say, okay,
Yeah,
I like
no
all of
ink
these
from
cards.
Zan, I believe you're right.
That is very interesting to me. I guess they value all of these cards in their hand and they don't see the immediate need to ink because they might foresee that they will still be in a stalemate board state.
Yeah.
Even if they do ink that turn.
So Zan being the player going first as well, he doesn't have as much card advantage, right? When, like we talked about, maybe going second can be better sometimes in sealed, where you're not drawing as many cards. We've seen him ink on turn 2 and not play anything, and we've now seen him not ink on turn 3. So Zan's definitely worried about card advantage in this one, and he's trying to grind this game out. He's trying to win slow here. In comes Kuzco. It's a 2-2 that quests for 2. Evasive also. Frank Carsten with a ton of evasives. And at the start of Frank's turn, you either choose that both players draw a card or both players discard a card.
Yes. But this quest is super interesting to me. I don't know what exact tricks he has up his sleeve to finish off the Genie, but that's kind of saying like, okay, you can exert your Genie and value trade the Bambi, but I will maybe then get rid of this, and which could allow my evasives to quest, which now Zan says, no, your evasives are not questing. I have the Bianca, which allows my Orville to also be evasive.
Mm-hmm. And we do see that Genie take out Bambi. Miss Bianca comes in for 4 ink. So Zan is at 4 ink. Like in Constructed, we would never see someone like intentionally not ink. But I think you were right that he just really liked all the cards in his hand, and he didn't feel like an immediate pressure to ink. And instead, Zan just inking the card off the top. Like in the previous turn, he could have inked the Genie and played the Bianca, and now he could be at 5. But he took a really fascinating play not to do that. And Frank Carsten is triggering the Kuzco. Both players are going to draw a card. Finds the Genie.
So the Kuzco, it looks like a symmetric play, right? Both players do the same thing. But the upside in it is you can use the card you draw before your opponent can, with the timing of it. But I think the best way to make use of the Kuzco could be to empty out your hand completely, and then when it triggers, make both players discard, but you just having an empty hand. It's not an easy state to achieve, but that's really where you would gain actual card advantage out of the Kuzco.
One of the MVPs of Sealed, it's the Marcher. Deals 2 damage to a damaged character, and the Genie has been removed.
So this was the exact board state they were setting up. They were like, okay, please trade my Bambi, then I will Don Carnage, and maybe get a little bit closer to actually being able to quest with evasives without being challenged. The only problem, of course, being the Orville being evasive now.
So Don Carnage, what's the secondary part of the ability? Is it something like when you play an action, it gives Reckless?
Yeah. Well, how do you know this? Yeah, that's exactly what. When you play an action that's not a song, you give someone Reckless.
Ooh, there's a dock in Zan's hand. Suddenly, like, Zan didn't ink a turn, and Frank's kind of punished it with the Kuzco play, with each player drawing cards. Now, Zan's got actually a lot of cards available, but he's, despite being the player going first, an ink behind. What?
I know this is one of your favorite cards in Sealed.
What, the Camillo?
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's very good. Rapunzel, let down your hair. I pulled an enchanted Rapunzel the other week.
What does that Rapunzel do? I'm so surprised to see the Madrigal inked, the Camillo.
When Rapunzel quests, she gives Reckless to an opposing character.
Okay.
Or
and the evasive quest for 2. That's very strong.
Yeah. It might not be Reckless, but it's certainly that they can't quest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not can't quest. Okay.
No, there's damage dice, but the dice they're using aren't that clear. There is damage counters though. Nothing's damaged currently, but yeah, this Cuzco's just drawing Frank a bunch of cards. It looks like it's going to be Rudy the Groove Disruptor into the ink, one of the few 6-drops. In comes Mother Gothel, and it will be Zan's choice what gets bounced back. What are you picking if you're Zan?
Probably the Orville. I don't know if it's the Orville, because Bianca also only costs 4, so it somewhat depends on the context of Zan's hand.
Yeah.
Because having the option to have an evasive challenger on the board by just sticking the Orville instead of the Bianca makes sense to me. So it kind of depends on what Zan thinks Frank will exert, because you want to have the appropriate challenging character still on the board.
Yeah.
So yeah, they do go with the Bianca, which makes some sense to me. Interesting to note that Frank has both the small Gothel but also the big one. So maybe at some point we'll see the shift, although both of these cards are kind of better used on their own than specifically as a shift.
March Hare with a 3-4 stat line. It could quest for 1. There isn't a clear trade available for Zan. This Cuzco is really changing the dynamic of the game, though. Like, each player drawing an extra card every turn in a sealed format. It's completely disrupted Zan's game plan of that decision not to ink on 3 and have a really slow, grindy game. Because suddenly, like, each player just has an abundance of cards available. And this Mother Gothel, right? Like, bouncing a card back to your opponent's hand when you don't have much card draw, not as valuable as it currently is. With the fact that Cuzco's drawing each player cards, Frank's gaining a ton of tempo with this Mother Gothel play now.
There's actually so much synergy between like the bouncing and the drawing 2 per turn with the Cuzco. Also counterplaying the not inking turn 3.
Yep.
This is a fascinating game.
Yep. Definitely, if you're Zan, you would not be happy in this position, right? If you started this game and you offer both players, would you take this board state? Frank would say absolutely, and Zan would say no way.
Yeah, also such a great decision to like bounce the Bianca there. And I think if Zan bounced Orville instead, maybe Frank would have said, okay, I'll quest with Cuzco and then I'll just challenge into the Rapunzel to get rid of Rapunzel. But now that the Orville is still there, Frank was never in a position to quest with the Cuzco.
Yep, and if you are experiencing ads and you don't want ads, you can subscribe and you get ad-free. I would also suggest that YouTube has less ads than Twitch. Twitch is unfortunately a death by ads website. Rapunzel, when it quests, opposing character can't quest next turn. And it's going to be Mother Gothel. TikTok, there's no pirate. Oh no, Don Carnage is surely a pirate, so you would imagine this TikTok is evasive. Because it does include your opponent's cards as well. Cuzco going to continue to draw for each player. It's a Madam Mim and a White Rabbit drawn for Mr. Carsten. And remember, Mother Gothel cannot quest this turn, but she doesn't have to challenge. She can just chill and do nothing.
The entire game is so changed by the Cuzco, where before it was like they were battling for card advantage, whereas now it's so much about tempo and gaining a board state where you can actually quest.
Yeah. And let's not forget about that Don Carnage ability as well. If Frank plays an action which isn't a song, they can give something reckless, and I think that Hypnotic Strength would be an obvious example for that. And for those of you that are just joining us, this is Super Sealed, where you had 16 packs and you build a deck of 3 ink colors. Both players going for the same ink colors. Frank Carsten looking to win this one 2-0, despite being the player on the draw.
One-tap the Rapunzel. That completely changes the board state, because it gets you one step closer to Cuzco. Cuzco being fine. Why did they tap at the Orville? Oh, they get right. It's an action that's not a song, so yeah. Orville is reckless now. Okay. there's a lot of moving pieces in these board states that can get out of hand quite quickly.
I'm assuming Frank did draw for the Hypnotic Strength. I didn't see it. I was tabbed out. But the Hypnotic Strength comes through. The Don Carnage takes out Rapunzel. The March Hare quests for 1. Frank's still got so much ink available despite being the player going second. They're just in control of the tempo. And the Kuzco is just not questing. It's not doing anything. Frank going to exert 5 ink, and it's going to be TikTok of their own. It certainly is. But TikTok no longer evasive because that Don Carnage is in the discard. So Frank with this play traded out the Rapunzel and also stopped the TikTok of Zan Syed being evasive.
Yeah. Yeah, on top of that, I mean, this game is so complex with everyone having so many cards. And also on top of that, it delays the usage of the dog in Zan's hand quite a bit, because first they want to get all of the value that they already have in hand before they can then replenish their hand.
TikTok takes down the March Hare. The Hades, I think it's Lord of the Dead, if I'm not mistaken, comes through. Which is whenever one of your other character is banished, you gain a lore. Maybe you gain 2 lore.
This is 2 lore per character that's banished. Which is like usually when it was announced, it was like this huge B prep counter. And it was actually used by one of the players that qualified to Worlds when Andy, the German competitor.
The guy that knocked out Reese.
When they qualified, they had a one-off Hades in their Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah, and it came down against Ruby Sapphire in the game that got them the Worlds qualification.
Yeah, that was a great story. And now, just in general, the way Frank is approaching this is, so they had evasive characters. Their opponent has had a lot of stuff that deals with evasives, but the way that they did it is kind of like they exerted their non-evasives to force the anti-evasive characters to exert and then deal with the anti-evasive characters. Kind of letting the evasive characters be there, but they're still always a threat, because as soon as you've dealt with the anti-evasives, that's when they could then quest out each turn. And also, you don't need evasives. If you just play, so they played for tempo very well with the Gothel, and now they have all of these huge bodies. Yes, you can you can challenge them, but it's not easy to take like favorable trades into a 5/6, a 4/6, and a 7/7.
Yeah, this Kuzco for Frank is just putting in so much work, changing the dynamic. And Zan with an abundance of cards. What's interesting is despite Zan being the player that was going first here, they are behind on ink due to that earlier decision, which Frank punished with the Kuzco. But they're also no longer the aggressor, right? Like Frank Carston is 6 lore ahead. They have an extra character on the board. So Frank has managed to flip the game in a state where they are the one that's going to be able to quest, and Zan's going to be forced to challenge. And all the while, this Kuzco is continuing to replenish Frank's hand. And I think this just means that Frank can just start questing a lot more. Like this Mother Gothel and TikTok, he's not too worried. Okay, Zan might get some favorable trades, but Frank doesn't mind that much because he's just got so many resources available in hand.
Yeah, on top of that, and in general, in Sealed, in every game, in these mid-range fights, you want to be the person questing, so that your opponent has to challenge, because then you're kind of like dictating play. You are getting some lower value where your opponent is not, and you get closer and closer to 20. But on top of that, this Hades, I could see it being an incredible card from ahead, where you just quest with all of your characters and you just gain 2 lore whenever they are dealt with. But now that Frank has pushed tempo so much and is forcing Zan to be the one that's dealing with Frank's spot, this Hades is losing a lot of its value.
In comes Pluto, the good boy bodyguard. It's a 5/5. But Frank might not be bothered because he might just want to quest. In comes Miss Bianca. She's back. That Mother Gothel just set Zan back so much in terms of tempo as well, allowing Frank to really become the aggressor. But it looks like it's going to be Zan doing all of the challenging here. That Hades is only gaining Zan lore when one of his characters is banished in opponent's turn, right? So it's not useful here, but it does quest.
There's so many characters on Zan's board, but like the way these numbers work, the breakpoints are very, very awkward for Zan, as both Gothel and TikTok are on 6 willpower, so they all require 2 hits from Zan, 2 challenges. instead choosing to just quest out and actually try to become the aggressor themselves.
Yeah.
Fascinating game. And now it's also not easy to deal with this because there's a Pluto in front of the Hades, and when the Pluto is banished on Frank's turn, then also against Tudor.
Kuzco going to continue to draw for each player. Of course, Frank does have the option of changing that when they want and start discarding a card.
There's the genie.
But yeah, Zan did take this quest, and it is now a very, very fascinating battle. And we talked about Sealed sometimes maybe not being that exciting to watch. Well, this has been anything but that. What a great showcase this game has been so far, with the Kuzco really changing the dynamic.
Yeah, so Frank won tempo, quested, said, okay, Zan, you have to challenge me. Zan's breakpoints being so awkward, they're like, no, I can't. The only way I can get back into the race is if I quest out and then make you challenge. But I think now, with these bodies on the board, Frank might just do exactly that.
He's 12 lore away.
And take some very favorable challenges, which then leads him with a great board state.
Yeah, 4 ink spent on Genie. 4 ink remains, I do believe. And it is going to be 4 ink exerted, perhaps. Frank is just double-checking. These TikToks, not currently evasive as far as I'm aware. I don't believe there's any pirates in play.
Mm-hmm.
One pirate either side of the board turns them both evasive.
Frank might just be able to still win the race. I think if they were to quest out here, there's a reasonable chance that they're threatening to go to 20 the turn after.
Yep. It's going to be Monstro into the ink, the 5-cost Monstro. And for 4, it's going to be Panic.
Instead of getting something of your own damage, they're just using this Panic to remove some of the strength of Pluto by damaging him.
By one damage counter is all that Frank uses.
In both games, Panic kind of being an MVP at some point in the game.
And Frank's also decided he's had enough of his engine. He's just going to quest, and he's probably not even going to challenge the Pluto here. He's just going to go full questing power, putting that Pluto down to 1 strength for even more protection. And Kuzco's done enough. He doesn't need Kuzco to draw him any more cards because Frank is 4 lore away from victory.
Yeah, and at this point, even if Zan was to deal with all of the exerted characters, Frank also set up 4 lore that's not even exerted.
Outstanding. Kuzco, the star of the show.
Oh, are we doing the aligning cards again?
Are we doing the what?
Like putting cards on
lining everything up. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
The worst.
I don't always know how I feel about just like pulling cards on opposing cards without announcing game stage. Game actions.
The worst one was in the Ravensburg tournament with their Amber Steel versus.
That's why I don't like it anymore. That was such a mess.
That was so bad. They were putting like Daisy Ducks on their opponent's side of the board, and it was tough to watch.
Yeah, but I guess this is how stuff like that happens.
But yeah, like for those wondering, like what Zan's doing here is it's just a way of visualizing like where are they going to take all the trades. This Pluto is damaged, remember, so it's only got 1 strength. And Genie and Panic are both ready. So not only does Zan have to deal with every exerted character, pretty much, but they also have to deal with at least one of Genie or Panic or stop them questing somehow.
Honestly, I'm so impressed with how these games have went. And honestly, both players have shown a great understanding of like the interplay between tempo and value and how to approach these game states.
What's fascinating as well is Zan's approach of going for the inking of the 2-drop on 2, not even inking on turn 3, really showed that they were building up towards a slow, methodical win. They didn't think that they could just take that aggressive questing approach that Frank took, but Frank just flipped it all on the head with the Kuzco. I wonder if the Kuzco was even sideboarded in, if it was there forever and Zan just didn't respect it perhaps, or if they forgot about it, whatever it might be. Maybe it's even that just Zan decided that he didn't have enough to just go for this questing. But everybody's got a weakness. You move a damage counter from each of your characters onto an opposing character and you draw for each one. So Genie's been dealt with, and the 1 damage which Frank put onto the Pluto may be a bit of an oversight, because it would still have 1 damage. It could have had an extra damage counter on it, and that Pluto is now ready to go. But does Zan have anything to stop this panic?
Well, that's actually a great call out, because this action, it only moves 1 from each, right?
Yeah.
So if Frank did choose to actually move 2 damage counters, then the Pluto would still be on 1 strength after that everybody's got a weakness. So this might actually be somewhat of an oversight, because I don't think, I mean, okay, technically without the everyone's got a weakness, you would rather have that one more damage on TikTok than Pluto. But I don't think it matters enough, and this definitely matters where now Pluto gets to a challenge for 5 strength.
Yep. And it was definitely a card which Frank saw, but obviously you're playing sealed, and trying to remember every 50 card is easier said than done. Frank looked at the list a long time ago, but Zan does make use of the card. It did cost 4 ink, though. Is that the Amethyst Coil?
Yes.
This one is whenever you ink, giving
You can
something...
move 1 damage counter.
Oh, you
whenever
move a
ink.
damage counter. Okay.
So now finishing off, kind of fixing the breakpoints that we called out to be awkward a little bit ago, now fixed by just moving damage counters here and there.
So the Orville damage counter moves to Mother Gothel. She's been dealt with. TikTok.
And now the Pluto without damage taking out the Atitaya.
But TikTok and Panic remain. And
there's the
Frank is 4 away. So Zan has done what he needs to do for now.
Doc played for tempo just to get 1 more law in play. No effect triggered on the Doc.
Zan.
And somehow Zan was able to prevent Frank having game 1 more turn. And now, how much lore does Zan have on the board?
Goodness,
How
there's
much
no
lore
way
they
Zan can do this, right? That would be obscene.
3, 4, 5,
Does Frank
6.
have a goat type play like a Darling Deer or a
I'm not
Jock?
sure they need it. They have, so Zan only has 6 lore on the board.
Yep.
So Frank knows he'll get 1 more turn. So if he can just play a few ready characters, that might be all he needs to push over.
And if you're Frank, it's at this moment, you have to think back to what cards does Zan have in his deck? Does he have something like a Mother Gothel to stall? Does he have that Elsa to exert? Like, what's his best player? And you would have to imagine it's just going to be Quest to 19 and play as many characters as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Darling is yellow, that's true.
Elsa, they can move 1 damage. The Mega Bot doesn't work because it comes in exerted.
Yep. And it is going to be Frank questing. 16 minutes on the clock as well. You would be unsurprised if a lot of these games in the first round are going to time.
They went to 10 ink and sealed. Are you kidding me?
Mufasa! The 5/7 evasive. And Frank also combines it with a General Lee, 2 ready characters, which Zan has to remove the exerted characters and stop the Mufasa and the General Lee. I wonder if Frank could have gone wider there. He goes for a big body in the form of Mufasa.
Yeah, there was... But
Ooh.
I think... Did Zan draw the Sing Together bounce?
Yep.
Which now cannot target the Mufasa, so Frank kind of getting rewarded for playing something so big as the Mufasa. This Mufasa, by the way, I think is another reason why I think Frank is likely to get at least 1 more, maybe even 3 wins in the sealed portion. It's not just 5/7 evasives, it also has resist 1. So once you get to that stage, it will really be able to control board states.
So, 15 minutes on the clock. Not only does Zan have to make sure he does all the maths here and win this game somehow, but he's also going to be incentivized to do it quickly in order to get to the game 3. Oh my goodness, restoring the Hexwell Crown. It's a 6-cost action. Doesn't it, what is it? It exerts everything, and everything you banish in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. Oh my goodness.
I don't know what it does.
Pretty sure that's what it does. It exerts everything, which is exactly what's happened.
And whenever one of your characters banishes a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. Okay, that is what it
does. Goodness, but that Mufasa. Oh my god! Has Zan got it with the Cobra? He can take enough challenges. He needs 5... He needs to banish 5 characters. Oh my goodness.
Can't because there's only 4 on the board.
Oh my goodness, has Zan got it? But he could quest with the Hades. So Orville takes down Panic. That's 2. Up to 12. There's no way. There's no way.
4, 5,
Miss
8.
Bianca takes out General Lee. That's 2 more lore.
20. There was 2 challenges, and then so he was at 10 at the start. 2 challenges go to 14. Quest with the dog to 15. Quest with Hades to 18. Giant Cobra to 20. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
What?
This might have just been the most insane game of Disney Lorcana you've ever seen, and it's round 1 of the World Championships. What?
And they don't even have time to pop off. They have 15 minutes left on the clock for game 3.
That is outrageous.
This might already be the best game of the sealed.
Frank can't believe it. I can't believe it either, Frank. I mean, what's fascinating there as well is Frank took like 1 extra challenge. It was only 1 law, right? Like, I think Zan got there exactly. Oh,
yes.
my goodness.
So he was like stuck in this situation where, okay, you can... I mean, at this stage, Frank was likely only losing if everything gets removed, which is more difficult if you quest out. And also, even if you quest out, Zan needed both Giant Cobra and restoring the crown.
Yeah.
So you can't really expect Frank to play around that, especially because by playing around that, Zan would need to remove less characters to stop Frank from winning.
Right, and talk to me about mindset now. Like, if you're Frank, you can kind of see from his like facial expression, he's like feeling kind of heartbroken about that. But what are the top players doing right now? Are you thinking about that loss, or are you just moving on?
Well, it depends. I think with enough experience, which Frank definitely has, you have to just look forward to the next one. Even if you let's say you did a mistake, which I'm not saying he did, and I don't think he did. But even then, you have to leave that behind you and just look forward, concentrate on the next game, because everything else will just reduce your chance to win the next game. You have to, and having the right mindset for this is one of the most important things in TCGs outside of just a great understanding and playing this well.
I think that might have been the best game of Disney Lorcana of all time.
And I was like, okay, Frank 1-2-0. And then that happened.
Yeah.
What?
Obscene. Here we go. Game 3, 15 minutes on the clock. Not sure how ties are working in this, but I would imagine that it's very beneficial for both players to get the win.
Yes. Well, in most events, the way
you have to get to
it
5
work,
wins, right?
Points.
So in this format, you have to get to 5 wins across Swiss in order to book your place into day 2, which means that you could argue that a draw is useless for both players. Almost useless.
Maybe is it really just 5 wins, or is it maybe top X move on, and with how math works, probably you get top X by having 5 wins.
When you get 5 wins, you do not play any more sealed, or you do not play any more Swiss. You're through.
Oh, you just stop playing.
Yes, you stop playing, and you get a seeding based off how, like if you're the first person to get to 5 wins, you'll be the top seed. But then,
and how many draws would equal a win? Like 3, or do they just not do anything?
I guess
surely
nothing.
They do something for you.
Maybe. But I think that, it's not necessarily everyone hits 5. Like, there could be one person that sneaks in due to some draws. But here we go. Frank Carson kicks things off, inks. Zansayed inks. Frank draws. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And it is the battle of 2 Lorcana Challenge champions. And it's Mr. Smee, a 3-2 Smee. I think it's like evasive during your turn, Smee.
Yeah, it is. So it's a pretty good card. But what Chad is pointing out, that Frank drew off the Cusco on like the final turn. Mm-hmm. Wait, no, that was a little bit before that. Then Cusco was removed, right?
But yeah, maybe he could have started doing some Cusco discarding.
Yeah, just not drawing. But I think at this stage where they were drawing, it was completely reasonable to draw. But maybe in the end, they drew Zan into an answer.
The way Zan made that comeback with that everybody's got a weakness, giving Pluto enough as well. Fascinating. But here we go. 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Zan's going to ink and is going to play that Bambi. So both players with a 3-2 to start things off. Ooh, we do see a 3-cost character, Louis. The rabbit was also available.
Another reason why I prefer 3-2 so much over 2-3s. If Zan had played a 2-3 here, this Louis could give it reckless and force it into a bad challenge. Mm-hmm. Whereas with the Bambi on the board, the Louis would just trade down, which you don't want it to.
Yep, Louis into the ink, and it is going to be the white rabbit. Yep, 3-4. Smee can quest, if Frank decides to do so. And they do. 1 law on the board for Frank Caster. 9 minutes on the clock.
There's the Amethyst coil. already setting up for the later stages of the game. But in the meantime, Frank will be able to gain a little bit of lore,
Wow.
right? The White Rabbit gets to quest.
You
the
are
Cusco
ever
is
so
on-
slightly ahead of us, just so you know, on the watch.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good.
I just... Okay. Click pause for a second.
It's going to be the Cusco. We've seen it before from Frank. White Rabbit quest for 1. Carsten with a 2 lore lead. Zan Syed for 4. It's going to be the Gizmo Duck, which can challenge ready damage characters.
Yeah. And so it could challenge the White Rabbit very efficiently if it was to exert or if it was damaged somehow.
I think judge calls come through just about the Cusco trigger. Both players are in a rush. I think that Frank didn't announce the trigger of the Cusco before the draw step, and he has then drawn a card. But fair play to Frank, he's done the right thing.
It is a mandatory trigger.
Yeah.
So even if you were to miss it, I do think you would get to resolve it. I guess you couldn't resolve it as a discard because you've already seen the card. I'm not sure how they resolve it, but with it being a mandatory trigger, I think it might just be a warning to both players.
Well, they're playing, in a big rush. I mean, it's easy enough to fix, right? I think looks like the Cusco is not going to be resolved here, which is interesting.
I mean, I think they have to resolve it. It's like a beast. You have to choose one of them.
Well, Zan Syed draws a card, that Amethyst Coil.
Yes, the Elves are getting rid of the Cusco. Huge swing. And now the Elsa's on the board, you can't touch it, and as soon as Zan inks, they get to move a damage counter.
And Zan, again, has got that strategy of playing slow, methodical, right? Like, no characters on the board to contest, but that Elsa just gives him that nice bit of swing to come back into it, and Frank is just questing here up to 5.
There's the Gothel, the tempo swing. Now even the 2-drop Gothel and the Rabbit are starting to really pile on the pressure. This Gothel tempo swing, again, coming in clutch.
Mother Goth will bounce back. Zan, don't forget you're slightly ahead of us.
Still?
Yeah, you're celebrating Mother Goth and we haven't seen it yet. I'll refresh my stream in a moment as well, but we'll see.
Okay, low on cards in hand, but they are...
There's the Pete.
They can drop the 7-drop, and I think they're just questing out each turn now.
Oh, and Mufasa's there for Frank as well.
Yes.
But it costs 7, and Frank has only got 6 ink.
Oh, yes, he's inking to 7 this turn.
It's another quest for Frank. We saw like the most insane battle of the minds in the last game, and this one is Frank going, yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a card, and then I'm going to quest. And then I'm going to play another card, and I'm going to quest.
Yes. And he's just trying to punish Zan for taking it slow, right? Zan set up the coil, but it cost him tempo. And in the meantime, Frank generated even more tempo with the 2 Gothels.
It's the Mufasa! Evasive, resist, 5/7. And this is the problem for Zan with that Amethyst Coil. We talked about uninkables being expensive. If Zan didn't play it, it couldn't have been inked. It was just going to be stuck in his hand. So this Amethyst Coil is once during your turn, you can move a damage counter when you ink, I think.
Yes, so Pete is already lining up. Zan is already lining up the P to trade the Gothel. And then after that, he's going to ink to move 1 damage from
And when you
Pete
move
to
a damage counter, you can actually bypass the resist of Mufasa as well. So you could still put 1 damage counter onto Mufasa despite it having resist.
So something that would be huge for Zan here is if they had a Megabot, which would then enable them next turn to ink the damage counter to the Mufasa and finish it with the banishing of the Megabot. But we see it doesn't have access to that.
There is 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Time is of the essence, but Zan also knows that they need to win. So you got to make...
I assume there's very little point in drawing other than Frank not getting a win. Also, of course, this game is nowhere near over. And last game, we thought it was over, and it clearly wasn't.
But Frank has got no cards in hand. Zan has got an abundance. So the longer this one goes on, the more in favor of Zan it's going to go. That Elsa to answer the Cusco was huge.
Yes, and now we know Gothel is getting removed, and then Frank can probably quest for another 4 points, which will put him at 15. He's still somewhat is requiring some like higher impact draws off the top of their deck.
And that Cusco misdraw, which I do believe happened, I don't believe that anyone drew off Cusco, could be Very impactful, right? Because Frank would have one card in hand right now if that had gone through. It's going to be Pete challenging Mother Gothel.
In chat, they're saying that every match will have a winner. I don't know, maybe they have tiebreaker rules in place.
Right.
Maybe higher lower or something along those lines to actually determine the winner of the game if it doesn't finish in time.
Zazu. Zazu's evasive.
That is a very strong card, but much better at questing than it is at challenging.
Frank, does he believe in the heart of the cards? Well, he draws a 4-cost off the top. Pete does have resist 2 currently. It is resist 2, right? But Frank's not interested. He's going to quest, and in comes the Walrus. It only quests for 1, but Frank is 5 lore away. Zan's going to draw for turn. 4 minutes on the clock. That is 240 seconds, Moyen.
And it gets, I mean, some of these characters, sure, you will slowly take out, but you can expect a character a turn to also come down each turn that was threatening to quest at least once. And still, I don't see a good way to get rid of this Mufasa. And while the Mufasa is questing for 2 a turn, you need very, very little to stick to actually push towards 20 lore.
And if you're Zan in this position and you recognize that you can't possibly win, is there like any element of clock playing that you're just forced to do from a competitive standpoint?
What do you mean? If like time's running out, can you be forced to play?
Like just play slow. We do see the damage move to the Mufasa, and then the Pete takes out the rabbit. Zazu takes out Gothel. Like if you're Zan, do you ever just stall and just try and play for the draw?
I'm not sure what tiebreaker rules they have in play, right? If it's just like higher lore wins, how do you stall that? Because you need the turns to go through to actually overtake Frank and lore.
And Bruno Madrigal comes through, and everybody's got a weakness. Like, how does Zan have so much ink? There's an 8 ink play.
And with how they're playing this, with this pace of play, it doesn't seem like either of them has any interest in time running out, right? Both of them are still playing quickly.
But this coil is eating away at the Mufasa, and the Mufasa is not readying at the start of this turn. Thanks to the Bruno Madrigal. Surely Zan is not able to do this again. 2 minutes, 34 on the clock. The Walrus quests for 1. The Madam Mim hits the board for Frank. Frank is still 4 away. The Zazu, in combination with this coil, can clean up the Mufasa.
No, Zazu only deals 2 damage, right?
Right.
Because Mufasa's resist. Then what was that? Was it just move 1 damage as an action and draw 1? I think that's what it was.
Yeah, that was played
so now they
turn.
move 1.
Oh, what, this one? Oh! You're ahead of us, yep.
Man, okay, I'll pause again.
1 damage.
But this enables them to actually take it out, because now they can put it to 1. And then also move 1 when inking. Now the Mufasa is gone.
And Zan is playing to win this game, right? Mufasa has been dealt with. Unbelievable. But he needs to get a motor on. He needs to start questing. The coil of dreams. But he has to answer the Walrus too.
If they manage to answer this Walrus, they might actually have a good amount of time in terms of turns to set up a clock on their own.
1 minute
then
30.
They only to 17.
And again, that card draw missed from Cusco for both players could be making all the difference. And suddenly this Pete is fully healed. Frank's just going to be drawing a card off the top and hoping it quests for 3. Gantu off the top for Frank.
Also, was bounced earlier, so they can even like deal with a ready character.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that Elsa in hand. But Zan, you need to get a move on, mate. You need to hurry up.
Okay, but now how many cards do they have left in it? Because they have 2 characters on the board, no characters for Frank. Frank needs to draw into high lower characters.
Yep.
That's a genie! So
you're ahead of us, but Jan, please stop spoiling it for everybody.
3 times.
Mate.
Okay, 4 times.
Oh my god, it's a genie.
Oh, it's a genie! Who would have thought?
The genie comes through.
Crazy draw.
And
again, there's the Cobra.
And the thing is I was, as soon as Zan played this Elsa, I was like, oh, really? You're playing the Elsa already? That is risky.
Because while you get to stop 1 lore, by holding it in hand, maybe you enable yourself to stop 2 lore or 3 lore down the line. And Frank he was close to 20, but not as close that you like had to play it there. So there was definitely a big decision.
The Candia says it can't be a draw and it's sudden death. Not sure.
What does sudden death mean?
I
I
guess-
mean, I guess it means there's tiebreaker rules in play. We just don't know what they are.
Yeah, or you have to
Or
finish
they,
the game,
or
maybe.
they just normally finish the game. Okay.
We'll see. In comes the Queen of Hearts. I guess I can unmute the casters and see if they say.
King of Hearts, a Hey being played
Yeah.
as a bodyguard.
Don't speak for a second, because we'll
Zan's
just...
just playing everything out
While
to
the time
board.
is 0, they'll probably tell us.
Maybe seizing this moment, choosing to push his lore total. King of Hearts says that damaged characters can't challenge your characters. So Frank now not able to answer that. Probably not something he's looking at doing here anyway, but that ability may loom large. We see a TikTok there in hand.
Okay, they didn't say. TikTok's here, though. Oh, my days. This is nutty. Double quest. Up to 19. Carson is 1 away.
Okay, surely this time Zan can't just gain 17 lore in a turn.
Yeah, I don't think so. So Zan needs like Jasmine to make the TikTok. I mean, they also need some evasive answers, right? Magical maneuvers.
Yes.
It exerts. You return a chosen character of yours to hand and exert an opposing character. Hello.
So this would allow you to exert the TikTok, but can you deal with both Don Carnage and Genie in terms of having evasives for it?
You could all, yeah. So you could exert the TikTok, pick up the Elsa because it can rush.
Right. So you can challenge the Elsa into the Genie, move 1 damage onto the
goodness, I
Genie
think
to
you
finish
can do
it.
it,
You
right?
can bounce the Elsa, you can Elsa the TikTok, and then Elsa challenges Don Carnage?
I think he can answer this board, but he's still
even
only
then,
at 3
Frank
lore.
will draw a card. And he will have another turn where if that's a card's a character, and if it sticks, they're threatening game again.
Who do you think's winning from here?
Well, I think it's still more likely to be Frank than it is Zan, but the game is suddenly completely open again.
Yeah. Reese reckons that Zan is 1 damage short. But did
Well,
you...
if
the Chroma
you can bounce
Coil
the
can't
Elsa.
move anything, right? Because he can't ink.
how many cards does he have in hand? I don't know.
I think it's just 1. I think it's just 1 card
Oh,
in
it's
hand.
just that one. Then you are 1 damage short. Because if you bounce the Elsa, you could either ink it or replay it, but then you're always 1 evasive damage short if you can't ink this turn. Then that's game. If I didn't know there was 1 card in hand. Right,
Reese
because the
always
Elsa
knows, mate.
can deal 2 damage. And then 2 damage again. But then you can't move 1 damage. I think that's game.
This might have been one of the best games of Disney Lorcana in history. What a way to
Well,
start the
the
World
best
Championships
series.
off.
Because it's not just this game. The game before
Yeah.
was crazy. Even game 1 was good, but like game 2 and 3 were absolutely mind-boggling.
And also like the missed Cuzco draw by Frank Carsten under the time pressure.
Did they actually not let that resolve? I'm still curious about that, but I will find out another time.
Pretty sure it
Not the
didn't go
most
through, yeah.
Because I don't know why they how that's ever.
Oh, Frank
But okay, that
Carsten
doesn't
has
matter.
it. What a game. Unlucky Zan Syed. Very well done by Frank Carsten. What a battle. And hopefully we can see both those players in the top 8 tomorrow. What a game.
Yeah, based on this, I mean, both of them seem to be on top of their game in terms of these sealed games.
Damn.
Zan kind of
That was incredible.
That was nuts. Also, a big shout out to the casters who were stalling for like 45 minutes and then had to cast like an app. They've been basically on camera non-stop for 2 hours. That is very, very, very difficult to do. So big shout out to them.
Who was casting this game?
Liam and Brandon, like the 2 guys that were stalling before, they casted as well. So,
Why?
like,
Why wouldn't they just have someone stall and someone cast?
yeah, I'm not sure, but fair play to them. Hey, Lon, hug to you.
Yeah,
Because
that
in
must
general,
be
I
extremely
would be surprised
exhausting.
to see Frank do something.
Wow.
Oh,
That was quite
I'm
some
so happy. And now we have like a few more of rounds. And if they can get even close to the quality of this match,
Yeah.
I think we have some great games ahead.
No, absolutely. Whew. Paul says yes. 1 less world class cards player. Who's gonna tell him, Jan? You want to tell him?
What?
Paul's celebrating that 1 less world class cards.
Okay, so there's a picture circulating where Frank is wearing a world class cards jacket, but
And Zan left.
I don't. Yes. Right. And Zan left. And I don't even think Frank necessarily joined. So yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, if the Cusco actually didn't resolve, you know what's the most? I mean, okay, it would have changed everything if they both have one more card. But at the very end of the game, Zan needed one more card in hand to actually be able to clear. So that's quite funny.
Yeah. So for those of you that aren't sure, this is a sealed portion of the event where you get 16 packs and you build a deck and use 3 ink colors. That's why we saw 3 ink colors in this particular game.
Going to be other decks.
So there's 2 more rounds of sealed after this, and then there's going to be a triple deck constructed afterwards. So yeah.
Characters. If you get a
Very, very spicy opening game. Very, very high quality stuff. Big shout out to both players. What a cool way to start the tournament off, let's be honest. And yeah, looking forward to seeing what's next. It will be really interesting to see who won, who lost. Again, my prediction for the tournament, my 2 predictions, I've gone for the French guys. I've gone for... Let's see what's going on here.
Hey, Lumineers, I am here with Frank, just fresh off that round 1 win.
Go on, Frank.
Congratulations, Frank. What a match. That was incredible. A lot of really fantastic cards that you had in your deck there. Genie was huge for you, and that top deck at the end with that Genie, how instrumental was that for that 3rd game win?
Oh, for the 3rd game, I think I was behind, Zan was stabilizing, and I really needed to get something good off the top of my deck. Genie was perfect. I was pretty fortunate to draw it at that point.
Yes. Now, game 2, though, was a little sketchy there at the end. That Restoring the Crown came down, and then the giant Cobra. How were you feeling in that moment? Can you talk a little bit about that play?
I remembered the Restoring the Crown in Zan's deck list, but I thought he would not have enough to actually win the game, so I felt safe. I just completely blanked on the Cobra, that he was able to get 2 more lore. I just forgot about it. And yeah, I was really beating myself up over that moment. Like, man, I should have played it differently. But yeah, fortunately, I still managed to eke it out in the 3rd game. But Zan played so well. He gave himself all the chances. So kudos to him still.
Yeah, it was a great match to watch. 2 very skilled players. Now with this format, Super Sealed, what do you feel like your greatest challenges are going into these next couple of rounds?
Well, for my deck, it might be drawing like the early part of my curve, because I have a lot of excellent 7-drops, including even an Enchanted Arthur. That was nice.
That was shiny. I loved seeing that come down.
But I can struggle in the early game, so I will have to make sure that I can affect the board in the early turns as well. So I'll have to sculpt my opening hand altars for that.
Great. Well, fantastic game. Congratulations again on your win, and good luck on the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, fist bump. Well.
Man, what an incredible player. You know, it's so funny that Frank is beating himself up about forgetting that.
Oh, I need to get some more drinks. It is warm. How should I do this?
Or just get the drinks.
Okay, but what happens if something comes up on... I feel like I need to leave the stream playing while I'm gone in case something good comes up.
Sure, I'll mute myself.
Sure.
And I'll get some food.
Cool. All right, we'll be back in like 2 minutes, guys.
One of my favorites. At the beginning of the day, they had all the sealed box laid out on the table, and some of the judges asked me, hey, Liam, which box would you pick? And I picked a specific Shimmering Skies one in the middle because I like the Enchanteds, and that's the box that Frank took.
That's interesting. I'm excited. There's some videos out there of players doing that. But with that being said, we do have round 2 coming up very shortly, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I can't wait to see what's there.
Guess I didn't miss much. Whew.
No.
Can I pull your camera back up?
Yep. Well, I'm eating, but it's not a problem.
It doesn't look bad if I just show your chair. Nobody cares.
Okay. I don't know. If I was watching a stream, you know, and then suddenly both people leave and I see the chair,
You realize that they're on a break? Yes. Whereas
Sure.
if you click on the stream and you see nobody talking and no empty chairs.
No, but you see the main coverage and then you're like, oh, something's happening. It's okay.
It's pretty warm. Shall I open a pack?
Sure. Appreciate it. I think there's a schedule. Can you send the schedule somewhere?
Yeah, there is a schedule. It's on their website, roughly. All right. Predict what card I get.
You will get Palace Guard. I want more Jan with Speci.
Darling Dear.
We should do more things.
Thingamajigger. Genie.
Okay. Palace
Scarab.
Guard. I saw Palace Guard.
Will Helmina Packard. Lumia. Oh, Beyond the Horizon, my deck's OP. LeFou. Jumba. Into the Unknown. And... oh my goodness. Oh, it's Go-Go. And...
Go-Go.
Dual collar. Oh!
Friends, we are about to embark on the most
I even
odious,
shaved
the most
yesterday. My girlfriend
evil,
was like,
the
people
most
want the moist dash and you give them
mute,
the hot
of
watching
my
Baker.
illustrious career.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Baker, but I am so excited. It is my distinct honor to welcome to the Disney Lorcana commentary team, we have the legendary JD.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Illumineers. It is me, your boy JDZ, and I'm back at you again with another stream live from beautiful Orlando, Florida, Walt Disney World Resort. Baker, I can't think of a better person to break me in to this official broadcast circuit. Look at all these lights. Look at all these cameras.
The lights, the camera technology.
I'm not used to this. I'm gonna break some of this stuff.
You'll be fine, JD. Don't worry. You're an absolute natural. It's my genuine honor to be your first partner for your debut into Disney Lorcana, and it is. I want to take a moment to say such an honor for me to be here representing the EU. I do want to very, very quickly give a shout out to the entire European community and the other casting teams as well, the German, French, and Italian team, and of course I have to give a shout out to the other European casters, Ed, Ross, and of course the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley. It's my pleasure to be here. I really hope to do you proud. But JD, what a day we've got, the World Championship. Are you excited?
I am absolutely locked in and laser focused. And while we're giving a shout out, Baker, I'm giving a shout out to you. Everybody at home watching this thing all around the world, the energy around the community is absolutely electric. The building, I'm telling you right now, Baker, the intensity, you can hear a pin drop. It is super scary walking through that floor. These players are laser focused on a level that I just was not prepared for, Baker. But I'm telling you right now, that round number one, if that's any indicator of what we got coming up in this super sealed format, Baker, you better get ready because that match was fantastic. And we have two more fantastic players that are getting ready in the booth right now, getting this thing going. So another incredible matchup, Baker. Super ready.
I think we're going to get incredible matches all day. But yeah, Frank Karsten, the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion over in Lille, taking on Zan Zayed, who has one.
I was worried.
I'm giving it a refresh. I'll share my screen with you.
See, there's no intrigue. We talked about this, Baker, but I'm telling you, the lines of play those players took, you give me one of those decks, I'm losing to either one of those players. I think they played it all the way through. I thought there was a lot of gamesmanship, a lot of tactics, proving that you have to really be a master of not just playing these decks, but building these decks. The piles were random, and they just got them and got it done. I think Frank Carson's deck is broken. I thought Zan's deck was pretty good, but I still think a lot of things are going to be happening today. I'm just so nervous and excited. It's great. Nerve-vided, as my daughter would say.
I like it. It's great to have you here. But yeah, super sealed the first 3 rounds of the World Championship. What an incredible format and a way for these players to really show off their talent and prove themselves. It's sort of the tagline of the event. Master of Inks. Do you think you're a Master of Inks, JD?
I would think that I'm a Master of Ink. I like to believe that maybe I'm an apprentice of Ink.
I was just going to say I'm an apprentice.
I'm still learning, a Padawan of Ink, if you will, but it's still going to be that. But Super Sealed on your screen, you see the players are provided with the product. Okay, they're going to have 4 packs of Shimmering Skies, 4 packs of Azurite Sea, 4 packs of Arcasia's Island, and 4 packs of Rain.
So what are you eating? You're muted. So what are you eating?
Buns with cream cheese, and then pork roast, and one of them is with mortadella.
I have no idea what any of that means.
With ham. Let's just say ham. It's easier.
Have you got any beans?
No, no beans. And no black pudding.
What? Ooh.
So bad.
JD, tell us all about our first player.
Let me tell you, if you're talking Disney Lorcana, if you know anything about Disney Lorcana, especially on the competitive scene, you know who this player is. This is Edmund Chu. He is your first ever Disney Lorcana North American Continental Champion. He's also a DLC champion. Coming here 2-time.
Bro, I went to Norway a few weeks ago, and in Norway, I had like some meatballs and mushy pea type thing. It was so good. It's like, Norway is like my new food spirit animal. They had meatballs and mushy peas. It's like, oh my goodness.
Game. I like to call him the landlord because he has his signature triple location play. I'm wondering if that's going to happen in Sealed. We'll have to see if he actually got any locations. But Ed Chu, an incredible player. I am so excited to see what he's going to be bringing today. Favorite Disney character? Maui. Good choice.
We have his competitor. It's going to be Brian, who's no geek off the street, no slouch.
It's the Rat.
DLC champion in his own regard, winning in Chicago. Favorite deck, Emerald Steel. Let's see how that works out for you today. TCG player for over 20 years. I mean, I love to see that. Favorite Disney character is Mulan and Kuto. A lot of Mulan lovers out here.
It's a fantastic. I watched it last night actually on Disney Plus. That was my full to go to sleep film.
Yeah, for me, the
Brian,
Rat
another
is
incredible player.
It's
Also
a little bit of a dark horse. It was pretty good in Hearthstone as well, but I'm just not entirely sure how much involved they were with like Lorcana after winning that challenge. But they definitely have what it takes.
Ed versus Brian Orr, known as the Rat. That's his online alias. Don't know the records of these players up to this point, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Ed's someone I've been able to hang out with a fair bit, and is just a really, really lovely guy. Definitely one of the favorites for the tournament. Obviously, Brian on the other side has won a DLC as well, so we've got another match of 2 DLC winners facing off against each other, which is really cool. Interesting to see the different tactics and analyzing each other's decks. Brian has like laid Ed's out, and Ed is just swiping through. Which method do you prefer?
If you can do it quickly enough, probably laying it out, but not just after the ink, but maybe also after like their type of card. Maybe what evasives do they have? How can they change combat maths? But for the viewer, I love what Brian is doing because we just actually get to see the deck.
Yeah. So let's try and zoom in shortly if we can. Is there anything that's caught your eye in in either deck list?
I didn't quite yet get to see many cards.
So obviously Ed is looking at Brian's and Brian is looking at Ed's so far. They're not looking at their own decks, but it'll be interesting to see. I think I saw another Rudy Groove Disruptor. There's actually a couple of uninkable Kakemoras, which are uninkable 1-drops. It's actually 3 uninkable 1-drops in Ed's deck. That is interesting. That is a choice. 6 cost, it seems as though where Ed's deck caps out. There's a 6 cost uninkable Smee. Lots of 4s, lots of 5s, as you would expect. Quite a lot of 3s. There's a Desperate Plan in there for Ed, which is an interesting card draw option, similar to Doc.
Both decks seem to be a lot significantly lower curve than Frank's and Zan's deck, and so they're both trying to get questing a little bit earlier, which also explains why there's maybe more 1-drops.
Yeah, Honey Lemon as well, a very, very very spicy card in Ed's list. It's very similar to the chip in the sense that it can discard. You'd rather have the stat line of the chip compared with the questing power of Honey Lemon. But Honey Lemon essentially a 4-cost character that can discard or just be a card that you can put down for cheap for some questing power. But yeah, both players having a good time enjoying themselves, which is great to see. 2 DLC champs. 2 players very much... Oh. 2 players very much known for specific ink colors in Constructed, right? Brian very much known for Emerald Steel on the right. That's what they won their Lorcana challenge with. And Ed on the left, very much known for Ruby Amethyst. So, didn't actually work out exactly what ink pairings people are playing. You would imagine Steel for both, I think. But yeah. Both players giving the decks a nice shuffle. Let's listen to Baker and JD for a minute.
Tends to be the winning strategy for sealed.
Right, and another thing, if you can't get those, I'm trying to draw some cards. Because if I can continue to refill my hand and my opponent cannot, then that's going to extend me into that later game. I can get more ink and I can play those higher cost characters and I can challenge the board and do all those things that you want to do because you're going to eventually run out of resources just based on the ink play card. You draw 1, play 2, you're going to go next sooner or later. But if you can manage to draw a card. We saw Zan with the
everybody's got a weakness.
Huge card. Huge. I'm taking that.
Right, die roll comes through. Looks like Ed might be going first based off the body language of Brian, but we'll work it out as we go in. But here we go, round number 2 of the World Championships for Disney Lorcana. We've got Ed versus Brian. Brian versus Ed. Madam Im Elephant in the hand of Ed. There's a 1-cost uninkable. There's a Kronk for turn 2. Nice early curve for Ed. But playing like uninkable 1-drops is definitely controversial because you have to play it. You have no choice. It's very, very interesting to see that Ed's gone for, I think, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Ed is purple, ruby, and steel. Amethyst, ruby, steel. And the rat, or Brian, is amethyst, emerald, steel. So emerald for Brian and ruby for Ed, it seems, according to Crash. Thanks, Crash. Was there
the Kakamora is also interesting because it's not just an uninkable 1-drop, it's an uninkable 1-drop that's not really the greatest turn 1 play.
What does it do, the Kakamora Pirate?
It's a 0/2, I think. And if you have another pirate in play, deal 1 damage to chosen character or location. So also the restriction on you need to have a pirate.
Ooh, I don't know about that, Ed. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am intrigued by the card for sure, but this to me this must mean that they are looking to flood the board and get questing very quickly as soon as they are able to break parity.
Because that is not a good card to play on turn 1 and it's an uninkable. So would Ed even keep that in his opening hand? I'm not so sure.
Probably not. Maybe it just helps them empty their hand efficiently in setup for a desperate plan.
Yeah, 50-card deck, so a little bit more consistent than a normal deck. But here we go. You can see the ink colors on screen. I'm going to hide our cameras here. Who have you got for this one, Brian or Ed?
Well, I'll go with Ed, but I could see either one of them taking. I think it's interesting that Brian is the first one to not play exactly Emerald Amethyst Steel. Instead, they opted to play Ruby over Emerald with their card pool.
Yep. So it'll be interesting to look what Ruby cards are in there. But Ed with a great start with that Mulan, discarding one of their uninkable 1-drops, the Dump Truck. And the Groove Disruptor into the ink. But Hey Hey comes down, favoring maybe the shift threat of Hey Hey. I'm not sure if Brian has any shift Hey Heys. I'm not sure there are many. But certainly prefers the Hey Hey over the Groove Disruptor. Maybe the tags could be relevant on that as well. And it is going to be a quick shot. So it's going to deal 1 damage to the Hey Hey, and Ed will draw a card.
Brian was ready to put it into the discard, but still alive. I guess those 1-drops that are able to deal 1 damage, they synergize decently well with quick shot to finish something off together.
Flower drawn by Brian. Flower's a pretty nice consistency tool. It's a 3-drop, which I think whenever you ink, you look at the top 2 cards of the deck, 1 stays on top, 1 on the bottom.
It's not when you ink, it's when you play a character.
Okay, even better then, but it's going to be inked on this occasion. Brian
It's
does
one
have
of
that
my
legendary...
favorite sealed cards.
Yeah, Brian does have that legendary Queen in hand as well, which could potentially gain an abundance of lore later on.
Yeah, especially because Ed already has a couple cards in this card, which is not always the case, but now there's a 1-drop there, there's a quick shot there.
Yep. It's going to be the Phantom Bolt. Or is it the Phantom Blot? It might be the Phantom Blot.
The Phantom Blot. And this is an interesting decision because you can either leave up the 3-1 and not gain a lore, or you can trade with the Phantom Blot, which has Rush, and only leave up a 2-1, but immediately get questing. The Phantom Blot definitely not... It might, honestly, the Phantom Blot is probably something that will only see game 1, because Brian now knows there's so many ping or 1 damage instances in Ed's deck that an uninkable 3-1 Rush is the last thing that they want to play in their deck.
Yeah, and Ed's already played that quick shot, and he already discarded as well the dump truck, which is a way of pinging that blot. So that probably helped Brian's decision making. Of course, it is uninkable. He had to play it, but he could have traded it out, but decided to keep it on the board here. Does Ed have a 3rd ping available to punish that? The Genie comes through for Brian. It's evasive in their turn, and that Don Carnage is, of course, evasive, but we see that Pain card, or Panic rather, now into the hand for Ed. Iago also an evasive.
The blot, I'm just thinking about if you actually side out blot, because it is, yes, it's bad against ping damage, but what if you go second and you expect Ed to open with a 0 strength 1-drop that maybe quests turn 2, and then the Phantom Blot can have a very good challenge.
Yep, it is going to be that Iago, which we saw in the previous round as well. 2-4 evasive. When you quest, the next action you play costs 2 less, but really just there for the evasive tag. Don Carnage not going to quest. That Genie proving to be a little bit too menacing. Desperate Plan in the hand for Brian. Both players with that card in their deck, it seems.
It's also a deck that kind of profits off sealed, because in Constructed, you don't want to put too many of those into your deck because you could draw multiple, but if you just open one of them, you're completely fine just playing this 1 copy of Desperate Plan.
It's hard to hear me. I mean, I have my mic turned up full, so don't know. My mic's on full blast. I can try and talk a bit louder. But the Queen's down. Mulan, I'm going to guess, is not a princess. But maybe Mulan is a princess.
No, Mulan is definitely a princess.
I mean, are they though?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
They have the classification princess.
Okay. In comes Fauna. It's a 3-7 big stat line. And Iago will quest, and Brian's just going to read the text, but it's not doing anything on this occasion. But Genie is able to challenge into this Iago now. It's not going to finish off the job. 2 lore to 1. It's a slow, methodical game. I have to say, based off Frank Carsten and Zan's lists, I would say these two are looking a little bit weaker. But I think both of those decks were kind of insane.
Yes. Those were like the strongest Super Seed decks I've seen in quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll try and get the audio a bit more spot on. Definitely some dodgy audio settings on my OBS. But hopefully I can get it fixed and a bit more professional. Professional audio, not always a strength of mine, sadly. Try and get it improved. So Brian with 4 ink is going to play the Aladdin, which has a 1-4 stat line and a quest for 2. I'm not sure what it does though. It is going to be Genie taking out Iago. I guess it must have given some extra strength to Genie.
Yeah, when it's on play, your characters get +2 strength this turn.
Okay.
A board-wide effect. Why did Ed put them to the top? I'm sure that's not what.
I think it's that Brian chooses the order. I think that's just the correction. is that Ed was
and
going to
it's,
pick
and
the
it's
order,
to the
but it's
bottom, not to the top, and Ed just put them to the top.
oh well.
Okay, but they fixed it now.
So the queen gains 3 lore. No, 4 because a Mulan was put there. Damn.
Yeah, there's the princess tag. That is a lot of lore.
That is a lot of lore. That's like a Gantu that costs 4. Ed does have the Basil in hand, which is a very weird card in this format because it bounces something back, but that's not always necessarily a good thing. We saw Frank sort of mitigate the value of bouncing something back to their opponent's hand by just overloading the card draw for both players with Cuzco. But when that Cuzco isn't in play and players are limited on the amount of cards in hand, like that Basil just giving your opponent a card back to their hand and they get to choose it. I don't know. I think Brian's in a really good position here despite Ed being the player who went first.
Yeah, it's basically, to me it kind of comes down to turn 2, where they didn't develop anything, and then it kind of put the ball in Brian's park to then be the aggressor themselves, and they had some, like a decent enough curve with the bold, with the blot into the genie into a 4.
Mm-hmm. But there we go. That is going to be a big swing.
Yeah, and this card, I think we'll see it a lot today. Because Amethyst, first of all, Amethyst is a very strong color in this Super Sealed sets.
Yep.
And Panic is one of the best ways to kind of break parity at times.
Yeah. Not only are you able to damage your opponent, but also move damage counters from your own cards and heal. It's like very, very powerful. That Aladdin there, when you play this character, your characters get +2. This turn is a pretty interesting one, but a 1/4 stat line, not that impressive. And suddenly the board state is very much in Ed's favor, and we've got a much more slower, methodical game of Sealed here. We talked about in the previous set, the player going first, if they don't get off to like a quick questing start, the game's going to be a lot more drawn out. This is the kind of game which Zan was expecting when they inked their 2-drop and didn't play anything, and then didn't even ink to go to 4 ink. This is the kind of game Zan was expecting, but Frank's deck really kind of didn't play by those rules, but these players are going to have a much more slow, methodical...
Yeah, I mean, Brian was like somewhat ahead in tempo, but now this Panic... So the fauna was a bit slow, right? It's a 3/7 that doesn't do anything on play. But now that it's stuck around for a turn and the Panic had to regain board control, they are quite far ahead in tempo at least.
Bam!
But
Desperate
Brian
plan.
with the desperate plan.
So Brian's going to draw 3 cards. They did have to ink the library to pull this off. Look at the Ed posture of Dreams, by the way. Look at this.
Yeah, I know it. This is the typical Edmund Chu death stare.
Yeah, this is pure intimidation.
I'm not sure it has so much to do with intimidation. To me, well, I don't know, but what it feels like to me is that he is paying very close attention to the way his opponent, like to his body language, to maybe if they hesitate to play a card, or if they are like about to play a card but then play a different card. Like there's a lot of small beats you can do, and maybe that's just what Ed is actually trying to achieve.
Yeah, I've asked Ed about it before after he won the NA Champs, and he said, yeah, there's nothing I can learn from just looking at my cards. I already know what's in my hand, but I can learn a lot by looking at my opponent's posture. But do you see the Basil come through? And yeah, my mistake. I said earlier that Brian would choose, but that's not the case.
Yeah, so I really like Speci if you can get to it, because when you play it, you gain tempo, and then as soon as it quests, you also make them discard a random card. So it can kind of like do the tempo thing first, but then also be pretty good for gaining card advantage.
Yeah, and when players do have card draw, like Desperate Plan, suddenly that Basil is like just almost pure upside, right? Like it's going to start discarding Brian's hand. The Basil can be awkward if your opponent has like no cards in hand, they dump their hand and you get no value off the discard. But Basil now is just outstanding. Megaro's back.
And also the 5/4 stat line is kind of working super well on the spot state.
Yep. Brian still with 3 ink available, can ink for turn, but that discard from Basil is going to start coming through very soon.
It's kind of hard to see Brian get back into this with just based on the board state alone, but we'll see what they have. Oh, they have the Mim.
Oh!
Also a great card in
And Ed just inked their Mim. Gazelle is the card off the top for Ed. Is that the only card they have available in hand? Like, this Basil was great, but the cost to get there was significant, especially with Ed being the player going first.
Yeah, now we know they have a desperate plan in their deck, right?
Yeah.
If I saw correctly.
I believe so. Random card
if
is
they
being
can
discarded.
find that reasonably soon, that would really, really help.
What's the card discarded? It's Yelena. Are you impressed that I know that?
Somewhat, yeah.
I don't even think I'm right, actually. I know it begins with a Y. Maybe it doesn't. But it's going to be the quest for Ed up to 12.
And they can give something evasive until the start of the next turn, I think, with the Gazelle.
Yeah, Gazelle comes through.
Protecting the Basil, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, and this Madam Mim... Oh my goodness, it's an Enchanted Yzma. Are you kidding me? Enchanted Yzma. Yzma is a spicy card in this format as well. If it is that... I think it's Yzma. Yeah. Because you can exert her to draw 3 cards.
Mm-hmm. So they have... The Brian's deck is looking really interesting as they found a way to... Like, they found multiple ways to actually draw when they have no cards in hand. Aladdin. Which then enabled them to build a lower curve.
Aladdin
and
Yzma.
They got to replay the Aladdin for better trades.
Yes.
Which enabled the Mim to take out the Fauna.
Wow.
And the Megara to take out the Panic. So this bounce really kind of backfiring on Ed.
Yep. And there's going to be 2 damage counters as well moved from the Mim. Oh, sorry, not moved, but removed. Honey Lemon. I don't know if Brian has any cards in hand.
I think they might not, and there's 2 discard effects.
Ed's going for broke.
I think they quested they inked to 8 to play 2 4-drops, and they had 3 cards in hand, so they actually have no cards in hand. Kind of stranding both the Basil and the Honey Lemon discard effect.
Yeah, Ed seems to be in a spot of bother, to be completely honest.
And I thought they were in control, but it was just... They ran out of cards super quickly to get that Basil down. And then after the Basil, all they drew was a Gazelle and a Honey Lemon.
Yep.
And Brian was able to slowly fight back onto the board.
And yet Ed inked that Madam Mim elephant as well. And like the elephant we're seeing from Brian. In fact, Brian's forgot to remove the damage from his elephant and he's shaking his head.
Oh no, they didn't move it at the start of their turn.
Yeah, it doesn't move it, you just remove it. Oh no.
No, I think it moves.
Oh my goodness, it's move it. Oh my days. That's crazy. And they forgot. That is a big thing to forget about.
With the Cusco, I was like, oh, it's mandatory. Why are they not resolving it? But this Mim is definitely a mage trigger. So if you miss it, you miss it.
But this is the card that we saw Ed ink as well in order to get to that 7 cost threshold of Basil.
But at that point, it was like the only other card in their hand. So if they wanted to play the 7-drop that turn, they had to ink it.
But maybe there's like something like that we saw Zan do, for example, where you just don't ink for a turn and delay that ink decision. That could have been something looking back in hindsight.
Mm-hmm, definitely. And now this Honey Lemon is such like a heads-up play. Almost banking on your opponent forgetting to move some damage counters on it. Okay, if they're moving it to Honey Lemon, then they're not moving it to Basil. But maybe they said, okay, I'm so far behind. If I wait, it's not like the Mim is just going away.
But
now it did go away.
Has been removed, and Brian is shaking their head. The card off the top for Ed is a Miss Bianca. The Honey Lemon's going to quest for 2, up to 17. And now it's just all going to be about Brian trying to close the game out and Ed just top decking.
Yeah, and this misstep by not... Like, this Honey Lemon was only able to quest because of the forgetting the Mim effect by Brian. And it's not like this never wins them the game, right? If Ed draws a 2-quester here, the Bianca gets to quest once, suddenly Ed has a reasonable chance of winning the game. I guess, wait, isn't this Elsa something about exerting as well? Maybe that closes out the game anyways.
Well, Brian is within touching distance. I think they're going to be able to get to 20 next turn, so Ed's going to have to do some challenging. It's that Hey Bodyguard. So Ed needs to top deck a card which quests for 3, I presume. And even then it might not be enough, right? But actually, Brian going for the Yzma effect.
but if you're drawing off the Isma, why do you take so many on-board decisions first? I would have liked to see the draw happening a little bit earlier in the sequencing of the turn.
Brian definitely feels like they're in a bit of a rush, right?
Yeah. I also, just mentally, I'm not sure this is happening, but I think if you do something like forgetting a trigger on such a huge stage, it can get to your head a little bit, where you feel like you kind of feel ashamed of forgetting something, and maybe you're rushing yourself a little bit as a consequence.
But it's going to be Brian's game.
Yeah, this Elsa on the board from Brian, by the way, was like, you can exert it to exert chosen opposing character. So Ed would have needed to challenge it and draw a 3 Cresta to even threaten game again.
And here you see like what we talked about quite a bit earlier, where like there's some merit to being the player going second. Like Ed having to just ink so much to get to 7 and running out of cards in hand to an extent was a big problem for them. Whereas if they were going second, that Basil was there. Now Brian, he's still shaking his head about that missed trigger in the last game, but you just got to move on, put it behind you. You still won the game. Stop thinking about it.
About this. I mean, I guess the problem with Basil going second is that what if your opponent just played their hand already and then you don't get to discard, right? So that can also be the downside. I think the bigger difference than going first or second this game was that, okay, going first without any card draw, inking to 7, you can run out of cards pretty quickly. And then they didn't draw into any card draw, whereas Brian had both the Desperate Plan and the Isma to refill their hand twice.
Yeah, both players won their first round. Looking to go 2-0. Can anybody in the chat tell us who each of these players beat? That would be interesting to know. That would be very, very interesting. How you coping in the heat over there, Jan?
I'm doing okay. Blocked all the windows off. I'm okay.
Good man. I'm actually not as bad as I thought I would be.
Nice.
I'm excited for the triple deck constructed as well. It's a very cool format for Worlds. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, and this format has positively surprised me. I think same as you and probably a lot of people, at first glance I was skeptical, but it's making for some great experiences.
Yeah, I think the hindsight decision from Ed was that inking of the elephant, right? Because the elephant is not only putting like big stats on the board, but it's also putting a card back in hand, right?
Mm-hmm. It was definitely a very aggressive play, kind of banking or drawing some cards of substance. So while it's possible, maybe a slower approach with the Mim could have been more beneficial. I think the Basil approach could have worked as well if they just drew into some higher impact cards than Giselle and Honey Lemon.
2 people in the chat just said at the same time here, shout out to Speci. What happened?
Treasure Planet, sorry.
I heard there was one at the start. Was there something else in the middle? Oh,
maybe.
Cool. So yeah, for those that are just joining us, the Worlds format, we're starting with the sealed, where you build a 50 card deck between 3 ink colors, 50 packs.
60 packs.
Huh? 16 packs, yeah.
Yeah, so 4 packs from set 4, from set 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then you build a 50 card deck, all in 3 ink colors. This is what is called the super sealed.
And then in the constructed later, it's not just 1 deck constructed, it's triple deck constructed. So you're going to have 3 decks representing each ink color, and one of your decks will be benched. That is a very Disney hotel carpet if ever I saw one.
Yeah, I am curious if or what they sideboarded. We talked about the Phantom Dot being a potential card, but then also mentioned some of the upsides that it could have if Brian was to still include it.
Ed is just trolling, doing some sort of weird cut, I think.
What is he doing?
I think...
he's saying one of... Maybe he's checking the sleeves.
Yeah, fair
He
play.
could find one of them.
But yeah, we're going to go into game number 2. It will be Ed going first if they choose to go first again.
Then how do you feel as Brian here when you won, but at the same time you feel like you let yourself down by forgetting a trigger?
Nah, mate, who cares? You got away with it. You just got... the mindset has to be you completely... And it's not my mindset, by the way, but you've got to completely forget about it. Like, the mindset has to be that you laugh it off, or, oh, that was dumb, let's not do that again. Like, learn from my mistake, right? That has to be the mindset.
Yeah, I'm just saying, in theory, that's always great, but I don't think it's always the easiest to actually realize.
No, I agree. Like, a lot of the time when something goes wrong, my head's still in the last game, but like, if you're a top player, you can't afford to do that, right? Ed inks, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a turn 1. It's going to be over to Brian, who I believe did have the Groove Disruptor in the opening hand. The 1-cost Rudy, but I could be mistaken. Maybe it was Ed that had it. We didn't catch, unfortunately, that ink from Ed. There's a Monstro in Ed's hand, but not the exciting one, and a Monstro inked as well for Brian. There is the Groove Disruptor.
Zack. No. None of the many 1-drops for Ed, but while there's 1-drops, I don't think they really need to be played on 1. I think he can be comfortably passing on 1, but I don't think I've seen a 2-drop in Ed's hand either.
I wonder if it could be part of Ed's strategy that he sideboards those out so that Brian just has to be more aware of them, even though Ed doesn't play them anymore.
So Brian is like kind of keeping 1-drops and playing them, even though Ed doesn't include them.
Yeah, like Brian's going to be scared about playing cards with like 1 willpower and these sorts of things, and making trades where he leaves himself with 1 willpower on a card, whereas Ed might just remove those from his deck after one game.
For going second, Brian has already amassed quite a bit of questing power on turn 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Arrow has resist 1.
Picked up. Did he just draw that? I think he did.
The Calhoun?
That's like huge. Yes.
Yep.
I didn't see a 2-drop in their hand before. And
yeah, I mean, this is a turn 3 Calhoun.
Yeah, still, but I think it checks the board state very well. Where if Brian was freely questing for 3 here, that would be an issue. But it might be enough to stop Brian from questing for now.
3 ink for Brian, and 3 ink is going to be spent on Hubert. Is that what he's called?
Maybe.
She's thinking about going for Gale. Now, even like the little things like this here are giving Ed potentially a tell that there's multiple 3-cost characters in hand, right? Like you exert the ink and then you think.
Which is, I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, right? But I think optimally, to avoid Ed being able to make this read, you would like decide on what 3-drop you want to play before you ink. Because if you think a lot, this could be on your inking decision, and then you go ink 3-drop. But if you ink and then think a lot, maybe Ed makes the reads there's multiple 3-drops. But these reads, to me, they're very dangerous because as soon as people kind of figure out that the read that they're trying to make, you could purposefully ink and then think while only having a single 3-drop in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. So Brian is just wanting to decide if they quest. This Mr. Arrow does have resist 1. Rudy and Mr. Arrow actually both going to quest, which does present Calhoun with the opportunity to challenge and gain lore.
I guess the reason why Brian is willing to let Calhoun trade is because now his 3-drop can then value trade the Calhoun on.
But maybe Panic could change that a little bit as Mr. Arrow's taken down.
Well, there's no damage to
No damage from Mr. Arrow yet. It's going to be Anna's Drizella, which is just a 4/4 ugly stepsister.
But that's it. You could say it's just a 4/4, but at the same time, Calhoun is kind of forcing the trade, and then the 4/4 statline is good enough to then trade back Brian's, what's it called?
Hubert. King Hubert.
And then you have some damage counters to move for potential pain.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of what goes into this fundamentally is not. It's about looking a few turns ahead, right? It's not just saying, okay, I don't want to do this because then Calhoun can challenge, but it's about, okay, what do I do then into the Calhoun? What does my opponent then do into my King Hubert?
Four Law for Brian, 2 for Ed. It's going to be 4 Ink Exerted for Brian. Possibly eyeing up that Aladdin, and it will be. Does mean Rudy could take out Calhoun now. It would be a trade, but King Hubert, I mean, doesn't sound that good, really, but it's an option. So Brian's 2 decisions here is they can trade Rudy, or they can leave Rudy and King Hubert on the board, but King Hubert takes damage, and that's what they decide to go for, which to me seems like the more reasonable play. But they do leave their King Hubert at that little threshold that all of Ed's 1 damage ping cards, like the quick shot, could really punish this play.
Yes, for sure, but I think the biggest punish, like the punish on board, is just too big for the other play where you don't want the 4/4 to freely challenge into a 3/4 and then just not have a 2/2.
Ed could get the Camillo down this turn, which is one of my chase cards of the sealed format. Just a 4/4. We are going to see Rudy take it out. There it is. It's Panic. That's going to be a painful one for Brian, with Panic moving the damage counters from Drizella onto Hubert. You see what I did there? Because the card's called Panic, and I said it's going to be painful.
Great.
Brian's got Yzma in hand, Hey Hey Bodyguard. This Aladdin does quest for 2, but it doesn't have many stats.
Yeah, these games are a lot less explosive, and
yeah,
I think maybe a little bit closer to what the usual sealed experience could be like, where it is a lot more about actual nutrition, whereas some of the other games that we saw between Frank and Zen were just also crazy tempo swings. This bodyguard still, it on board is big enough to protect the Aladdin.
Oh,
and
Vincenzo's in the hand for Ed. That is a banger card if Ed can get to 7 ink.
Yeah, it's another card that it's great if you get there, but the sacrifice might still be pretty big to getting there.
It's actually going to be a double trade from Ed,
challenge.
taking out the Hey Hey, getting Camillo down.
Yeah, but if this Camillo could just be enough in to trying to have the upper edge in that nutrition battle.
I don't think chat liked my pun. Oh! Hey Hey, yeah. Have another one.
Oh,
Aladdin's going to quest.
Mufasa inked? What?
Yeah, Mufasa inked, which when going second...
Maybe like a desperate plan in hand, or what is it? Like on 6? Inking to
it's
6
that Yzma.
inking Mufasa? The Yzma.
Very interesting, that's for sure. Camillo's probably just going to take out Hey Hey here, or try and take it out and come back to hand. That is what happens, but Vincenzo! See ya, Hey Hey.
Finish it off.
But very good value from the Hey Hey, nonetheless. That Camillo's gone back to hand. So Vincenzo is when you play it, you deal 3 damage to whatever you want.
And yeah, the Camillo is when banished in a challenge, returns to hand. So at some point I think Brian will have to find a way to actually banish the Camillo without challenging it. Or they will just have to try and out-tempo to just undergo the nutrition battle.
Yeah, and Brian is up to 11 here. Despite Ed being the player going first, Ed is 6 lore behind, but Vincenzo is going to put in some big questing power. It's going to be Camillo and Don Carnage, but Brian here, if they just quest, they're going to be up to 15 already, and of course they also have the option of just using the Yzma effect here, sacrificing 2 lore to draw 3 cards. Magic Carpet comes through. That is an illusion, so potential vanish there.
And it gives your illusion characters +1 challenger. Yeah.
Double Trouble is inked, and Yzma is going to go for the draw. 3 cards drawn. It's library. It's
4-4.
Flutter butter.
Definitely correct, I think. What is this camera? Definitely correct to draw 3 over questing for 3. I think over the long term, this should result in Brian gaining more lore and slowing Ed down more as well. Because by playing more characters that quest, that's more characters that Ed has to deal with.
That enchanted Yzma doing the business for Brian. That is a very
two
nice enchanted to hit.
Enchantments already in 2 matches.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely unlikely. I mean, so we've seen 64 packs worth, right? And you get an enchanted 1 in every 96.
And there's even the chance that maybe someone opened an enchanted in a different color that they won't even play.
Yeah.
The library comes
or just
down.
an unplayable one. But it's also possible that we're like, oh, Brian's got an enchanted. We could go for him. I don't think so. I think these two guys being like DLC winners kind of picked itself. But I mean, you have to say Ed looks to be in a tough position. But this is one of those games where, I mean, Brian's deck just looks quite a bit better than Ed's. Not to take anything away from the way Brian's played it, but
yeah, it's basic. So far, it came down to Brian drew more card draw, right? Game 1, they drew both Desperate Plan and Yzma. This game, they just drew the Yzma. But in both of these games, Edmund didn't draw card draw. I guess this Camillo is a big changer in now they actually were able to play out cards and use their ink for a lot longer. But I think that this library is huge as if Ed would have just challenged the library, then everything gets to quest again, which he can't allow to happen. But by challenging the characters, the library is also doing its job by drawing Brian cards, still also gaining a lore.
Okay, Ed, hello.
There's
Basil's
the Basil
bounced
of
the magic carpet back to hand.
So now they were really rewarded to inking to at least 7 because they were able to play 2 of their very impactful 7 drops.
Brian gains a lore for the library. Brian did also draw 1 card for the library in the previous turn. An abundance of cards available for Brian. I'm not sure Ed's got any, but Ed does have big questing power on the board. Questing for 7 means he's going to get to 15.
So by questing if he can quest to 15, even if Brian can take out one of the 2 questers, Edmund still has game on the board.
So it's anybody's game, that's for sure. The magic carpet looks like it's going to come back down here for Brian. I don't believe there's any cards in Brian's hand which have removal or the ability to store Ed's board at all here. So Brian really does need to just develop some big statted characters. 34 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. And Basil off the top for Ed could have made all the difference.
Yeah, because even if Brian can just develop a board that can challenge Santorini, all that Ed needs to do is draw a 1 quester, and he's still threatening game again. But it doesn't seem like Brian has the cards that have enough questing power to like threaten game on the next turn. So Ed might be free to not deal with the library and just quest out, threatening game himself.
Yeah, and while the library is obviously strong, as Ed off the top finds a Kronk 5-5. Sorry, 4-4 with Ward, questing for 2. It's going to be a random discard from the Basil. The card discarded is going to be that magic carpet. But Kronk is a 4-4 with Ward, sorry, that quest for 2. That is going to be difficult to stop. The library for Brian, like it drew him cards, it gained him some lore, but it did not give him any board presence. Brian can quest to 17 here, I believe. Maybe 18.
I think 18 because the library still triggers.
Oh my goodness. A giant Cobra for Brian would take him there, but I'm not sure if that's available. It's certainly not in hand right now. The Queen, but it's just a little bit too late, perhaps. Brian has to answer Ed's board here. That Vincenzo has to go, but so do the other Basil and Camillo. You have to answer all 3 exerted characters here. Or rather, you have to answer Vincenzo and 1 other, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But the Queen is such a damning draw because you could easily see if Brian had that last turn instead of like a 4-4 and was threatening to quest for 3, how that could maybe have forced Ed to not quest but instead challenge the library and everything. But now it just doesn't have any immediate impact to the board.
Brian doesn't look too happy. Ed out of nowhere. And look at that body language. Cool, calm, collected.
So Brian has to be thinking about the outs from his deck, because maybe there's a challenge that he can take maybe into the Basel and draw into a card that helps him take out Vincenzo. But
yep.
With his body language, maybe there's just no cards in his deck that help him do that.
Finds a Megara, which I don't think does anything. I think it's just a 2/5 in this position. It's going to be another dig in the library. One.
So now they have to challenge Camillo, because that's the only way to actually draw a card.
And then they draw from the library.
And that's
thing is a genie. And Ed out of nowhere. I thought it was over. All right, Jan, question.
Yes.
Brian gets to decide who goes first or second.
He goes first.
Is there ever a world it's better for Brian to go second, with Ed having like these 7-cost cards like Vincenzo, like Basil?
Yeah, but they also both play like Desperate Plan, and I think they can go quite far ahead by getting early questing in. I think this game, with this opening that Brian had, with like 1 drop into Mr. Arrow, if they had that on the play with Ed's slow start, I think they would have gone over the finishing rate a lot sooner.
And catching some of the sideboarding. With the sideboarding, I'm assuming you don't technically know if you're going first or second when you sideboard, right?
I don't know that. I guess the players were briefed about this, but I don't know. Just about last game, it was so huge that it might have seemed like a small thing that Ed drew a 2-quester in the Kronk. But if it was a 1-quester, he would only go to 19, and Brian could have then just played the Queen, and maybe it still had a shot at winning the game.
Yep.
With those trades.
Play shuffling up. But yeah, I mean, again, if you're Ed, if you can stop the early game aggression of Brian, right? You find your Calhoun on 2, maybe you put in some 1-drops that can try and answer like the Groove Disruptor. And if you can just slow Brian down in the early game with cards like Basil and Camillo and Vincenzo, oof.
Yeah. So Ed has to be really, really mulliganing for that Calhoun. I think Calhoun on 2 will greatly increase his chances at winning the game.
Yeah, and I definitely think the way you sideboard based on if you're going first or second. So it's going to be fascinating. You have to think Brian is the favorite. I think Brian's deck just seems to have a little bit more oomph with things like the Yzma. But also that library, right? Like the library is going to be better when you're going first compared with going second, because it is quite passive.
Yes. Yeah, it has to leverage tempo. Library from behind is not a strong card. It's much better from ahead.
And look at Ed. Not even looking at his cards. He's very much all eyes on Brian. There is a 1-drop, Michael Darling. I think that's Yelena, the 3-cost, which gives Challenger, sort of similar to the Steel Jafar.
Is it just me, or is the angle in which Brian is holding his cards almost in a way where your opponent could see it?
Not sure, but Ed is... what a sight, mate. Yeah. That is just one of the most scary things in Disney Lorcana. And for Ed, Don Carnage on 3 is an evasive. There's Gale. There's no 1 or 2 drops. Is it going to be a full 7? I think it was.
Yeah, because I also wonder how good is a 3-cost 3/2 evasives, because I didn't see many evasives from Brian, and Ed recognizes his role is kind of to create a stalemate, to slow down Brian, and the evasive doesn't help with that unless you need to check an evasive.
Yeah. Very, very spicy. I like the full mulligan. Ed's not even looked yet. He's watching Brian. He's trying to get any reads he can. 27 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. Ed doesn't even know what's in his hand yet, because he's all eyes on Brian, and he's trying to make as many reads as he can. Brian's going to ink a 1-drop, play a 1-drop. Now it's time for Ed to see. And there's the Mulan.
That's can huge. Check the 1-drop, no Calhoun yet, but that is at least a curve that they're having with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like, if Ed can just slow Brian down in the early game, get to their Basil, get to their Vincenzo at 7 cost.
Definitely true that you're like sideboarding for first and second, because otherwise there's not particularly a big reason for Brian to like sideboard after game 2, but he definitely did. So there's some adjustments being made for first and second.
Brian does have Grandmother Far, which is a 2-cost which quests for 2 in hand. Tekka also in hand for Brian, which is by the artist Max Greke, which is pretty cool because they're pretty famous. It's their only Lorcana art. Grandmother Far comes through. It's going to be the Groove Disruptor, disrupting Ed's groove and questing for 1 lore to 0 in game 3. Elsa, hello 2-drop. 2 options available, Kronk and Elsa. You would imagine it's going to be Ink 1 play the other. It's going to be Mulan trading for Rudy. It's going to be Ink Kronk play Elsa. Now, Flower costs 3 for Brian. That's an option. Not sure if there's anything else, but of course the Ink decision's all important. Flower, great consistency tool. Will Grandmother Far quest? No. And Ed's already stemmed the flow, right? Like, he's only 1 lore behind. And this is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Ed in the early game. Like, Ed has achieved step 1. Now it's just about developing a board and finding a way to start becoming the aggressor slowly but surely.
Yeah, because even the late game, it's not quite clear. Yes, Ed has more expensive, more impactful cards, but Brian, with access to like more cards most of the time because of Yzma and Desperate Plan, might very, very well be able to keep up.
Brian's going to ink for turn for 4. It's going to be Gaston, which is a 4/4. The trigger of Flower comes through. Whenever you play a character, you look at the top 2. No, you look at the top card, and it's either on the bottom or the top. I think it was a Mother Gothel. 3-cost Ruby Amethyst. Gaston just being played here is a 4/4, which is really not bad. It's going to stay on the top.
Is Brian feeling like this is a board state where Flower can quest? You don't really want to lose the static ability or the ability of playing a character and being able to look at the top card, but if you don't quest, then Edmund is free to just keep questing with the Don Carnage as it is evasive. So maybe you would be happy to force Don Carnage to take a trade into the Flower.
I really think it might be better to go second in this matchup between these two players, with neither player having that explosive start. It's definitely, even if I'm not right, it's definitely close.
Sure. This is in this matchups. It's much closer than in maybe the matchup we've seen between Zan and Frank.
Yeah, like that 1 extra card in hand is just that 1 extra card you can put into your Inkwell. And that can be the difference between inking your Madam Mim Elephant or inking something worse, which is what we saw in game 1, right? Ed got to 7, but they had to ink an elephant in order to do so.
This Grandmother Far delaying the quest, but now questing is like a very typical sealed play where if it quested the turn before, Don Carnage would just eat it up, nothing happens. Now Flower is kind of saying, oh, Don Carnage probably has to challenge the Flower. And if that happens, then only Elsa can challenge the Far. And by exerting Elsa, your Gaston gets a good trade.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of foresight in when do you actually exert your characters and what do you exert them for.
And it is going to be that Mother Gothel into the ink. Brian did keep that card on top just to ink it. Gaston takes the trade.
Of the best, I think, like mid-sized questing characters. This Ariana with 5/5 is no joke, as it quests 2 and it's not easy to get a favorable trade into, and then it might just threaten to quest again.
And we did see the Mad Dog Don Carnage synergy, by the way, but it didn't really matter. The Mad Dog did have its cost reduced.
Sure, yes.
Brian is at 4, Ed is at 0. It's going to be the Battle of Ariana, and it is going to be Gaston and Mad Dog trading. This is the advantage of going first, but the elephant now for Brian, that can just be a big, big problem to deal with in terms of sheer stats. We might see this Ariana bounce back to hand because of the elephant. Whoa! I don't know about that. That's a very big play.
That's like very heads up, kind of banking on drawing into Desperate Plan or Yzma. But
oh, huge decision to ink the elephant. We saw the story of game 1 was Ed inking the elephant, and now Brian does the same. And again, now you're seeing the advantage of being the player going second. Brian has the advantage in terms of lore, but Ed, 2 evasives on the board, an extra card in hand, but this tech card is a 5/6 that quests for 2. Hey comes down, not as a bodyguard. Big top decks.
Would have.
I think Brian picked up a card from the Inkwell by accident.
Oh.
It was the elephant, and it was like, yep, this shouldn't be here. Uh-oh. Brian accidentally picked up a card in the ink. Whew. I mean, it's making me feel a little bit better about my tournament last week, seeing these guys do it.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best, I guess.
But I mean, the good thing is we've got cameras. I mean, I think we should just play it out. Brian should get a warning.
Yeah, I mean that. I'm sure that's what will happen, right?
We have the cameras. Like we all just want to.
What's the ruling for picking up your ink? Is it more than a warning?
Maybe.
I think it might be.
Just play the game out, pretty please. Big shout out to the head judge though. I think there's 2 head judges, but one of the head judges is Imogen, who's from the UK. She was head judging the event I was at last week. She is brilliant. She also does head judging for other card games like Pokemon, but she's absolutely fantastic. So they're in capable hands. Yeah. Ala in the chat says he did a Speci special. True.
That was a huge decision for me whether you play the Mim there or not. And I can see how it feels super slow to play the Mim, because then you bounce a 5/5 to play the 3/7. And the 3/7 is not great on board. But and then, of course, if you don't get to develop the TK there, you are a little bit slow to the game, but it's still definitely very risky play.
Yeah, this decision to ink, fascinating. My gut feeling, Jan, is I would quest with the 5/5.
Yeah.
Play the Mim.
Yeah.
And just do nothing else. Slow the game down.
Because you're also ahead in lore, and then next turn, if you draw something small, you ink play TK. If you draw something big, maybe you just replay the 5/5. I think that's what I would have done as well, but I don't entirely blame Brian for like doing the higher tempo play, kind of thinking maybe I need to draw into Desperate Plan or Isma to stay ahead in this game.
Right, so Judge Call's been resolved and we play on, which is great. The card in Brian's hand, I think, is Double Trouble. And it's not being played. Rudy's just doing nothing either. So now Diablo and Hey could trade for Tekar. Ed's got 1 card extra in hand. I think this is the right call. This seemed like the kind of thing that Imogen did with me last week, which is like they double checked that both players were fine with like the card that was extra in hand was the Madam Mim Elephant, which was supposed to be in ink, and Ed said, yeah, that's fine. That's supposed to be there.
There's no advantage gained for anyone.
Ed's just questing. He's got the Hey protection.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's basically, yes, you can double challenge, but then you're only questing for 2 a turn to stop. Like, you sacrifice 3 or lower a turn to get rid of 2 lower turn.
And Donald Duck.
Brian being on 10, maybe you just have enough time to quest for more than Brian each turn.
So Brian has Double Trouble in hand. I think it's the Desperate Plan. Oh my goodness, it is.
Okay, that gives him a chance.
The Queen.
Back into the game.
Gale and Elsa. He already inked. The Queen could come down though. He can't play both Elsa and Gale, I don't think. Maybe he has 5 ink available actually, exactly. So maybe he can.
I think it's 4.
4 ink, so it's going to be the Queen.
And do you challenge as Brian? Because as Brian, it's kind of like you get rid of 2 lore from Ed without sacrificing your character.
There's a huge top deck for Brian to hit that Desperate Plan. Double Trouble, I'm trying to think what it does. I think it deals like 1 damage to 2 things, right?
Isn't that Twin Fire?
That was the card that was inked.
Ah, right. Yeah, Double Trouble is deal 1, 2, 2.
So that was bad. So like to hit the Desperate Plan and be able to get the Queen down this turn was very, very big. It is going to be Tekar.
Yeah, I think you correctly assess that you're not winning the race if you're not challenging here, but by taking the challenge, now Ed has to challenge back into the TK. You slow down the game a little bit.
something like a Vincenzo for Ed here would be huge. It's going to be panic, and it's going to be a double trade. Tekka being dealt with, and Ed is questing, and Ed might be taking this one. Brian seemed to be in a very, very good spot, but even with that top deck, but it's not all over. Magic Carpet, Gale and Elsa are the cards in hand. That Gale is a problem. It cannot be challenged, I think, right? Or if it's banished in a challenge, it goes back to hand. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
I think Ed's got this one.
He won tempo enough so to enable him to like quest a few times here with more characters than Brian even has on the board.
But we have called...
Which kind of comes back to like, I'm not sure. I can see how maybe, even if they played the Mim, that would have just been like too slow to keep up with the tempo of Ed.
Yep.
And yes, also and Brian had 2 of the worst draws in their deck before they had this great draw of Desperate Plan, right? They drew a 2/2, and then they drew the
Groove Disruptor.
No, the 2-cost action that deals
Double Trouble.
Yeah, so they drew a 2/2 and then Double Trouble before they even drew into the Desperate Plan. So for 2 turns, they were basically not doing all that much.
Yeah, and Ed's got those evasives on the go. The Archimedes questing for 2 a turn, the Diablo for 1, but that panic, not only was it huge in terms of board presence and tempo, but it also quests for 2. Ed is 9 lore away. I think the Dolan Duck, you need a captain and it quests for 1 more. Maybe it quests for 2 more, actually. Yeah, I think it must. In comes Gale. So this is Brian's like attempt at becoming the aggressor once again.
Yeah, the Donald quests.
But again, yeah, I'm gonna go back to it. The decision to go first or second, like we saw both players when they go first, they ink a Madam Mim Elephant to get like their big card down, and in both occasions,
this was not like they didn't ink Elephant because they like it would have like. They didn't ink a great elephant, right? They inked an elephant that would have bounced a 5-drop.
Yeah.
So they inked it to keep up with tempo, and tempo is what you have a lot more of if you go first.
Yep. Archimedes, Diablo, Panic still on the board after Donald Duck was taken out. It's a Mickey and a Stitch for Ed. The Stitch is going to allow Ed to gain a lore and draw a card when he banishes something in a challenge. So you have to imagine that Ed here is going to go for the Stitch, take out the Queen, which is Brian's big questing threat, draw a card and gain a lore. But it would mean that they have to sacrifice probably the evasive Diablo or sacrifice a lore and get rid of their Panic, which is non-evasive. So it's a big decision for Ed. You have to imagine the Queen's going to get challenged and the Stitch will come down, though.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what the Mickey does exactly. It's like a 3-cost steel Mickey.
Three-cost steel Mickey.
With like a...
There's a 3/3 that says +1 strength for each location you have in play. That's not a great card. There's a 2/3 Mickey that quests for 2 that says your Plutos have resist 1.
Yeah, it's that one. It's that one.
Okay. So it's just like a 3-cost 2/3 that costs.
Ed is just questing. He's not interested in the Queen. He's just questing. And in comes Mickey. Ed is trying to seal the deal, using their evasives to their advantage. Does Brian have a way of stopping it? Oh my goodness, it's Pixie Dust. Doesn't that deal with evasives?
It gives... You can exert it to give something +2 challenger and evasive.
Oh my goodness. Ed is 4 away. So that means that if Brian can answer the Panic and the Archimedes, Ed can only quest up to 19. But Ed does also still have the Stitch in their back pocket, which can gain a lore and draw a card. But the Pixie Dust, it's expensive. Look at the facial expression of Ed. Unmoved.
It's enough to like deal with the board in a way where Ed can't get to 20 on board, but at the same time, I think Ed questing out there instead of dealing with the Queen kind of forces Brian to take so many challenges that he doesn't have time to quest himself. So they take the challenge with the Gale, with the Pixie Dust.
Yep, and then the Gale goes back to hand.
They didn't exert the Pixie Dust. Ed told them that.
Yeah, I think they must have announced it, but...
Yes, but you still have to exert it.
Yeah. The Gale's in hand. Is there enough ink actually to play it? Because the Elsa got inked, but it could have been the... It's going to be the Queen for Panic.
So by inking the Elsa, you ink to 8, so you have enough to play the Gale here.
And then it's going to be Carpet questing for 2, but the Gale can't come down here. Brian could have inked the Gale, played the Elsa. Not sure, though. It's going to be the Stitch coming through. It's going to be Ed up to 19. Looks like it's Ed's game.
For some reason, I thought Gale was 2-drop, but yeah, as 3-drop.
Yeah, to 3. Oh my goodness. Edmund, stop that. Definitely one of the people I would most like to win the tournament, and against the odds, it looked like it was all over, but they've done it. Very well played to Ed. Commiserations to Brian. What a tournament we're having so far. Go on, Ed. It looks kind of emotional right now.
Yeah, I mean, this was very suspenseful, and it kind of looked like it was so game 1. There was a couple bad draws after inking to 7, and Red takes it home. But even then, in game 2 and 3, there was times where Brian looked to be quite far ahead, and then Ed was able to slowly crawl back into the game. And I think they handled these spot states very, very well.
Both players, you can see what it means to both of them. Brian feeling a little bit unhappy, I think, with some of the decisions they made. I mean, I have to say, Ed just dictated the pace of this, didn't he? Like, Ed, I don't know, it's something about the way that Ed plays it. Like, he just seemed to be putting Brian under... Brian was feeling the time pressure when he didn't really need to, in that sense, right? Like, Brian was playing quite quickly. Ed, maybe just... I don't know. Ed just seemed in control of the tempo. Do you agree with that? Not really.
But I don't know. It's like Brian always was the aggressor in a lot of these games, but Ed was kind of okay with that, letting that happen.
Let's listen to this one sec.
Announcement. We've got some exciting news
go to the
for
toilet.
those
I'll
of
be
you
right back.
still collecting glimmers from the first few sets of Disney Lorcana TCG. Starting right now, JD, you can enter to buy the first chapter booster boxes in English, Japanese, and Chinese, and Rise of the Floodborn in Japanese and Chinese language. Ravensburger has partnered up with a third party to help manage this launch. This system will help stop the bots and deliver a fair launch, getting products into the hands of real Disney Lorcana TCG fans.
So head over to this link right now on your screen to recreate an account, enter the launch, and you will verify with your credit card, normal stuff, information and current shipping address. This launch closes on July 7th and it's randomized, so you don't have to be the first one to get to the website and all that kind of stuff. It'll be like a nice, fair, and impartial. First come, first serve will not be in play.
So lots going on.
So on top of that, you can also head over to Ravensburger online store today to purchase the English language products, Rise of the Floodborn, and Into the Inklands, Ursa's Return while supplies last. These sets, along with the first chapter, will not be available through EQL or Ravensburger online store after the launch of Fable. So get out there and get it today.
So this is your last chance to get those particular sets in particular languages. JD, there'll be time later, okay?
Dude,
later.
I need to get on here right now.
Later,
sure?
It's fine.
I didn't get mine.
You'll get...
I wasn't...
Not for you.
Listen, I wasn't here at first. I need to get over there. So if you guys are watching this, get me some, man, because I wasn't here in chapter 1, so I didn't get a chance to open mine. I want to get mine too.
While JD's having a moment and a bit of a meltdown, we're going to send it over to Rebecca for an interview. It's all right, JD.
Okay,
Calm down. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Give me your phone.
Calm down. Go to break.
Hey there, we are here with Ed Chu, who is now 2-0 today. Congrats on that win. Some fantastic games. That Yzma, though, gave you trouble in game 1. And game 2, though, talk about you were able to meet that challenge there in game 2.
Yeah, I think Basil is really pivotal in my win in game 2. I was basically able to tempo him out of the game removed all his cards, and then
Basil.
like I just took over from there. I think from game 1, I think I made a kind of mistake not clearing out his Aladdin on the board. I kind of disrespected the elephant. That basically got him back into the game, especially being able to like bounce back that Aladdin to replay it. So I was very fortunate to kind of, you know, squeeze out those last 2 games.
Yeah, let's talk about game 3. You were mentioning to me that Panic was a big player. Is that a card when you were deck building that you knew you had to have in there?
Yeah, Panic was very pivotal for me to win even my first round. I remember I was able to like take out a Snow White. I remember in that set's release, like that was one of the main, you know, things that you're looking for, the Panic into the Snow White. And like the Panic was able to take out, like I was able to challenge the Rudy and then move the damage over to the Taka. Otherwise, that Taka was just like way too hard to deal with.
And can you talk a little bit about reviewing your opponent's deck list? You know, this is super sealed. Anything can be in there. What are you looking for when you're reviewing your opponent's deck?
Yeah, I think the main thing are the like what we call combat tricks, like being able to like get additional strength, or being able to like move damage, like the Panic or like knock, things like that. Or Aladdin +2 strength. So you just have to kind of be aware of. Like that, or Aladdin +2 strength. So you just have to kind of be aware of.
F? Guys, F?
Like that, or Aladdin +2 strength. So you just have to kind of be aware of.
It's not just me. It's F. Uh-oh. Stream died. It's not just me, guys, don't worry. Uh-oh. Well, while this is very bad for everybody, you know what this is not bad for?
Us.
The Restream numbers. They're about to double.
That's not what I was thinking of. I was like, okay, at least now we can talk a little bit about the game because I didn't want to interrupt the interview.
Yeah.
But I think this, so you missed some part of it, but at the start of the interview, Ed very openly admitted that maybe they undervalued the elephant, the meme elephant a little bit, should have respected the Aladdin a bit more.
Yeah.
And I think this is like great showing of their mindset, where they're like also very open to doing mistakes and just learning from them.
Yeah.
And then they said they played well afterwards, but still, after doing such mistakes, game 1, fortunate to squeeze out those other games and turn the round into a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently, according to someone in the chat, the Bivens won round 2. Someone got the link for the bracket, because we could take a look at it maybe if someone's got the link for it. I can pull it up. But yeah, welcome if you just joined us. We're going into round 3 of Super Sealed shortly. Does seem like there's been a bit of a stream crash, but as soon as it's back up, we'll have it for you. What we'll do in the meantime, is we've got one more round of Super Sealed. Let's take a look. So round 1. I mean, we don't know all of these people, but Ed won, which we saw. Kurt won, level 9001. Ooh, I think that's it was Wonderland versus Domingo, and Domingo won. The Rat beat, I don't know who that is. Bivens won.
I don't know all of the melee names.
Yeah. Mo Shamblin lost. I think this looks like a French name, so DKP lost round 1. Hitsu is Theatim.
Mm-hmm. Won against Andy.
It looks like a lot of Europeans won. And then round 2, just do a little refresh. Round 2, I'm not sure who either of these people are. Not sure who that is. We saw Ed beat Brian. Frank lost to Lucas. Lucas is the German player, right?
No.
Oh.
Andy is the German player.
Andy's the German player.
But
Theatim won. Who's my prediction for tournament champ? Let's go Theatim.
He's 2-0.
Let's go Theatim. Come on, my boy. He is a classy gentleman. I got to have a little chat with him before I went to play in Seattle because I was in France. There was like an 800 player tournament, and Theatin was there. He's just oozes class. Like very, very, I don't know, mate. Ton Coffier's Ely, yeah, I thought so. So Ely beat Domingo. Those are my two predictions for the tournament, and they're both 2-0. Go on, vive la France!
No. Well, I'm happy they won, but I just don't want your prediction to be true.
All right, the stream's back. Lucas is Austrian. Okay, my mistake.
Yep.
Stream's back. It's just on. It's not on anything special. It's just on one of these. We've got another minute on that still. Luke won, so Wonderland won his round 2. Federico won.
DKP won his his second round, so he's won 1-1.
And so did Zan. Where's DKP on this?
He played against Andy in round 8.
Okay.
Match 8.
So can we find the standings? I guess we can't. Oh, maybe we can. No.
No, but I mean, we somewhat know the standings.
Yeah. But basically, most of the favorites are doing quite well. I think everyone that's won a DLC has won at least one game. The people that haven't, I think Sailor is 0-2. Yeah, Sailor's 0-2.
But he also didn't win a DLC.
They didn't win a DLC, but it's just a name I recognize. Sure. Get Your Game On, I'm not sure who that is. And I think Mo Shamblin's also 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the favorites are like the people that want a DLC.
No. I think winning a DLC is the easier way to qualify. Okay,
really?
What?
I don't agree with that at all.
No, I don't mean easier, but I don't think there's any reason to believe that the people that won a DLC would be better than the people that top 16 the DLC and then top 8 at EU champs.
Actually disagree.
That's fine.
The reason I disagree is because the margins in qualifying for the Euros, in my opinion, was actually a little bit too high. Like if I look at it, it's like, how many people were in it? 90 or so?
Yeah, 90 something.
And then there was like a very harsh cut to top 16.
Yes.
Where there was incredibly fine margins, and then you're one game away. Not to say that like takes anything away from it, but I just think that like to win a DLC is on average, I don't know. I would just say that it was more difficult to do than coming top 8. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because to come top 8 at EU champs, you also needed at least top 16.
Sure.
At the DLC, and if you got top 16, you only needed to go 4-0 from there.
Yeah.
To actually win the DLC, which of course that's still difficult to do. I'm just saying. I'm not even saying. There's no disrespect to someone winning a DLC. I'm just saying. There's not really. I don't think I would have a favorite just because they won DLCs. I think one thing that definitely is a much bigger accomplishment is both if you won a DLC and top 8'd.
Yeah.
Your champs. So like Zan and Ed, I think they achieved more.
Okay, so let me ask you this: would it be a bigger upset for someone that won a DLC to be 0-2 right now, or someone that qualified through Euros or North American to be 0-2? Because I think it would be
that won a DLC.
Yeah, bigger upset, right? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Let's listen to the chat. One sec. Let's listen to the stream. Oh.
Sure.
Oh.
Are taking their lunch break, but in the meantime, in between time, we are going to fill some time, and with me, I am not alone.
That's
I have my good new friend.
What's up,
Mr. Brandon.
JDZ? Excited to have you here with me.
Oh, dude, it feels so good, man. I love the energy. I love the tenacity. You guys been doing this whole time?
That's a
This
cool
is too
hat.
much fun.
It's exciting, right?
I'm so glad to be here. And I like what you got on your head there.
Thank you, dude. Look, I had to show it off. Everybody knows me for the bucket hats. They're hard to wear with the headsets, as you can see. It's a little weird, but we got some pretty special bucket hats from Ravensburger from the team with the world champion thing on the front of it. I've been asking, for anybody that knows, you know, I've been asking for bucket hats since day one. And look, we're here. We made it.
Can I get one of those? Can I be like
yeah,
you?
Dog.
Can I
Yeah,
join
dog.
the bucket
You got
hat
it.
brigade?
Put it on. There you go.
Are we out here? We're
Chat,
getting loose and we're getting active today.
Tell me how fly JD is right now. Thoughts? Come on. If you want a bucket hat, let us know.
Let's go.
In the chat. I'm just saying.
JD's bringing a lot of energy to
we're going to
stream.
fill some time a little bit. We got a nice, exciting round of Pack Rush for you all. We have the incredible Rebecca Quest versus Liam. Oh man, we got some pack rush happening. Some chapter 1 pack rush, I believe. I don't think anyone's ever pack rush with a chapter 1 pack before. So this is going to be very interesting and exciting. Hope you guys enjoy this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we want to do this sort of as promotion for the thing that you and Baker so elegantly announced earlier, the exciting things that players can go and get for themselves. And when the first chapter came out, first of all, it was a little hard to get. I'm not going to lie. It was kind of difficult to get. But also, pack rush wasn't a thing.
Cards?
Disney Lorcana was very new. And Ryan and Steve hadn't come up with the pack rush idea yet.
How does that even work?
There were some rough draft rules that had been used, and so we're just going to kind of showcase some fun that you can have going all the way back to the first chapter, doing some pack rush.
How does that even work?
Jan, pulling out the packs. Now, I will say, because the Chinese and Japanese packs are a little bit different in regards to how many cards there are. I believe there's 10 cards in these packs instead of 12. They're going to pick 3 packs instead of 2. With pack rush, you normally just pick 2 English packs, and then you use those. You basically open them up, shuffle them together, and then start playing. You only draw 5 cards instead of 7, and it's the first to 15 lore.
What did you think about
because there's only 10.
What do I think about your hat? I think it's worth like 100. Didn't I try and buy that off you, and you told me it was like 90 euros or something?
But didn't I say like 20?
No.
Or maybe 50?
No.
I don't know.
It was well above it. It was like 70 ballpark is what you quoted me.
Yeah, but it was worth a lot of tickets from side events. So it was only appropriate. Shame I didn't get the money.
So we've got some pack rush going on during the players' lunch break.
Wait, is the lunch break now already? I thought they would maybe play. Oh, maybe because of the delay they have lunch break after second round. Because at first I thought they were going to play 3 rounds before lunch break.
Yeah. Where's the marketing card for ink? I guess you're just using a... honestly, I would be terrified of having to shuffle unsleeved cards on stream. I'm bad at shuffling with sleeves. Without sleeves, it's just not possible for me.
I guess then you actually have to pile shuffle.
Yeah,
By the way, I don't like pile shuffling.
Yeah.
I was holding back on last game. I think it's such a waste of time.
Yeah, if you're looking to... if you want a little break, now is the time to do so. Get some grub.
Drink some water.
Put your feet up. So we've got one more round of Super Sealed, and then it's going to be triple deck constructed. I'm excited to see the lists. I really, really am.
I wish I could see them already.
There's a Minnie Mouse on the bottom of Rebecca's deck. I think it was a 12. Oh, it was an 8. Ooh, always cut your opponent's deck. You can never be too sure. I always cut my opponent's deck.
Mm-hmm. Do you actually cut opponent's decks now?
Yes.
That happened? Okay.
Alright, I would struggle to know what all of these cards do, if I'm honest.
Oh. Well, these cards I know.
So you see this Mufasa card? So it's a 6 cost, 4/6, it quests for 3.
Not bad. There's a Philo, which is like a 3/1 quest for 1 support, which is actually pretty good set 1.
I think Rebecca's got to pull up the Lorcana app for a translation. I mean, I can't blame them.
Sure. There was the Gaston that's like 1 cheaper if you have something in play. I don't know what.
I just feel like there was a way around this, which was maybe, I don't know, use English packs. Oh, I definitely would need the app to read some cards, no doubt about it. Ink Beast Mirror is probably broken in this format. In comes Flynn.
I don't know about broken. It could still be slow, but
I don't remember what it does exactly, but it draws cards. Flounder into the ink.
not have that many cards in your deck.
In comes Jasper. Is it Jasper or is it the other one?
Looks like Jasper.
So this card in Rebecca's hand, that's also Jasper.
Yeah.
Fill the TTs
I'm
into the ink.
not the most interested into the pack wash.
You're not?
While looking at the cards. Are you?
What?
But I honestly, I think playing pack wash pretty fun. I think watching pack wash.
Yeah, it probably was like there was probably a good opportunity to, like, I don't know, record some of the sealed stuff, for example, right? Like the pack opening from sealed and see the deck building process in this.
Yeah, could have done that now. Should I open my pack?
Sure.
What set?
Set 1.
Aren't they expensive?
I think it's hilarious. Yeah, thanks all for being here. We've got a bit of a lunch break, and then we've got 6 rounds still to go today. So we are early in the day, really. There was obviously a delay to the start of the stream. We're 2 rounds down. We've got 6 left. So it's going to be a slog after this.
I found one.
Ed won. Ed, just about. I think Brian was favourite based off the decks, but yeah.
Yeah, and they won game 1, so they were able to choose going first or second game 3, but didn't quite get over the line.
Rebecca's hand is not bad. But Flynn is reckless, I believe, from Jasper. Tinkerbell gives evasive to something.
A foil Hercules.
Whoa. Wait, you actually had a set 1 pack? What?
Yeah, I found one.
What?
Oh, your favorite card. You remember at Gamescom when we played our first game with the starter decks?
Yeah, but I don't remember using that.
No, I think, didn't you? I think you had this in your starter deck and you were so upset that your deck was worse than mine. You're like, no, this card doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Jan's first ever game of Lorcana, he sung Mother Knows Best with his own Rapunzel to bounce back.
Rapunzel.
He sung Mother Knows Best with Rapunzel to bounce his own Rapunzel back to hand to use Rapunzel to draw 2 cards. And I was like, I don't think you can do that, mate. I'd been playing already.
And the next day we asked, and you could do that.
Also, allegedly.
Favorite
Where's the proof?
Of yours.
I'm not sure that's legal. Question for you two, since I see footballs in the background. Who are your favourite teams? So Jan's favourite team is Everton, and mine is Eintracht Frankfurt.
Well, my favorite team isn't even Frankfurt. My favorite team is Schalke.
Oh my god, it's a misprint, guys. Guys, I just got a misprinted card. I'm going to have to put it on eBay.
Misprint Huey.
No, it's Dewey.
Oh. Wait, do I have the other one?
Did the Reckless not happen?
Dewey.
For the record, guys, it's not actually a misprint, but I do like those. I think it's cool that you have those different type of chase cards to go for.
Yeah. The problem is everyone always thinks they opened an enchanted and then they realize it's just the Dewey UE stuff.
Yeah. So, oh. It's not a misprint. Mm-hmm. Tell that to eBay. But yeah, one time Jan and I did play a game of FIFA where Jan was Everton and I was Schalke in Division 2. And I seem to remember that you got absolutely battered, mate.
No. I just couldn't get the ball over the line. I had like 5 XG. He had 1 counter attack. And after that, he was just passing the ball around the back.
Of course. So last year I was at Gamescom and my Polish friend, who's like a former Gwent world champion, for those that watch my Gwent stuff, I was with Payabol. And Paya's like, bro, I found a FIFA tournament. And it was like the old FIFA on like Xbox, I don't know, 1, like the old Xboxes. And we played in this tournament and I managed to get like all the way to the semi-final. And I was against this like slightly smelly German boy who was like 14. And I was sat there like doing my thing. I think I was playing as Everton and he was like, no, I think I actually try-harded. I went as PSG or something. Anyway, I score a fluke goal. This kid is so much better than me. He's like the ultimate sweat. I just, I'm washed up at this point. But I score a goal and because it's 3-minute halves or something, it's like the minimum. Obviously, the meta strategy is just to keep the ball and pass it around at the back for the rest of the game. And this kid was so mad. He was going, come on, man. Come on. And anyway, the FIFA script got me and I lost.
The game is so shit.
Oh, language. Please apologize.
Oh, sorry for my language. The game is so awful when you're just passing the ball around the back.
It's a good strategy.
Mm-hmm. Very fun.
I've got some food, so I'm going to go grab some food.
Sure.
So please mind your language while you entertain the stream.
What if I also get some food?
I mean, sure. But if you do, I'm going to turn the casting on.
Okay.
Are you going to do it now?
Sure.
Cool. All right, we'll be right back. I'll be like 2 minutes.
I could be completely wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. So we're going to ink that Flynn just to try to extend a little bit, going up to 6 ink. Hoping, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 6 ink. Still a bit far away from that Ursula. You need another turn at least, and hoping your packs do not deceive you. Checking the board. You got to start getting to a fight right now, and the Tinkerbell is reckless, so she must challenge. Electing to slam into the Jasper, I believe.
Yeah, look, Liam went to act like he was challenging the Jasper. Also, something to note, that other card that's in Rebecca's hand that I forgot, its name is Freeze. You can exert a chosen opposing character for it for 2 ink. It's uninkable, so she can't ink it, as we've seen, and I'm not sure that exerting Aurora does a whole lot here. I mean, you could challenge with the Hades. Oh, we are going to do it. We're going to exert the Aurora. Are we doing it? Are we challenging with Hades and Tinkerbell?
I think you have to.
Oh, that's what Rebecca's doing.
Brutal. I guess you do what must be done from time to time, as it has to be that way, unfortunately. Rebecca holding 1 card in hand. You need this card to be off the top. It needs to be inkable. I still think Liam has all the energy. It's Shield of Virtue.
Shield of Virtue.
Going to come on down. Perfect.
I mean, not too bad, Yeah, you play it for 1, you pay 3, exert the Shield of Virtue, and you can ready a character. I don't think they can quest for the turn, but it lets you keep one of your characters safe. So you could use the Shield of Virtue and ready like your Hans or something. Guarantee that you can quest for 2. There's a couple rush characters that Rebecca could find if she wants to, but Liam's getting pretty close to 15 at this point, I have to imagine.
He's getting close. He is getting close indeed, all the way up to 9. I believe that is game.
Here she is.
She finally got to the
Ursula, Sea Witch Queen.
She's down. The legendary. I think that's the only legendary we've seen so far. But it is a pretty good one. I think the card looks pretty cool. It could kind of help you catch up, but at the 2/8, I think it's just going to be a bit too slow, as Liam has all of the energy in play right now. Whoa.
Or Power Hungry. Sorry, not Sea Witch Queen. I was thinking of a different
Sea Witch Queen is
the other Amethyst one.
The set champion one.
Yeah.
The set champ. That card's quite playable right now. right now.
Yeah, very playable. But this Ursula, when she's played, your opponent loses a lore, and then you draw a card for each lore lost. I love playing this Ursula in multiplayer, because if you're playing with like 2 or 3 other people, then everybody loses a lore, and you get to draw 2 or 3 cards, which is really great. And of course, having 3 lore on a body makes for a big quester. But it looks like Liam is just, as we get to his turn, he's going to go ahead and quest with the Grimmatala and the Hans here.
And just giving Rebecca a little bit of card draw, I think, might help. But we're going to continue to give that Ursula Sea Witch Queen, or Sea Witch, now you got me saying Ursula Power Hungry Reckless. I think at this point, you don't need the Reckless, because that thing has to be swinging. As we are going to ready the Jasmine, or ready the Jasper, and the Grimmatala is going to get a quest in. So that's another little synergy with the Jasper giving Reckless into the Grimmatala, just ramping you a little bit, forcing that 3 lore character to challenge instead of quest.
Yeah, definitely helps that Rebecca can't quest with it. And we do have, I don't remember the name of this card, but it's one that I believe lets you ready one of your characters. So
Fan the Flames.
Fan the Flames, there you go.
Flames. I like that card a lot. A little bit of little food, getting hype, pumping up the team a little bit, as Ursula Reckless is going to go ahead and get on into the Grimmatala for sure. I think Rebecca trying to quest a little bit. She is Rebecca Quest after all, electing to
That's
do
what
so.
she does.
Dang.
Going to have the Genie come out and be played. Ursula's going to challenge and banish Grimmatala. It's going to go into Liam's Inkwell. And we're going to play Fan the Flames to ready the Ursula here for the turn.
And she is still Reckless, so she will have to challenge again for sure. So let's see if that is something that is going to happen.
I think missed.
Oh, Judge, get the Judge in there.
Oh, Judge.
Oh, we already drew for turn. I think that Ursula Sea Witch had to challenge again. We did kind of miss it, but it does not matter.
I don't think it's going to matter here.
As she was not able to clear the Hans anyway. We'll be able to get another quest in for 2, and we'll continue to ready this Jasper. Look at the synergies coming in from Liam, who's absolutely cooking, locking this Ursula Power Hungry out of the game, and just being able to put a final story on board.
Do we have a Be Prepared? A whole new world. Hold on, we're back. We're back. We can sing. We can sing. We're drawing a whole new world.
Let's go.
Let's go. Full new hand of cards.
If
Rebecca finds a Be Prepared here, this is the most goated game of Pack Rush I've ever watched.
Let's see it. In Pack Rush, you cannot deck out. You cannot. You cannot. You just reset all the cards you have. As a whole new world off the top with the singer on board. This is hype.
6-7. Let's see what they both pull.
Let's see it.
Show it to me, Rebecca.
Let's see it. Oh,
we got a Yzma.
Let's go. This is
Nikki.
exciting. This is exciting.
Oh, come on. Come on.
No.
I want to see it.
No. Oh, it's not.
Oh, we do have a Tinkerbell.
Wait a
I mean,
minute.
I don't know if that does anything.
It won't.
But she's pretty good.
Oh, man. If there's a way to give Tinkerbell a little bit of rush, that will be a game breaker right here. But unfortunately, that is something that's not going to happen, as Story is on board. This is game imminent coming in from Liam. I think we're going to do 2 games, though. So Rebecca will have the opportunity to get her snapbacks in as the Tinkerbell giant. These are some huge pulls out of this pack.
Really good pulls.
Rebecca's deck is stacked.
People like sleep on the first chapter cards. Like if anyone can get their hands on them, I think you absolutely should, because there's just some bomb cards, some fun stuff to play with.
Absolutely, and I'm talking just Rebecca's packs in general. I mean, she's got the whole new world. You got the Tinkerbell. You got the Ursula. You got some really cool cards. I would not be disappointed if these were my cards. Maybe not in the sequence in which they came, but still, I think they're quite good. As Rebecca ain't heard no bell, she's going to continue to play it through just like all Illumineers should. As Liam will go ahead and extend the fist bump, and we will be locked in for game number 2. Potentially, I think we're doing I think we're going best of 3. I believe so.
I have no idea.
Absolutely. Just a 1? We're doing a 1 and done.
Just doing the 1. All right, so Liam wins this one.
Absolutely.
Liam looking through his packs. Did he get anything good? We get the Mickey Mouse.
Okay.
Artful Rogue.
Okay.
Anything else? Oh, they're going to break it away. Oh, and Baker's sending Rebecca off.
As Baker comes in and gets it done, banishing both characters to the shadows, and it looks like he is going to.
Oh, is Baker going to step in?
Oh, is it time? Look at that. The hugs all around. I thought we were going to get a nice Baker interview coming in to interview the winner, to give Rebecca a little bit of a break, man. But what an exciting pack rush.
That was exciting.
It never goes that way for me either. I mean, when I try Triple Deck, it doesn't look that way. When I try Super Sealed, it doesn't look that way. When I try Pack Rush, it doesn't look that way. We got combos and synergies as Liam had the shield.
Yeah, that Jasper was kind of crazy, dude. The Jasper and the Hans forcing things to challenge each other.
Dude, who'd have thought Jasper Han Shield of Virtue is going to be the meta? But I think that was quite
Okay, it does look like Baker's going to sit in.
For
Rebecca here.
Baker says, I'm the final boss. Liam says, I got to the dub now. Are you going to run it back with the same deck, or do you get a new deck for Liam?
It looks like, I mean, I think Baker wants to open packs, dude. I don't want to open packs, but we'll see. Or maybe they're just going to have two whole new decks. Rebecca had the whole new world, but I think that, you know, they want to play with whole new decks. Do you think it's because Baker's scared of Liam's deck?
I think so.
Dude?
Liam's deck's kind of broken. I would not want to sit down and play against that for sure. I'm going to have you do it again. But yeah, just imagine.
What food have you got?
How do you say? Cornflakes? In German, you say, oops, that was close. Müsli.
Oops, what?
I almost spelled it. In German, we call it Müsli.
I have salad, chicken.
Cereals, yes, that's it. Wait, your food is so much better than mine.
And
you have proper
salmon.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Can we switch?
No deal. I'm going to mute while I eat, though.
Oh, we actually... we planned it a little bit late, but we almost did this watch party in person where either I fly to UK or Speci flies to here.
Yeah, the flights were like 400.
Yeah, but we decided like a few days ago, and the flight prices said, yeah, that's probably don't do it.
Also, I got sick, so it would have been particularly bad.
Yeah.
Baker is popping these packs.
They're both opening their packs here. I'm trying to think of stuff that I'd want to see. You know, I thought the strategy might be just like play out some cheap characters as quickly as you can and sort of quest up to 15. But the little synergies that Liam had going that game, you know, really showed out for him.
I think you just got to play. I'm looking for low cost. I'm looking for inkability, and I'm looking for quest for 2. I'm looking for evasive. I know there are some evasive characters in this set. I think I'm prioritizing those above all else. But again, Pack Rush is primarily for fun, something to do. And I've gotten used to doing a lot of Pack Rush whenever I go out to the local game stores. I love opening product. It's one of my favorite things to do. My wife loves opening product, and just something to do with those cards as you are opening them is to play a couple rounds of Pack Rush. And it's just so much fun. So
like,
I got addicted to it in Vegas.
Do you reshuffle? Do you lose the game when you deck out?
Sadly.
Like, I know that there's some gremlins out there that, like, can't help but just rip into the packs and, like, immediately go to the back to see what you got. But I think it's super fun to do this, especially on, like, a set release. One of my favorite things to do is I usually get, like, a box and a trove or, you know, a couple different things. But the trove is, like, perfect because you have 8 packs that you get in there. So you can basically play 4 rounds of Pack Rush with a friend if you want to. And the whole time you're kind of waiting to see where those legendaries or enchanteds might be. And I don't know, man. There's no
How many
feeling
Italians
like
do we have at Worlds? Is it 2?
Huh?
How many Italians do we have at Worlds?
At least 2, I think.
3? Okay.
At least.
Someone in chat says 3.
Yeah, Federico won a challenge. I don't remember the guy's name. Michele that came second in Euros. And then maybe someone else. I think Michele was like very close to winning Euros as well. Jan, do you know the Frankfurter guy?
Yes. I played against him at like a few set champs when I was still living in Frankfurt. It's pretty good.
Isn't a Frankfurter a sausage?
Yes, it's a sausage named after the city of Frankfurt.
Or is it
the city is named after the sausage? Okay. You're a sausage, mate.
Thing with Baker, I think it's going to be an open and shut case. I think if I'm up there and I get this my way, I'm losing it.
We're having some technical difficulties here on the table. We're waiting.
Where's the judge?
I will say, not only is it in Japanese, but the most boring Pack Rush you could possibly pick to watch is set 1. I think. There's a lot of very bad cards.
Yeah, and it's not just about bad cards, right? It's about I don't think they make for super interesting board states because they like kept even more simple than maybe some of the later sets.
Oh. I think it would have been better to play some core constructed, right? Each caster brings a core constructed deck. Since we're not actually watching core constructed this tournament, I think it would have been a good opportunity to do that.
Yeah. But they always use at DLCs. They also use pack rush to fill time, right?
Sometimes, but I've done core constructed to fill time, like against I played against Tim quite a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, have I?
Because, well, at least personally, I feel like watching pack rush isn't like the most interesting. I feel like there's probably better ways to fill the time with something like core constructed.
But in a normal event, core constructed is what everyone's watching, so more of like something different. Change of pace, pack rush is good, whereas in this event, we're never seeing core constructed, so it would actually be a nice change of pace.
Sure. Imagine they played a different TCG. That would be a change of pace.
Food. So, your two predictions were Frank and who else?
Zach.
Okay.
And they are 2-0 and 1-1.
1-1, right?
Yeah. Kind of crazy that. I mean, I guess Frank's deck can probably get out aggroed. They said they didn't have a lot of early curve. And if they don't draw it, they're passing a few turns. And your two picks, are they both 2-0?
Yeah, I think so.
Missed.
We're kind of popping off, to be honest. That's a pretty insane record so far.
So far, yes, but a lot of games ahead. Man, I made so many cereals, or put so many cereals into the cup, and I'm already full. Now I'm pissed at myself.
I wish I had that kind of problem, mate. If I eat cereal, I wouldn't stop.
Oh. I think cereals can be very filling.
No, not
this
for me.
Aladdin actually saw play recently. I think someone played it in like Amber Emerald as their 2-drop. It might have been Zach Bivens in like one of the recent tournaments. Yeah, the Ward 2-2. Just to have something securely stick around to like sing.
I can see it.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ursula also sticks around the Singer 4. So I didn't see quite the upside for Aladdin, but...
So let me tell you one thing.
Sure they don't.
Baker wants to win this more than Liam does.
Yes. I look at their body language.
Baker, like, this is just me just knowing Baker. Like, Baker wants to win this, which fair play to him.
But also, if you look at the body language, he's like so focused. And he almost seems stressed, and Liam is there like chilling. Also, Baker had a pretty crazy opening with like the Mickey ramp into the Robin Hood draw card.
Rafiki, best card from set 1.
This also saw play this set in like green-purple control.
It's a very good card.
As a surprise. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Fox just warped it, right? Like, Fox was a set 2 card, which...
Yeah. Yeah, usually Fox is better.
Did Liam win?
No. Did someone win? What happened? Is the next game starting and they're stopping because of that?
He's been playing.
He said, listen, you guys can beat me here. You can beat me in set champ. You can beat me on stream. Set 1, you're not touching me.
Oh, wait.
He came out.
Okay, he had a friend. He had a friend. Okay, I thought Baker found an enchanted for a second.
Okay.
Just seeing if they pull anything crazy. I don't see anything. I don't think there was an enchanted in any of these cards.
Why did they use Chinese cards to play in the previous game?
Yeah, Liam?
Probably to promote the launch. Like Chinese and Japanese cards over in the West.
Mm.
But yeah, it was it didn't make it easier to actually watch or play. There's the bucket hat crew guy.
I love a bucket hat.
I don't think I've ever worn a bucket hat. But I like the way Brandon is wearing it. Kind of looks like is it Peter Pan or Robin Hood? Who wears the hat like that?
For you to make day 2, it's kind of out of your control at that point. Kind of hoping some people draw, some weird things happen with tiebreakers. So just something to keep in mind for this last super sealed round.
Yeah, but at a minimum, you're hoping that you can get at least
somebody had to win.
I won't make that comment. Well, Liam had more lore. So if you use that as the tiebreaker, they won.
Possible. Oh, I got my bucket hat on. I'm gonna leave it on. We're with the bucket man himself, dude. I can't take this thing off.
Yeah, dude. Thank Bucket Hat Brigade, dude. Come on,
Bucket Hat
let's
Brigade,
go.
stand up. We out here.
We out here, dog. We out here.
We out here. We're out here. But I don't know who we got coming in next. I'm sure we're going to get that matchup here soon. So just to clue you guys in, we are still in the super sealed portion of the tournament right now.
What?
I bought new ear cushions for my headset, and I should have done it a lot sooner.
Yeah, mate. Same. I'm still missing one. I only have one ear cushion. Oh, Steve Warner's on. Let's listen to him.
Joining, what's up?
You can't be here. Where's your bucket hat?
How you doing, man?
No bucket hat.
That's okay. Go get one. Go get one and come back. Come on.
Get one and come back.
You got it.
Hey, this is bucket hat. I'm kidding. You're a special
I'll
guest.
give you mine.
Get back in here. Get back in here. Yo.
How's it going, Steve? How you doing, dude?
It's going really well. I'm very excited.
I don't know if anyone can hear you. Yeah.
Well, they don't need to hear me. Ryan's not here, so no one can hear him.
Just scream, okay? Just scream loud.
You can just yell. I'm sure this is probably.
Talk like Ryan.
There you go. There you go. Around the shoulder. I'm sure we're giving production a horrible time right now.
He's like, we did not. Director's like, we did not rehearse this. Okay, this was not a part of the plan. But still, Steve, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, man. Good to meet you. Yeah.
And thank you so much. We got Stitch today. Let me turn around.
Yeah, huge props to Steve here.
Yeah. He's kind of running away a little bit. He's up to no good. Okay.
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't realize, one of the co-creators of Disney Lorcana, the reason that we have this amazing game.
Like Steve Warner
so shout outs to Steve.
Yeah, me too.
For sure. So are you enjoying it? I mean, is this what you wanted? Is this what you saw? The vision? Can you tell us about that a little bit?
I mean, our vision was that people would get together and have fun. And
yeah.
This has just been great. We've had a wonderful time already. We have a lot of cool things planned the next couple of days too. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more happy that we're having Worlds at Disney World.
That's really cool. Okay, so the stream can't hear what you're saying. He said he's so excited. When he came out with Disney Lorcana, when they first developed it, they really just wanted people to get together. I think that is the most important thing. And now we are here at the World Championship in Disney World. I thought that was a great knee slapper, super funny, very iconic, and a little bit ironic, I think. We had Disneyland at Nats, and then you have Disney World at World. I think that is so impressive, and hopefully that is something that is maintained throughout the rest of the history of Disney Lorcana. If we could just maintain those two locations, I think it would be so great for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, what better of a place to have the World Championship than at Disney World, right? It just makes sense.
Absolutely. And it's here. I mean, but I can't think of a ride that's in any of those parks. We're talking Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Animal Kingdom, and Hollywood Studios. That's better than this. Okay, we're right here at the Disney World Championship. I think all those players out there in that dojo would rather be here than there. Anyway, there he is, mic'd up.
Hopefully, chat can hear him now.
Yeah, let's go. Mic check. Mic check 1 2.
Mic check.
There it is.
Yeah, raise your hand if you can hear me.
Yeah, all right, awesome. All right, he's here. You guys can hear him now.
Can we hear him?
What do you think about this format, though? Can you just talk to us about Super Sealed? Can you talk to us about the Triple Deck Constructed? What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, my team helped come up with this, and we really wanted a sealed to Worlds. We felt that anyone who is going to take the title of World Champion should be skilled in all of the different variations of playing the game. And so sealed was a very important aspect of that. And also being able to show mastery of all of the inks.
For sure.
Being able to play all the different colors and be able to, you know, handle any situation as it comes up. So it was very important to us that we had something pretty unique for a game.
For sure. And it has been kind of demonstrated so far that we've seen. It's been some eloquent gameplay. These decks are built to the nines. I think the strategy has been, I personally, to you, I will tell you, I personally didn't think it would be so much intrigue in these matches. I thought it would be just, I got this, you got that. But the plays have been insane that we've seen so far in the first 2 rounds. And I'm certain going into round number 3, we're going to see a little bit more of the same. So I'm glad that it happened. And I agree with you because you can have, we call them one-trick ponies, okay? People can only do one thing. If you can only do one thing, you can't be the champion, okay? And I'm glad that this is something that has happened. It's kind of reduced that aspect of it, for sure.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that I look forward to. I really appreciate that there is support behind the limited format at the Worlds for the reason that you said. You know, like these Illumineers, they have to be able to do more than just pick 2 colors or 2 ink colors and play those decks well. I think it's a great testament for who truly is the world champion.
For sure. And how did you guys settle at 3, though, as the magic number of the Super Seal portion?
For the number of colors you can run? A lot of testing. We ran so many variations. We tried out a lot of different things. I don't want to go into the details, obviously, but you know, we tried a bunch. But if you allow for all the colors, then it really does start to become like, what did you get? There's no real, what did you choose to play?
Right.
And so that obviously wasn't going to work for us. And so we tried other variations and wanted to make sure that there was still a good level of strategy on the cards that you
grab
chose,
some more salad.
strategy of the cards that you wanted to play, how you were going to play it, how were you going to consider your opponent's deck, and so that's how we ended up coming to 3 was the right answer there.
For sure. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. And I did mention that during the broadcast. I did have the opportunity to try Super Sealed myself. And it is incredibly difficult. I mean, we take it for granted of how difficult this thing can be because if you do just so happen to have 4 colors, maybe 5 colors with great playable cards, that decision is painful. Leaving those cards on the table, or even the cards that you get, what cards do you put into your deck? Because another limitation, you have to play exactly 50 cards. You cannot go 51, you can't go 49, you got to go all 50, and then you're going to leave some good cards out depending on what you have access to in your pool. So that is a lot. I love it a lot. It turned out a lot better than I had originally anticipated. I was a little worried, but I'm glad that it is a part of this game. And to your point, you got to be able to build decks. You got to think on your feet. You got to be on the fly. You got to be ready. And I think all those things are aspects that we look for in a world champion. So you call yourself, you want a title, you got to come out here and earn it. And I think these players are doing that today.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course, Steve.
Well, thanks for dropping by.
Yeah,
it's so nice to meet you again.
Yeah.
Look at that. Cool.
Man, what a surprise, dude. Having Steve run by, sneak attack us, dude, with the Stitch as well.
I'm gonna tell you, we didn't plan that. Okay.
No, that was unscripted. We're live.
This is live. And we're minute. Usually these things have a little bit of a delay. We are minute to minute. So as you guys see it, we're doing it. It's all happening again. Huge shout out to the beautiful production crew we have. I wish you guys could see. I can't wait till these pictures get out. All the lights and all the cameras and all the kind of stuff. I don't do this kind of stuff, B-Square. I'm a very rudimentary guy. I'm caveman style. Seeing all this, I feel like I'm on a set of a high-profile TV show or something.
It's fancy here, man. I'm not going to lie. It is fancy. We've got some really cool equipment, a great production team behind us. They're informing us now that the 2 players that we're going to have for round 3, we've got Lucas and we've got Zach Bivens. So,
no way.
Yeah, very shortly we're going to get to those guys. I think they're getting really close.
Did Steve say anything out of the ordinary while I was getting my salad?
No. Well, he couldn't go into detail about what iterations of Seal they tested, but they wanted it to be part of Worlds to test all of the different skills. Because the question was like, how did they arrive at 3 ink colors and not 4 or 2? Nothing too crazy.
So Lucas from Austria. Lucas is the guy that's always wearing this Mickey Mouse hat at events.
Yeah, it's a good hat. I want that hat.
It is.
Favorite deck to green purple. Is that what they qualified with? They qualified with red purple, I think.
Are there any Aussies? Nope.
Crazy that they.
No, Jesse was very close to.
They qualified for Worlds, but that's not their favorite deck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Australian DLC was used.
Why has he got? He doesn't have a favorite Disney character.
Enjoys skydiving. His favorite deck is the deck he qualified with, but he also did a lot of work on Purple Steel around that time and even outside of that time. Yeah, you have to always. I mean, I'm not sure which would stated that, but yes, you have to revert to original decklist for game 1, and then for game 2 and 3 you can sideboard within the colors that you chose.
All right, I finished eating, and it was good. My problem with eating is I just don't want to stop.
I have this much, and
I just couldn't do that. It just wouldn't happen. Maybe on like my ninth bowl, and honestly, even if I was on my 9th bowl, if it was in my bowl, I would still finish it.
My stomach's already hurting. But let's focus on the game at hand. We have Lucas Kauper against one of my 2 picks, Zach Bivens.
Which means, respectfully, as much as I like Zach, I have to root for Lucas.
Obviously.
Because if there's one thing I don't want is your prediction to win the tournament, and that's not because of the person; it's because you predicted them.
Yeah, same. The saddest part is now I can't root for the French, and I love the French, the Ely and Theo team, but they're your picks, so now I'm against them. GG.
But no, Zach Bivens, someone I've met a few times. We met him in Seattle, and he came over to Europe for a few as well, right?
Yes.
He came to
He
Birmingham.
was definitely in Bologna. I don't know if he was at the other ones.
So you can see a big fat Kronk in Zach's hand. That's a 7 cost uninkable. Going to be very risky to have when you're going first.
This time we missed them going over the deck list, right? We don't quite know what's in the deck, but we'll see soon enough.
It's hot.
So first game after the lunch break, the hat is on the table.
It's hot.
Yep.
Lucas is going to kick things off by inking Earth Giant and playing nothing. That's an interesting card to have in your draft, in your sealed. Earth Giant. 4/5 stat line, which is above average stats, but when you play it, your opponent draws a card. It's kind of controversial to have, I think.
I don't rate it super highly. I think maybe it would sneak into some of my drafts, but definitely not a card I'm happy to include. Is that a genie in Lucas' hand?
Bivens has the Calhoun for turn 2. Pull the lever into the ink, and Raja is an illusion. 3/3. But it is got that vanish keyword. And Bivens has the Calhoun.
Surely that's a genie in Lucas' hand.
It is.
So that will be a big storyline if Zach can react to that. There's the
Louis making Calhoun reckless isn't too impressive, is it? But Bruno into the ink. Raja will quest for 1. The turn 3. It is still going to be the Louis. But that means
kind of like the 3-drop trading into that 2-drop, which isn't great, but still better than not doing anything on 3, so it might protect the Raja.
The Bivens has 7 Dwarfs Mine in hand, which is a nice card to pick up. Especially in the late game, if he starts like running out of things to do with his ink, he can just start moving in characters to deal 1 damage. 1 damage can be a big deal in this format. Calhoun is reckless, it must challenge and will. But the Louis really not getting very good value there.
Now there's the first card that can somewhat deal with evasives. It can't deal with Genie on its own, but the Genie on the board is enough to kind of be threatening towards the other Genie, because anything that gives plus strength or plus challenger would help it take out the Genie.
And it's actually pretty interesting to note the different ink types. Every player we've seen so far has Amethyst, but these two with Ruby and Emerald, and well, Lucas with Ruby and Emerald and Zach with Amber and Steel. So I think Lucas might be one of the first players we've seen without Steel, if not the first. And Zach is the first we're seeing with Amber.
And the only ink type that we haven't seen yet is Sapphire. Somewhat to be expected, as we said, like Amber, Ruby, Sapphire, some of the weaker colors in these 4 sets for exactly Super Sealed.
Yeah, Amber and Sapphire I think are my front runners as the weaker two. So it'll be very interesting to see what Amber card Zach has got. Something like a dual link dual link cards can have a big influence on that, like Pascal, for example, right? Like an Amber, Amethyst Pascal.
Well, Pascal is a very good shout because I think Amber Emerald has very good dual inks, but he's not playing Emerald. But maybe one or maybe multiple. But maybe a Pascal is a big reason why Bivens chose to include Amber. There's the Zipper.
Zipper's evasive in your own turn, I think, right?
I think so. It's a 2/4. Yeah. It costs 1 less if you have a Mon to recheck, but it's mostly a 3-cost 2/4 evasive on your turn, which isn't anything too crazy, but it can help you deal with evasives a little bit better. There's also a Bruni. Genie and Bruni. I mean, I'm not surprised Lucas's deck is looking very, very strong, but we are seeing a 2-0 matchup as well.
Yeah, both these players have won their 2 games of Super Sealed so far. This is their last game, but this is like Swiss continues after this point. Basically, you need to get 5 wins in Swiss to go to day 2 with the top 8. So whoever wins this is going to be 2 wins away in the triple deck. It's going to be a double quest for Lucas, up to 4. Lucas has, I think, 3 evasives in hand. They have a uninkable 5/2 rush. Excuse me, and they also have the Cheshire Cat, which is dealing damage to a damaged character, I believe. Are we going to see the Zan Syed play, which is not inking? We are. Bruni comes down. No ink for Lucas. Ink. This is where we saw Frank Carsten punish this kind of play with the card draw of
Cusco.
But
can you remove the camera again?
I'll remove the cameras. Yeah, thanks.
I think in general, this like delaying the ink turn can often be reasonable in Super Sealed.
Yeah.
And it's only very niche cards that can really punish that.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes a lot of sense. But if you've got a very strong hand, there's not a huge difference often between like playing a 4-drop or a 5-drop. But Jim Hawkins, oh my goodness, Zach Bivens, that's outrageous.
I mean, to be fair, the Zipper could have helped that too, but now the Zipper is left with 4 willpower.
Jim Hawkins, one of the best cards in Sealed. You deal 1 damage to a chosen character or location when you play it, and it's a 5/5 that quests for 2. Doesn't matter that it's uninkable, you always want to play it, but in comes the Cheshire Cat, it's going to deal damage to the damaged character, and the Genie is no more. Very strong decks for each player, which is exactly what you'd expect with these records.
And we've often talked about the Ariana, and Ariana we've seen in a lot of these matches, which is just a 5-inkable 5-cost 5/5 quest for 2. But Jim with the also the 1 damage instance, quite a bit of an upgrade in comparison to Ariana.
Zach's hand is insane. This Pluto comes in as like a 6/6 or something with support, and then there's the Kronk. So it's going to be the mine into the ink, and it's going to be Pluto. So I think it's, I want to say it's like a 6/7 or something like this when it's not damaged.
So one of the first cards we see that might have been a reason to convince Zach Bivens to actually play Amber.
True, good point. And the Jim does quest, but that Kakamora can clean it up. March Hair in hand. Also the Hades for Lucas, the Ruby Amethyst Hades card draw. This is
this can be huge, as it can draw 2 on play and on quest, by the cost of dealing 2 damage to one of your characters. Just going to talk about the Pluto. It's a 2/7 quest for 2. And while it's on no damage, it has +2 strength and support.
So it's
it can turn the Zipper into a huge character to deal with for the board.
Because like the Raja could quest here, but it's just asking in a way really for Pluto support plus Zipper to make a favorable trade. But Lucas does quest nonetheless. Pretty fast pace of play. We see Mirabelle Madrigal, which my favorite content creator revealed that one.
It was me. That? Oh. The knock is also one of those cards that's like, you don't quite see its strength until you play Super Sealed quite a bit, and then it's like, that's just a very good card. The 6-drop 5/5 move 2 damage counters. Similarly to how Panic is very good, Panic being a lot cheaper and questing for 2. But the 5/5 body also very, very reasonable.
Zach slowing the game down. Just making sure he thinks through his options. Of course, Pluto can quest for 2, giving 4 strength extra to Zipper, so Zipper could be a 6/4 this turn.
So one reasonable play they definitely have access to is Pluto quest, Zipper trades Raya, and then you play the knock, moving 2 damage to the Bruni. if that's what they want to do here.
Zach's also got that 7-cost Kronk, which I can't remember exactly what it does, but it's like something like yeah, well, there is the knock, moving damage. Bruni is cleaned up. You predicted it. Lucas is going to draw.
So they draw one of the Bruni. The Kronk in Zach Biven's hand is 7-drop 6/6, quest for 1. And when it challenges another character, and when it banishes another character in a challenge, you may play a character of cost 5 orders for free.
Oh my god! Did you see what Lucas just drew?
Is that a half shark? Are you taking Bruni, Genie, half shark?
And he's got the Hades as well.
And the Hades? What?
That's insane. Does Lucas have any actions in his discard right now, though? I mean, the thing is, like a 7/5 evasive is still good, even without the actions to recycle.
Yeah, we've been singing hymns about the Mufasa that's 5/7 resist 1 evasive. But for 6 ink, it's very hard to be comparable to a half shark for super sealed.
Lucas is still ahead slightly. They did go first. Zipper is going to be taken out by the Cheshire Cat. 2 damage counters onto the cat. What was the Kronk for Zach doing again, sorry?
If it banishes a character in a challenge, they get to play a 5-drop for free.
Yeah.
5 orders.
So not
it seems quite hard to me to play the Kronk and then get to challenge something and then also have enough cards to be able to profit of playing a 5 orders for free.
Yeah, I mean, we're sat here like complimenting Lucas's deck, but let's be fair, like Zach's deck is also very, very strong.
Yeah, so far they've been keeping up very, very well.
If anything, I think that Zach is in the better position here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Cybug. Lucas actually has that Cuzco as well. If they want to start going for some card draw. It's actually going to be the Cybug coming down and the Cuzco. So going wider, not inking though. So the Cuzco at the start of Lucas's turn, they can either say that both players draw a card or both players discard a card. The Arthur and the Mirabelle in hand for Zach aren't that impressive. The Mirabelle's like a 1/3 evasive that has Singer 5, and Arthur is a vanilla 2-cost 2/2 that quests for 2.
I really wonder how Zach was able to justify the Kronk.
Yeah.
Is it maybe like a Beyond the Horizon or like some very good card draw, how he can support it? On its own, it doesn't seem like that strong.
Yeah, I feel like it could be a really good sideboard card that you play going second, right?
I don't know. Maybe, but even then, getting to 7, quite difficult.
So the knock takes out the Cheshire Cat, and the Pluto's going to quest. Remember that Pluto's got 4 strength and support.
Yeah, this Pluto is the biggest advantage that Zach has going for him at the moment.
Both players are drawing. And then Lucas draws for turn. That's because of the Cuzco, that extra card draw. Basil was drawn. Still no actions for the Half Shark. No ability to rush. Cybug is gaining strength at certain moments in time. But it's just going to trade for the knock. And yeah, that Pluto plus Mirabelle can, of course, remove the Cuzco. So Lucas likely to sit with the Cuzco ready. Very cool game so far. I'm really enjoying the sealed format.
Yeah, me too.
I think 3 rounds is about perfect as well.
Yeah, I don't think we needed much more of it, but for these 3 rounds, it's doing very, very well.
Will quest with the Cuzco, inviting Zach to quest with the Pluto, and get the support onto Mirabelle.
So if they do that, then the Shark gets to trade back into the Mirabelle, which is fine and all, but I'm just wondering, how do we damage the Pluto? Because it is annoying if it sits at...
We have seen a few more Amber cards for Zach as well. This Mirabelle 1/3 evasive is not spectacular, that's for sure, but we also see the Troubadour in hand. The Pluto is definitely the biggest selling point for Amber so far.
Yeah. But even at 4/7, like it doesn't... Even the Shark could just run straight into the Pluto instead of the Madrigal.
Yep.
If Lucas can play any action that's somewhat impacting the board, get it back, and get a good
Let's
trade.
have a look at the discard. Is there any actions in there? No. Doesn't look like it. I believe Lucas inked pull the lever on turn 1. That would have been a great action. To
Sure.
recycle, start discarding your opponent's hand.
I feel like in terms of value, he's doing completely fine. He just wants to control the board first, right? Because if it was just about card advantage, he could just play the Hades, draw some cards, quest with the Hades, draw some more cards. But it's about stopping the questing power from Bivens.
Yeah, if Lucas can find some sort of like quick shot or something here, though, could be good. But that card draw really that the Cuzco provided has honestly benefited Zach more than it has benefited Lucas, I would say, especially with that Hades in hand, right?
Yes.
Like Lucas did not need more cards in hand.
Interesting if maybe even discarding could have been an option.
Yeah, I think
even if like usually you don't want to pick it, you want to pick draw because you get to access the card first. But at this stage,
yeah,
it doesn't seem like card advantage is the issue for Kaupa.
No, and we obviously had the advantage of seeing Zach's hand, which was like Kronk and I think the Arthur, and then it was Kronk and the Mirabelle. But like these cards extra drawn for Zach has just allowed him to go wide in a position where he's now running out of steam a bit. Like this Hades in terms of the long game for Lucas is just winning him the game surely, right? Zach's win condition was win the game quite quickly, and this Kronk, the Cuzco has really helped Zach more than it's helped Lucas, particularly when it was traded out so easily by the support. It is going to be Pluto taken down by the Half Shark. And it's going to be two characters played, Megara and a 4/3, I think it's Kashkin.
Mm-hmm.
But this
finally
half Shark can be taken out by Mirabelle.
Yeah, and as soon as the Half Shark's taken out by Mirabelle...
Oh my goodness. Zach Bivens.
Well, they don't need it yet, probably. They can, but as soon as they're running out of cards, they will not be out of cards.
And it's probably, you go, so you ink the Troubadour, you play the Kronk, and then next turn you play Finders Keepers, and you, bam, Challenge of Kronk, play a card for free.
Yeah, your opponent thinks you're out of cards, and you go Finders Keepers, play 5 drop for free. Okay, Zach. I see you. Also, with the Mirabelle Madrigal now being able to finish off the Half Shark, maybe the Tinkerbell actually gets to quest a few times.
That might have been the most German pronunciation of a Disney Lorcana card I've ever heard.
Which one?
Mirabelle Madrigal. I mean, that wasn't very good. The way you said it. Oh, doesn't agree with my my line. Goes for the Finders Keepers immediately. Invited to the Ball, Mickey Mouse.
Invited to the Ball is also a great card because you're playing mostly characters in these decks.
It's another Amber card as well.
Mm-hmm.
Troubadour comes down 1/3.
Another Amber card.
Half Shark dealt with. And Zach is in the Ascendancy, questing for 4 up to 14, I believe.
I really liked Kronk that turn.
Yeah.
There's the Hades finally coming down. Like damaging the Shark was never an option because you needed the Shark to take out 2 things. But now that they were able to set up a whiteboard, that's where they can cash in on the Hades.
Yeah, and Hades, you deal 2 damage to one of your cards and you draw 2. Maximus for Lucas, that's an interesting way of trying to close out the game. But Zach is just 6 lore away. It's going to be Arthur dealt with.
The craziest thing to me is like Lucas Kaupa's deck looked insane. There was like some bomb cards in there. But somehow Zach was still able to pull ahead.
I mean, Zach's deck also looked insane, to be completely fair.
Sure, but there was no single card where I was like, this card's crazy. There was no card that he played that compared to like Genie. But all of his cards were good. He never played like bad card or low power level card.
Justin, Maui challenged Pluto, which has 4 strength when it has no damage.
So it has +2 strength when it's not damaged, and it's a 2/7.
Looks like Zach's playing the questing game up to 17, 3 away. Lucas needs to answer a 7/7.
Answer this, or you lose.
Yeah. Or Lucas can find a way of gaining an abundance of lore. Doesn't look like Lucas has any outs here. The Maximus does gain lore, but I believe it's at the end of the turn. But Hades can quest. 2 cards more drawn. Sisu. And I think it's a Hades Lord of the Dead, maybe?
I couldn't see the cards.
Some sort of 6-cost uninkable, but Lucas doesn't have it. And I think It's been the story of Cuzco again in this one, but we saw Frank master the power of Cuzco, and I have to say, I think Lucas, the Cuzco is what cost them. Their own Cuzco betrayed them.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite expensive for its stats, and then it was able to be traded quite efficiently when it finally exerted. And they could really need the cards up until that point. Who went first game one, by the way?
Lucas.
Oh. The Bivens is cooking.
The Bivens is cooking. He likes the nickname the Bivens as well. He told me he likes it.
Perfect. Then I can keep using it.
Might have been the Rush Scar, yeah. I think you could be right. Yeah, so for me, I think the Cuzco term was where it all went a bit wrong. Like, I think they went Cuzco and, I don't know, like a 3-drop or a 2-drop or something, when they could have inked something and just played the Hades, got the Hades down a bit sooner, and start drawing, and then maybe they could have used Cuzco to, like, discard or something, but, like, Zach was in a position where they just had Kronk and, like, 1 weak card in hand and only 6 ink, and obviously we have the advantage of seeing that, but I think the Cuzco was where things went wrong. The card draw from Cuzco benefited Zach significantly more in that position than it did Lucas, and the Cuzco did nothing to affect the board either because it was traded out by a Mirabelle Madrigal with the support of Pluto.
Also, like the Half Shark, it didn't even do that much.
No.
It did trade for 2 things, but one of those was the Pluto, fair. So it traded another 6-drop. The other one was a Mirabelle that had already taken care of the Cusco.
Yeah.
So, and also the kind of the problem was Lucas would have loved to play Hades on 7 ink, but at that time the only character on the board was a shark that he really didn't want to damage.
Yeah.
And when he doesn't damage that, then he has to delay the Hades for another turn, and Zach was able to kind of flood the board in the meantime.
And I mean, this is going back particularly far, and obviously I don't know, but it is also interesting to consider that turn 1 ink decision from Lucas, which was to ink pull the lever. Suddenly, if your shark is giving you a pull the lever, which you can pay 3 and make your opponent discard the last card in their hand, often that is going to be very worth the 3 ink. So that's another interesting decision, which I'm sure they had their reasons for inking it, but it would be interesting if the Half Shark could have brought that back. That would have been potentially very powerful.
Yeah, maybe if you can discard them down completely. Although, mostly, I think Lucas would have been loving to have any sort of action that also impacts the board a little bit, in not just hand size, because the board was also getting out of hand a bit.
Well, I think we're going to be up a little bit later than planned tonight, Jan. So I hope you've got some caffeine.
Yeah.
Because this is the 3rd round of 8 Swiss rounds today, right?
8?
Is it 8 today, or is there the Swiss finish tomorrow?
Maybe it probably depends on their times or like how fast these ones finish. But this is the 3rd round, right?
Yeah, this is the 3rd round, but I thought there was 8 rounds total today of Swiss. I could be wrong. Maybe it's 7.
Possible. 7 or 8.
All right. So Lucas to the left. They've got a symbol 1-drop, which is an uninkable. That's going to be mulliganed. It's like a way of getting more stats.
Strength.
Lucas will be going first, you would imagine. It's their choice if they go first or second. Zach is 1 game away from going 3-0 in Super Sealed. 7 rounds of Swiss, my mistake. Thanks, Tegan.
So now we know there's some amount of reach in terms of gaining lore from hand with the giant cobra for Zach.
Tegan's from the same area as Ed. Tegan, has Ed been practicing for months for this? If you do or don't know, feel free to not respond. But I just feel like Ed's the kind of guy that will be like practicing for a long time.
Yeah, and I respect it. Anyone that puts in the work.
So it's Zach and it's Lucas. It's Lucas and it's Zach. There is no core constructed, but there is triple deck constructed. Ed's been practicing a ton, yeah. Hey, Kieran. Yeah, we're really enjoying it. It's good fun. But no, this is the main event. There's 3 rounds of this Super Sealed, and then we're going to have the Triple Deck Constructor. I am so excited to see the lineups for Triple Deck.
Yep.
As much as I've enjoyed the Sealed, Pascal called it. Hello.
Yeah, good read by Joe, Speci, Curly.
Thank you, thank you. When am I coming back to Norway? I hope soon. I loved Norway. Norway is very cool. But yeah, this is what we're usually seeing in these sealed games is no turn 1. Aladdin into the ink, and it's going to be that Raja again. It is an illusion. Speaking of illusion, Zach has a giant cobra in their hand. But that Pascal on 4, that 4/3/3 evasive, the quest for 3, water card.
If the Bivens had anything in their sideboard to deal with illusions, they might have brought it in after seeing the Raja.
Maybe. It's not that good a value though on a banish, is it?
Yeah, that's a good job. But if you had, if you had something like a quick shot, I guess you'd set it in, but you'd probably play that in the first place anyways.
Yeah. Maybe like a Heffalumps and Woozles.
Yeah, but he's not playing Emerald.
Oh.
So they're both opening with probably the best 2-drop in their deck again.
And also with their best 1-drop.
No 1-drop.
Exactly.
GG.
Zazu into the ink. I've actually got a playset of signed Zazus.
Good for you.
Thank you. That's so rude.
Well, I meant that genuinely. Genuinely.
So Captain Hook, whenever this character is challenged, you draw a card. And opposing pirates can't quest when it's exerted.
Yeah, the first line with the pirates, not super important, but a 2-quester that also draws a card.
Yeah. When this card was released, I liked the look of it, but definitely for this format. That Scar, it's a rush. I think it's a 5/5 quest for 2 rush. Abu is also a rush. But the uninkables in hand for Lucas are becoming quite threatening. I have to say, I think Lucas has the better deck of the 2 players. I think Zach's is very, very solid.
Mm-hmm.
Shenzi comes through, which is a 2/3 evasive. This Cobra did not gain lore. It's just being played as a 4/4. Zach's about to go to 4 ink.
Stop Captain Hook from questing. So the 4/4 stat line works very well into the 1/4.
I'm also very curious to see how the 2 French guys get on, Ely and Theotim. For those of you that are just joining, they're my 2 predictions for the tournament, whereas Moyen picked Zach Bivens and Frank Karsten. My top pick from the States would have been Ed. I picked 2 Europeans.
Well, I was about to think, who would my top pick be? But yeah, Zach is American.
Pascal comes through.
How biased you are and how I'm not biased. With you picking double European. All of the casters that are officially casting are also picked American or European.
Yeah, Baker, the European caster, picked the European player, and the Americans picked Americans. I mean, I would have picked a European as well, so it makes sense, right? Like, you're watching these players, like, all the time. Like, Baker and I were casting Frank win Lil, and then a lot of the other casters would have cast other players winning, so it definitely makes sense that there's some influence there.
Mm-hmm. So the Pascal is great, but it's not really allowed to quest here, being checked by the.
Looks like Ely won round 3. Oh, go on, Ely.
Yeah, I'm not sad.
I'm telling you guys, the French are different class. They're playing a different game. Ryder is a 3/4 evasive, costs 4, very solid card. Speaking of solid cards, Pascal's going to quest for 3 because Rapunzel might make it. So Pascal can't quest much next turn. Yeah, I'm excited to see the French lineups. I think the French will go for like a hyper aggro deck and 2 good decks going second. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
They're definitely not afraid to play the aggro stuff. We saw like Theatim play
Amber Sapphire and LCC.
Amber Sapphire, yeah. And I also saw Ely play like a very weird Ruby Sapphire deck once in like a big event. But obviously Ely was the player that won a challenge with items in the past.
Which is making a big resurgence currently in Set 8.
Yep.
Like it's probably more meta now than when he won the challenge with it.
I'd never seen it before. I mean, I'm sure you had, but when I was casting, it's a deck I'd never seen before at that time.
Yeah.
So Lucas has 3 cards in hand, but only one of them's inkable, and the other 2 cost 5 and 6. So it's going to be Rapunzel questing. Now Rapunzel, when she quests, stops another character from questing next turn. That's going to be Pascal.
There's the Abu Rush.
Looks like Sailor's gone 0-3. I think it is still possible that you can make day 2, even if you start 0-3, but I could be wrong. I guess you need to be very lucky.
But it's 7 rounds, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably not possible with tiebreakers.
On the website it says 8 rounds, but I think it's just 7, and then you can't get 5 wins if you roll 3.
I mean, if the website says 8, then it's got to be 8. I was under the impression it was 8 rounds.
Someone said Pierre 113. Okay, we'll see in a bit.
We'll work it out.
Focus on this.
Yeah, 3 rounds of Super Sealed, and then it's triple deck constructed. Basically just 1 Swiss. So after this, Swiss continues with the current records, but the format changes. So after this, let's say Zach wins, he's going to go 3-0 into... He's still going to be 3-0 in Swiss. Lucas is going to be 2-1, but then you're going to be playing your triple deck constructed lists instead.
In total, you need to get 5 wins.
Ooh, Fidget. That could be a big reason to play Ruby for Lucas. I mean, we've seen the Half Shark, the Abu as well.
Yeah, that's a couple of reasons. The Rapunzel questing was nice to force the Pascal to trade instead of trading yourself, but what it did enable would be like Zach, if Zach had any way to move damage counters with something like the knock, then suddenly the Pascal would stick to the board by getting healed from the knock, and then be a huge threat again. So there was definitely some risk involved with the play that Lucas took.
And Benjamin asks, why did they not quest with Cobra?
Why did they not quest with Cobra?
Often these decisions where you don't quest with something are some of the most high-level decisions.
I mean, the most apparent one to me is you want to have something on the board that can challenge Captain Hook in one go, because if you don't, like with every instance where you challenge Captain Hook, they draw a card. And let's say you quest with Cobra, that means Abu can challenge Cobra, for example, and then Captain Hook can quest.
Yeah.
And you can't really take it out without giving them 2 or more cards.
Yeah. And the thing is like Cobra can quest down the line, right? Like,
it's in no rush to quest.
I think you're spot on with that. So Benjamin, very good question. Best question of the stream so far. Chat, if you think you can ask a better question than Benjamin, well, go right ahead. I'm not sure you've got it in you. But Zach's got 3 cards in hand.
One of them is goodness. The Kronk again, isn't it?
As Kronk is back, and the Jim Hawkins is kind of insane that he's inking that. So definitely a big read for Lucas that there's uninkables in hand or expensive cards. In comes Kronk! It's a 6-6. Is it a 6-6?
Yes, 6-6 quest for. I'm not impressed with the Kronk so far. But I'm about to watch them draw Finders Keepers and draw 5-drop and play it off Kronk. How did Kronk made it into the... I'm still a tiny bit baffled.
Okay, Edwin, that's a timeout.
That's not a better question, is it? So Speci, why are you not? I'm impressed with the Kronk.
Well, here comes Fidget. This is a card I've been excited to see. One of my favorite sealed picks. It turns the Abu evasive until the start of Lucas's next turn. The Cobra has now quested. The Prince Philip comes through, lose the way. Oh, vanished. Get absolutely vanished. Lose the way exerts an opposing character, I believe, but because it's an action that targets it, it vanished just like that. But the Bivens is about to prove, well, it's actually not about to prove Moyen wrong, because
Wait, no, yes.
It's not.
That's great.
It's not.
You can play a 7-drop?
No, you can't. Abu's evasive until Lucas's turn.
Right.
But
maybe
Abu,
at some point.
Abu is going to be, it's actually going to be Jimothy Hawkins dealing with the Fidget instead. 1 damage when you play Jim Hawkins.
Kronk still has been awful. Game 1, awful.
I mean, it's a 6/6. I think awful is a big word. It's a 6/6.
Oh, okay, you can't pay 7 for a 6/6. There's like 5 cost 5 6s that are pretty good, but also nothing.
But the game's in the balance. Zach's at 8. Lucas is at 5. 2 cards in hand for, like, the top decks for these players are absolutely insane at the moment. They're just drawing pure gas. But Tekar has to be inked.
It has to go to the ink.
Wait, is the card in hand for Lucas a 7 cost? I think it is. Lucas suffering from being the player going first. I'm telling you, mate, I think going second is better in sealed secretly quite often. It is a 6 cost. It's Scar. You can definitely do super sealed though, right? You could run a super sealed tournament at a local if you've got enough people playing. It'll be good for the store. Sell some packs.
It would be an expensive event to run because it's so much product, but if people.
But also, like, I would imagine what Ravensburger might do in the future is, like, they could do a super sealed box, right? Where, like,
sure,
you just buy a box for a certain price and you get all of the super sealed packs you need. But Kronk's taken out. Kronk's been the star of the show for me. Rafiki.
No,
I love
Kronk
Rafiki.
Was the worst card. Kronk was by far the worst card we've seen so far.
Yeah.
At least in these games.
No, I agree. In comes Rafiki. It is I think it's a 4/4 when it rushes in and takes out Captain Hook. But Lucas is going to draw a card. Zipper.
Bam. And the bot's clean.
Oh, pull the lever though. Pay 3, draw 2. Draw 2. Where is the half shark? That's what Lucas is asking himself now.
Just the hand is full of these, like, 2-drops and 3-drops that you're happy to have on turn 2 and 3, but not really have too much impact after that. But he doesn't need much more than that. He just wants to contest characters on the board.
That's not a half shark.
It doesn't need the half shark.
But in comes Daisy. Daisy's evasive, right?
Oh, really willing to ink here to get another character on the board, as opposed to maybe not inking and playing 2 characters next turn.
Yeah.
It's like, what does the extra character achieve? I guess, as if Rafiki quests, you can, like, double challenge the Rafiki, which could be huge.
Yeah, it also might be that Lucas has, like, 7 cost cards that he could top deck, like maybe like a Vincenzo. Oh, well, he's not playing Steel, but like some sort of 7 cost card in his deck, which he's viewing as an out.
Definitely seems to be what he's playing for.
2 cost uninkable with Rush, I believe. Or maybe a 3 cost uninkable with Rush. It's one of the racers. I think it's like a 2/4 with Rush that costs 3. So Yzma takes out. Yeah, it's a 2/4.
So this enabled him to take out both the Rafiki and the 5/1.
But it looks like Bivens is going to take it. We're going to have to see what Lucas draws off the top, but they need a minor miracle. Now, Zach does quest, thought about not doing it, but they're up to 15.
Yeah,
Lucas needs a miracle.
Is that the genie? Might be a little bit late.
Oh, the half shark.
And there's the shark.
Genie into half shark, but too little too late. Zach Bivens, 3-0 in Super Sealed. Take a bow.
So dominant. He's like, these games weren't particularly close if you consider the quality of cards that Lucas was playing, and Zach still able to be to very dominantly end these games.
Look at Bivens. He's just feeling so comfortable, cool, calm, and collected. Look at that. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm going to put my dice in my pocket. What are you going to do about it?
It's like checking the time, or have time to get some more lunch.
Yeah, I'm going to tie my shoelace. I'm going to send Speci a message and say, keep using that Bivens nickname, mate. I don't think he did that, actually. But I'm looking forward to hearing the interview from Zach. Last time we heard him do an interview from an official challenge was in the North American one. Your camera's back. Don't pick your nose.
I'm not.
I don't know. I was just letting you know, just in case you're going to.
Okay.
It was a very emotional interview, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Yeah.
That was cool. I liked that.
It's kind of like why we play card games.
Yep.
Both interviews.
Yeah, because I really wrote him off because he was playing a slightly slow Amethyst Steel, and I was like, oh, it's over for Zach. He's lost. He can't win. And then, bam, he did it. And everyone was like,
Zach,
see, Speci, you don't know what you're talking about.
Zach winning words? If Frank's not winning, Zach's winning. Because they're my picks.
I mean, we need to see the scores on the doors exactly, but it looks like from the super sealed portion, our predictions have been, you couldn't really have got much better.
Yeah, so far it's been going well for us. We're not playing.
No.
For our picks.
We're not playing, we're not casting, we're just watching, but we're predicting, and we're predicting good.
We are not playing, we're not casting, and we're proud. A 3-0 and a 2-1 each. I'd take that. Take that.
Take that all day. But I mean, I don't know the lineups that either of my players. You might know the lineup that you've picked.
Yeah, just with Frank.
Oh, see, I have no idea. But they probably got the same lineup. My two picks, and I hope it includes a hyper aggro deck.
The lineup that you said wouldn't win worlds is probably one that Frank's playing.
You're right.
You know what's the craziest part about Zach going 3-0? He was just flexing on everyone. He was like, okay, I put Conk in my deck. Oh, 1 second. I put Conk in my deck. And I'll still win.
Through that super sealed format like a champ. Congrats on your win. That game 2 with that Rafiki coming down and wiping your opponent's board. Can you talk about that play? Because that felt really pivotal.
Yeah, definitely. We were kind of in a stalemate for a little bit. I very strategically left my Cobra not questing when it was a free quest because I know he plays a lot of rush cards in his deck.
Benjamin,
so
there you go.
It might seem a little weird to the viewers, but all part of the plan. And then the Rafiki, yeah, I was able to clear his entire board. I actually chose to play that over the big 7-drop I had in my hand. I just thought it was that important at that moment.
Well, and it got you the win, 2-0 on this match. Let's talk about super sealed format, though, and you have to pick 3 ink colors. What was your thought process with picking those inks? Let's see, you were on Amethyst, Amber, and Steel today.
Yes, so in all of my practice and everything I've practiced, I've never picked Amber in Sealed, so I was very shocked. I had Amethyst still really easily locked up with my cards, and I needed a 3rd ink, and I had some pretty good cards like the Pluto you saw in Game 1, which was an all-star.
Say Pascal.
So it actually landed on Amber, and I was shocked. But, yeah.
Damn it.
Well, we are excited to see you in the triple deck format. How are you feeling going into the rest of today?
I feel amazing. I was not looking forward to the Sealed, to be honest with you. I just wanted to escape with a win or 2, and because I think I'm very, very, very well positioned for triple deck.
We can't wait to see what you do, and we're going to see all these players jumping into that triple deck format. When we come back, stick around. We can't wait for more exciting gameplay.
Okay, I changed my pick. I picked Zach Bivens.
No, you can't use my pick.
No, he's mine now.
No, you already. We have.
Here you go. Here's some footage.
Oh, you said Ely and Team.
But Zach's got the spice. Now I want to pick a spicy lineup. No, I'm sticking with my 2 French dons.
Yeah, you can't just switch to someone that went 3-0.
Well, I just did. Unlucky.
No, you didn't.
That DKP doing the Maui is jokes. Fair play. DKP wins the competition for best pose.
What about this one?
No.
No.
What would be your pose if you were in this?
This one.
Is that like Irons, like West Ham?
No, that's not what it's supposed to be.
Well, that's what it came across as. That's what West Ham fans do. Okay, Kurt wins.
I mean, I like the bubble celebration from when they score a goal at West Ham.
Federico's got a good pose. That's a good pose. Oh, Douglas is really nice. I interviewed Douglas after they won. Yeah!
Yeah, that's the one.
You see, it's much better when Frank does it, mate. I'm not going to lie.
Man.
It's much better when Frank does it. Ed should have just done the Ed stare.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked.
He should have just pulled up a chair, crossed his arms, perfect posture.
Slowly sit down, stare into the camera.
For sure. For sure. I think there's just music on in the background here.
What pose would you have done, Speci?
What's that?
What pose?
What pose would I have done? I mean, I don't think I would have gotten there. What pose would I have done?
Hypothetically.
I don't know. I would have done something dumb. Maybe I would have done this. Oh yeah, I would have done this.
Okay.
Something stupid like that. Or maybe like thumbs up. So that is Super Sealed Dunzo. Overall, Sui pose, true. Yeah, I'd have done the Sui. So, Jan, ratings of the Super Sealed portion of the tournament out of 10 from a spectator point of view.
Like an 8 actually, but definitely carried by match 1. Match 1 was like a 10.
Yeah.
And the ones after that were like a low 7.
I think game 2 was kind of insane as well, no? Yeah, game 2 was kind of
Let's say game 2 was like an 8, and then I think the last match wasn't like super back
I would
and
say the
forth, or-
Super Sealed overall was a 9, and the way it would have been better is if they showed us some deck building and pack opening. But it was very good. It exceeded my expectations.
Or maybe if you had like graphics that kind of showed some key cards of players' decks.
I also think we saw like some of the best decks. What will be interesting is to see which decks were like the 0-3 decks, right? Because like how bad can it get? But you would need to see their whole card pool, because you could maybe come to the conclusion that they didn't build their deck that well, right?
Sure, possible.
But I imagine there's a lot of randomness involved with that. Which, I don't know how I feel about it. Because the seal has a knock-on effect for the whole tournament as well. Because I do like it overall, but it does still have like, it's not like the seal is like a self-contained aspect, because it's also contributing towards seeding for the top cut, right? So by doing better in the sealed, you get a better seeding for the top cut, which can be very impactful.
Yeah. You know what these poses remind me of? When I was getting started into card games, one of the first big Hearthstone tournaments I qualified to, we also had to do these, but you had to like pick one weapon of choice from like Warcraft. And I had like a Doom Hammer. Fun. The weapons were far too big for how small I was.
How much do we think the whole New World pin sells for? I don't know. A few
Or
thousand?
this card. The 1 out of 1 Mickey.
I think that's like a couple 100,000, right? Oh, let's listen to Baker.
Back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship here at the Walt Disney Resort in Florida. And I am joined for the first time ever. It is an absolute honor by the legendary Rebecca. How are you doing?
I'm doing so good. This day has been incredible. I'm having so much fun, and I'm excited to have more fun being here in the booth with you, Baker, and tuning into the new triple deck format. I am so excited to see how this all plays out.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here with you. But yeah, what a day we have. We have finished our 3 rounds.
What a height difference. Baker's rocking that cape all day. Fair play to him. I bet it's hot.
Yeah, but I mean, it looks quite good. I don't think I would take it off.
Do we see the brackets? Someone link us the melee, please. I guess I have it up here already. I think do, but I don't want to miss the stream. I'll put it up in my second browser, I guess.
Hello, I'm talking.
Hello.
One good point raised in chat, I think, is maybe that the interviews. I think it would have been good if the interviews of the players would have like included some questions about. I guess no, they did. How they arrived at those colors. I mean, maybe a little bit more about like why they chose to build the deck the way they did, in terms of like what ink curve they went for, what colors and everything.
Right, so Ed beat Theatim. So one of my predictions is 2-1. And then
sorry, Theatim.
Ely beat Panda. I don't know who Panda is, but like the melee name that is. So one of my predictions is 3-0. Zansayed won 2-0. DKP won against Domingo 2-1. So Domingo's 1-2, DKP's 2-1. Federico won. Frank Carsten won against the Rat. Wonderland lost, so I think he's 1-2. Kurt Speci won. Mo won. Sailor won. So Andy lost, so I guess Andy is 0-3.
That's not good. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
So yeah. I think
so I have a 3-0 and a 2-1, and you have a 3-0 and a 2-1.
Correct. And my bonus North American pick is 3-0, so I guess that means I'm in the lead at the moment.
No. Was a lot of in the first 2 rounds there was like almost no 2-0s, and then in round 3 there was like almost exclusively 2-0s, which is arbitrary for sure.
There was a lot of 2-0s though, yeah.
Yeah, Frank gets to the early game. He had like very, very strong mid to late.
Shine in this format.
Yeah, I think.
So yeah, it's only 7 rounds. I'm sure it said 8 rounds before.
I mean, on Melee, doesn't it still say?
I mean, in this graphic it says 7.
Yes, I think there is only 7, but I don't know why.
Unless there's one round of Swiss tomorrow, but that would be kind of a weird way for do it.
Day 1 wants 4 to 7. Maybe.
Are they using Melee and not their own app? Seems so, but I mean, I think the new app is like very new still, right? I haven't actually made my account yet. Their own site still runs on Melee? Oh wait, really? I thought just its own UI. I don't think that's true.
Winner has to stay in the same deck? No. You have to win with each of your decks except the one that's benched. So as soon as you win, you have to switch.
They worked in partnership with Melee? I don't think they did. It's with cards.io, which I think is a very different thing. I don't think Melee has anything to do with Ravensburger Play Hub. I could be very wrong. I'm not an expert. That's the first time I've heard that, though. But yeah, cards.io is a different thing to Melee as far as I'm aware. Cards.io also had like when it was like back in the online tournament days, they had the deck building and tournament platform for that, interestingly. They might need an 8th round if 8 people don't have 5 wins.
Pick this, so I'm going to pick this, and then if they don't, you go.
Tiebreaker if 2 players reach, like if the 8th and the 9th player both reach 5 wins, is it possible at the same time?
Not sure.
Let's see.
It's 8 p.m. here, which means it's 9 p.m. for you.
Yeah.
Still hot as well. Very hot. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't be this hot by now.
The rules that are displayed right now, they don't mention that you also cannot play the deck that you've won with, right? It just says the loser has the option to switch and you have to win with each of your decks. And so there's no point in playing with the deck you've already won with, but it doesn't like explicitly stated.
AC pointing at your face. What is AC?
It's tough out there.
It is.
I mean, we've watched the first 3.
What is AC? Never heard of it. It hasn't made it this far.
It's starting to get quite warm in my room as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting warmer. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We are, because we are putting up a poll here in the Twitch chat so that you who are watching, you right there, you get to help decide who is going to be the featured match for round 4. So let's talk about what we can. Do we know the players yet?
Who do you want me to vote for?
I know that's still being finalised,
okay.
so we're going to keep ramping for a little bit. We've got some potential deck lists, but until we know which match it is, I don't want to venture too deep into that. But yeah, what a format. And then tomorrow, the top 8 players of these 28. And you just made the point of, like, the players have...
Guys, who do you want me to vote for?
Wait, who do we want chat to vote for?
Yeah, chat. Chat. Who are we voting for? I mean, there's no poll.
Not yet. But as soon as there's a poll, I mean, it depends on who's facing off.
I doubt they provide us with the opportunity to see Ed versus Bivens because they're both undefeated.
But then they might.
No, usually in these things, you will not show the same player on stream this early on. There's so many people to showcase. I'd be very surprised.
Yes, while you're right, if they do a poll, maybe it's part of the poll.
No, I just don't think they'll include them on the poll. But there is no poll, guys, don't worry.
So who's missing yet? We've seen Bivens and Frank, so we've seen my picks. So we want to see Ely or Theodore.
I'd love to see the French. The thing is it's the English stream doing the poll. And there's a French stream, German stream, Italian stream. So I feel like the French might struggle to win the poll.
The French stream has consistently had like almost 1,000 viewers.
Yeah. The French community is crazy. Doesn't surprise me. Out of the streams we did for the DLCs, the French stream had the most views by a mile of like the alternative language. Why is everyone posting one?
Take a rest, and these players can prep for that top 8 tomorrow.
And you should probably have quite spicy.
I posted one as well, guys, for you. Oh yeah, I want to see Hamza.
Higher in the seeds. So definitely a lot to play for. Incredible set of prize.
Everyone's slamming one.
Of the beautiful whole new world pro. To give me one, they weren't having it. They said, baby, you'll have to win a championship. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but it's a beautiful card. The playmat, the sleeves, the deck box, all
the
sorts.
promo cards that they get with each win, which I just love that. It's so great. I am so excited to hear about these players and the decks. Okay, but can you tell me what decks are you excited to see?
There are so many things I want to see today. I'm very much a Ruby Amethyst enthusiast, and I don't think we've seen any of that today.
Two of my players
with Super Seal, but maybe we will in
I mean, that's going to win, isn't it?
But Illumineers, we now have the
options
for you to choose which match will be.
Yeah. I'm surprised, but fair enough. It'll be Bivens versus Ed, though.
Which one do we want, chat?
I mean, it's going to be Bivens versus... This is the American English-speaking stream, which is being asked.
By a pod at the European
I didn't ask what is going to be asked. What do we want?
Oh, chat, what do you want? Chat says they want...
Chat also wants 2, huh?
I mean, it's just going to be 2. You're asking the English-speaking stream, and you've got 2 Americans against each other. It's probably also the best one for
as we know.
known players. I'm gonna be right back and get to the toilet.
Why did we spam 1 then before we saw the match?
Nobody knows. Do you want me to play the stream audio, or are you gonna talk to chat while I go to the loo?
Just play the stream audio. Right. I'll just speak anyways if I want to.
So that is going to be a huge match here between Ed and Zach.
I've got a feeling the audience might be quite keen on that one, but number 3 is also a really interesting matchup. It
really is. Frank Karsten, of course, was the very first Disney Lorcana champion versus Kurt Spies, who actually qualified for Worlds with a pass down at the North American Championship. And I think he's doing really well out there today from what I've seen. So Kurt versus Frank Karsten. And tell us about this final match.
Oh, absolutely. The 4th match that you can choose is between Luca Lazara and Theotime Bouchot. European players, fantastic player. Every single player on this list is absolutely worth taking a look at. So you've got 4 options, Illumineers, around the world. Illy versus Raphael, Ed versus Bivens, Kurt Spies versus Frank Karsten, or Theotime versus Luca. I do want to make a point as well. Kurt Spies in a fantastic costume today.
Yeah, he really is. I love the Disney bounding. He is going all out. I love it. I talked with Kurt actually earlier, and he said, you know what? They're going all out for us, so I'm going all out for Disney Lorcana, which is great. And we are leaving that poll open for a couple of minutes, so you have time to vote. Any of those 4 matches, I would be thrilled to watch. Theotime actually was Bochum, right? Or Bochum?
Bochum, yes.
Champion. So there are some really big names, some really big matches that we're going to see for this first round. Now, what decks do you think we're going to see today?
Oh, goodness me. So
some Ruby Sapphire, maybe.
I was going to start off with sort of like the Madam Mim elephant in the room, which is the power of Ruby Sapphire. It wasn't so long ago, it feels a longer time ago, I guess, that we had our first bans in the Disney Lorcana trading card game, losing both Fortisphere and Hiram Flaversham. I just call it, if you're a Basil fan, they never say his first name.
No, it's just Flaversham.
It's just Flaversham, the toy maker. But after that, you know, some decks kind of been doing an uphill climb to reach their the former glory days. But Ruby Sapphire, resilient, still performing really well. There's a couple of variants that perform very well. One of them, which has kind of become known as the DKP style list. DKP, one of the players in the room today here at the World Championship.
Build.
Yeah, sharks with manners, and of course playing the big Sisu, who can wipe the board of opposing characters 2 strength or less. That's a great way of playing Ruby Sapphire. But there's also the item variant.
Yeah, the item variant I think is really interesting and so powerful. It'll be interesting to see the breakdown between the item variant and that shark variant. Sure. And one of the things that I love about Disney Lorcana, and now that we have 8 sets so far of this game, is that just playing Ruby Sapphire, you don't know which version of that deck it's going to be. But of course today it is open deck list. We didn't mention that with the format, but this is completely open deck list.
Right.
Players know those lists. They've had time to look at them, and they will be able to study them before they choose what deck they're benching. But yeah, Ruby Sapphire I think is going to be a big one that shows up. The other deck I think that's going to show up today is Amber Steel.
Amber Steel, a very popular deck, but again, we talked about the benching phase, right? Steel being having a bit of a target on its shoulder, and Amber Steel has been one of the best performing decks for a long while. Yep. Recently got the addition of the Power Hamster. Ring, ring. Who is it? Destiny. I've been awaiting your call.
Rhino.
What a guy.
What a hamster. What a hamster.
But we can now announce to you that the winner of that poll is going to be Illy versus Raphael. And I have to go back and correct a mistake I made a moment ago, confusing our players. Do forgive me. Illy, not the European champion. Illy from Europe, though, a prior Disney Lorcana champion. Played Ruby Sapphire items, actually, with the Queen Diviner, which was really fascinating. My apologies to everyone watching around the world. I'm doing my best.
And it's not even really a proper poll, I feel like.
I was muted. I was muted. There's no way they actually counted the 1 spam from before.
Yes, they did. Like there was like no ones after that.
Oh no.
Lol, I saw so many 2s. Not sure if the poll worked
so
properly.
Funny.
But I mean, I guess I don't mind it. We didn't see them on stream yet.
Oh my goodness.
See, and you said one, like 2 was always going to win.
I mean, it was. It was gonna win.
Easy win for Ely.
Did you tell them what I messaged you, that these four things have each of our predicted players in, like Ely, Zach, Frank, Theatim, and these are the top 4, I guess, in the tournament. So we're doing pretty well.
Yeah. So they're all like top 8, I guess.
So we get to see probably what I think this is actually the right one to show for what it's worth. I actually think Theatim versus Luca was the best one to show, just because they both won a challenge. And we haven't seen either of them. But Ely versus Rafael, I'm not sure where Rafael's from. Are you?
No.
But it's probably fair to assume that Ely and Theatim have the same lineup, because they're...
I know that Rafael placed 6th at the EU Champs with Ruby Sapphire to qualify for Worlds.
Okay.
That's all I know. And Ely... Right, Ely won Bologna with items.
That's so funny that everyone spammed 1 before the poll, but it got counted.
Right. Yeah, I am really curious to see all the colors of everyone. That's something that maybe could have been incorporated into this graphic, just on the side. Show us their lineup.
Well, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
It's warm. I don't know how it's hotter now than it was midday, but it is. Noticeably so. So, my prediction for the French lineup, I don't think it's going to be the cookie cutter Amber Steel, Emerald Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire. I think we might see a Amber Ruby lineup. Emerald Steel, Sapphire Amethyst, Amber Ruby location deck. GG.
What if we see a mirror of Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Amethyst, Amber Steel?
Oh, it's very possible.
Oh, they were talking about the colors just now.
Tools to win a matchup.
The other thing is Emerald Steel is a very powerful deck. It's got that discard engine. It's got that Diablo. It's got all of the tools of Steel. And I sort of wonder how many of these players brought in Emerald Amethyst as like decoy deck.
I have heard that before.
You know, maybe.
Maybe if there's an Emerald Steel involved, maybe it's Amber Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire.
In that best of 5. I know I can win with Emerald Steel, but I'm going to build these other 2 decks knowing that that one might be set to the side.
It's funny you say that because there was an LGS a few weeks ago that was trying out the
Emerald
triple deck
Steel.
constructor, giving people a taste of it. And one particular player did an interview where they said, I'm only running Emerald Steel as a trap so that they bench it because I really want to run Blurple. That's the tower I actually want to run. So Emerald Steel is there to like distract people.
It's the decoy deck.
And to be honest, it would work on me. I would absolutely have benched Emerald Steel
I would bench Emerald Steel every single time that I faced it.
Another point, the Amber Amethyst deck that we were talking about, and you were saying not something we see all the time, and definitely the format here being a feature of that. One thing I do think is quite nice and poetic, the first American DLC was won.
Absolutely. Josh Polt, who's here.
He's in the room today.
With that fairy godmother deck, Amber Amethyst taking the win in Atlanta was wild. I think people were so excited to see Amber Amethyst. You know, I feel like Amber Amethyst is one of those decks that's like a fan favorite. People love to play it at their LGS, at home, at kitchen table games.
When Amber Amethyst won the DLC.
Yeah, though, when we were in Lille, do you not remember? We were like at a bar. And it was like, oh, a 68 card Amber Amethyst deck won. And we were like, what? But it turned out it was a 60 card deck.
At the moment when it won, I knew NA was cooked.
Don't say that. You know, like most of the audience here is NA. Guys, he does not represent my opinions.
Joking. Haha. Didn't mean that.
The future. Let us know how you felt about Super Sealed at home. But Triple Deck Constructed, I think, is the meat and potatoes that we're all waiting for.
We're waiting for it. We're ready. We're ready to dive in. These players are getting ready to dive in.
Yes, they are.
Our match that you have chosen. Again, this was you. This was you that chose this match. We are very excited. We are going to be able to see the players, do this whole benching phase and everything. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. And these players, I know that they have
I'm
come
going to crank my AC lower. Who is cooked now?
I'm so cooked. It's so warm in here. I'm dying.
Match is what deck I'm
It
going
is
to bench, followed by which deck I'm going to play.
I am uncomfortable.
So it's going to be thrilling to watch how this all plays out.
It's going to be fantastic, and it's really interesting how.
You know what's the best?
Hey bro, we're with you. Guy was on One Drop Cindy No Songs. That was a cool deck. Yeah, what's the best?
Oh, I'm from Germany. No, the best is tomorrow at 9 a.m. I have a tennis match, and I don't know how I will survive that in the heat.
That doesn't sound fun. I better work out because I've been sick this week. I didn't work out since Monday.
I've also been sick for the last few years, so I didn't work out.
Your deck saying I'm banning Steel or I'm banning Emerald or whatever it is, but then you're sat across the table with someone like a DKP.
So we were getting Amber Amethyst mentioned to us. I don't know if there's anything more portable AC. Oh my goodness, I want one. Dang, Moyen is sensitive. It's true. He is.
What do you mean sensitive?
Easily offended.
Okay, but
Nah,
what
he's
led
not.
to them saying that?
No, don't worry. I mean, with this one comment, you managed to get offended, so that you kind of proved the point.
But I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just wondering why they said it.
Favorite deck is Ruby Amethyst.
This is, that's a cool shirt.
Man after your own heart. Yes. And collected every Pixu magazine. Am I saying that correctly?
Maybe I'm rooting for you now.
I don't know what Pixu magazine
Disney
is.
character Scrooge McDuck.
Pixu is Balthazar Pixu is the French name for Scrooge McDuck, so probably it's about him.
Oh, it's a French mirror.
I can show you my Balthazar Pixu.
Favorite deck, Emerald Sapphire. Is it
Class.
Is it glue? Is it clean? We haven't come to a decision as a community. Nonetheless.
All right, here we go. Here are the colors: Emerald Steel, Amber Amethyst, and Amber Sapphire from Ely.
And here we see them doing a little shuffle up.
These are my kind of lineups.
Of what has been, I do believe.
Oh, they have these cards to
the
like
bottom
choose the benching and picking, I guess.
Okay, so
That one also looks like Emerald Steel. Yeah.
these are my kind of lineups.
Both players spawn the Emerald Steel, and then we have Ely is on Ruby Amethyst, and then Sapphire Amber.
But what got benched?
So our first matchup, we've got
Did they
Amber
bench already?
Sapphire versus Amber Amethyst. So
I guess
really
they benched.
Interesting matchup out the gate.
So they benched the colors that are not shown, so they both benched
Amethyst, Ruby.
Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire?
Not a combination we see.
Emerald Steel benched, Emerald Steel benched. So it's Ruby Sapphire, Amber Amethyst. Look, I like that lineup. I like this lineup too. Ely's lineup might be
also very interesting.
Ruby Amethyst burn deck.
I think these two decks match.
I think it might be a soft target. I think it's a soft target Ruby Sapphire lineup.
Can lean towards that aggro version. So is it just going to be a war race here?
Oh, now we're starting. Oh, I am so glad I picked Ely to win with this lineup. Yes, please. This is why I picked these guys, because I knew they would be thinking similar to me. It's a hard target Ruby Sapphire lineup. It's going to be a Ruby and Amethyst burn deck. Chromacon, Super Goof, bam, bam, bam. GG. Let's go. I'm excited. I like both the lineups, by the way, a lot.
I really want to see like the deck lists for both Amber Sapphire and Amber Amethyst.
Yeah. Oh,
honestly,
Amber Sapphire. It's just going to be a hyper aggro deck.
Honestly, it's good chat was spamming one before the poll, so we get to see this.
Yeah, this is exciting. But I imagine Ely and Theatim are playing the same lineup, which is likely... It's the same strategy I would go for, try and find a lineup which is trying to beat Ruby Sapphire 100% of the time. Now, I could be wrong, but look at that. Hyper aggro. Look at that. You play a deck which is just insane going first, And that's this. Popsicle, Lady. We've got Lucky the Pup. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Let's flipping go. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy with my pick to win the tournament when I see them playing this deck.
We'll see how they do.
I just thought, like, I was like, okay, who's the most likely player to build the same lineup I would? Like a target Ruby Sapphire? It's the French. I mean, they're playing against another Frenchman, but...
Yeah. Also, they haven't played these decks yet, right? They both went 3-0 in, like, sealed. So
yes. Yes.
So we don't know if anything about how these will perform.
No, absolutely. Oh, it's exciting. But yeah, the logic is of Ely's lineup, just based off, you know, me seeing Amber Sapphire is, okay, 80%, 75% of the field, that kind of ballpark is likely to play Ruby Sapphire. Can I build a lineup which beats Ruby Sapphire convincingly? The Emerald Steel is likely got Merfolks in it, for example. Prince John still. The Amber Sapphire is the one deck in their lineup designed specifically to be played going first. I have a theory, Jan, as we see the puppy come down. This has Ward. It's a 2-2 or a 0-2 with Ward, I think.
0-2.
It looks
and
like...
when you have another puppy in play, it quests for 2 instead of 1.
Not sure what happened here. I think they just got told the timer hadn't started yet. If you have another puppy in play, it quests for 2, is that right?
Yeah, instead of for 1. So it has 1 more lore.
Yeah.
And it has Ward.
Yes. But so Ely's deck is designed specifically to be played going first. It's the same strategy I would have gone for if I was playing in this tournament. You have one deck designed only to be played going first, and then you have 2 decks which are good going second. My theory, Jan, is that you're supposed to ban this deck. Bench. Because it's just like guaranteed to win, because it's just going to be insane going first. I don't know. That's my theory.
I don't think it's guaranteed anything, but...
Say it again?
I don't think it's guaranteed anything, but of course it's plausible. Right. It might be a correct ban. But I mean, so now they both benched Emerald Steel, which, I mean, you also don't want to play against Emerald Steel, especially not when they go first, but maybe it's a bit closer.
So here's another question. If you're Raphael, are you supposed to have queued Ruby Sapphire in game 1? Because the Ruby Sapphire deck is likely the one that's in the most trouble. I mean, we don't actually know the kind of Ruby Amethyst deck that Ely's got. But...
he needs to read that. I can relate. Okay, so Ely won the die roll and chose Amber Sapphire. And Raphael lost the die roll and still chose Amber Amethyst. Well, they don't want to play Ruby Sapphire into this going second, I guess. So now they're playing like a deck that can contest board going second against this. So
look at the aggro from Ely. Oh, I'm so happy with my pick. As we see the pup questing for 1.
The pick order makes sense, I think.
Yeah. But like, if you're trying to get Ruby Sapphire, if you're worried about getting Ruby Sapphire through, do you not want to take like every opportunity you can to try and get the Ruby Sapphire through?
I mean, it's no reason to pick like an awful matchup, right? If you think this is bad.
And look at this. It's also an aggro deck for Raphael. There we go with the Lilo. I mean, both of these players have got this sort of strategy I was discussing of having like a deck in a triple deck constructed deck, which is just built to win going first. Very fascinating.
Daisy giving them the dual ink puppy. What's it called again? It's not a puppy, it's a dog.
I honestly don't know.
The shift card.
It's very interesting. I mean, both these guys are French. I'm not sure if they prep together.
Thunderbolt, I think it gave them, which is a puppy shift 3 bodyguard. 5 cost, 3/7 quest for 2.
Yep. Which is great, but right now it would mean the Piglet would only quest for 1. But you could also challenge the Daisy here if you so... Oh yeah, sorry, I'll hide the cameras. How spicy is this? Triple deck constructed, hyper aggro builds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything super wrong with shifting, double trading the Daisy.
Mm-hmm. So Lady into the ink. Puppy shift!
There's the Thunderbolt! The World Championship at the greatest stage of them all. Bam! Shift Thunderbolt. Puppy shift.
Oh my goodness. Puppy shift mate.
And now, how do you ever stop like a Rapunzel from ever happening? You don't.
Baloo as a bodyguard comes through.
Baloo, but how do you ever challenge anything.
Oh my goodness, the triple deck constructed hyper aggro meta is upon us.
What's that in their hand? Was it the We Know This Family, or what is it? No, it's the draw 3 spell? Is it Gathering Knowledge? I don't see it. What's the uninkable action that they have in hand?
Raphael has Gathering Knowledge in hand.
Ah, okay.
But it's in French.
But I think they just lose board, and I don't know. They don't never get over the line.
Piglet and another puppy, and Ely's just questing 4/5.
Nice Baloo you got there. Would be a shame if I ignored it.
I don't think we're going to need 75 minutes or 70 minutes that was on the clock.
They'll have enough time to get lunch twice.
So it's Patch the Pup, it's a ward, and it's questing for 1, but if you have another puppy in play, it quests for 2. Thunderbolt, not a puppy, I don't believe, though.
Imagine questing with the Daisy, and you're like, oh, what's the worst that could happen? You flip over the Thunderbolt, you know they're going to shift that and double value trade.
Yeah.
For the worst card they could have flipped off the Daisy.
The Thunderbolt shift of dreams. But this is what we're talking about with Triple Deck Constructed. It's Bosses on a Roll, sung by Baloo. It's just a very different context, right? Like the whole context of the game is very different. You can have a deck which only needs to win when you go first.
Yeah.
And you can bench a deck.
Draw 3 spell. There's the gain the lower draw 1 spell. It's like a hyper aggressive.
Yep. So both players with a similar sort of strategy. What's interesting is Raphael has like this very aggressive deck alongside Emerald Steel and Ruby Sapphire, whereas Ely is not playing Ruby Sapphire at all.
You think that gives him the edge in this like
yeah. So
lineups?
when I was sort of theory crafting it, I said like the rock lineup, if you will, is like you play Ruby Sapphire, Amber, Steel. As Show Me More comes through, each player draws 3. So there's like the rock lineup, like the most obvious. Then the second one is like something which targets Ruby Sapphire a bit, but still plays Ruby Sapphire. That's almost what Raphael's playing. And then the third one is something that does the same thing, like targets Ruby Sapphire somewhat, but doesn't play Ruby Sapphire itself. So Ely's like almost the scissors.
He's playing like the level 3 lineup in lineup theory.
Yeah. At least how I theorized it myself.
Yes, it's like one way to go about things.
Yeah.
I personally didn't think Ruby Sapphire was like that weak.
Yeah. Oh, Ludwig comes through and discards Gathering Knowledge.
All of the new Dual Ink Amber Sapphire cards really pulling through.
Yeah.
This shift on the plays is absolutely disgusting. The 3/7 against the deck that.
Yeah. Bodyguard. Another Ludwig! See you later, alligator! Oh my goodness. Ely, stop that.
Wait, did they show their hand when
yeah, because Ludwig was played twice here, so both cards were discarded. It was 2 actions.
Yes, but...
Oh my goodness. So then Ely's going to be left with Ruby Amethyst, and my gut feeling is it might be a burn deck, like a Chromacon, but I could be wrong. That's just my intuition, having not looked at the list, but theory crafted a similar sort of lineup myself. I could be very wrong.
Well, I think this was a very, very important game in the entire match.
Yep.
Because as Raphael now lost this, Ely is exactly where he wants to be. He just needs to... He has 2 chances to win, and one of them is against the deck he's trying to target.
Yep. Well, that was quick. So expect to see some puppy shifting at your local game store, guys.
Yep. The Thunderbolt is here, and it's here to stay.
But again, it's important to remember, this is not core constructed. These decks are operating in a very different metagame to what you're going to be operating in at set championships.
Yeah, both of these decks were built with the condition that they're never going to play against Steel. I cannot guarantee you that you're not going to play against Steel at your local game shop.
And they're also built knowing that you just have to win with it going first once, right? Like, you get a chance to play it going first. In every series, you're going to have a chance to play going first at least once. So having a deck that's really good at doing that, and then trying to build 2 decks which are really good at going second is a very logical
So as ED,
approach.
you know you're going to play against Ruby Amethyst going first here. Which game do you queue first, or which deck do you think has a better chance of actually getting there while going second? Because
I think you misspoke slightly there. So ED has Ruby Amethyst, right?
Yes.
So the advantage is, if you're ED, you won. Great. But Raphael does have a slight advantage now, Jan, which is what? That he can...
that now they get to choose in which matchup they're going first and second. So they can like handpick, okay, maybe Ruby Sapphire has a tough time to win if they went second against Ruby Amethyst, so they're queuing it while going first. And then they still have a decent chance to win the next match with Amber Amethyst. Okay, that is not the case. They decided this exact thing, but the other way around, the graphic was a bit off.
So they just stick with their hyper aggro deck when they're going first. It makes sense. But that's going to mean that in game 3, if we get there, Ely just has to win with Ruby Amethyst against Ruby Sapphire. And when they're going first, which you would imagine they're the favorite for. But it's going to be very fascinating to see Ely's Ruby Sapphire list. Is it got Chromicons like I would anticipate? It doesn't look like it does, no. It's actually a traditional Ruby Amethyst list. Crabs, friends...
I think that really explains Raphael's decision to play the aggro deck first, because I think against the traditional Ruby Amethyst list, Ruby Sapphire can be fine while going second as well.
So I think there might be a 1-drop to the... Yeah, there's a Chernobogs in Ely's hand to the right, and there's a bunch of foxes, there's a bunch of crabs. Interesting, though. This deck is not the Ruby Amethyst I was kind of maybe anticipating to see when I got all excited. So it just looks like Ely's lineup, it just has this Amber Sapphire deck, which gets rid of Amber and Sapphire, which are 2 of the more awkward colors. And it's probably just playing a good Ruby Amethyst deck and a good Emerald Steel deck. It's not really hard targeting Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it's more... right. It's just like trying to take advantage of the fact that you can queue Amber Sapphire going first. But outside of that, just trying to be an all-around, well-versed lineup.
Yeah.
I've just joined. How does it work with the deck switching? Basically, you bring 3 decks, including all ink types, and then bench one of your opposing decks, and then you have to win with each of your decks. So after you win, you have to switch to the other of your decks. If you lose, you can switch, but you don't have to.
Yeah. But you have to, if you don't win with the deck, you can't win, basically, right? You have to win with each of your decks.
You have to win with every deck of yours except the benched one to actually win the series.
So Raphael's going to be kicking things off with the hyper aggro deck. Ely does have foxes and does have crabs. It's Daisy Duck on 1. Iago drawn by Ely, which might suggest like a Peter Pan and Maui Half Shark build of Ruby Amethyst. Crab into the ink. Magic Broom and Chernobog are options. Magic Broom is the option selected.
Hide camps again.
What?
Hide camps again?
Oh, yeah. So Daisy Duck. At what point do you... I mean, I have to say, in terms of aggro decks, I much prefer the look of Ely's Amber Sapphire.
Ely seems to be quite explosive, whereas like Amber Amethyst kind of seems to be... Yeah, yes, it uses its ink, but it doesn't like quite run away with the game as quickly.
Yeah, unless you play just in time into Goofy.
Stop it.
For those that don't know, I once beat Jan in the Cuzco Cup in set 1 by going like Lilo on 1, 2 Lilos on 2, turn 3, just in time into Goofy Bodyguard. GG.
The Cuzco Cup was a 4-player content creator invitation.
Yeah, which I won. And you didn't even win against content creators. Unlucky.
Well, I'm also a content creator.
So no challenge on Daisy, but there is the crab and there is the fox waiting for Ely. Raphael did quests with Daisy, but obviously that card in hand for Ely is a big deal.
Yeah, and the Daisy you flip the fox, so Raphael knows there's a fox coming.
Okay, Jan, I want to speak more about the lineups. Like, if you're Raphael, you have Amber Amethyst, which is great going first. But if you're Ely, now in a deck which is going to be better going second, you have crabs and foxes, which are much more likely to be able to deal with the hyper aggro build. I just like Ely's lineup more on paper so far.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is, okay, Amber Sapphire probably also isn't too great going second. So why are we comparing Ruby Amethyst to the...
I just mean that Raphael's using Amethyst as a go first deck, even though it has access to Fox and Crab and Peter Pan.
Sure. Yes.
I just like Ely's distribution a little bit more like on paper here.
Mm-hmm. I can get behind that.
And we see no quest from Raphael.
I was also incredibly impressed by the the Shift 3 Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Because now it's not like the Ruby Amethyst deck did that much. It just like played a 1-drop, played some more 1-drops, played a Peter Pan. And it seems kind of difficult for Raphael to get into a position where some of his characters would get to quest multiple times.
Yeah, Raphael, 3 cards in hand. It's Boss on a Roll, This Is My Family, and a Nala.
And, whenever I had to test against you and you had to play your wonky ideas, this is what happened a lot, right? Where you got stuck with some of the not burn cards, with some of the story cards in your hand very early before you were actually able to push enough lore to enable the story cards.
Yes. But we could see the White Rose singing Bosses on a Roll here, maybe. And we do see that. So it's 1 lore gained, and you get to look at the top 5 and put them back in any order on the top or bottom. But it's just pure burn, right? It's like another boss.
It's not burn, it's story, but okay.
That's true.
I mean, the problem is, at this stage in the game, you would much rather play characters than just cards that don't do much else except gaining you lore.
Yeah.
But they're stuck in your hand, so you have to play them at some point. But I think Ruby Amethyst might just be able to stabilize because they play more cards that actually impact the board and less cards that are just about immediate lore gain.
Yeah, and again, like just going back to my point on like the sort of Amethyst that Raphael has like Amber. I think if you're playing a hyper aggro deck, it's Amber plus something. And Ely's managed to pair it with Sapphire, which is one of the more awkward colors. Obviously, Raphael then gets to play Ruby Sapphire. But if this meta is typical, like if we're seeing most players build like a hyper aggro deck, maybe Ruby Sapphire becomes a bit weaker. I just really like the fact that I don't like the fact rather that Raphael's got like this hyper aggro build paired with one of the better colors going second at dealing with hyper aggro with foxes and crabs.
I completely understand your point. I mean, well, Sapphire. I don't think Sapphire is like a weak color. It has great pairing with Ruby or with Amethyst as well. But incorporating it into the aggressive strategy is definitely interesting.
Yep. So we just see the White Rose singing and nothing else. This Daisy and Lilo and Diablo have just been frozen in place by Ely's Brooms and Chernobyls. 4 ink available as the Fox goes into the inkwell. What's it going to be for Ely? Pirate's Life in hand to stall as well.
No good 4-drop though. So like a Genie or an Iago would have been great, but
Crab does the trick.
Just taking out the White Rose with the Crab on a followers.
And that Pirate's Life is just going to steal lore away from Raphael as well.
And very interesting. I mean, it makes sense in the sports state, but they chose to trade the followers instead of the Broom because the 1-2 actually is a better stat line than a 2-1 with the 1-4 and a 1-1 on the board.
And we do now see Ely presenting the opportunity to Raphael to take some trades as they do quest for the Chinabox followers and do not draw. This is making me proud to have picked Ely to win the tournament. Let's go.
I wonder. I'm really. The more I think about it, I'm not like the biggest fan of Raphael's lineup.
No.
With, like, the Amber Amethyst hyper aggro.
Yeah.
So yeah, what are his other decks? It's Emerald Steel and
Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire, and I like those, but I guess if you were to get like Amber Amethyst is your going first deck, and I guess your going second decks would be Ruby Sapphire / Emerald Steel if you have to go second with one of those. You probably have to, with one of them being benched. So if now Ruby Sapphire.
He might play Chromicon, right? We haven't seen it yet, but there's a good chance Raphael plays Chromicon.
Yeah, it would make some sense because I think if it doesn't play Chromicon, then he just runs out of cards a little bit too quickly, and then the story gain cards make a lot more sense if they're paired with the card draw of Cormicon.
Yeah. But I mean, we saw in the last game, right? Like Ely was the player going first. They had like this big bodyguard that was just impenetrable, and Raphael was going second with their hyper aggro deck, and they just didn't have like Fox type. Well, I guess they might play Fox. I'm not even sure they do, but Ely's just dominating here, and it just looks like Raphael is not got enough steam. The Fox and the Crab and the Peter Pan threat on 3 just allowing Ely to get back into the game.
Yeah, I think a big point for me is that that the Amber Sapphire deck, well, we only saw it once where it worked very well, right? But it seemed like a deck that can also contest board outside of just being an aggro deck, right? With something like the Thunderbolt, you can also be okay against other aggro decks. Whereas this Amber Amethyst deck by Raphael, it's not like it's a bad deck. I think if this plays against like a slow red-blue or Blurple or Ruby Sapphire, it will probably crush that.
Yeah.
Its problem is if it plays against other aggressive decks, I think it might just lose board a little bit too early.
Particularly against Amethyst, right?
Yes.
Like the Fox and Crab are just such good cards going second against these styles of decks. I just think it's a bit of an oversight to have Amethyst in a deck that's designed to go first.
Yeah. But even against the Amber Sapphire deck, it looked like the Amber Sapphire deck would just play to board a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been a different story if Amber Amethyst would have been the one that went first in that matchup, but still it didn't look like a matchup you really want to be playing.
But Raphael is still threatening a lot of lore, like another boss is on a roll. He doesn't find any story cards exactly in that hand, so they might all go to the bottom. But Eny with that Pirate's Life in hand is just putting in some serious work of just having an even bigger safety net. Like if Raphael's board quests here, Ely's still chilling. And that's the thing, the Daisy Duck also, right, just gave Ely that extra card in hand. And it is now time for Raphael to start questing, but surely it's a little bit late in the day for that. The Daisy trigger is hopefully not going to be forgotten about.
Yeah, this is I think this is just bad manners, but okay, they tell them. Or not bad manners. I wanted to say I don't think you should sequence it in a way. I think you should always quest with Daisy, say the trigger, not quest out with everything.
Yeah. So Raphael's 7 away.
And things can be forgotten. Yep.
Ely has a Pirate's Life, and I think that's a huge factor in this game, right? Like, it is not over. We've been sort of talking as if it's all over, but it is not all over. This Baloo, when it's banished, is going to gain Raphael 2 more lore. That would get them to 15. The Diablo is going to draw them a card. It is not over by any stretch.
Yes, definitely not. Even if Ruby Amethyst kind of looks like it's controlling the board, Amber Amethyst can be the one questing, forcing them to trade, and then the story cards can actually put in a lot of work. But this Pirate's Life as a backup really, to me, looks like it can probably close out the game. Right? Where if they didn't have that, maybe Raphael can threaten the game this time with some story cards.
So we could see the Fox Ink and the Broom comes down. I mean, look at that board. But can Raphael get 5 lore? Gathering Knowledge 17, another Gathering Knowledge 19. I think that's the most they could possibly do this turn. Like if you're Ely, you have to say like, okay, what's the most they could possibly get? But Raphael is close.
And Raphael, I think, has 2 turns left, because Ely being on 9 lore, only representing 8 lore on the board. Even with a Pirate's Life, they only go to 19. So Raphael does have this turn, then another turn, and then another turn.
Jan, I do have a bad feeling, by the way, that there's probably not a backup show match, which means we might have a 45-minute break if it ends here.
Surely there's a backup match.
No, I don't think so.
Apparently, as chat's saying, Ed beat Bivens 2-0.
Yeah.
So that would have been a very quick match as well then.
Baloo comes down not as a bodyguard, but that's where the Pirate's Life for Ely can make all the difference.
Yeah, so this would be threatening to go to 17 with the knowledge and wisdom to 19.
And let's also not forget, like, Ely won the die roll in this.
Yes.
So that's a big factor. Pirate's Life, Raphael's face. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
So you go to 19, they're at 13, and now Raphael can neither finish the game nor really stop Ely from getting that last lore. The 0-4 bodyguard.
Oh, Ely takes it down. Oh, do you know what that smells like? That smells like 4-0 for my prediction. Let's go. You don't like that, do you?
No, I'm okay with it. Yes! I wonder how good these lineups actually are that they're playing.
And
the
also,
Sapphire would be okay.
For what it's worth, I do like Raphael's lineup. I just like Ely's more.
Yeah. For me, it's the opposite. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of either of those lineups, but I mean, I also like Ely's, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it's also a very biased opinion because we saw a few games where things went very well for Ely, and they had won the die roll.
Definitely.
And they went 1-drop Puppy, 2-drop Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I mean,
very, very good.
3-drop Thunderbolt, but yeah.
Yeah. No, not 3-drop Thunderbolt, just, well, it's Thunderbolt on 3.
Yeah. Puppy Shift 3. But yeah, I definitely do think the more I thought about this format, the more convinced I was I would bring like one deck designed to go first. I think Amber Ruby has some potential for that. If you go like for a location build, Amber plus, I think you can literally do it Amber plus anything. So the reason I don't like the Amber Amethyst bring is because I think you can actually build an Amber hyper aggro deck with literally any color. And I just think that Amethyst is a more useful color elsewhere. Like, I think a big part of the thing I like about Ely's is you're pairing Amber and Sapphire, which are, in my opinion, two of the more awkward pairings, and you're getting rid of both of them in a good deck. Whereas when you're pairing Amber with Amethyst, and I guess if you really want to play red-blue, Ruby Sapphire, it makes sense. I guess part of my problem is I wouldn't want to bring Ruby Sapphire to this tournament. I think it's like obviously I don't play Ruby Sapphire, but I think my overall feeling is Ruby Sapphire is the most predictable deck. It's going to be the most banned, and it's going to be the most teched against. I would not want to bring Ruby Sapphire to this tournament personally, but I also don't play Ruby Sapphire.
Called benched.
Benched. Damn
it. I made Reese mad.
Why?
He said like he played the Amber Sapphire deck 1 week before Axiom, and everyone trolled him and laughed at him.
No, sorry, like, mate. Nope. I don't think you
never
did.
happened. He invented.
I mean, maybe if you played it in Core Constructed, yeah, it's a completely different format, right?
Yeah, not the same.
It's very different. If you play this in Core Constructed, unfortunately, you're a noob. I'm only saying that to Reese, by the way, guys. Don't worry. If you play Puppies, I actually think you're a legend. Very, very cool. But I do fear we might have a 45-minute break.
Want to listen in to the casters?
Sure.
We have some interview maybe as well.
Really crucial for some of these players who are now 4-0 and being able to.
So, before we jump into the interview, it looks like Zach Bivens lost, which means you have a 3-1.
That's not good.
And I, therefore, am the only person on this call with a 4-0 player prediction.
Okay, we'll talk about it when the tournament's over.
I mean, let's hope Theatim also does the business as well, and then I'll have a 4-0 and a 3-1.
Yeah. And then, wait, did Frank finish yet?
Not sure. Come on, I'd love Frank to do well. Frank's definitely one of the... Frank and Ed, I think, are my two picks that I didn't pick on my lineup of player. If I was just sort of going with like people I would like to see win it, I think Frank and Ed would be right up there. I just went for Ely and Theatim because I think, you know.
So instead, we're going to go over to our favourite Illuma tier. Let's send it over to Liam for a little interview.
Yes.
Hey everybody, I'm in the interview area here with Ilya Vipia, and we just saw a fantastic match. Ilya, congratulations on a fantastic performance during Super Sealed, and now in your very first round of Triple Deck Constructed. How are you feeling at this point of the day, having gotten that first Triple Deck match out of the way?
Yeah, I'm super excited and confident, so one more.
One more indeed. So for the audience, this is all of our first time experiencing Triple Deck Constructed as a format, getting to see the ban and your deck list and your lineup and everything. But you've been studying it for months at this point. What do you think of this format, and kind of what was your mentality coming in here as you prepared for this new format in Worlds?
We trained for a month now with Worlded plus extended player of other French teams, and we worked a lot on many lineups. And at the end, at your time, my teammates, which is playing there, wanted to play some Ruby Amethyst, and I pushed for some original Ruby Amethyst lineup, and we tested yellow-blue, and it was awesome.
So that's it. Everybody is going nuts for your Amber Sapphire build. It's not a color combination we see very often, but it has some very powerful cards like Ludwig von Drake, which doesn't see a lot of play right now, even though it's really, really good. So this was a case of you wanting to play Ruby Amethyst, and then backing into Sapphire Amber, and then realizing, oh, this deck's pretty good.
Yeah, sure. The deck is really good on the play. And because we don't play against Steel, that's a point of this format. We can play Amber Sapphire, which is a really good deck because you have a lot of ward, because a lot of bodies which lost with 2, and you have maybe the best bodyguard in the game, so it's a good deck.
Best bodyguard in the game being Thunderbolt, that card that we saw there?
Yeah, sure.
Again, it's so fun seeing cards that we haven't got to see much at all, and getting you to showcase Ludwig and Thunderbolt and some of these other cards was a ton of fun. I'm excited to see how far you go. I do want to ask about some of your Disney fandom, because I was talking to you yesterday, and I asked about your favorite character, and you said Scrooge McDuck is one of your favorites, but for a very specific reason.
It's a favorite for a specific reason. He likes money, so that's fun, but because he... I was with him with all my children. I have the comic books, which called Super Picsou Géant in Europe, and really big fan of all the DuckTales stories. So, except with the Duck Avengers, some original story with the ducks.
So getting to play a Duck Ludwig and showcase him in Worlds here is pretty fun for you.
Sure.
How does it feel to represent France and Europe here at the World Championship with your teammates?
It feels very exciting. We are a lot of French players with a good result, like Zarate, which I play against. So we are pretty confident that it's fine.
That's awesome. Well, ton of fun to talk to you. Good luck in your next round. I know you need to go get ready. Thanks so much for the interview, and I can't wait to see where you go from here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, great interview. Man, I'm rooting for Ely now. I love it. Anything regarding the Ducks.
Yeah. And one more.
So for Ono, so one more. He got chat.
Yeah. I'm feeling good about my French picks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I do, guys, warning. I have a feeling there's going to be a long break. At Expo, we met Kenneth at London, Scotland Card Show. Jan and I actually had dinner with Kenneth a few weeks ago, didn't we?
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
And he loves some chocolate mochi.
Yep, it's true.
That's all I know. First time I met him, we were at a restaurant, and they didn't even have a main course. They just went for mochi.
Wasn't that me? He had a main course. I didn't. I just went straight for mochi.
Maybe, but you was there before. We also just had mochi.
Yeah. One more. But yeah, I just had a feeling the French would come very prepared. Like, the French has got a big community, and it's also like a very I don't know. There's a lot of French pride, you know, like I think as one community, with the fact that French is their native language. I would say more so than the Germans. Like, I can just see, like, there's one German player, I think, right? But I could just see the French players, like, all coming together and building, like, a very epic lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Keen, good to see you.
My cereals are soggy now. Have you helped DKP? No. You didn't ask. I helped, like, Andy, Frank, and... what's he called? Domingo.
Domingo.
Right, there's 2 Germans. But
there's
I think
2?
Andy went 0-3 in sealed, so that's a problem.
And I helped Domingo with like some early stage thoughts, but I didn't help in any way with his final lineup.
To be fair, I only helped Domingo with sealed and Andy with not sealed, so with like triple deck constructed, which 03 and sealed doesn't have. But I helped Frank. I mean, even with Frank, it was more like high level theory stuff.
Yeah,
in
I also
to, like specific deck lists.
I briefly spoke with Frank. He just sort of asked me what my approach would be. Frank lost to Kurt Spice 2-0.
No.
So
really,
I'm not sure who these two are at the bottom because of the melee names. Andy's not reported. Sailor beat Domingo 2-0. Scott beat Ben 2-1. Pando lost to Wonderland. I don't know who Pando is on this. Mo Shamblin won. And Ed beat Zach 2-0. And we're still waiting on... We've got Federico versus DKP, which I'm sure that wasn't on the poll. It was Federico versus someone else on the poll. So that's a bit odd.
Yeah, that was definitely a wrong poll.
Because, yeah, it said Federico versus...
I think...
Theatim, right?
Yeah, and I think Federico against DKP would have probably had a good chance. I mean...
It couldn't have dealt with the one spam, mate.
Yeah, the one spam kind of screwed things. It's too funny.
But yeah, I would very much imagine, guys, that there's going to be a long break now. We usually try and avoid aggro decks at challenges for this exact reason, because you get an aggro deck up and then there's going to be a long break. No, the deck lists aren't available anywhere. What I'll do is I'll do some Twitter ring to see if I can find any deck lists. Oh my goodness, it's warm. So, Jan.
Yes.
Frank lost. Zach lost. That's a tough round for your predictions.
Yeah. Tough luck. But they're both still in the race. It's
definitely.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, Zach was flawless before that one, right? So.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be the same temperature tomorrow, or can I expect it to be a little bit cooler?
I don't know. Check the weather report.
Oh, let's see what the casters have to say.
Round 4 triple deck. I am excited to jump into a game 3 going on between Josh Polt and Andrew Vidal.
Just asked them to come in. It's exactly what I do on my stream.
I am
hey guys, do you mind moving over and coming to play on stream?
Interesting decks that they've brought.
Okay.
Josh won game 1 with an Amber Emerald deck.
Okay, nice.
And then game 2 was taken by Andrew playing an Amethyst Steel.
Nice, pretty solid deck.
They are solid decks, and game 3 is a Ruby Sapphire mirror match.
Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Sapphire, but it's not a complete mirror. We talked about those two different variants of Ruby Sapphire doing very well. And we do see we have Andrew on Ruby Sapphire items, playing workshops and things like that, whereas Joshua on a, as it's kind of been dubbed, the DKP Shark list.
Yes. Well, let's go down to the players. They are altering their opening hands here.
So both players have won with either Amber Emerald. They actually have the same lineup, but they benched differently. But it comes down to a Ruby Sapphire mirror. Sharks versus items. Items is favored, is that right?
It's not so clear. It's like, I think it's very close. Somewhat depends on the builds as well.
So say it again. So come on, talk to us about this matchup. Items or Sharks? What would you rather be playing in this mirror?
Well, it depends.
Okay, thanks. Great answer.
Yeah, so I think what helps the Shark list a little bit is maybe also some answers to Big Tower Tower. But there's like some small windows where Ruby Shark, like the Shark list can run away with the game, but if they don't, then you get into the territory where the item deck has like a stronger late game.
This is also the wooden spoon game. Both players are 0-3, so whoever loses this is going to be 0-4.
Yeah, but with every win, there's also some extra pricing. So no matter the score, everyone will be trying their very best for each round.
Yeah, and I do think it's theoretically possible for someone to have 3 losses and still make it through. So, is Sale better on 2 than Tipo in a mirror?
Most of the time, yes, but it's also like there is value in the lore that you're pushing with Tipo if you already have a pretty good hand and not a way to actually use the 1 ink that Sale is providing.
So Josh,
but in general, Sale is better.
Josh inks Maui, and in comes Tala.
Right, the amount of hideaways also matters a lot because the way that Shark can often win the matchup is by getting some manas out before the item deck gets rolling.
And bear in mind, guys, even though these players are 0-3, this is the first round of triple deck constructed. So they didn't do well in the sealed, but for all we know, they could have pulled the worst sealed decks of all time. Andrew, quite well known for beating Reese in the Euros, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I only say that because Reese is in the chat and he's going to get mad at me saying that. You drew?
I think they won the LCQ and then beat Reese pretty easily.
Oh. So Scrooge hits the Vitalosphere. Scrooge versus Tyler. Scrooge has got those nice juicy stats, but that Mukduk Manor, is that like a big advantage that Josh has in this matchup, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest advantage that the Shark list can get because the item list isn't very good at answering it quickly, but has to like develop a board first, at which point you can just protect the manas or play the next one before the first one is even dealt with. And also, like this board state is an okay board state for mana, but it depends on how many Mauis there are in the item list, the Wash Maui that is.
Mm-hmm. There's actually nothing played this turn from Josh.
Moyen is unable to give a straight answer about anything red-blue. No, it's just that there isn't a straight answer to most things, and there's actual nuance in a lot of questions, and you can't just play as if the same thing is going to be correct no matter the like context. So it's a much straighter answer to say, okay, based on this context, you do that. Based on that context, you do that.
Maurice's workshop. Would you ever consider hideawaying that?
If it looks like your opponent is like running out of cards, and you're not giving them a breakpoint, you can.
Yep.
It also depends on the opportunity cost of what else would you be doing that turn. So I wouldn't hideaway it if it's between developing a Shark or not developing a Shark.
Yeah, so sealed is done. This is triple deck constructed now, which is what we're going to be watching for the rest of the tournament. Popsicle comes through, and I think Workshop was selected for an extra card, another Popsicle. Scrooge definitely trades nicely into that Tala, but it is going to then be vulnerable for the Half Shark. Like, is the Half Shark deck winning? Is it like the aggressor in this matchup, and like the item deck is like the slower control build? Is that how this is likely to play out?
Yes, so the Sharks and the Manas are the main ways you can be aggressive, and you have to be aggressive. Because if you don't manage to be aggressive enough, or if both Sharks and Manas are being dealt with, at that point, the Workshop is just providing so much card draw that the item deck is ahead, and also the item deck is able to finish the game almost out of nowhere pretty quickly because they can dime one of their few 8-drop Tamatoros for a lot of lore.
Yeah, Scrooge McDuck comes down for free. Workshop giving Andrew a lot of cards in the long game, but if Josh can get like a mana down relatively soon, Scrooge doesn't take the trade on Thala either because of the threat of Half Shark, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't really afford to give them the trade of the Shark.
I actually haven't seen this matchup before because I don't play Ruby Sapphire and because I've not done any casting this set. It's pretty much the first time I'm seeing it. Hideaway onto the Workshop. 1 lore gain for the Half Shark as well. Could that have come down a turn sooner? Was it the... I guess they played Half Shark last turn, right?
No, but I mean, yeah, chat is also saying, oh, you should have just played the Hideaway earlier. But then you just give them ink. They can still do stuff.
Yeah.
And then now that they didn't Hideaway, they don't always play this many items and a Scrooge. Like this was one of the better things that they could do. And also in the meantime, because you played the Shark, both Thala and Tipo were able to quest multiple times, which there's value in that as well.
Yeah, I like it from Josh. It's going to be Popsicle into hand and Tipo into the ink for Andrew. Where's Andrew from?
Germany.
Yeah, I thought. It is going to be a quest for Scrooge. Is it going to be... Should we unmute for Baker?
In here, the Hideaway.
I think that we missed it. The Hideaway did the workshop. Yeah, we were just talking about that. That's huge. Okay. That is huge.
But we can get it back with the Shark is the really important thing here. Oh, we see it for the first time today. I nearly missed it. We see Be Prepared.
We got it. Yes. Thank you.
Liam is blocking his ears in the room next to me. I'm sorry, Liam. Nearly missed that one. We were evaluating all these items, but...
You got to unmute for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So post B prep, what's the game plan for Josh?
Well, after the B prep, the best thing that you could be doing is dropping multiple manas.
Yeah.
But outside of that, developing something like Shark or Tamatoa is completely fine. I think here the problem is that they're missing the Tamatoas to go alongside the Popsicles to go alongside the Tamatoa. Tamatoa on its own isn't like threatening that much, so Andy gets a lot of time to now develop their own stuff.
And the coil plus brawl deals with Tamatoa. The coil's so good in the item build.
The best thing that it does is it enables the Sisu to kind of never be bad, but it also on top of that it makes Brawl a lot better than it would otherwise be.
In comes the Shark, the second for Josh. I can't believe that it's getting hotter. It's like, what, 8 p.m? And it just feels like... No, it's 9 p.m. And it's just boiling. Oh!
I didn't quite see the context of the entire hand when they ink the first mana, but that is one of the very key cards that, if you can, you definitely want to avoid inking.
Lucky Dime in hand as well, I think. Which that Lucky Dime, if there's no Hideaway forthcoming, can really put a clock on the game in favor for Andrew.
Yeah, and also I don't even think the Hideaway is that impactful. It's just we've just kind of gotten so far into the game where the sheer card advantage is really pushing Andy's game plan ahead, and Josh isn't doing too much proactively on his own.
Shark's gonna quest. It just doesn't look like there's like develop your brain strings and this sort of thing here to really put on a lot of pressure, but Hades does put another card down, which quests for 2, of course. It does go into Andrew's Inkwell, so the Hideaway put the Workshop into the ink, and now Hades puts the Tamatoa into the ink for Andrew. So a lot of extra ink for Andrew and a lot of cards in hand. So certainly the longer this one goes on, the more in favour of Andrew it's going to swing. But can Josh survive another few turns, get some more questing down, and find that right time for a mana? That's the thing, when I watch you and DKP play this mana deck, like you always just get those manas down at the right moment.
Yeah, that's the biggest probably one of the biggest skills in piloting these decks is finding the timing where it's the most awkward for your opponent to deal with, or holding it long enough that you, after forcing the B prep, you have the manas to follow up.
Do you think B prep will be rotated?
Probably. I'm not sure, but
I'd be surprised personally. I think most people are in the camp that it probably will be rotated. I feel like it's got to be reprinted. I feel like this game's very different without it. It would be very interesting though.
Well, maybe we get like a different type of board clear, but
yeah, I could see it maybe being not reprinted immediately, but then it gets like reprinted in like a year or something.
How many coils is that on the board that Sisu was able to take out the shark?
3 coils.
3 coils, 1 ink, Sisu, bam.
Yeah, I mean, but Fungus saying items definitely favored, but like if Josh had found the window to get this McDuck mana down earlier, right? Survive the B prep.
They didn't have like the card economy because they weren't able to play enough for Faragos.
Yeah.
And they just didn't have the manas. They had the window where the manas would have pushed for a lot.
It's definitely interesting to see both players bringing Ruby Sapphire and not banning Ruby Sapphire. My gut feeling would be, if I was playing Ruby Sapphire, I would personally be leaning towards benching Ruby Sapphire and just not having to think about the mirror. But particularly if you're playing a Shark version.
You just don't want to play it, you don't want to play against it.
Yeah, it's true.
Specifically not the mirror.
Yeah.
So I think the mirror definitely exposes you for not knowing the deck if you don't know the deck.
Josh is at 10. Andrew's only at 1. But the fish hook comes through.
But with Vitalisphere and Fishhook, it's also... He's very well prepared if a mana ever comes down to just deal with it from hand.
This is no longer super sealed. This is constructed. The Sisu is Andrew's own enchanted.
Yeah, probably didn't open all of these enchanted.
But that's going to be the fish hook and the Vitalisphere combining to take out Hades. Sisu should have damage back. Oh no, because of coils. Wow.
It's the second workshop. One tapped to draw a card. I never like to see these things happen at the end of the turn. When maybe there's a card in your deck where if you draw it, it changes your play.
Doesn't look good for Josh, but Tamatoa is going to come through and draw some more cards.
Yeah, one more. That's also the other part. Both of these decks profit very much on the amount of popsicles they draw. The Shark deck only really needs to draw 2.
Yeah.
Whereas the item deck profits of any popsicle that they draw. But there's like a couple Tamatoas that were only able to replenish a single popsicle instead of 2 because Josh just didn't draw into the second one. What can Josh do to regain control? It's very difficult. I think at this point where the aggression has been stopped, you could be thinking maybe they will run out of cards, but it is very difficult for them to run out of cards now that they've got 2 workshops going.
Yeah. And also, like, at this point, it's more about when is Andrew going to get down the dime, right? So it's for Josh, it's like he needs to find a way of getting to 20 very, very quickly because the dime is surely inevitable at this stage.
Yeah. I don't know how many 8-drop Tamatoas Andrew plays, but they already inked one of them earlier. So maybe they're like a little bit slow to close out the game, but I think even without the huge swing, they might just be able to end the game off Tamatoa, like 6-drop Tamatoas and 8-drop Sisus alone.
It's going to be another Porpsicle for Andrew, but he's also going to trigger both workshops. "24 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, but both players playing pretty quickly."
Yeah. For example,
we're going to unmute for Baker again.
I have Shark, of course, for this deck you want it. Yeah, and 4 copies of Maui here. He has all the Mauis. He has all the Mauis that he can have here. And
here we go. We might as well make the most of it for the second time today. Be prepared.
I really think that he needed that right there. I think.
Fair play to him.
Yeah, also, I don't think that's what he needed to get actually back into the game. I think like something like singing Be Prepared of any, like a Sisu or Hades, maybe. But I think if you have to hard cast it, you're kind of like always a step behind. So even if maybe it was necessary at this point, I don't think this is what would like regain him control.
Yeah, Andrew's just in cruise control, really. Josh is only 8 away, but 8 is quite a lot when you're up against this many items. Another Tamatoa. And every one of these Tamatoas represents the possibility that if it quests, a dime comes down.
Yeah, and it gives you 2 Popsicles, and each Popsicle can draw 3 cards, so it kind of like draws 6 cards.
Yeah.
And 6 cards is a lot.
Yep, it is. There's the big Tammy T. Evasive Tamatoa. Now, if this Tamatoa doesn't get removed, is it GG? I think it is, right? Because it quests, it plays the dime. Big Tammy T comes down. Is dime plus that enough already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11.
I didn't count.
15. I think they get to 17, 18, I think, with no other items, but the Tamatoa was Hades away.
Well, we are approaching Ink territorium where maybe you can just hard cast both Tamatoa and Diamond actually activated. How much ink do they have now? 5, 10, 16? No, 15? Looks like 15. So with 17 you can do the play where you go Big Tammy T, as you like to call it. Lucky Dime plus Lucky Dime activation.
God, I wouldn't know what to do with so much ink.
When you have this much ink, you pile it together and then you're like, can I please see your discard?
Numero uno.
Why are we okay, it doesn't matter. But why are we shortcutting the workshops? I guess it's faster.
And when you're saying shortcutting the workshops, you mean that you would like to see it done properly, which is exert 1 ink, draw for workshop, exert 1 ink, draw for workshop.
Yeah, and at a bunch of stages, there might be a card where you're like, oh, now I want to spend my ink in a different way where I don't want to activate my second workshop.
I think that
By
might...
shortcutting it doesn't happen.
Is that enough? I don't think it's enough. 4, 8...
So you go to like 18
6,
with 10T alone.
11,
if you have an item in this
17,
card,
Sisu shift. 1 item, Tammy T is enough. But do they have enough ink for that? Probably.
Yes, that's just 15.
15 ink, I think. If they have like a Porpsicle in the discard, which I think they do.
Yeah, oh, you don't even need another item. So shift Sisu, big Tamatoa is exactly 20, right?
Commiserations to Josh, though, right? Like, you're 0-3 in sealed, and then you're in an unfavored mirror matchup, and you get selected for the stream game, like in game 3. That's gotta feel pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, all of this doesn't matter. You just have to try your best to maximize the chances. And like maybe there was a way not to ink the mana this game.
Did Josh win with Amber Amethyst? Was that them?
They won with yeah, so they are the one that won the DLC with Amber Amethyst, yes.
Sisu shift comes through and the half shock's gone.
Yes.
Is there then enough for Tammy T plus Dime activation?
Yes, there still is, but I wonder what we're waiting for. Okay, there it is.
GG.
Yep.
Commiserations to Josh. Andrew Vidal. Are they from Frankfurt?
From like around that area.
Got ya. So are they therefore a Frankfurter?
I'm not sure. I don't want to say anything wrong. If I don't know exactly if they're from Frankfurt or from around.
But is someone from Frankfurt a Frankfurter?
Yes.
Okay. And is
But
that
not the sausage.
Yeah, is that named after the sausage, or is the sausage named after them?
Actually, there was the sausage so great that then there was the city of Frankfurt named after the sausage.
Haha. That's what I thought.
Makes sense.
It's warm.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 rounds left today. Who do you want to see in the next round?
But I think I still want to see DKP.
Yep.
From the people that we haven't seen yet. Outside of that, want to see V Wonderland. Who else?
DKP beat Federico. So Ely won. Ed won. So Ely and Ed are the 2 undefeated players at this point. DKP beat Federico. So DKP, despite losing his round 1, is now 3-1. Kurt beat Frank. Zan lost. So Zan is 2-2.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I want to see everyone that we haven't seen his lineup yet.
Yeah.
Like, I'm interested to see what everyone cooked up, and I can't wait to see their deck choices and also them piloting it. Who would you love to see for the next rounds?
Let me just read off these other. I'll just pull them up, I guess. I don't know who this is, but they beat Theatim. Lucas beat Level 9001. The Rat won. Mo Shamlin won. Wonderland won. I would like to see Wonderland. DLC winner. Haven't seen him on stream yet. He's a content creator as well. Streams like most days. I'd like to see him on stream, I think. But yeah, I'm with you that like anyone whose lineup we've not seen yet. DKP would be nice. I think Federico would be nice to see as well. Like a bit of some Italians in the building would be good. It'd be nice to see a UK player also on stream. Wait, he just disappeared. He asked me a question and was like, who would you like to see? And then just disappeared. What?
Special fancy new promo.
Yes.
This is the first time we've ever got it. All of the players in the room today already have one.
They do.
Just for earning your qualifications to
and
Worlds.
It's foil and it's beautiful. And we have more rounds coming up, more triple deck format, more decks, more games, more interviews, more announcements coming later.
Yeah.
I can't
and tomorrow.
wait.
Still information to come tomorrow as well. So make sure you're watching the entire weekend. We've got 3 more rounds of triple deck constructed to come for you today.
Hi,
and
Samir.
then tomorrow we are cutting to a top 8 and we will crown the first world champion. And worth saying, we're going to be watching every single one of those top 8 games, by the way. They're not going to be happening at the same time.
Every single one.
There will be a schedule for the entire day. I assume that will be released. Maybe it will be before the stream. Maybe we'll tell you that schedule when the stream starts. I'm not sure yet, but we will see every single match for the top 8.
Moyen just asked me a question and disappeared. Right, I'm going to do the same to him, okay? When he comes back, so I'm going to be like, okay, so Moyen, What should I ask him, guys? And then just disappear. I'm just gonna walk out of the room. He maybe has his headphones on and can hear me. I don't know. What should I ask him, guys? Okay, so Moyen.
Yeah.
In a situation where you've got Amber, Amethyst, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald Steel, which deck are you benching?
My cereals are soggy. In a situation where I have what? Hello? Am I muted? Oh. You asked him something enough, he's paybacking.
Hmm? Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
Yeah. Except my cereals are soggy.
That went down well.
Wait, chat enjoyed much more than I did.
So, what did you say? Did you respond to it?
No, I was like, my cereals are soggy and I'm annoyed. And then I was like, what question did you actually ask me? And you didn't repeat.
I just said that I was going to ask you something and then walk away because you asked me something and then I clicked on your camera and you were just not in your chair.
But I was like, okay, you're talking now, so I can get
I just disappeared.
I dipped.
You said I muted my cereals are soggy. Can somebody clip that one, please? I want to watch that.
Okay,
back.
but also, you know, when you speak, usually I don't even get to speak, so it doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Sometimes you talk over me.
Yeah, it's true. Because sometimes there's like something epic happening on screen, like Oswald, and you're just talking about. Hypothetically, in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, there is no obvious answer because it's all nuanced and. It's like Oswald.
You sounded like just like me.
What was it earlier? Like something was happening and you're like, oh, I would like to finish my point.
I was like, hello, I'm speaking.
DKP is definitely winning the best pose competition. It's not close. Okay, Frank Carsten also comes close. But I feel like that's just more like the Frank Carsten energy rather than the pose itself, you know?
Yeah. I still have so many cereals left and they don't taste very well anymore.
They don't taste very well?
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting turn of phrase. What is the thing on Kurt Speci's shoulder?
I didn't see.
Yeah. Who's your daddy? I mean, there's 2 players in this tournament that have a bonus point for defeating Speci in the LCC.
Mm-hmm.
The only 2 players to ever do it, by the way. Which is Kurt Speci and Zansayed.
I finished higher than you in LCCCC.
That's true. Not by that much, though. You finished...
What place did you get?
You finished 2nd, I finished 5th, 6th.
Oh.
That's quite a bit higher, to be fair.
but still, you overperformed. Are you still there? No, I'm gone. No. Hello, chat. Can you hear me?
What's the thing on Liam's arm? What is that?
That's the one cost 2-2 cup. That's
the one cost 2-2.
In amethyst, some teacup. I remember. Chip the teacup. One cost 2-2. Wanna see me do a trick?
You did not just respond to. Oh, it's the one. It's the one cost 2-2. You did not. Fair play. Yeah, chip the teacup, I guess. I do need to. I haven't watched many Disney films for a while. I was on a big streak before Paris. I was watching maybe like a Disney film a week. I haven't watched a Disney film since just after Paris. I haven't had any events to cast. Guys, Moyen sits here dissing me, but let's not forget when he needed a super sub to come in and defend his honor in the LCC, he called upon me. And honestly, he probably should have subbed me in for the rest of the tournament as well.
What? I had to play such a bad deck just to submit a deck that you can play.
I got roasted the other day because I did a Disney quiz and I thought Gaston was from Snow White.
What? Unbelievable.
No, I didn't think it was from. I knew it wasn't from Snow White because I watched Snow White recently, but the re-thingy. I was not brought up on Disney films, guys.
My desktop background is actually Gaston.
Really?
Yeah. Because he was like the main card that set my deck apart from other Sapphire Steeds when I qualified to EU champs. So I was like, okay, you deserve it, Gaston. The 6-drop 4/4 quest for 3.
What do you think is the best tag in Lorcana? Puppy, Sorcerer, Pyro, Madrigal. None of those. It's Tigger.
Is it Tigger tag?
Some say he's easily distracted. They're not wrong. Right, guess the flavor text, chat.
Tigger?
I'm not sure. Is it Chip the Teacup?
No, I already told you it's wanna see me do a trick.
Oh.
Who is easily distracted?
I swear it's getting hotter. Ooh, Kronk. Kronk's a good shout from Rudy. Oh, yeah, I can see it being Kronk. Some sort of maybe it's Sleepy. Like the bodyguard Sleepy, the 0/4. But I don't think it sounds like some sort of like person watching the door, right? In Shimmering Skies, is it? Where they're like guarding the Chromacons. And there's loads of I think it might be Sleepy.
No, Sleepy is he never.
Or maybe Dopey.
Dopey.
Winnie the Pooh, Raya, Gus, or Jacques. Hey. If anybody guesses it, you're banned, by the way, because I know that you cheated. So if you guess right, I'm banning you. There's your prize. Congratulations.
For how long is the ban? Perma?
Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Perma. Baker's usually annoyingly good at this. Like, I sit next to him and he's like, oh yeah? And I'm just like, The worst one was when I casted the Star Wars Euros recently. I was casting with Ross. And I confessed that I don't know what the Battle of Yavin is. And he just roasted me. He was like, you don't know what the Battle of Yavin is? I was like,
you know what the worst thing was?
I was like, please just educate me, man.
Just tell me, please. No, with some friends one evening, at like before the event in Ravensburg, we were like saying, okay, everyone has to say a Disney princess that's in Lorcana until we won, like until someone can't anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these games. And after we did that, the next day I go to Baker when we were waiting in a queue and was like, okay, let's play this game. So I should know better than him, and I still lost every single game.
Wow. So we're still waiting to see.
They've just cut me to 30 seconds because I was me. Okay,
I think you're on the right
see how
track.
it is.
There's a scene in the movie where they they distract him with something. So maybe that's a good idea. I don't know.
We've got to lock in an answer. We've got 20 seconds.
There's a chipmunk cronk.
Because our players are seated and they're getting ready to start. And as much fun as Guess the Flavor text is, we don't want to distract from the game. So we need a character. I'm going to say
Cronk?
hey.
Hey.
I'm going to say hey, but which hey?
I'll go with a puppy. I'm just going to keep it broad.
A puppy.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go with
One of the
a
puppies.
hey. Oh, all right, production, we're locked in. Stop counting down. I get it.
Oh,
Tuck. Somebody said it. Congratulations, you're banned.
I would never have guessed that.
I'm not gonna lie.
Million years.
I've seen Raya.
Production,
twice.
I take it all back.
I love it. I love
Running
it.
out of words.
I love it, but yeah.
We'll play some more of that throughout the day and tomorrow
right.
if we get a chance. Maybe we get the chance to redeem ourselves. However, I do think we are approaching round 5.
All right, sorry, who said Tuck? Say, any last words? Any last words for the Tuck guesser? Right, who was it? Old Hearthstone trophy. Mate, it was he says it's from a Hearthstone tournament. He went to a garage sale and he bought it for £2.50. He's going to say, no, actually. No, actually, this was not from a garage sale, and I don't realize I'm muted, so I'm going to talk about my very wet cereals.
Oh, shit. Sorry, didn't say that. Wait, how long was I muted?
Are we watching Ely again? Ely versus Ed might be what we see because it's a winning in for the first person qualified.
Yeah, but I don't feel like, I love Ely, but I don't feel like it's optimal to show the same person twice, basically. I want to see the Amber Sapphire deck again, though, so that's fair.
So if you're Ed, are you banning the Amber Sapphire?
I don't know what Ed's lineup is, so how would I know?
My theory was, when I look at these sort of like one hyper aggro deck, I think there's a lot of argument to ban it. It's guaranteed to win. But it's not guaranteed to win, but it's near guaranteed to win when the deck is good first. So you could get rid of it, in theory. But then you're giving your opponent 2 decks which are good going second, but does that really matter? I don't know. I think it might be a sensible bench. All right, let's see what Ed's got.
Without seeing exact lists. Or at least the archetypes. But they still have to look through the decks? There's no way they have like lists or something? Why is this one pile so big? Is it just double sleeved or is it a lot of cards?
First come out and
whose casting is
the
it?
town. Merlin Rabbit had always been the staple for these Amethyst 4 drops
Baker,
that draw a card, but Genie came in and really put a spanner in.
So Ed was very nearly my pick for the tournament, but I probably would have picked Theatim over Ely just because I spoke with Theatim more than Ely in the past. But I just picked them as like a duo. What do you think Ed's playing, if you had to guess?
Ruby Amethyst. And then if you play Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst. No.
Emerald Steel Amber Sapphire.
Ooh, very original. Ed's gone for the cookie cutter lineup, at least in terms of the ink colors.
Yeah. Okay, that's very fair. I guess it's just known for Ruby Amethyst because he used it to win the DLC and he used it to win the champs, but I don't rate Ruby Amethyst super highly in Triple Deck Constructed.
But is that mainly because you don't like the other colors that you get when you play Ruby Amethyst? Like when you play Ruby Amethyst, but maybe this Amber Sapphire deck might win you over?
Not super likely, but possible. Definitely possible.
Why do you think it's not super likely? Are you just a bit unconvinced by the aggro deck strategy?
Well, one, I'm not super convinced by the Amber Sapphire, at least not yet. And the other one is, I think Ruby Amethyst, I'm currently a little bit low on because one, I don't think it leaves you with very good other decks. And then two, I don't even think it's that strong itself.
Ely needs to throw more than a 3. Oh my goodness, Ely.
Imagine you need one more win. And you just, to go first, you need to roll a 4. And you roll a 2.
Ely, why would you do that, mate?
And then you lose. And then you lose again. And then you don't make day 2. And then you're sad.
Ely, why would you do that?
Unbelievable.
That one's getting clipped. See, it's good they showed the die roll, though. It's actually, that could have so easily been missed by production, so good on them for doing it. So, benched decks is Ruby Amethyst and Amber Steel. Ed is presenting, Ed will be going first, and Ed is presenting the deck that they'll be using going first. So, for Ely, like, you might think it's obvious, you're going to always pick the Emerald Steel deck to go first. That was actually confusing to me, but yeah, so Ely's going second and they have Emerald Steel, which is what you'd expect.
Yeah, because you want the other deck to go first. I think Ely's benching decision is always quite obvious. I don't think there's very many lineups where Ely wouldn't bench the Steel deck, whereas I think for Ed maybe it's not quite so obvious.
Okay, so if Ely wins this game, then Ed can play against the Amber Sapphire with Ed going first.
Yeah,
so this is one of those games. There is an argument, and Jan and I had a big discussion about this a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
this is a scenario where there is an argument that both players could, hypothetically, in theory, consider losing the first game on purpose. Am I wrong or right in that statement?
Probably wrong.
Probably means conceive. It's something you should be considering, right?
Sure, you should think about it and then dismiss it.
Yes! We'll take it.
Okay.
So, do you want to explain my logic?
Well, the logic kind of boils down to that by losing, you get to hand... Like, if maybe you're targeting a specific deck, then by losing, you can hand pick a specific matchup where you want to be the one that's deciding who goes first or second in that specific matchup. The biggest counter argument is like that the value you lose by actually losing game 1 is bigger than the value gaining by hand picking the play draw in a specific matchup.
Yeah.
I think the matchup math would have to be like incredibly polarized for this to ever make sense. I don't think that's possible in current Lorcana, but technically it could be possible.
Yes. So if you use the example of Ed, right? Let's say you're Ed. If you win this game, you have Ruby Sapphire left. But Ely chooses which deck he plays on which side of the coin against Ed, right? So he can play his Amber Sapphire going first, and he can play his Emerald Steel going second. Whereas if Ed loses, then even though Ed doesn't have the game win, he gets to choose to play Ruby Sapphire going first against the Amber deck.
Yeah, against the Amber Sapphire, and then the other one he can win going second.
So Ely's deck looks very traditional. And Ed's deck, there's Bruno, there's Iago. It looks quite similar so far to what you would expect, but with Bruno it suggests Prince John's as well. Wrong
It's
Lever,
also
Pull the
probably
Lever,
what you
Diablo's in there, Peter Pan Shadowfinder's in there. It looks very, very traditional in a sense of what you'd expect to see from an Emerald Amethyst deck. Which probably means he's not playing the legendary 2-1 Diablo. Let's go, Kawa. Cheers, mate.
Yep. I was just about to respond, and I'm curious at which AGS you were.
Yeah, maybe there's one I've been to. I've been to a few in Berlin. I did a little tour of some LGSs when I was last there. I don't think Ely's lineup is polarizing enough to go for that strategy, but there's definitely some advantage to losing game one here, but probably the advantage, it's outweighed by the disadvantage of losing game one.
Mm-hmm.
But if you build like a very hard target Ruby Sapphire lineup, there's merit for Ely in this situation to intentionally lose the game. Ooh,
I think
that's going to hit.
Like
3 options. Heaven's Door, yeah, I've been there. I've actually done a stream from there, believe it or not.
Ursula is like by far, like the Deceiver Ursula is by far the most key card in the matchup. Well, outside of that, you also would like to be controlling the Diablos with something like Kid Cloud Kicker or Peter Pan.
Morph comes through. Hey, Saint, I wasn't coaching anyone specifically. I mean, I helped Domingo with like some prep very early on of just an overview of how triple deck constructed might be different from core constructed. That's what I did really.
Generally, like usually in these situations, you just take Stormrage on, unless they're very starved for ink, where maybe you just take the Incubate Song. But most of the time, if in the foreseeable future, you can see your opponent actually casting the Stormrage on or like singing it, it's most of the time the most valuable song to take away because it gets rid of the same thing something like Strength would get rid of, but it also replaces itself.
Ed's deck so far has done what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't exactly quest quickly, this one, does it?
But it's set up a board where now it can quest like each turn.
Yeah, but another kit here is a huge threat. And Ed is digging for it. I don't think he found it, but he could go for like a pull the lever just on its own to... Sorry, a wrong lever, but just goes for the genie as you'd expect. But this Ursula, this is like why the Emerald Steel deck is one that I would be interested in playing second. You have so much catch-up potential with Ursula singing a song, but I don't think Ely can play 2 characters here, right? They can only play 1 character with that triple Diablo uninkable. So does Ely just delay the song for a turn? No, just takes out the genie with Ursula singing it twice.
You can't wait at this point. I mean, Amethyst is already close to getting to a stage where like to the stage of no return where you can't really stop the lore from going to 20. If Artabax says if the Diablo, if the 1-drop would have been a Merfolk instead, the game was already over.
Hey,
yes,
Artabax.
Basically because you amassed so much tempo, but you're a little bit slow to close out the game, and with 1 more lore on the board, that's would have already been huge. But also here, getting a lot of value out of the Diablo with this crap.
Yep, and then the Ursula and Kit quest, and Ed is already up at 7. Nothing which quested for 2, but just getting the job done through value, and he knew that Beyond the Horizon was in hand and gets rid of it.
And now this hand is absolutely awful for Ely, basically because the Diablos are just going to get checked by the Peter Pan, which means then that the next Diablo exerting is also kind of sure to also get taken care of.
Yep, Ely does draw, though, for the Peter Pan. But again, this game 1, in this particular situation, it's not the end of the world at all for Ely if it doesn't go his way.
Right. Like, while I will never concede that losing this is better than winning.
Yeah.
But you could still argue that this is one of the games where it's not as bad to lose this game as maybe in some other situation.
Yeah. And Ely concedes.
They're never coming back from this.
Imagine if Ed just goes, I concede, bro. And then...
What?
And then I would just say, I told you so. I told you so.
But, I mean, from this point on, you're like, oh, why they're conceding? But all of the possibilities to get back into the game are gone. So they exactly know how this game plays out.
That was pretty speedy, wasn't it? That was pretty speedy. But yeah, so Ely loses game 1, which they wanted to... No, I'm kidding. They didn't want to do. But...
And
I'm...
Now, Ed? Yeah. Go ahead.
What? No, you go ahead.
So now that Ed has 2 chances, and it's just 1 game away from actually locking in the day 2 already. As
Top
both
seed
of these
as well.
Already 4-0.
This is the battle for top seed for tomorrow.
Yes, but also, it's not just about top seed. You could very well just not make top cut from here if you lose out.
Yep, it's a big game. Big game. 2 DLC champions fighting for the top seed, by the way. So, now you're Ed. You've got Ruby Sapphire. Ely's going to be going first. Is there a world Ely queues Emerald Steel here?
No.
Yes.
Why?
Please prove me right, Ely.
But Ember Sapphire profits much more of going first against Ruby Sapphire than Emerald Steel would, and Emerald Steel can very easily also win going second.
Please prove me right, Ely.
But why?
Well, he might just feel really confident in the Ruby Sapphire matchup. Damn it!
Yeah.
No, I mean, it makes sense. Like, you've got a deck designed to be playing going first. Like, just play it going first.
And also, Emerald Steel actually does, like, of course, it's every deck wants to go first, but for Emerald Steel, it's not as bad to go second because the discard plan also works a little bit better when your opponent has 1 less card in hand.
So this pup is uninkable. That's one thing I didn't necessarily realize.
What didn't we realize?
The 1-cost puppy is uninkable.
Yeah, it is. But it's a puppy that you can shift Thunderbolt on, I guess. So they're keeping one of them, right? That thing. So it's the item Ruby Sapphire version by Ed.
Now, interestingly, an Emerald Steel deck in this format could feasibly play a card like Fred, which is like banish an item as well. I don't think item banish is that strong when Tamatoa 6 exists because it's easy to recur it. But if you're not planning on benching Ruby Sapphire with your lineup, it is feasible that your Emerald Steel would play Fred. Don't think it's going to, though.
Yeah. It's like not big enough part of the game plan in that matchup to really warrant playing it.
It's definitely a lot of pressure, though. Like, even just playing on camera and people watching, that does add an extra layer of pressure. But these guys are used to it. Ed was even once on stream in fact, both of them have been on the Speci Lorcana live stream. Ely was on stream in a tournament in France, and Ed was on stream a whole bunch when I was in San Francisco. He actually did a round casting with me as well because he'd secured his place as top seed already. So for the last round of Swiss, he ID'd and come to cast with me.
Okay.
Good fun.
Nice move.
And then he won the whole thing. Daisy Duck on turn 1. Don't mind if I do, says Ely. The sad thing is, there was a world I could, like, Ed was like my 3rd pick. Can I have Ed as my 3rd pick now?
No, you can't just pick mid-tournament after you saw someone take 4 wins. Why are we still asking that?
And we see the Duke of Weaselton, who is a 1-2 guy with Ward. Daisy Duck, I didn't see the trigger on it. Did it hit, chat?
They're playing very quick, and they're switching, like shuffling the cards in the hand very quick as well.
Edward's Card Market's pick, and thank you, Card Market, for sponsoring the stream.
8, 9 cards. It must have missed, just judging from the hand size.
In comes Bell. This is obviously a concern if you're building like a lineup which beats Ruby Sapphire. It's like the Ruby Sapphire decks, I think, are quite likely to play Bell. Vision at the future to the bottom. But Ely...
So second miss by the Daisy.
Ely can go Lady into Ludwig. Oh!
Bam!
Oh my goodness. Stop that, Ely.
But still, this is not... I mean, this is not over at all. Because Bell is... is kind of contesting the Duke Weaselton. And then there's also the Sisu that can get rid of something like the Daisy.
Oh my goodness. Ely with the Lady Ludwig Wombo combo. Lady's not a puppy, though. She's a full-grown doggo.
Yeah. Me neither, Artabax. I'm not convinced. But, I mean, I guess it won one round against another aggro deck. But I'm not entirely convinced it's better than just playing the lineup that Ed's playing. So instead of opting to go for the Sisu to get rid of some more immediate lore, just setting up another character, holding back the Sisu for the turn after. And I kind of have a hard time. I guess maybe that's the biggest thing about the Scrooge, right? If you just play Sisu there's no Rapunzel.
Just calling the judge just because he's picked up one too many cards. He hasn't looked at it, though.
I mean, he hasn't looked at it.
I think technically Ely played the Rapunzel before taking the challenge with Daisy, but I don't know. Maybe he said it. Yeah, Ed's got like the cookie cutter what you'd expect. We don't know what his Amber Steel deck looks like, though. So it's just shuffling them and then... Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I mean, if he saw them, sure.
I don't think he even saw them, but it's fine.
I doubt it. But I want to talk about this decision with the Scrooge, right? What if you just play the small Sisu there, and then there's no bump Rapunzel on the board? You still have the Bell that is like able to trade the Lady. You still have the small Sisu that's able to trade the Ludwig. I'm not sure you needed to like let them refill their hand here. Like or this is the caster way of me saying that wasn't good.
But could it also be a situation where Ed feels like he's in a really tough spot and just says, okay,
No, but he wasn't. He really wasn't. He had like complete control of the board. Where, I mean, by me saying that, I mean, if he plays the Sisu there, he has two characters on the board. His opponent has two characters. If they quest, he can challenge those two characters. And that with the amount of lore that Ely was on, I do think he was in a great spot. Just not allowing that to happen.
But then the Sisu plus Coil gives him a pretty clean 5. So there's the counter argument, right? Like now Ed's position is very, very interesting. And Ely, suddenly the body language.
The game is still completely open, nonetheless. There's the Thunderbolt.
Very, very interesting. I mean, if a hyper aggro deck like this isn't able to beat Ruby Sapphire when going first, then this lineup is going to be inherently flawed, right?
Yes. I mean, it's not like you can't beat Ruby Sapphire, but all I'm saying is the biggest reason why I personally don't believe in the lineup that much is because I think these matchups are too close to be able to target Ruby Sapphire, and then at the end of the day, I'd rather play like higher quality, higher power level decks.
Vision of the Future comes through. There's some items. There's a Brawl. Do you ever just take the Brawl? And that's exactly what Ed goes for. Ely is 10 lore away. I don't think there's much story in his deck.
No, he needs to contest. Like, I guess that's the downside. Because
earlier Ed.
When Ely was playing against Raphael, was it?
Yep.
We were pointing out, oh no, this is so much worse at contesting board. Yes, that's true. But also, the Amber Sapphire deck, on the other hand, is worse at winning the game after it lost board, where the Amber Amethyst deck can maybe still get there with a bunch of story gain.
Okay, but Ely just out of nowhere plays a Ludwig, a Lady, and a Wendy. Wendy's got Ward, 3-1.
Support.
And support. Wendy's actually insane.
Yeah, very, very well-studied card. So threatening to go to 15, which is possible.
I don't think he has... Okay, he has 2 cards in hand now. So he had 1 in hand already and he drew. Wendy, giving support to Ludwig. Ludwig into Scrooge McDuck. Insane. Wombo combo.
I do think if the first like shift Sisu happened somewhat quickly, like exactly now, it has the game locked up. Outside of that, game's still very open.
Ely is too slick with it, mate. This deck's crackers.
Questing to play the Popsicle. So they must have something, right?
They have a little Sisu in hand.
Because otherwise maybe you would I guess there's no good challenge with the Thunderbolt on the board, so.
The pace of play is a little bit higher than I would expect to see.
Ink, Sisu. Again, getting rid of the bodyguard. So now that the Sisu can take out the Wendy Darling. On board, Ely can go to 18 though, which is...
Oh my days, Ed. Can you stop that? Alice!
How many... Does Ed still have cards in hand?
No.
There's the Alice!
Ed does not have a single card in hand until...
So now the problem is you also don't want to give Ed cards. But if you don't quest and then you still get hit with the Sisu, you're super sad not to have banked, like, cashed in on the 2 lore.
Yeah, but it's an extra lore for Alice as well, right? Like if he delays it.
Yes, but it's only 19. And if you quest with Daisy, then you can, like, next turn play the character you draw, quest with Alice, and this is still have a ward character in play.
This is also, right, like, if I go back to my lineup of trying to target Ruby Sapphire, like, this is a hyper aggro deck going first. Big top deck moment. Ely passes. I think it's the right line. Sisu off the top. Oh! Oh my days. Stop that. No.
And now he's only at 14 instead of 16.
Stop that. Ed is the top seed. Unbelievable scenes.
You never get there from yet. 16, maybe you have one more turn.
Oh my days, Ed. What a guy. What a machine.
So they are the player that won both a DLC and a Continental Champs, and also now the first seed to make it today too.
And he won the Battle of Debate broadcast by Speci.
Yeah, and he was my pick to win the tournament as well. My first pick.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Chat will confirm.
You picked Zach Bivens and Frank.
I said Ed is my pick to win this whole thing.
I think Ed was like our mutual bonus pick between the two of us.
Sure.
It
was Kawa's pick.
Where's the proof? I think he was Card Market's pick, mate.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
Yeah.
It was Card Market.
It was Card Market. Damn, the puppy deck. Ed is the puppy destroyer. Okay, let's talk more about this play that you didn't like.
Yes.
Do you think in hindsight, Ed is just...
No.
I mean... So let's talk more about the play and what you didn't like about it.
Okay.
And what you would have done differently.
Okay, so it was a board state on which I think he was basically already stabilized just by playing Sisu. So Sisu would have removed the 1/4 Daisy Duck. Bell takes a trade into the 1/2 that quests for 2, or whatever his name is. And so you're left with a 1/1 and a 3/2. And on the other side, there's a 2/2 Lady and a Ludwig, a 1/1. So both of your characters that are left up can challenge their characters if they choose to quest. So you still don't let any character quest twice, and you can just follow it up with the Scrooge, which will then contest whatever your opponent's going to play. Playing the Scrooge first would make sense if Rapunzel didn't exist, because you don't need to prevent all the lore immediately, and then you set up a good trade of the Scrooge first and hold back the Sisu to remove something. But I think the Ember Sapphire deck was already very low on cards, and if you just don't let them get away with Rapunzel drawing 3 cards, I think the Ember Sapphire deck would have run out of cards so quickly that you would prevent much more pressure from even happening in the first place, and then control the board state from there.
But the fact that the Scrooge hit the coil, then opened up coil Sisu the next turn, which did feel quite smooth.
Sure.
But if Scrooge didn't hit the coil, that wouldn't have been a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, also the Sisu just hit the Rapunzel anyways. I think there was just so much less pressure not even happening.
5-0 on the day, and congratulations, you have made it to day 2. How are you feeling right now, Ed?
I don't know. It feels really good. I feel like I played the best with what I had. I feel like my sealed pool is like just okay, and I think I squeezed the maximum value I got out of it. And I feel like the last 2 matches against like Zach Bivens and Ellie, I feel like I was unfavored, but honestly I just got lucky with some die rolls, and I was able to get some favorable matchups that way. and that last game was extremely tight. He gambled that I wouldn't rip the Sisu, and it was just exactly the card I needed. Honestly, in that moment, I felt it. You know, like I played Visions, I saw a bunch of cards in my deck, and it's like, you know, I'm due for it, and just right off the top, and couldn't be happier.
Yeah, that game too, you know, the Ruby Sapphire deck, it seemed like the ideal play lines that you would want to see, you were seeing. Now, with that Ruby Sapphire deck, the Amethyst Emerald, and then the Amber Steel, which we saw benched, what was your strategy with bringing those 3 decks here this weekend?
Yeah, a lot of people thought that you shouldn't bring the most standard decks, and honestly, I spiraled a bunch to play a bunch of different decks, and at the end of the day, I just felt like the level 1, like kind of Old Faithful, was the most consistent, and I was the most comfortable with it. I had a feeling that a lot of people were going to bench Steel, and so I brought like 3 anti-aggro strategies, and it turned out there was like tons of like aggro piles. So I'm pretty happy with the choices that I made today, and yeah, I'm really happy with the deck, especially if I'm like, you know, first seed going to the second day. I feel like being on the play is extremely advantageous, and I hope to just, you know, ride it out.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to ask you one more thing. That die roll. Did you ever imagine that you would be on the play rolling a 3?
Yeah, so it was really funny. I was talking to Diego earlier, and the exact same thing happened to him. So after I rolled a 3, I was like, you know, this could just be one of those situations again. And I was very shocked, honestly. I mean, as everyone should be, right? So yeah, I was just very, very, very fortunate to win the die roll there.
Well, congratulations again on being our first player here at the Disney Lorcana World Championship to make it to day 2. Good luck to you. I hope you get some rest and get ready. And we are going to be back with a lot more fantastic games for you going into round 6.
Okay, so very interesting point I want to make is that even though he has like the most obvious level 1 approach, it's actually not level 1, because he's in my opinion actually at level 2, because he's gone with the original obvious lineup, but he's also predicted that there'll be a lot of aggro decks, and he's gone for an anti-aggro lineup within that, which is what I would, if I was going to bring those 3 decks, like Bell 3 is something I mention a lot. If I'm playing Ruby Sapphire, it's with Bell 3, and Ed had that.
I'm not sure, like, I think the item deck and the shark deck, they're actually very similar against aggro, even if the other deck doesn't play well. But yeah, of course, none of these decks are like inherently awful against aggro with like green, purple, amber, steel, red, blue. I'm just, honestly, maybe Ed is Ed is not, of course, Ed's not my pick, I never said Ed. But I did say amber, steel, green, purple, Ruby Sapphire was going to win the event.
Which is the most obvious kind of combination to win the event. Good job.
But you didn't say what Rogue lineup was going to win. You just
said not that one.
And so I think I'll be rooting for everyone that plays this obvious lineup, and not because I'm not fun at parties. No, it's because I actually believe this is very, very strong.
Yep. No, absolutely.
But maybe I'm not fun at parties.
That is the thing, right? Like when you're looking at this meta, like you think, okay, what's the best deck? What's the most obvious lineup? What's then lower and slightly lower and slightly lower? And it is, it's really interesting that Ed just decided, I just decided to submit what I think is the standard best lineup. But it's not just that, right? Because he still built it in a way which is like, he's reading the rest of the metagame, and he's built his decks within that, still according.
Yeah, basically, that's what we talked about a lot at the very start when we were killing time because the stream was 90 minutes delayed. That even if you play the same in combination, there's different benching strategies, there's different ways to build that, there's different variants. Like there's so much that goes into building this lineup, even if it includes the same colors.
Okay, here's a little look into my spreadsheet from when I was theory crafting stuff. So I said the most obvious is you bring the best 3 decks with a flexible ban, and then the second, which is closer to what Ed's gone for, is you ban red blue. We don't know if he's necessarily doing that, but you focus on other matchups. He's kind of maybe doing that. We don't know what he's banning necessarily.
Yeah, I think he's still profit off like a flexible benching strategy, but sometimes he might be benching red Ruby Sapphire, or maybe he also always does it.
So let's take a look at the results so far. Mo Shamblin is making a bit of a comeback. He won. Zan Syed, I think, is out of the tournament. losing 2-0 to level 9001. Brian Cortelli, the Rat, also making a comeback. Theatim, both of my picks lost this round. Theatim doesn't look like the Amber Sapphire lineup's doing that well so far. I think it's 1-4 overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, 1-4, that's not possible, is it?
No,
Wait, how many
1 and
players
3.
are playing it?
I mean, we don't actually know that Theatim is definitely playing that, but it's probably, you know.
We just expect them to.
Yeah, I mean, I
How
picked.
did I pick still?
I picked Ely and Theatim because I expected them to play the same thing.
And their games didn't finish yet. Okay, from my picks.
Domingo lost, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's all.
A lot of hate for Zen coming from people not qualified for this. Well, I think there shouldn't be any hate regardless, but it shouldn't be like you don't just qualify for hating by qualifying 2 worlds. You just don't hate. GG.
A lot of hate for Zan coming from people not qualified. Who's hating on Zan?
I know. Someone said they're playing for promos now. I don't know if that qualifies as for hate. Frank's still in it? Yes. They're like, I think they're 2-2.
Yeah, I think Frank needs a win.
No.
They're up against Sailor. Frank versus Sailor.
Yeah. Right. If you're 2-2, you actually need to win the last 3. Moyen can't touch. Right. Can you show my cam again?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's just when I start using that other monitor, you disappear sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
That's so. Kim made Baker's cloak. That's so cool.
Yeah, I love the look of the cloak. Baker's rocking it.
Do you know what I'm not liking? The lack of AC.
Yeah.
It's like 10 p.m. and I'm in an oven. Friar Tuck cosplay.
I guess maybe we would have hoped for more announcements, but I think there's still some coming. And they already announced that there's going to be 16 DLCs all around the globe. And I don't think that's nothing.
Yeah. So 16 DLCs around the globe, right? You're going to have 1 in Canada, 5 in the US, minimum, maybe 6. That would be 7. Let's say 5. That would be 6. 5 in Europe, 11. 1 in Australia, 12. I think Asia might be included in that.
Yeah, I think Asia's definitely included. So
which
I hope we get a lot outside of that, but we don't know.
If Asia's included in that, who knows?
Yeah.
We're getting the Italian trailer, like the German.
5 NA, 5 EU.
We're coming to you from the Disney Lorcana World Championship with a bonus game in round 5. Villain, how did I do?
Pretty well. Chat, I think I'm cooked. JD's singing, you're doing better evil laughs. I think my time is done. But nonetheless, it's great to be here. That was a super quick round 5 of the World Championships.
Is there really only 28 players total at Worlds? There is really 25 players at Worlds.
28. But I don't think there's an issue with that.
No.
I like small Worlds tournaments.
Ooh, Kurt Speci. Drummer and singer. I didn't know that. Who is Jack Skellington? I think my prediction is they're a skeleton.
I don't...
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Don't think they're Lorcana.
Come on, chat. Tell me I got it wrong. I dare you. And yes, I have watched that film once. Oh, you say come on, I got it right. Ooh.
So you're banned.
Ooh, professional TCG player, coach, and content creator. Where does it say that he's part of the Broom Boys?
Oh, 1/3 of the Broom Boys.
1/3 of the Broom Boys.
Broom Boys.
Sky. So I played Brooms at Seattle, and then Sky said, "Shut it, Broom Boy," or something like this to me at one point. And then when Jan and DKP and I stayed together in where were we? Kaiserslautern.
Yeah.
DKP very much enjoyed calling me Broom Boy.
Forever wanting to be on Podcana, it should be.
Hey, why would you not invite him on? DKP, you can come on my podcast, mate.
We're going to have a cruise through those and give you some...
It's okay.
DKP, you're welcome to come on mine, mate. DKP's got the blue gloves. Style. Check. DKP's got a nice looking haircut. Jan, were you there? Did you eat dinner with DKP's dad? I don't think you were there, were you?
No, I don't think
I've had dinner with DKP's dad.
Okay.
So
great.
And
but I'm still a boy.
I lost to Kurt Speci in the LCC, so
okay.
And yeah. So DKP's got the gloves. The only thing missing from DKP's outfit is... Wait, that is a new shirt. Hold the phone. He's got a skeleton cosplay. Face makeup. Face paint.
What does he? I didn't see.
DKP... DKP's playing brooms! Broom boy! Oh my god!
They didn't even tell the Broom Boys.
He didn't even tell the Broom Boys. Okay, I'm officially Team DKP. He actually might say Broom Boys if we get a winner interview from DKP. We actually might get a Broom Boy shout out. Oh my goodness! The Broom Boy representing.
There's the Jens hit on 2.
I'm just so far ahead, mate. I played Jens hit in Seattle and everyone called me an idiot.
It's the same as with Reese. You're not far ahead. You just played it at the wrong time. Okay. So, Kurt won the die roll and chose to play Ruby Sapphire first.
Bruce, I wish he would stop doing that.
Huh?
The way he's looking at his cards like it's going straight on his Metafy. It's like he must get neckache the way he looks at his cards when he does that.
Cards, yeah. Just play the game.
These guys are teammates, right?
Yes, they're both. I'm sure they're prepped together, but still ended up submitting different.
Broom boy.
But they're playing the same color combination, aren't they?
I'm not sure, but DKP, the benches were definitely different because Kurt benched DKP's Ruby Sapphire.
Yes, but from these colors, you can make out that the third deck, like they're still on the same line.
Yeah, they are. Yep. Amber Emeralds was the other one, but this is game 3, and DKP's going first with the brooms. You have to think that he's going to be in the favor. I'm going to be so sad if he doesn't shout out the Broom Boys, mate. I'm actually going to be so gutted.
The entire chat is asking about the gloves, but they're just for dry skin.
Yeah.
So this is way more comfortable for him to play. There's no other reason.
I think it's also because he wore these in Melbourne when he won. I think.
Sure,
I think it's like a throwback because he won with the blue gloves.
I still don't. I don't think that's it. I also think it's much better for him to play this way with dry skin.
Because, yeah, he injured his hand in Melbourne. DKP went second, not first. My apologies. Right, you are.
So they chose to pick the Broom deck going second.
This is game 3.
Oh, okay. I was analyzing as if this was game 1. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I think if this was game 1, then DKP should have picked a different deck.
It's crazy how similar this is to my Seattle list. I just didn't get the strength for the Raging Fire in there somehow.
Yeah, it was probably the biggest miss, as it just generates so much tempo for you to get questing power off from.
But if DKP gets another Broom down, then Yen Sid quest for 3 here. Yensid, when a Broom's in play, draws. And just another 1-cost Broom, and the Yensid's questing for 3 here. He's got the Broom set up.
It's not questing at all, is it? Because if you quest now, then everything gets challenged. but you kind of just want to set up a board where everything quests at the same time, so
Yeah,
not
that's true.
everything gets challenged.
So do you ever play like the Diablo one here instead of the broom and then just come through with the broom next turn maybe?
You could, if you would rather have the Diablo on the board, but I'm not sure you do. Because the broom cannot like quest and draw if you needed to. But that would defeat the purpose of not going white. This deck is actually like there's decisions in this deck.
For sure.
Because some people always think aggro is like super easy, but there's nuance in how you play this.
The thing is like each decision has a higher weight as well, right? Like one little misstep, you lose a lot. It's like there's less decisions overall compared with like a Ruby Sapphire deck, but therefore each decision has a higher weight. I think it's Diablo.
2-cost broom going into the Inkwell, which I think makes it easier to flood the board next turn. It's like they kept a 1-drop broom in hand, right?
I think this is a very nice play. DKP getting that Metafy guide angle. I can't believe the Broom Boy is playing brooms.
What the? Oh, okay, they sang this. For some reason, I thought they would have hardcast it for no reason.
So, Sisu and Pirate's Life?
Sisu is an incredible card in this matchup. It's like everything gets banished by that. Yeah, DKP is actually on Amber Emerald, and so is Kurt Spee, so maybe a bunch of the world-class cards team are on it. I mean, there's not that many more of them in the tournament, is there?
DKP's deck very much looks like one he would be hoping ideally to play going first, but has the potential to win going second, which would lead me to believe that his Amber Emerald is most likely a discard deck rather than an aggro build.
It's me to believe that maybe when they did play it first, they just weren't able to get it through, which now led them to having to play it second.
Yeah, later. I just mean like overall looking at the lineup that DKP's playing, I would predict his Amber Emerald is a discard deck rather than an aggro deck.
Yes, definitely. I think in general, the discard deck is
here come the Yen
higher
Sids.
power level than the China dogs.
Oh my goodness, the Yen Sids. They're about to quest for 3. He can also play a Fox to bounce one back. Broom. Yen Sid's now quest for 3. Yeah, not bad, Broom Boy.
Take it easy on what? What?
Quest for 6. Diablo and Broom also quest up to 8.
Yeah, so now you overload the characters by not questing last turn and questing out this turn.
So
it's like very, very important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everything gets challenged after just questing once.
And Kurt's a 6 ink, so there's no Sisu threat, but there is B prep threat.
Mm-hmm. But B prep is not the biggest issue because Purple Steel can be quite good at just refilling of genies and docs, etc.
So I'm pretty sure it's Fox for DKP here, right? The question is, what do you bounce back? Do you bounce back a Yen Sid? Do you bounce back... I guess you bounce back a Yen Sid and just draw off the brooms. Or at least the exerted broom. Maybe.
But then you miss out on something questing that was left on the board. I guess I would just like to have as many characters as possible on the board. I don't want to pop the broom, I think.
Chat saying that he should have played the crab onto the Diablo instead.
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure why you wouldn't.
Well, you get a Yen Sid back in hand. That's like one advantage.
But you don't want it in hand. Imagine you have 2 Yen Sids on the board, and your opponent only has a T-Paw on the board, so they can't even onboard challenge into a broom. Isn't that huge?
Yeah, I think the crab does seem like a better play.
I mean, Fox seems okay if you just want to get rid of T-Paw, but I think you would have desperately wanted to get rid of Tala, and if you want to get rid of Tala, crab is much better than Fox. Especially with Diablo on the board.
And he had a lot of time, like, no rush on the clock. I think the pace of play overall today has been a little bit quick for my liking. So he's banishing the broom first.
It's not like he played slow. It's not like he played fast. He still played this slowly, but...
Yeah. So the Fox is still bouncing something back. For those that are wondering, he just triggered the broom first.
Do you think he realized they misspelled? I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just based on the mimic, like on the face, it seems like after inking the crab, he like slowly started to realize, oh, I really shouldn't have inked that. Or maybe even after the Diablo quested. but there's no turning back after that.
He's also banishing the other broom here before deciding what he picks up with the Fox, which is going to be a Yen Sid.
Did he misplay or see a line our small mines don't see? Our mines are not small.
And it's going to be Tipo.
And everyone can misplay. And this is not a board state that's better than one that he could have produced.
Big moment. We talked about like how these little decisions can make a big difference. And it'll be interesting to see.
With both of them being at 3-1, that's like a huge game.
Yep. Thala goes. Oh, Scar!
Scar! I love Scar. But was this better? What if Scar trades... Wait, what was the board state?
Diablo, Yen Sid, Fox.
Yeah, so what if you leave up Scar on 4 damage? And Thala on, like, 1 damage?
Genie comes through. Kurt doesn't have an abundance of cards in hand. Genie Diablo is a good 5-ink play.
So happy to see Scar. But I think it could have traded differently. Now, I guess it depends on how much damage instances DKP plays. Because if there's some reasonable play that could get rid of Scar that you want to be avoiding, then just doing it this way to secure getting the B prep tongue is also reasonable.
Slow play, mate. There's 33 minutes on the clock. These guys have played 2 rounds in 35 minutes. It would be foolish not to play that. For my liking, DKP played this too quickly because they realized halfway through the turn that they inked incorrectly.
I mean, it's definitely not slow play.
No. There's 32
minutes
on the clock.
They're not playing fast pace, but that's completely okay.
So Scar sings A Pirate's Life. I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that. Opens up Fox to take out Scar.
Yeah, but you don't need to sing B prep at all, right? The board state's yours. Maui is contesting everything well enough where if the Scar gets taken out, so be it. You still have the Shark. I don't think that's an issue. So the biggest thing is like if the Shark gets taken out, which would be like a strength that deals 5 damage. If DKP would be capable of that, I think that would be his best play.
So DKP's got 5 ink, but can get 6. Is it just going to be Fox to trade the Scar? And then build up towards the strength for the next turn, perhaps?
Yeah, that's reasonable. Just leave up like Quest, Fox, get rid of Scar, and then build up a big board for strength. And only exert after you've dealt with the Shark. It's a very reasonable play.
And DKP still has that dock in hand as well, so they have a lot of gas, right? There's a lot of characters they can put down. They need to be not overextending too hard into the B prep, which Kurt does have in hand. DKP has no knowledge of exactly what's in hand.
But I do think there was like some plays that come down to like Lorcana fundamentals that should have been conducted differently. Like just analyzing the board state. I think the Scar could have traded in a way where the Thala stays on the board, and like the Crab should have really taken care of the Thala, the Crab Diablo, and then just leave up a huge board that then quests.
So there's 4 characters now. So Genie could sing Strength to take out Scar, but obviously that would leave Maui down, so that doesn't seem too appealing. Fox can still challenge the Scar here.
Also, to be fair, you know the turn where I really wanted DKP to stay wide. And it was the turn going to B prep. I was like, oh, we don't care that much about B prep. But it was also the turn leading into Scar, which like we didn't know Kurt plays.
But DKP does.
DKP already knew. So that might have definitely influenced the way you play that turn, even if DKP ultimately wasn't happy with the way they played that.
Yeah, DKP's 13 away. Kurt Speci's 15 away. It's actually just a pass from DKP. Fascinating. Doesn't go for the Fox trade. That Fox can sing Strength next turn, of course. And that also like validates Kurt's decision to take that trade in the previous turn, because I was worried that it just opens up DKP's Fox trade. It's a very, very fascinating game. A lot of interesting decisions here. Like that Crab Ink, and then I think this, like the way the Scar traded, and now the Fox not to take the Scar as well. Speci is a German name, yeah.
But now they're just saying Spice, which is like a cool brand name, Kurt Spice. But I think Spieß would be a German name.
Popsicle heals Scar. Another half shark. DKP staring down the barrel of some sharks. We're used to...
So with all of these sharks on the board, how would you approach a board state like this as Purple Steel?
Ooh. Well, I like the look of this. Genie can take out the exerted shark, and Fox can sing Strength to deal with the other half shark.
Oh, so that's how you do it.
Damn!
Okay.
And this also comes back to DKP not taking that Fox trade in the last turn, because the Genie can't sing Strength because it's going to challenge, and now he needs to play another card for the Strength now. I'm presuming that he already had that figured out.
I hope so. Yes, you can do all of this, but at the same time, you could have also gotten rid of the Scar, because now if you do this big swingy play that costs you a lot of cards, you still allow Kurt to sing B-Prep after investing a bunch of cards.
And there's the Strength. But the ordering was slightly off there, right? Like he inked before he drew.
Wait, what else did he... Wait, he played Crab, Ink, Genie. That's never it. You go Genie, Ink, Crab.
Yeah. And he inked the Cobra.
The nerfs are very much getting to the players here.
So Smee should have a damage and it doesn't.
Yep. It's another one. I do think, like, as soon as you do, like, even the slightest misstep,
there's the B-Prep.
It can easily get to your head, and then maybe you do a little bit of sequencing wrong, maybe you miss the Smee, but you have to just focus back up. You know how to play this game.
That is a lot of cards to be cleared by a B-Prep, but the Goat, and there's going to be Crab as well. It's the Snake. DKP with Crab, with Snake, with Doc, with Goats. Might just be able to carry
very
him
much
home.
in the game. But, would you say, because DKP has played so much Ruby Sapphire, where like they know all of these lines in and out.
Yep.
But I don't know how much of a broom boy he is. So how comfortable do you think he is just piloting like an aggressive Amethyst deck?
Definitely not as comfortable as he is playing red-blue, but there's also a lot of value of playing against a deck you know so well, right?
Yes. But like just by playing against decks, you often get somewhat of a good understanding of how they function.
So the hand is Goat, Strength, Crab, Doc. Goat comes through. There is a Hades for Kurt. And the Snake's going to quest for 1. DKP's up to 14.
But chat's saying maybe there was a missed draw for like a Diablo getting banished.
Really?
Maybe.
Oh dear.
I didn't quite catch it, but it's possible.
Oh dear. Quite sloppy. I just think that I think the time management we've seen so far hasn't been up to the standard I would have expected.
Okay, so this is very interesting, because if you say, okay, I have 26 minutes, I could play slower, but to an extent, it's like if you know for sure how to play this, playing faster also limits the amount of time your opponent has to think about their decisions, because you're still expected to play to like a certain pace.
It seems as though this might not necessarily be true, but it's going to be the Fox Crab combo. It looks like they did draw for the Diablo, which you would definitely expect. As Fox Crab combo deals with the McDuck mana, Kurt's just got 1 card in hand, I think. DKP still with this Doc is going to play it, inking Strength. Goat, fire the cannons! Another Goat in hand for DKP.
And because Kurt, like kind of, he was able to keep up at all times, right? But he never got like the biggest swing with a Sisu. He never got like Tamatoas drawing multiple cards. He didn't get too many Ophalgos off. So like he's still running out of cards, even against an aggressive Purple Steel deck.
DKP was within touching distance, but Kurt's found the legendary B-Prep off the top.
Why is this happening before the vision? Or what? Isn't the hand B prep vision?
Diablo, go for DKP. 3 away.
Why is this better?
4 away.
What? Why did he quest and hardcast B prep instead of sing, like play vision and sing?
Yeah.
And then do something? Why?
So you would have liked to have seen the vision played and then the Hades rather than questing for 2, singing B prep, developing another threat.
Like, sorry for getting emotional. It's just like that would enable you to maybe develop a shark, a mana, and spending that ink is like much more valuable than gaining 2 lore and then now having to spend the vision, which now means also, what if you find like a Sisu that you can't play because you don't have the ink for it? So you have to be able to spend that ink that turn, and it's much better than gaining 2 lore and then hardcasting.
And DKP shows his Metafy guide, the fire the cannons he has in hand. I can't believe he's playing brooms after ripping me for so long. He's playing brooms at Worlds.
Yeah.
Do you know the amount of broom boy stick I had to deal with from this guy?
Yeah, I'm aware. But now maybe you should have prepped the brooms together.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, his list looks very good. There's nothing about the deck I don't like that I've seen so far.
This looks like there's Goofy and another half shark in hand. No, Frank got his 3rd loss. I'm devastated.
Card off the top. It's another Yen Sid. Not very good in this position. Fire the cannons can answer the T-Po. Does DKP ever decide not to go for it? I mean, surely you do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just protects the Diablo, so it might gain you another lore with the Diablo sticking.
He has Yen Sid in hand.
That's
and
all the lore
decides to
you
hold on
need.
to it. He's 2 away from victory with the brooms. Frank has the half shot. Oh, sorry, Kurt has the half shot. I read Frank in the chat.
Yeah. I can't help but feel like both players might miss a bit of experience on their respective decks. Right, Kurt is great at Amber Steel and Emerald Steel. DKP is great at Red Blue, but maybe some of the expertise still missing on these decks.
I think pressure as well is a huge factor in these games, right?
And as much as you can talk about like being a robot and not letting a mistake get to your head, it's very easy for like one mistake to lead to another.
Absolutely. I think also being on camera is particularly high pressure. That just adds an extra layer.
Yeah, I get extremely nervous playing high stakes and on camera. I like to think that maybe I can channel it into like concentration, but that's probably not always true.
Tala can sing the How Far I'll Go, which maybe presents the opportunity to find a B prep off the top and keep DKP at 19. But you would have to ink the half shark as well with no cards in hand. So it's going to be a challenge on the Diablo. Library drawn for DKP. A bounce would get them the game, but they don't have it.
I do think this was pretty good turn, because if you sing off Fargo, you leave yourself in like an unwinnable spot. If you just let them get to 19 with a goat on the board, you can still chain stuff and maybe get to like
Oh, DKP does it with the brooms. The broom boy.
I don't think this
broom boy,
maybe.
Broom boy, broom boy.
This challenge was
broom
actually
boy.
interesting because I guess it doesn't let Shark recycle Pirate's Life. And it doesn't let them challenge Library. Yeah, this challenge was completely fine.
Broom boy, broom boy, broom boy.
Do you think Kurt is Kurt is playing the same colors? Do you think he's also playing the brooms?
Probably.
2 broom boys?
Probably. The broom list looked good. There's nothing about the broom list I didn't like there. Library, Queen's Castle.
No, I Kava saying, I mean, you said you misplayed in Seattle, right? And it definitely happens. Yes. I mean, yes, I misplayed in Seattle. I don't think anyone is close to playing perfect Lorcana.
Broom boy, broom. All right, guys. If DKP doesn't say broom boy, I'm gonna be sad.
Okay,
I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Broom boy.
Come on, broom boy, broom boy. Guys, harness your inner broom boys. Broom boy,
broom boy, turned broom boy. Man.
Broom boy, broom boy. Come on, DKP. You gotta do what's right. I don't think he's gonna say broom boy.
Shout out to Speci, the OG broom boy. Surely he's shouting out the broom boys. We had any spice? We just saw Kurt spice.
I think Liam had the cape on this one, Kawa. That's why. I think it was Liam that ditched the cape.
Baker ditched the cape.
I've actually signed. I think Magic Broom might be my most signed card. Maleficent One Drop is a close second.
For me, it's Hofalgo. Love Hofalgo.
What else do I sign? China Bogs. Friar Tuck. Prince John.
Oh yeah, Friar Tuck's a good one. Get out of my church!
Do you remember when I was playing like top 16 in Poland against someone and I played Friar Tuck and I said, get out of my church?
Yes! I couldn't hold back the laughter, but it was... I also felt bad laughing. Moyen got a signed evasive goofy given to him by a random fam at the U-Chips.
Broom boy, broom boy, broom boy, broom boy. Come on, DKP.
But to be fair, Baker had the cape on for like the longest time.
I think it was Liam was wearing the cape at the start of this series, right?
Yes, but before that, like the entire time Baker had it on. It looked pretty good.
I think there's 2 rounds left today, or maybe 1. There might only be 1 round left. Tyler, the thing is there was a half shark and a pirate's life, I guess.
Yep, yeah, that's the big. I was wondering, like the game ended, so I can't talk about the plays anymore because Speci will be like, "Oh, boom boy, game's over, exciting." But I also thought that turn was interesting. What I concluded was basically like, I don't know if there's like a comeback where if you play Pirate's Life and can recycle it by challenging into the GOAT, that could be a downside, and then. You can also just go to 19 and you still have the library on the board and you play a character with the way you played it, and then you can't get Pirate's Life recycled even if you just draw it. You can only play it once. But I mean, all in all, I think that's a turn you could like analyze a lot deeper to figure out if it's true, if it was like correct or not. Any color combos turned up, we went fully. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay, any color combos turned up we weren't fully expecting?
Yes, Amber Sapphire.
Yes. So there's Ely and probably Teo team as well are playing like Amber Sapphire, Ruby
DKP,
Amethyst, and Emerald.
We are here with DKP. Congrats on that round 5 win. You are now 4-1. How are you feeling? 1 win away from possibly making it to day 2.
Say it.
Oh, I feel great. Just one more, and I'm in. Oh.
1 more. Yes, you should feel excited. That was a great win. You had your Ruby Sapphire deck benched. Is that something that you expected today? I know that's a deck that you're really well known for in the community.
Yeah, the thing is, normally you don't bench the supposedly one-trick deck of someone. You need to bench what is really good right now for your lineup, right? And yeah, Kurt and I tested together for an entire week, so he knew that his decks were quite good against mine, and he tried to avoid playing the Ruby Sapphire Mirror, where I'm a bit more knowledgeable, and yeah, that's why he did it. I wouldn't say he banned it because I'm a Ruby Sapphire player, but he just banned it because both of his other decks were really good against my aggro decks. Yeah, and so it worked out for me.
Yes, it did work out for you. Now, that game 3 that we watched on the feature match, that you were playing Amethyst Steel, the win with the Cobra, do you feel like there was a turning point in that game for you?
Yes, the turn when where Kurt played a second shark, he could have, of course, be prepped, but the thing is then he be-preps his own board, or rather he, I think he would have lost against the Pete, but I didn't have any Petes. I had, exactly the board to deal with the shark. Like I had the crab and
he's not going to say Broom Boy.
And the strength with 5 characters to deal with both. So that was like the turning point. And of course he be-prepped me afterwards, but I'm like, sure, I could refill the board, and just went to 20 slowly. And also the other crucial point was that I drew into the Yensid engine. My mulligan was actually, since you didn't see it, only 1 card, and it was a dog. I just wanted an Ingable because in my hand I already had a 1-cost broom, 2 Yensids, and a 2-cost broom, and a few 1-drops. So I was being able to go like the curve where you go broom, Yensid, then a 1-drop, and then another broom or Yensid. Depends on how much board Kurt has. If he goes for like a Halfago, I can quest immediately, and so many small things. But in the end it worked out with the broom.
It did. Yeah, I was so excited to see brooms being played here at Worlds. I think that brooms are a favorite of the community, and it worked out well for you in this round. Congrats again on your 4-1 record. Good luck to you the rest of the day, and we will have more exciting matches to come, and hopefully see some more players make it to day 2.
You know, it's okay. I just feel like, I don't know, how was there no word about maybe anything that could have maybe been played differently?
There was. You went away.
Oh, when I was getting the broom.
Oh, did you go and get a broom?
You didn't even watch it. I was like, see? I didn't react and I felt stupid.
I was plugged in to listen for the Broom Boy comment.
Yeah, I was a bit sad I missed some of the interview.
All right, I think we've got 1 round left. Be interesting to see the scores on the doors. I was very close as a game away from having top seed as my prediction, but Ely, did they win the next round? Let's have a Butchers. Round. This is.
Also, we don't have standings. We have to like check every round.
This, but this happened last round, right? Oh, it was this round. It was just a really long round.
Yeah, so we have 2 more rounds.
Oh, God.
Wait, it's almost midnight. Why do we have 2 more rounds?
It's so hot. I mean, I'm excited for more.
Behind schedule.
Oh my goodness, it's far behind schedule.
Schedule was like, it's ending now. I guess we had 1 hour delay, so maybe like in 1 hour.
It's an oven.
Yup.
Like, it's hotter now than it was earlier, and I don't understand how that works. I don't think it will go that late tomorrow. They're planning on showing every game tomorrow, though, which is interesting.
Cool. I want to watch every game, so.
Yeah, same.
I don't mind it whatsoever. That was like an emotional match to watch because whether wrong or not, like at a bunch of points I didn't really feel the plays. But at the same time I was like, there was a lot of swings back and forth within the game and I was rooting for my Broom Boy.
That's so funny that 1/3 of the Broom Boys actually played brooms at Worlds.
Now we can feel like we were involved in Worlds because Broom Boy played brooms.
Yeah.
Thank you, Broom Boy.
Thank you, Broom Boy. I can't believe he didn't say Broom Boys. I think he wanted to. I think there was like a flicker in his eye at the end where he realised. Message him. I think he has more important things to be worried about.
Yeah, I'm not bugging him
I'm
now.
not messaging him.
think the sealed went over really, really well.
Yeah.
Especially the first round. The first round was
crackers.
almost too good because then like I wanted all the other ones to be just as good, which is just impossible.
Where we're both streaming from? Germany and England. We don't have AC. That's the problem. But it's like 10 to 11.
Yeah, maybe not incredible. Like,
what's the
I wasn't
temperature
super
here?
paying the utmost attention when the first shark was exerted, and then it was met with like crab strength for to deal with the two sharks. If it was just exerted just to quest, I can totally see how maybe you could hold it back. But the problem of holding it back is then you allow your opponent to like completely quest out without gaining any advantage. But one lock seems somewhat inconsequential for letting a crab take it out.
2 rounds to go is crazy.
I'm a black box. I don't want to be a black box. Speci. Okay.
So Ely's a game away from making it through. DKP's got to get 1 win out of 2.
Wait, is Bivens through now?
I don't think so.
4-1. But they won their round, so they just.
I think it's only Ed that's through, right? At this stage.
Yeah, it's the only 5-0 probably.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it looks like. But a bunch of 4-1s now that they're winning in.
It's a long casting stretch to do back-to-back rounds on this, though, with the fact that you're picking up a bonus game.
Yeah. You know what's a long cast?
You know it was.
Just us two doing the entire day.
It's not quite the same.
Yeah. But we're also not paid.
Is it weird that they're standing? I've never stood up casting before. To be honest.
Sounds exhausting.
I've never stood up
Right,
casting
it's not
before.
a chip anymore. Now it's
Lucky.
Lucky. How do you know it's a lucky and not a rolly?
Because it's the 15th pup.
And how do you know this is the 15th pup?
Oh, because it's lucky.
That's very circular. What if it's patch?
Oh, it might be.
Or rolly. I think it's rolly.
What do you reckon, chat? What is the pup on the shoulder? Close your eyes. Bam! It's Thunderbolt. Puppy shift. GG.
By the way, if you get it right, you get banned.
That's very immature to say something like that.
Yeah, my bad.
I might have to close my window, I think, because my old man's going to sleep and I don't want to keep him up, which means it's going to get even hotter.
It's bold? Good guess.
The thing is, when I end this stream, I'm not going to be able to sleep because it's just a complete oven in here.
Yeah.
Not fat enough to be rolly, and it's an
Rolly
eye. Yeah, it doesn't have the black eyes, so it can't be patched. Exactly what I was thinking.
What if it's freckles?
What if it's what?
Different dots. Freckles? Or pepper? Doesn't it have more dots than lucky?
Pepper? Whew. Why would Ed not be playing? Because the way this format works is when you get to 5 wins, you stop playing. He's secured top seed for tomorrow.
Two, and by doing it so early, he has like a good seed.
Yeah, rather than like the top players being able to ID, They just say when you get to 5 wins, you qualify.
Yeah, I guess that eliminates IDs, which is nice.
Yep. I believe IDs are not allowed at this tournament, in fact.
Yeah, there's also no reason to do it if you need 5 wins, right?
Mickey waffles. Did you have any Disney themed food when you were in Paris?
No. I had the food that we got as players playing champs until they said, "Oh, are you top 8?" I'm like, "No." And then they said, "You can't have food anymore." So top 8 was still allowed to eat the catering, but we weren't. Not good enough to get food. That's
Unlucky.
crazy.
Hey, Chris. I didn't have that much Disney-themed food. I had some baked beans, though. But they weren't Disney-themed, but they were baked beans in Disneyland. Who should we watch round 6? Okay. Actual poll. Luca versus Zach. Mo Shamlin. Ooh. I'm voting for 2.
Oh, now we actually have a poll for the first time.
I feel like this is overrated. We should go back to the previous method.
Yeah. Maybe I kind of want to watch. Wait, we haven't watched Zach doing Constructed yet. I'll go for 1. Oh, 1 is also winning. And we haven't watched Luca Lazara yet either.
We did watch Lucas.
No, not Luca. Zach is playing against Luca.
Got ya.
Not Luca.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these two either, but we did see Zach in Sealed. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a landslide vote when it's the US stream that's showing it, right? Or the English-speaking stream.
Luca is Italian, isn't? Or it sounds Italian.
I guess most of the English. I guess most of these are English-speaking anyway. There's a lot of Americans in this list.
Chat is still being spammed, even if it's doesn't work.
Is Luca Italian? It's an Italian-sounding name.
Sounds very Italian. They got 3rd at the EU champs with red purple to qualify for Worlds. He is confirmed Italian.
Oh, here we go. So Ed's through. Zach, Ely, DKP, Luca, all 4-1. So it looks like it might be Ely versus DKP.
Yeah.
And then Luca versus Zach. So two of our predictions are in contention to make it through in this next one.
4 players that only need 1 more win, and a bunch of players that need to win out the last 2 rounds to make it.
Federico's in there, Kurt, Brian. Theatime's definitely in that 3 and 2 list as well. So it's going to go beyond 10. Hopefully we see it. Might just stop at 10, but there's definitely more players on 3-2 than that.
Yeah. There should be quite a lot of players on 3-2 looking at this. There's 2 more rounds for today's Swiss.
At least I think Theatime's 3-2.
No, not every game's recorded. But tomorrow they are, I think, going to record and stream every match.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Mm-hmm. No, they didn't show the rest of the standings.
The stream's not muted, so it's all yours.
Okay. Hello, chat. So what do you guys really think about Speci? But I really wanted to know who else is 3-2 and has a chance to still make it going 2-0. Theo is 2-3? No! Come on, guys. Big boom boy. Can get behind that. Got some crazy text, but funny guy. Quite accurate. Also very kind guy. But some of the takes, I always have to tell him, no, that's too crazy. You're a little bit off here. But then some of the crazy takes, you're like, maybe that's an idea worth testing. A very good thing for a content creator to want to talk. The only thing that's too spicy is like playing the normal meta decks. Second favorite host for the stream. Yeah. Oh no, you go. Love to see that. Going to make me blush. Sean vs Diego. I think we're going to watch Bivens versus Luca. Nine players at 3-2. So one of them will be paired down against a 2-3. So we'll have 4 or 5 players after this round that will be 4-2 from that bracket and then 2 from losing. So we have like 6 or 7 players. So we have 3 or 4 players winning next round. What do you mean, Kawa? Cannot. I don't want to be replaced. Big fan of board games? Yes, huge fan of board games. What's my favorite? Or let's have a small look at the collection, but I love Terra Mystica. Without expansions except the extra city tiles and the revised map. I'm playing it a lot less recently, but I love the first edition of Voyages of Marco Polo. Recently, I really have been liking like Heat and Elo Darkness. Elo Darkness is like a Kickstarter that didn't really make it, but I still played it recently and loved it. It's like kind of a MOBA in a board game. Oh, I love Ark Nova. Ark Nova is amazing. Probably. Oh, Istanbul's pretty good as well. With both expansions. That's about it. VTuber trading card game? Oh, I tried that at UK Games Expo and it was actually better than I thought. I think even we just have rounds for Rotation Infinity. Potentially. Hope we get announcements about that. Have you played Mindbug? Let me Google it, but I don't think so. But I've heard the name. No, I've not played it. Is it something worth checking out?
What did I miss?
Chat likes you mostly when I asked them how they feel about you. And then we were talking about board games.
You were talking about board games.
Yeah. And that chat likes you and thinks you're funny and a crazy cook. And you have crazy takes, but they like you and you're funny. And someone said you're their second favorite host of the stream, so I like that. Yeah, someone called you a prick, but I wanted to leave that out for your ego.
Language.
I just repeated what someone said.
You can't say that on my stream. Please apologize.
Cannot say. Why can you not say prick?
No, don't say it again.
But is it swearing?
Yes, no? Of course.
What does it even mean?
Please apologize.
I'm so sorry for repeating that someone called you a prick.
Oh no, stop saying it. That's not. Stop saying it. For real.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to kick you off the channel now. Is there any last words? Actually, don't. No, you're fine. No last words. Just continue.
Okay. Oh, that was a close call.
When it comes to magic spells, proper pronunciation is key. I think it is Donald Duck.
When it comes to magic spells, proper pronunciation is key. Flustered Sorcerer.
Nice. I actually had this in my triple deck constructed list against Tim from Ravensburg, a video coming soon.
Nice.
I played one copy of Donald Duck, the Flustered Sorcerer, in my Blurple list.
Yeah. It's also the one of the tiers for my Metafy is the Flustered Sorcerer.
That's unfortunate that nobody is that tier already, isn't it?
No, that's not true.
Even a frightened lion still has claws. I ain't got a clue, mate. Haven't the foggiest.
Simba.
Bolt. No, that's a dog. Damn it. It's Prince John.
What?
You see how if I get put on like guess the flavor text and it doesn't say like
it doesn't say get out of my church.
Get out of my church. I'm cooked. I am actually quite good at flavor text when I'm heading into a cast though, because like reading flavor text of like meta cards is something that I'll like be doing. But it's like if a meta card comes up, I'm usually ahead of a cast into it because I like dropping flavor text in my casting. Like it was, but people never quite always get it. Like when someone plays the rabbit and I'm like, oh, it was turning out to be a bad hair day.
Yeah, I know. You did that to me and I also never got it.
Exactly.
It's like, what's this guy on about?
Food fight? Oh yeah, Mickey Mouse food fight. Mickey Mouse food fight defender. Do you know, Jan, what that one flavor text is? I see you pulling up a screen. It literally flashbanged you, mate.
Wait, I need to think really
It's like
hard
the Podcarner experience. You're just watching Jan's face and he flashbangs himself as he pulls up a tab.
Wait, what's the card called again?
Mickey Mouse food fight defender. It's underestimating him.
Is a problem.
Is a recipe for disaster.
Uh-huh.
What are they looking down at?
This is some spice.
This is spice.
This is spice. Okay.
This is
all right. Hold on.
Yeah, this is. What do you call it? We're not doing it. We're not doing that.
Blue green.
Blue green. Just call it. It's sapphire and emerald sapphire. Emerald sapphire.
Emerald sapphire.
Okay. We're not gluing over here.
Here's the thing.
What about glue? Can we do a glue? We'll shop it. We're working around.
We'll workshop it.
Skylight's calling emerald sapphire bleen.
Why?
Good question.
It's a terrible name. Why would you call it that?
The Bleen Dream. That doesn't quite work.
Raheem the Dream.
Raheem the Dream Sterling.
Yup.
Do you remember when he scored against Germany in the last World Cup?
Don't remember.
I think you do. At least I think he did.
He never scores. It can't be true.
He was on record to be England's all-time record appearance holder, but he's just fallen off the last few years.
And then what happened?
He peaked very early. Ooh, Luca from Italy. Okay, now I see the face. I know the guy. He's at every DLC. Nice fella. Spoken with him a bit. Favorite Disney character? Maleficent. Good choice. Quests for 2 on turn 1. GG.
I don't think he meant that Maleficent. He meant the 9 drop. Bam! What's your favorite character, Zach? Under 21's best Germany tonight to win the Euros. Yeah.
Wait, really?
I know that we're doing well. Oh. Never mind.
Did you lose to England?
I don't want to talk about it.
So, Zach, he's known for his steel decks.
Oh, now they wait. Did they always have lists? Didn't they earlier actually go through cards when we?
Yeah.
So maybe these weren't ready, or what happened in the matches earlier?
Zach Bivens.
We have the commentators muted for almost all of it. It just there's too many voices otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, we'll unmute if one of us is taking a break, or if there's an interview, or or if Baker is singing "Be Prepared."
Yeah, true. I think both times Baker sung "Be Prepared," I realized it sooner than he did. So I've casted with him so much that I just unmuted, and then he was like, I almost missed it. And I'd already unmuted long before. Those are some funky looking sleeves. What's that all about?
Which ones? Didn't see. So, Zach, after going 3-0 in sealed, said he felt very confident going into the constructed portion. So I'm really curious if that means he found something really spicy.
But I think he's 1 win, 1 loss so far as well, right?
Mm-hmm. So in total he's 4-1 now.
Yeah, this is triple deck constructed. I think the winner of this is through to day 2. Luca would definitely be an underdog to be second or third seed. He's not one of the names you would have naturally picked out at the start of the day, so yeah, I'm wishing him well. I see him at every DLC. He's always smiling. I don't know what either of them are playing, to be honest.
Yeah, we're about to see.
I have no idea. So the way this works, if you guys don't know, they have 3 decks. They get basically a card. They have to roll first. So Zach rolls a 6 and Luca rolls a 7. Oh, a 3. So Zach's going first.
And based on this, they have to do the benching.
Yeah, it's a lineup I quite like the look of for Zach. Zach seems to know what he's doing. Based off Zach's Amber Ruby Emeralds, Zach might have a location deck. It's possible. Amber Ruby locations.
You really want to see the location deck, don't you?
I think it's got legs.
Very short legs.
If he's playing Amber Ruby, you have to imagine he's just banning steel in general. Yep, he bans steel, and Amber Ruby gets banned. Damn. I like it. This is what I'm saying.
With Sapphire Ruby Amethyst. Okay, this lineup is spicy.
It's kind of what I'm saying though. If you've got a hyper aggro build and it's good, I think it can eat bans.
But then I feel like this lineup can target Ruby Sapphire, but only
diverse range of draws. So I'm actually not surprised. A lot of these players are expecting when they bring in this green steel deck with this emerald steel deck into another lineup, they're kind of expecting that emerald steel deck to be banned throughout the day and then to be allowed to play.
Curious if we can get some insight into what the Amber Ruby deck is from Zach. Amber Ruby eating a ban just gives you an idea that Zach's lineup is very good, in a way. You're very happy if you bring Amber Ruby and it eats a ban. You're very, very happy, right?
Because you can still get to play 2 good decks. Mm-hmm. The other way to achieve that is bring 3 good decks, and then you always get to play 2 good decks no matter what's the match.
So 2 Emerald Sapphire players, and then it's Amethyst Steel, and it's Ruby Amethyst. Very, very spicy.
So they're both on Emerald Sapphire.
Mm.
What's going on? I'm also really curious to see those lists. And you can think, okay, prediction chat. Is the Amethyst Steel deck a Yensid Boomboy deck or a non-Boomboy deck?
I don't think it plays brooms.
I think it might play brooms. Or do you think something that close to what he played at NA Champs, where it was like rabbits and Zeus?
It really depends on what his bench strategy is.
which we don't get. I mean, I assume he wants to be good against Ruby Sapphire. I think that's one of the main reasons why you would bring Emerald Sapphire into your lineup.
I mean, the other thing, like a Zeus version is going to be very bad against a red-blue items deck, right? So it's probably just a dock version.
Yeah.
Maybe it does play Yensid. I kind of... Maybe. I don't know if I see Zach playing Yensid.
Yeah.
Looks like the Zeus. So maybe it is rabbits.
It is.
Palace
It
Guard.
is something that is comfortable playing with the rabbit Zeus. Palace. I love Palace Guard. Maybe it's just because of Sealed. But like Sealed kind of made me think maybe there's a place for him in Constructed.
1/4.
Yeah, so many stats. For one?
Daisy Luck.
Yeah. Without the downside. And without the upside.
Without the upside.
And without the downside.
Very interesting. But yeah, it definitely doesn't look like a broom deck for Zach with the Zeus in there.
Yeah.
Zach will be going first.
It's the one drop room, but not Yensid.
And Emerald Sapphire, I mean, I was so focused in on Zach, I didn't even remember to check what kind of deck Luca's playing.
Yeah.
Could be an Oswald item build, could be Bend to My Will. There's also the possibility of it being an Ink Geyser deck. But that's an Ink Geyser list would be very aimed at Ruby Sapphire.
But so would be the Bend. I think all of the Emerald Sapphire versions are somewhat tailored towards being.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing Bend, you would ban Steel, like you'd be banning Pete. So I think it has to be like a item build, maybe. Yeah,
maybe
it is.
See yourself struggling more against the Ember than here. But yeah, there's the items coming out, and items make sense with Ink Geyser, right?
Yeah.
Can make sense with that for like a cheap Sheriff of Nottingham.
So Diablo Quest for 1. See, Zach is taking his time. I like it. We've seen the pace of play be a little bit higher than I would like at times in this tournament on the main stage, but Zach really took his time over that ink decision.
Yeah, but like he took his time at the right moment, not like
exactly
did the first action and then took time.
Fishbone into the ink. Are you allowed to play a Fishbone Quill from a different language amongst English cards?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I thought they changed it so you weren't allowed to.
Oh. If so, then I'm not aware of it. I thought you were allowed
to. Hidden Inkcaster comes through. A card I predicted. Yeah, long ago I predicted this card would be good enough.
Yeah. I remember
Baker casting. He's not, is he?
Mountain Inkwell.
Damn it. Baker told me it would never happen on a challenge stream. There are no language restrictions outside of Japan. Okay. So Hidden Inkcaster, like, are you playing Oswald? Maybe not, but I probably would want to. And it's this kind of lineup that you would be scared of, like an Emerald Sapphire, a lineup which includes Emerald Sapphire that you would be scared to play against if you were a Ruby Sapphire player, right?
Yeah, I don't know about scared, but yeah,
it's
a lineup where Ruby Sapphire would maybe not compare favorably into, but maybe then the other deck of yours compares favorably into. So maybe overall it could still be a close matchup, but like it's one where Ruby Sapphire itself could be struggling against.
Workshop on 3 for Luca. Slow.
Not really a good kit target here, so deciding to set up a little bit more of the engine. One more item needed to activate Scrooges.
Yeah, and Luca's likely playing Under the Seas. And Ice Blocks.
Under the Sea.
Coil into the ink for Luca. 4 ink available. Probably going to be the Fishbone. It will be. Triggers the Workshop.
So now finally they have 4 items to get the Scrooge down.
Yeah.
One of my favorite cards that came out recently.
Yeah. And when Zach sees the Scrooge and the Fishbone and is aware that there's potentially a under the sea threat, Zach's going to be... I mean, Zach is already going to know about the potential under the sea threat, but a way around it for Zach is, as we see Zeus being sung, is Pete, of course. Snake, Bouncing Rabbit.
But also just getting rid of the singers to not enable it.
Yeah.
Or to disable it, rather.
But in a similar fashion, as we've talked about in this triple deck constructed, like, I don't think Luca was ever really expecting to win this one particularly. And it's still like an Emerald Sapphire Mirror is likely to be the deciding game in this series.
What sang the Zeus?
Rabbit, and it got bounced back.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Scrooge gets played for free. Under the Sea obviously can't be added to hand. Signed contract is. 2 ink still available. And I think an ink for turn and Fishbone. So if you could get another 4 cost down. But there's no ice block, so this Under the Sea is doing very little.
Yeah, and on top of that, with 1 Scrooge being gone, you also can't really get it off. As you're missing something to actually sing it.
Zach's at
Also,
10.
Historically, I think Purple Steel was one of the best aggressive decks at actually playing 3 strength stuff, and a lot of that, which means like Under the Sea and Sisu never really clear their board unless they're combined with something like ice blocks or coils.
Nurix, this deck is like, again, triple deck constructed, you have to recognize is a very different format. This is a deck designed to beat Ruby Sapphire. But like in this format, even if you're not playing against Ruby Sapphire, you know that you're going to be playing against a Sapphire deck of some sort. So it's more just like aimed at beating Sapphire decks, right? If your opponent never wins with their Sapphire deck and they lose every time, you win. It's triple deck format is very different for that reason. Like it's basically just targeting Sapphire, saying, okay, you have to play 1 Sapphire deck and my Emerald Sapphire deck is going to beat your Sapphire deck. That's all it's saying. Coil's down, which does give him, Luca, some ways of offsetting the cards to below 2 strength, and Zach does have something to think about finally.
Also, don't know how many cards they have in hand, right? But they can, like, even without the singers on the board now, they are in a position where next turn they can ink, use the Quill, and hardcast Under the Sea with 2 coil triggers. But it might still just be too little too late, to be honest.
Rabbit comes down. There was also a 1-cost Broom in Zach's hand before this. Not sure what he drew. Big quest up to 16, 17. 2 cards in hand, 1's a Broom. And it's on over to Luca. Luca needs an Under the Sea, but they're not going to be able to sing it. And they don't think they have it in hand either. Is that a scoop? I think so.
Yep.
GG.
Yeah, with it, that would at least keep them in the game. With being able to ink trade with the Quill, but it not even being available ends the game on the spot.
And yeah, again, like this format, like you can look at this and be like, okay, I'm confused at this Emerald Sapphire deck. It looks terrible. But it was never supposed to win this game. That's not really what Luca's hoping to achieve with this deck. You in this format, you can afford to have a loss like this, right? You just have to... it doesn't matter if you lose 1 game, you just have to beat 1 deck. So in this case, as long as Luca beats Zach's Sapphire deck twice, his Emerald Sapphire deck is great. If you always beat Sapphire, you can afford to play a deck like this in this format.
Yeah, it's very much aimed at a specific strategy, and that doesn't include beating Amethyst Steel necessarily.
Yeah, so Zach also has an Emerald Sapphire deck, and that's what's left. So Luca will be going first in this game, and now the question for Luca is, do I want to go first or second in an Emerald Sapphire mirror? Maybe. And that seems to be what he's thinking about now. Perhaps. So I think Luca's got Amber Steel and Emerald Sapphire, if I'm not mistaken.
Amber Steel and Sapphire. Yeah. Well, Amber Steel was the one that was benched by Bivens.
Right. Amber Steel, Emerald Amethyst, and
so
Ruby.
Ruby Amethyst.
Right.
Yes. So Luca has Ruby Amethyst left as the other deck.
I think the big question for Luca is, do you want the mirror going first or second?
Yeah. I guess, okay, so that's not really the question, right? The question is, they have to play one of their games going second. Would they rather play Ruby Amethyst into Emerald Sapphire going second or the mirror going second? And they decided they'd rather play the mirror going second. And going second has less of an impact in the mirror than it does have in like the Ruby Amethyst matchup against Emerald Sapphire. So that was the big thing that they were thinking on.
So I saw a Bell and a Hidden Inkcaster, I think, for Zach. Yeah, it's an Oswald deck for Zach. I like the look of Zach's list. Oswald and Bell 3 for me is exactly how I would build this deck. For sure. Haven't tested it, but if I was going to play it, I would want those two cards in my deck.
People definitely came up with some spicy ideas at how to tackle the triple deck constructed portion of the event.
Yeah, it's just a die roll, and then whoever loses gets to go first.
It's just that the die roll happens before the choosing of your deck, which adds some strategy. It even happens before the benching phase. So green-blue is just built to beat red-blue. It is definitely built to beat that, and then I think to know what other matchups it's good against, you would probably need to test it quite a bit. I'm sure it's, or I'd hope that it's not just beating Ruby Sapphire and there's like some other matchups that it's good against.
I mean,
definitely it's good against Ruby Sapphire.
What other Sapphire decks are likely to be brought to this tournament?
Not many. The Ruby Sapphire is definitely the most likely one.
Yeah, it is sped up footage, but the timer's not ticking. Maybe that's why the pace of play seemed...
the fast pace of play, and it's just sped up.
Tamatoa.
The Blurb is really one that was just... It's just brought a lot less because I think it doesn't leave you with the greatest colors to pair.
And I mean, in a mirror, would I rather have Oswald or no Oswald? And I would definitely rather have Oswald. All right, it's Oswald time, Jan. Get ready to be interrupted. This is where Jan, you need to come up with like a really interesting point just so I can interrupt you.
No, stop talking. Oswald hit the board. Second Oswald. Oh, the ink and the hidden item. Another one. 2 items. What even is that item?
Good job.
You know what that item is?
Galactic Communicator. It bounces back something with 2 strength or less, I think.
Impressive. It's a 2-cost uninkable item. You can pay 1 ink and banish it to return a 2 strength or less character.
I like Zach's Oswalds a lot.
Yeah, I also like them because they hit.
I played against Tim, and he had a similar list in my video that's going up soon, and he didn't play Oswald, and I was quite surprised. I was like, ooh, Oswald, and he was like, actually, no. Oh, stop talking, Jan. Oswald time.
Yeah, it missed, because he told me to stop talking when I wasn't talking.
Inkcast stuff for free.
Hits again! 3 out of 4 hits! Also, the kit is a lot of tempo, potentially on the Genie, but it's on a 4 ink turn. Oswald is just a great card against Ruby Amethyst because like the cheapest way to remove it often is Brawl, and Brawl costs more than Oswald, so you can often. And then also you've probably already inked a card before the Brawl comes down, so you might have already gotten value out of it, and then it can only be brawled. It's much weaker against like a steel deck, but Bivens building this deck with the strategy of benching steel in mind, really utilizing the fact that he knows he's not going to play against steel, and he can take advantage of the Oswalds a little bit better.
Chernobog's into library, gonna quest and banish to draw 2. But it's just the Oswald difference, right? Like we saw Luca, like people in the chat in the last game were like, I'm confused. What is the deck trying to do? But with the Oswalds, like you can just see what the deck's trying to do, right? Such a high ceilings card, and it quests for 2.
Yeah, with the Oswald, it can do the same thing, but just like quicker potentially if the Oswalds are left untouched, and if you have the time to play the Oswalds instead of like.
And a lot of the Yep. It's not like now Luca was doing much better on turn 2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
And you can like an Oswald is a good 3-drop as well, right? Because you play it and then ink.
Yeah, it's quite okay, especially after like Oswald turn 2, Oswald turn 3, pretty decent. And now they also have the Scrooge to follow it up, so
for free.
They already have 8 on the board to be able to threaten to sing under the seal the following turn. So if left unanswered, this might be the board swing that they need to stabilize board as well. They do find the coil, so this could even help them reduce the strength of something in preparation for the under the sea next turn.
I like the look of Zach's lineup. I'm really curious about that Amber Ruby deck.
Love to see it as well.
I wonder if it's locations. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's locations, or do you reckon it's just like aggro?
I think it's
Mufasa.
More likely.
Could be a bit of both, right?
Yeah, possible.
The Speedway stuff, like the problem with it is the consistency, and it's lots of uninkables.
But now, I think, there's no clear coming down yet, which is huge, right? If this gets B-prepped and they still have the library, Zach would be quite far behind. But because it can't come down yet, and they hit the workshop! Stop what you're doing right now! Bam! And
they just inked an uninkable, by the way.
Yeah, I know, with the hidden Inkcaster. Now their job is just to set up a board where it's like, even if Luca is to play, let's say, an Elsa, they can still have enough characters on the board so he can still sing under the sea next turn. But he also really needs to get rid of that library. As long as that library is there, once you get B-prepped, might still be an open game.
Coil draw for the workshop for Zach.
The only time where you can't bench is in the finals, and I don't think you build for the finals because getting
you just
to
try
the
to get
finals
there.
is much more important than being in a good spot once you get there.
Yeah.
Of course, it's great to also get first place and not second place, but everything has to be done step by step.
Yeah, you just built the strategy, because the final you don't bench anything, but the strategy is you don't even think about that. I think you just build the best possible lineup you can to get to the finals, and then if you get to the finals, you see what happens.
Yeah. If you could build like 2 lineups that are exactly the same in the bench, like in the phase before finals, and one of them is better in the finals, sure. But I think other than that, if any lineup is like even slightly better than the other one, you would rather play that and be okay with being a little bit worse off in the finals.
Yeah, because if you make your deck better for the finals and worse for the rest of the tournament,
chances are you're not getting to the finals.
Yeah.
Okay, another genie. Keeping high hand size, but also playing to the under the sea. A lot of lore gained yet, but both in the library. And if the library sticks, I think you still have some work on your plate.
Some work on your plate?
Yeah, that's an English saying.
I don't think so. I think it would be like there's still like a bit of like dinner on your plate.
Dinner? No.
Yeah, like a bit of food on your plate. Like there's never work on your plate.
There's work on your plate.
Or you could say like there's a bit more chicken on the bone.
You don't even want to under this year, right? You just like challenge the library and kid a genie, something like that. Because if you sing under the sea and the library is sticking, then you're just too bad against like
Oswald, stop talking.
Okay, I stopped.
I've stopped shouting because my my old man's sleeping now, so
yeah.
I can't do the Oswald shout hype I would like. The saying is a lot on your plate, right? Yeah, true.
A lot on your plate.
Hidden Inkcaster, draw, workshop.
It's a saying now. I'll make
draw.
it a saying. Oh, the Emerald Coil.
Library taken down with the Oswalds of Dreams. Could have gone for the
library is the much bigger threat than these genies. Especially with the 7 ink threshold coming up.
kick card kicker comes through. There was one lore lost here by Zach by going with the Oswald challenge, not the Bell challenge. I think he recognized that, but
yes, I was. Well, usually I would be like slightly disappointed, but when Bivens does it, I'm very disappointed.
Does Luca have the B prep?
High standards for these guys.
There's a little bit of work on the plate here for Luca, even if he does have the B prep. Doesn't play it, even if they do. I don't believe they had it. The Shadowfinder takes out an Oswald, and a Genie takes out another.
Sometimes you do the challenges that don't waste any strength on your characters, but then you don't realize, okay, if my other characters weren't challenging and they were questing, the lore is the important step there.
Zach seems nervous. Well, bear in mind that you're watching a sped up Zach Bivens, which might be impacting your feeling. Like he might look more shifty than he actually is because it's sped up slightly.
See, someone said they also heard how much work do you have on your plate. Huh? And they're from the US.
Yeah, I mean, there's sort of a saying like that, but you didn't quite get it right.
No, they confirmed I got it right.
Yeah, but they're from the US, so does it count? Oh! Sorry, Jessica. That was me zinging back, because Moyen did the zing earlier at NA.
No, I didn't say anything. It wasn't anything, really.
I apologize.
Too much work on my plate is used in the UK. Speci's talking rubbish.
How does green blue remove a half shark? Sapphire coil, ink. Sapphire coil, ink. Under the sea. You can probably just ignore it. That's the thing. You probably just don't need to. I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't wish anyone to do poorly. I'm not secretly smiling at anyone like a misfortune.
Emerald Coil is giving a character evasive, so that's another way that Zan could deal with something, I guess. Just challenge.
Zach, not Zan.
Sir Hiss gets inked. Coil, -2 on Genie. And Scrooge McDuck becomes evasive. Are you kidding me, Mr. Zach Bivens?
That's a good challenge to take if I've ever seen one.
Fishbone played. Fishbone's going to ink. But this is how you could deal with a half shark, right? If you've got one coil and a fishbone. Bloop, bloop.
Yep. You make your guy evasive. You make the shark not have a lot of strength.
Bell's evasive. Genie's got no strength. Zach Bivens.
Don't have strength. Goodbye, Genie. Goodbye,
Stop
Genie.
that, mate. I think I need a shower after this.
Me too, because it's very warm.
Hey, Jeebus. There's one more round after this. It looks good for Zach, but Luca is only 7 away.
Yep, and has one lower on the board, and it's not like Bivens is closing out the game that quickly from here. Most of the time. Game is definitely still open. Thank you.
There's a lot of cards available for Luca as well, but that under the sea threat is very real, and especially with those coils now as well. He does now have B prep, but he's drawn 2 in fact, but he could have done with them a turn ago. Do you think Zach is playing one copy of the Peter Pan?
But I don't know.
Probably not, right? But there is that cool combo of the Peter Pan and the Emerald Coil.
Mm-hmm.
Turn your Peter Pan evasive, and it's the one that's like your opponent can't gain lore unless they challenge this turn.
Yeah, and then you play the Sardine Can and give it ward as well. Bam! Lock you out of the game.
Does Zach play Bent My Will? I doubt it. I imagine he plays Lucky Dimes, though.
And Big Tammy T.
Yep. And lots of Under the Seas, probably 4 Under the Seas, almost certainly. I played a Hidden Ink Caster Under the Sea deck back in like set 5.
Or you like to call it Krakatoa?
Yeah, I do like to call it Krakatoa. Jan thought Tamatoa was unironically called Krabatoa.
I just called it that, and then it's
No, you thought that was the real name.
Yeah, because like I convinced myself.
So the other thing that Zach has in his deck is there's a 3-cost item called Ratigan's Trap, I think it's called, which you can banish, and your opponent loses 2 lore. So that's another tool. Like even though Luca's 7 away, it's more like 9 or 10 or 11 away because of the Ratigan's Trap that Zach has in hand.
Oh yeah, that actually is in hand. And it can even be looped once you get enough control over the board state. You have very good tools against like story gain.
Nice. Luca looks a little bit stressed.
Yep, game is starting to slip out of... Okay, it's been slipping out of his hand.
Zach, obviously the Amethyst Steel, better position to just go under this kind of deck, but also Zach making use of the Oswald to get like a much quicker start, right? We saw Luca, like his turn 3 was like a workshop, whereas Zach's turn 3 was a second Oswald into ink, into like double item.
Yeah, Luca opened Popsicle Inkcaster Workshop, whereas Zach just played Oswald's and then got the items for free.
Yep. And the Oswald's just stayed ready and gained a lot more value.
Yeah. We're just taking advantage of the steel benching, whereas Luca didn't even bench steel, right? Luca chose to bench the Ruby Amber from Zach that we didn't get to see.
So we saw Zach, I think, what was Zach's record going into Triple Deck? Was it 3-1? Or was it 4-0?
Zach was 3-0.
Yeah, I thought it was I think 3-2. So if they win this, there'll be 2 wins, 1 loss in the Triple Deck.
Yeah. It's just it's not that you always lose, but when you play against these item decks, sometimes you feel like you sit there and wait 10 game actions until you can take 2 game actions.
Yeah. Six ink, the half shark, Medusa's going to sing. Pirate's Life. Oh, hello, Luca. There's only one coil on the board for Zach right now, and this was the big question we had to ask. I would love to see Luca win this one and we go to an Emerald Sapphire Mirror. I would be well up for that. Although I do think that Zach with the Oswalds would be favoured. There's 2 coils? There's an Emerald oh, there's 2 coils, my mistake. Yeah, there's 3 coils. There's an Emerald and 2 Sapphire. Thanks, guys. It's it's late here. And it's hot. I don't know if I mentioned. Shark rushes as well. Oh my goodness. Big turn from Luca.
What did they take back from the Shark?
Pirate's Life, I guess. I didn't actually see for sure. They gain a lore off the Brawl as well.
And Brawl and Quest.
18. Damn. Okay, Luca, I'll take a bow.
18 with the Pirate's Life in hand. And some threats on the board as well. That was a huge turn for Luca.
Zach does have that 3-cost item in hand to steal a lore away, but I think you have to pay to use it as well, right?
Yeah, and the problem is, if you use part of your turn to do that, you also need to use some part of your turn to actually deal with the board.
Bell can take out the half shark, right? Like you're inking.
Banish it, and they lose lore, 2 lore. Yes, you can, but like there's...
The banish is free, okay.
How much ink do they have?
A lot.
10 at the start of the turn, so with the quill they can ink.
There's going to be the trap. Is Zach going to draw for Workshop?
Like
yes. There's something they're looking for. Hit Lucky Dime. I don't think that's what they're looking for right now.
I'm not sure what it is that they're looking for. Maybe like anything that bounces a character, so then you can like trade the half shark, bounce another one, get them back to 16. That would buy you at least 1 more turn.
So the Bell is evasive. And I think, was it the half shark which had its strength lowered? Now the fishbone quill comes. I guess every time Zach's inking, you can lower the strength of 2 things by 2. So this half shark could already be... The half shark, I think, is 1 strength now. And the Medusa is... Oh my days, Zach. The Under the Sea.
Yeah, so you can do both the trap and the Under the Sea.
And the trap makes Luca lose 2. What a game. And Bell
so
can
with them
quest.
starting at 10, they could like...
And he can quest. I think Luca has a Pirate's Life in hand from the half shark, I'm assuming. And that's how you deal with a half shark for someone else skin.
Ah, right. So starting the turn at 10 ink, they needed 11 to do both Under the Sea and the trap, which means they have 1 ink left over, which is why they start the turn by playing the trap and triggering it off the workshop. So perfect sequencing with the only play that lets you stay alive another turn. Now there's 2 more threats being put onto the board. But I guess the Tamatoa can recur the trap. And then if it does stick, you can finish the game with the dime.
No, hello, man. The reason that Zach had the cards of Luca is because it was Under the Sea. Zach picks the order that they go in on the bottom.
What?
Chat was just asking why Zach picked up Luca's cards after the Under the Sea.
Yeah, you get to choose the order.
Yeah. Also, probably is a bit of a language barrier. Luca does speak English, but not like... It's not his native tongue. So, the Peter Pan didn't challenge Bell, and instead it's just sitting there trying to just quest and get 1 more. You have to imagine that one weakness for Zach's deck is locations. Like, what cards does Zach have that can actually deal with locations? Nothing in hand.
Yeah,
Hideaway.
There's not much in these ink combination, right? There's like Hideaway, there's
Cusco.
You're Welcome, Cusco, but none of these cards that are like good outside of that function.
But Ratigan's Trap is back in hand thanks to the Tamatoa. Maybe that's the answer. You just keep making them lose lore.
You basically keep playing the trap to stall until any of your Tamatoa stick, and then as soon as it sticks, you try to maybe close out the game of Tamatoa and the time.
Because you have the Tamatoa quests, you get the dime for free. Remember, Zach did
maybe
misplay one lore earlier in the game as well.
Yes, for sure. I was wondering if you maybe need to play the big Tamatoa to set up story and then go to 20 next turn. I guess he decided that small Tamatoa surviving plus the trap.
I mean, if you're Zach, there's a very clear read that Luca has a B prep in hand at this point. He hasn't played a single B prep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference. It's like you can make a read, but you also have to decide and figure out what you can actually beat. So still, even if you have like a read that there's probably a B prep, to make this play, you need to figure out that this can actually lead to victory, which I guess he did. And if this small Tamatoa is also being dealt with, then maybe that's where you drop the big Tamatoa, threatening 20 lore again and reoccurring the trap again.
Inking an uninkable feels good. Double coil onto Peter Pan, and I guess the emerald coil onto a bell. Luca's just chilling there.
Well, he doesn't have much to do in this opposing so.
Under the Sea inked with the fishbone. Bell is double evasive now.
Also evasive, or spell evasive twice.
The trap is going to steal 2 lore away from Luca. The trap is really what's enabling this deck to work, right? Like,
yeah, without the trap, Zach would have lost 2 turns ago. And with no counterplay possible if the trap wasn't in the deck either.
Yeah, Zach has another Under the Sea, that's why he can ink one. He probably plays 4 in his deck with hidden Inkcaster, you can get away with it.
Reese may be able to stop 1 lore from happening.
Is it Louis or Louis? I think it's Louis. Louis.
When you say Louis, I say Sui.
Sui? Like Ronaldo?
Yeah.
Galactic Communicator comes down. That could bounce the Peter Pan back to hand.
Peter Pan instead. I guess what this
Georgie
does
double
better
inked.
than Louis is that Peter Pan can't sing Friends either.
Well, Jessica, Zach can play a dime for free when he quests with Tamatoa, right? It's Louis, that's what I said.
Yeah, me too. No, Tamatoa hasn't quested yet because it came down this turn, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing for Zach is he doesn't need any lore. He just needs to stop Luca getting lore, right? Bell will quest.
It's not completely true, right? He needs enough lore so that if the 6-drop Tamatoa sticks, that maybe quest, play dime, play the big Tamatoa, activate dime is enough.
I'm surprised we haven't seen the Galactic Communicator being popped here to bounce the Peter Pan back to hand to stall for an extra.
Well, they can still do that. They're just first calculating whether having 1 item less means they don't get to 20 next turn. So now they have 10 items on the board, and let's say the 6-drop Tamatoa sticks, it quests for 2, they go to 5. Then maybe off the dime they would want to get 15 lore. And 4, 8, 10, the dime's 11
Passes.
items.
1 for
12.
library.
3 more items could be enough. Interesting decision for sure. Play another item there. Wait, did he played the item for 2? And then he didn't trigger workshop, right?
Yeah.
Now he has 1 ink left open?
Yep.
Maybe I missaw something, but that sounds wrong.
I think he probably just changed his mind. I mean, it was a very complicated turn.
Yeah, it was a very long turn.
It is a good observation, though.
What is that ink? Right. It's not easy to manage this amount of ink.
Finders keepers.
Look similar to this.
Ooh.
No.
I don't know about that. Doesn't seem to be what you would want to do in this position.
Well, if none of the cards in your hand really impact the spot state, maybe you're looking for cards that would actually impact it, like goats.
For sure. It's more of a sign of like Luca not being in a great spot, right? Iago into the ink, 5 available. It's going to be Dragon. That's cool to see the Dragonfire participation promo. That makes sense to me. Deal with the Tamatoa. That's the most important thing because obviously it's threatening Dime.
Yeah, now if the big Tamatoa is to come down, maybe you've managed to like hold some removal for that by like holding a beat prep. A Haufen.
Haufen means pile.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
Artabax always calls like some decks that have a lot of different cards. Wilderhaufen, which is like a wild pile. Yeah, he like didn't use Workshop, then he wanted to use the Communicator, but then he was like, oh, I actually don't want to use it. At which point I guess he couldn't trigger the Workshop anymore.
The scary thing to think about, right, is that there's 30 minutes left on the clock, and I don't know that 30 minutes is going to be enough for an Emerald Sapphire mirror.
The green-blue mirror. The green-blue mirror does need some time. You are right about that, but 30 minutes is a lot.
Are you very experienced in the Emerald Sapphire mirror?
I can't say that. Are you?
Not with these builds, no. Are we sure they have 30 minutes? It's sped up. That's actually a really good point. Oh, that.
Oh, to see that it's sped up, you also just need to look at the timer. That's
the clock. Is the clock sped up? I don't know if the clock's sped up. I guess it is.
Not.
1.
Maybe
2.
That's normal time.
No, it is sped up.
4, 5.
Is it? It's
I don't
definitely
know.
sped up. Yeah, that's not 1 second.
Oh, chat. No, I'm not sure.
At first, I thought the timer wasn't sped up, but I mean, it just went from 31 to 29, so.
Oh. I want to watch the game, but somehow I'm looking at the timer now.
Same.
Oh, jump!
Scrooge.
Zack.
Is that another trap?
Maybe.
It is. 2 traps now available.
And Luca's kind of just gaining like 2 lower turns.
Zach
is almost getting to the point where they're activating 2 traps a turn.
Zach should just mill him. Easy.
Himself?
Just keep recycling Ratigan's traps. Keep him trapped. Bam.
But he also, I mean, he's probably drawn more cards than Luca. So I think he would probably mill out first. Wonder what deck size are. That's a good point.
60.
Zach's deck looks quite small. At the current deck size.
I heard it's optimal to play 67. Actually, how's Hamza doing? Do we know?
I don't know.
Gonna draw for Workshop.
I wish him all the best if he's playing 60 cards.
Dave says Luca wishing he brought a book. True. Bell is evasive and the Peter Pan has no strength. Luca's just...
I mean, this is one of the hardest things. To stay concentrated while you're doing so little, your opponent's doing so much. I think it's a very difficult skill.
Lucky Dime, finally, numero uno against the Italian. And Luca's back down to 12. Zach's going to take the lead soon. Quest with Bell.
So how many items is there on the board?
Yes.
Are we starting to approach a game state where Zach can close out the game, please? 3, 6, 7, 11 items. So Tamatoa and an item. Oh, nice camera switch. How many items did I say?
Yes.
11, 12, so like 13 lore or just off Tamatoa. So if these two were to quest to 7, Tamatoa alone would have been story.
Second library. And a Chernobog's followers just for good measure. But now it's back over to Bivens.
And here we go again.
Hope you had fun, Luca.
How much ink? 3, 6, 8, 7. No! I was counting.
There's a second dime as well. Nell reckons that Tamatoa can get to 18. There's surely, well, there's items in the discard.
So right now it's 16 ink. So not enough to play. Like even with double inking, you go to 18 ink. So you're 1 ink off actually playing Tamatoa dime, activating both dimes. And without playing the second dime, I think you're like 2 lore off. By just playing Tamatoa Lucky Dime, activating Lucky Dime. So in every way, you're like slightly off gaining 20 lore.
I think it's game. He's trolling hard. I mean, he's not trolling. He's taking his time.
Even if you do have 20 here, right, you'd like count it 3 times.
More like 17.
Yeah, and also
he's taking everyone's time. How dare this guy take his time over the turn which can book his place as the 2nd or 3rd seed in Worlds. Come on, guys.
Unbelievable. This guy.
23 minutes on the clock, and he's got the cheek to double check that he's actually got an insanely complicated win.
After looping Red against Trap for like 4 turns in a row.
Here's the big Tammy T. Look at Luca's face. The eyebrow raise. Zach's going to bring back the Popsicle from the discard. Or is it going to be a trap? I'm excited for the Bivens interview.
It's G as a Popsicle and discard, yes. Foil in hand. Then 54, 8, 10, 11, 12. I mean, that wouldn't be enough. Play like 3 items in total.
Goes for the trap. I don't know if he's got enough to win here now.
No, I don't think he does, which means he just stalls 1 more turn and gains a lot of lore and then finishes the game of anything, probably. But I guess there's also Pirate's Life, so I mean, of course he's taking his time. I think it's very, very reasonable.
Did he have a Popsicle in the discard?
He had enough for... No, he didn't. Didn't we count the ink and we said he was on like 15 or 16 ink and could only ink to 18 and not actually play both? So you need 19 ink to play Tamatoa Dime, activate both. And he could only ink twice. I don't think he did.
Well, you wouldn't need to play the Popsicle. You played Tamatoa Dime is 15 or at 19. Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think he had enough ink.
I have no idea.
Well, it's not easy to count these piles, but
It's
when
not
I counted
normal
it,
PV,
I counted
no.
it in a way where he can't ink to 19. And at that point, if you cannot do that, you just do it exactly the way he did it. Get some workshop triggers off, activate Rhyme once, and Luca still only gets to well, not enough. 17 right now, but there's still some traps being activated after the time activation.
Tamatoa is evasive. Don't forget to pop the trap, Zach. There's the trap. Back to 12, Luca. Unlucky, mate.
Yeah, now at 19.
Poor Luca.
You have to remove the Tamatoa, and if you remove the Tamatoa, that's already occupying, like, let's say at least 5 of your ink. Because there could be something like a Dragonfire, but most decks only play 1 Dragonfire. But something like Dragonfire plus Pirate's Life is, I think, the best that you could hope for. Because as soon as you have to spend 7 on B prep.
Oh, yeah. Cower says the one law he missed actually mattered. Like, if Zach didn't take that Bell Oswald thing, could have won by now. But I don't think it's actually going to matter. Luca needs 5.
Yeah,
now.
no, but mistakes always matter, even if they lead to the same result.
But also, Pirate's Life here is kind of scary. Wait, right? I guess you need to also remove the Tamatoa, so you can't play Pirate's Life and remove Tamatoa.
Yeah, unless you have exactly Dragonfire.
GG,
Pirate's
Zach
Life.
wins.
Or even, yeah,
Excuse
with
me.
Dragonfire it would have been enough, but they already used one.
GG.
I don't know
oh my
how-
god, guys, Zach took his time and won the game. Crazy.
I don't know why chat always sees plays that aren't, I guess, just normal. But they always see plays that aren't possible. Oh, just play double dime, activate both dimes. Yeah, okay. It's in Hearthstone was the same thing. Every time it was like, oh, lethal if you had like 5 more mana. Yeah, okay. But they would just say lethal, and then you look at it and it's like, but there's not enough resources. Missed lethal, yeah, that's the classic.
That's pretty cool to see Zach do well. I like Zach a lot. Got a lot of time for him.
And this is, well, even, okay, they missed one lower, and that's not great, but outside of that, they navigated that extremely well and sequenced a lot of turns properly to lead to making very good decisions. Yes, we know he was 4-1. So now he's 5-1, booking another seat into day 2.
Pretty
That
cool.
was a great game.
So we've got Ed top seed. Zach is 2nd or 3rd. Is it the America of Dreams? Is like America gonna just dominate worlds?
I hope not. But well, oh no, I'm cheering for them.
You're cheering for Zach because you picked him in your pick, yeah.
Yes, definitely for Zach. And everyone that plays Amber Steel, Green Purple, Red Blue, because I'm boring like that. How are the Australian players getting on? What Australian players?
Yeah, there's no Australian players.
There's
I think there's a player from
But,
New Zealand.
Yes, Ben Simmons is from New Zealand. I don't know how he's doing.
DKP won? Bruin Boys.
Doesn't look like he's doing very well. DKP is in.
DKP started the day off with a loss, and if he's in, that means he's gone 5 in a row. It's impressive.
Yeah.
I think DKP was against Ely, which would be disastrous
He
for my
still waiting
predictions.
for his last win. One last chance in round 6.
All right, interview time. Don't talk.
What a
No.
game. That game 3, or game 2, Zach, I cannot believe the swing that game took. What were you thinking there? I saw you counting out your ink, the math involved in that to get yourself that win. Tell us about that.
Well, he got off to a really fast start, and I definitely did not play cleanly. I made a ton of mistakes, which got me into this situation to begin with. But I battled out of it. Even on the turn before, like I even misplayed. I really didn't need to take him down 2 more lore. I could have won. But anyways, I didn't play cleanly, but I played cleanly enough. We got it done, so we're happy.
You got it done. And you did start off with double Oswalds, which really felt like it set you up, even if there were maybe some mistakes, it set you up well for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he inked Brawl in turn 2, and I was so happy because I had the Oswald. So yeah, Oswald is so huge in that matchup.
How did you feel about that Emerald Sapphire versus Ruby Amethyst in particular? Did that feel like a tough matchup? Did you expect that?
Yeah, I mean, it's expected, of course. I think it's a very good matchup, but when they're on the play and they just spam genies in locations, they can take it from you. But it is a very good matchup. So.
Yeah, and how are you feeling now? You've made it to day 2. Congratulations, top 8 of the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship. How are you feeling right now?
Fantastic. It feels so good.
Well, congratulations, Zach. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow, and we're going to throw it back over to the booth. Congrats.
Oh, man. He looks so happy. He looks so happy. He's a man of few words. He doesn't talk a lot.
I love Zach. That was a great interview. So one, I guess he was reminiscing or like he wasn't happy about taking the wrong trade that led to losing one lore. But then on top of that, they said they could have delayed banishing one of the Vatican's traps the turn before. So if they had an extra trap in play because his opponent couldn't get to 20 anyways, I guess, that would also be the one extra lore that they would have needed because this way they went up to 19. So there was like 2 ways in which they could have had one extra lore, so like be able to close out the game one turn quicker. But at the end of the day, I still think they played very, very, very well.
I think it's always a sign of a good player when in an interview they're talking about the mistakes.
Yes, it's like the number one sign that kind of, or the number one tell of a good player, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I'm also often after my games, I'm always like, yeah, I made this mistake and I made this mistake and this, I did this wrong. And that's just a sign that I'm just a very good player.
Okay, maybe you're stretching it. Like, I double inked here and then.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, my bad.
Good night, Cowboy Rachel. Let's see if we can check the melee standings. By the way, guys, I did double ink last week twice, and I am supposed to be posting a video about it. I just got sick, so it's not posted yet. But look out for it. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah.
So Ed got a bye. Get Your Game On was also assigned a bye. Like I guess he's one of the people that was like 0-4. Zach won. DKP beat Ely. Not sure who those two are. Mo beat Sailor. Lucas beat Kurt. Ooh, Theatin beat
so he's still in
Cooper's
it.
Cooper's on. He's head of organized play.
And we also have some special announcements coming tomorrow about the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Head of organized play.
Today, we actually have some exciting news about third-party supported events.
Yeah, third-party supported events are something that we're going to be talking about over the next couple months, really. We have a bunch of events coming up to be announced. You'll see 3 on the screen right now talking about 2 UK events coming up, as well as Gen Con. Disney Lorcana will be at Gen Con. It's going to be an amazing anniversary event, and we're so excited to support it. And
There's
we're
an
really
event
looking for
happening
more
in-
events to support
2
around
events
the world
happening
as
in the
well.
UK
There's
that are
events
third-party
happening
events.
all around the globe, and we would love it if you share them with us in the Disney Lorcana Discord at discord.gg/Disney Lorcana, and be sure to promote your events so we can support you and give love back for all of the amazing fans and TOs that are providing wonderful experiences for all of us.
This really is so exciting for the Disney Lorcana community around the world. And speaking of around the world, tomorrow we have some really exciting news for you all about the new format, new prizes, dates, and how and when you can get tickets. We are going to be back with some more exciting gameplay, and we'll see you Lumineers very soon.
Oh. Hey, Ben. Ooh, really? That's interesting. Casters, you say? Ooh.
Kakamora, the double pick in one of the sealed decks.
Yeah, that was controversial. That is
I
one of
still
the
don't quite know what was up with those picks.
double Kakamora. So Ed picked double Kakamora and dump truck in his sealed deck.
Yeah, to have 3 uninkable 1-drops. with 2 of them sometimes dealing 1 damage.
And was it him that had Kronk, or was it Bivens? I think it was Bivens.
That was Bivens. And at least in the games we watched, Kronk never did more than being a 7-cost 6/6 uninkable quest for 1. And still he defeated like the best card, or the best, in terms of card quality, kind of like the best deck that we've seen all day with like Genie, Pony, Half Shark.
So Bivens and DKP. So Ed's top seed, and then Bivens and DKP are second and third seed.
Yeah, we don't know who's second, I guess. Maybe that's a tiebreaker.
Pretty good top 3.
Yeah, definitely. 3 great players. And now there'll be 5 more slots to fight for.
Frank won, but I think Frank's already out, right? We could see Theatim versus Ely in the next round, like a battle of the friends.
I think last round there was 1 3-2 paired against a 2-3. And if the 3-2 won, then we have like 6 players that could get their 5th win now instead of 5. Which then we'd have 9 players on 5 wins. So I'm not quite sure how that resolves. If that happened.
kind of true. There's a comment here. EU news when it's 1:15. Probably true. It's an oven in my room, mate. I'm struggling.
Yeah.
Hey Emma, good to see you. Hope everyone's good. Thanks everyone for hanging out and enjoying the stream. We're going to be back tomorrow. We've still got another round for today, don't forget. But it's been fun. It's been a really good tournament. I've been very impressed with the gameplay in terms of the formats. Sealed was really fun, and I've really enjoyed Triple Deck Constructed. I think it was a really good shout to have this for Worlds.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm also like very, very appreciative of everyone watching, especially like can kind of feel like sometimes I don't do that much content-wise, but then when we do something, there's always people that appreciate it and tune in and everything, and it makes this very, very worthwhile. But on top of that, yes, I agree. The format so far, maybe there's some small tweaks you could do after seeing how everything went, but like in general it performed. Okay, performed is maybe the wrong word. It did really, really well. I think it made for a great viewing experience, and I think it also made for like a fair environment for the players to compete.
We say that, but we didn't see the decks which finished last in Sealed.
Yeah, I mean, suck. No, sucks to. I mean, I guess maybe some of them opened so poorly that they had a very, very rough start into the event. But from the portion that we've seen, the games looked like they were rewarding good decision making outside of even just the deck building. When you're getting Speci on Podcast.
My appearance fee's too high. They can't afford it.
Yeah, we had him once and then we went broke, and now we're trying to recover the debt.
I've been on it like 3 times.
Really?
Yeah. I haven't been on it for a long time.
For one. We got away with those 2.
I haven't been invited, that's why.
I
have to beg. Call me DKP. So that's interesting news about the third-party events that we got announced.
What were the news that they're like officially
supporting third-party events? So there was one in Cardiff with a date at Firestorm. Firestorm is a really cool store. It's the biggest store in the UK, I believe. Really, really cool store. So there's like an event there, and then there's another one in the UK. And was there something else? Oh yeah, also Gen Con.
Yeah. So end of September there's the one in Cardiff. Then end of November there's the UK event, and
Cardiff is UK, so another UK one. Cardiff is in the UK.
Right. Should have known. More Harlan, better guess than Speci, 10 out of 10.
My
Sorry,
biggest disappointment of the World Stream, apart from not being there, obviously, is that DKP didn't say Broom Boy in the interview.
Yeah, that was quite sad.
I think we need to have a word for tomorrow.
Yeah, wait, I don't want to disturb him now, but after the event's over, we have to have a serious chat with him. We might be getting kicked out of the Broom Boys.
Yeah. I might need to send him a message like, good job, Broom Boy. It's like a little reminder.
I haven't checked any social media platforms to see what the players are posting since.
He's saving it for the Dawny W. True. Being Broom Boys. I can't believe the amount he ripped into me for playing brooms. Now he's doing it. I remember when he saw me in Seattle, he's like, why are you playing that?
And you
It's like, I thought you were going to play something good. Okay, I'm really struggling in the heat. This is one step too far for me now. My room is unacceptably hot.
Yeah, I can't wait to open the window once the stream.
The good thing is all in the last 48 hours, all I did was sleep. So, oh guys, it was my birthday this week.
Oh,
happy birthday, Speci! Thank you.
Wait, didn't you tell me and I forgot? Oh no.
I think I spoke to you on my birthday.
Okay, so I probably said something.
I think so.
That's good.
Thank you. I went up to Edinburgh and met my nephew. So I've got I became an uncle for the first time recently. So I did a little day trip to go meet my nephew. It was pretty cool. Unfortunately, I got sick afterwards, so I spent the last 2 days in bed. So I got like no work done this week, but never mind.
You know what the problem is?
Hmm?
My tennis match starts in like 7 hours 30. Oh no.
Thank you guys. It's true, I am old now. I'm 29.
Oh, old man. 29 is like very close to 30.
Is it?
Yeah.
Crazy. Correct combat glue.
What event is that? That wasn't mentioned.
Malmo Game Week. Guys, if you want to go to Malmo Game Week, you can get 5% off if you use code Speci at checkout.
But if you use code PODCANA, you also get 5% off. And it's better code.
Is it even you that gets that, or is it Kawa?
What do you mean me? It's the code is PODCANA.
Yeah. But you know that Kawa will like get a bit of moolah off of that, right?
No, I'll tell him to share it.
Are you definitely though?
Maybe.
You see, if you start plugging code Speci in PODCANA, I'll give you 5% of what I get. How about that?
5? Why only 5? Kawa will give me 50. If you give me 60%, I'll tell them to use your code. And the hat.
Ooh, a hat.
Oh no, stop. I kind of want to keep the hat. Be right back.
But yeah, Malmo Game Week's going to be a fun one. I'm going to be there. So don't be square. Be there. Oh, be squared.
Really difficult matchup.
Emerald Sapphire, yeah, a really difficult matchup. But taking it in, I feel like the past 2 rounds have been so interesting, just because we've had players that on the bubble in the sense of they need to get that 1 extra win to get in.
Where's the link? It's on Melee. Okay, so guys, when Moyen reveals his hat, what I'll do is I'll just turn his camera off. Okay. Agreed?
production area when I saw, I think it was in his last, or I guess it was the
round 5 it would have been, yeah.
Yeah,
He got 5. He went 5-0 and left the building.
Yeah, he rolled 3s, and I was like, oh man, he lost that die roll. And then his opponent rolled 2 1s, and I was like, oh my goodness. And
I think like if you're Ed, if you do win, like you just watch the other games for sure, right? See what people's like strategies are. Mate, where is he? I'm so ready to do this. Bam, bam.
Good on him.
But there's a lot of stories being created this weekend and today, and so I'm excited. We're going into this last round, round 7. This is the last chance for these players to earn their way into the top 8 for day 2. A lot's on the line. These players are winning something for every single win that they get, various promo cards. But I know that every single one.
Oh. What took you so long?
It wasn't even that long.
Weren't you looking for your hat?
No, I have it here.
Let's see it. Put it on.
I put it on. Oh. I don't like you anymore. Maybe I never liked you. Thank you.
How many cards? I'm sure it's 60.
It did look very big, but maybe it was just triple sleeved or something.
Wait, Ed's Ruby Sapphire deck? I'm sure it's 60, yeah. It'll just be double sleeved.
Sure hope it was.
So when this is over, right, every window in this room is getting opened wide. Desperately.
Yep. And I did think maybe we'd see some other wacky things like racers. That's the one I keep bringing up. I really want to see racers, but maybe even some Mufasa and like various different variants of decks, right? Yeah. But it seems that most players have decided that these decks work. And I'm going to stop talking because we're being invaded by a wild Steve Warner.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How you done this?
I'm doing great. This has been amazing. So I am very happy. However, we have some unfinished business.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You and I have some pack rush to take care of.
Okay.
Yes.
So are we doing that now?
Yes, we're doing that now.
Okay, all right. Baker's going to come out of the booth.
So you're going to tag out.
and Liam's going to come in. All right, let's do this.
I did this him to him.
We had no idea this was happening, folks. This is so fun.
Okay, I'll leave you two to it.
Baker's heading out, and we're going to have a challenge between Baker and Steve for Pack Rush while we get ready for round 7. Liam, how do you feel about this? You were playing Pack Rush earlier.
Belong to me. What a delight to play Pack Rush on stream. Look, as commentators, we never get to play on camera.
Yes,
it's a fun
So
experience.
fun.
And I understand. And so those of you who watch the European Challenges regularly, you probably know more of this history than we do. But I feel like there's a bit of a grudge between these two.
I believe so. I don't remember exactly which event it was at, but I definitely know that Baker and Steve have played Pack Rush with each other before. And I don't remember what the record is. I want to say Baker won, because I want to say he walked off and was really proud about that, saying that he beat Steve Warner, one of the co-designers for Disney Lorcana, and just like ran with that, which I would too.
A villain would.
Yeah, of course. Like
he would do.
He has to let everybody know when he's done well, and so I think Steve wants some potential revenge here playing Pack Rush. So as we see here, we've got Steve Warner on the left, Baker on the right. And I think they're choosing which packs. I think they're choosing between, so we've got Reign of Jafar and Arcasia's Island. We're going to play normal Pack Rush. Earlier in the day, you saw we were playing Pack.
Jan?
Yeah?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
I was like really excited to see Steve show up again. And then
it was for Pack
Rush.
Yes.
Then my mood dropped.
Kind of the same. Admittedly, it's because it's so late and so hot here.
Yes.
There was a delayed start, right? For by an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, it's 1:30 and I'm watching Pack Rush. But I am genuinely looking forward to the last round of matches.
Yeah, same. What are the chances of an enchanted showing up? I feel like quite high.
Yeah, because the packs are rigged.
Maybe. Is it possible to rig packs? Probably is, right?
You can weigh them in a lot of card games.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works in Lorcana.
I know there's also like X-ray technology being used recently on Pokemon packs.
Yeah. It's probably a few ways.
2 cards mulligan by Steve Warner. That is impressive shuffling.
Wow. Zack, 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 zack. No
I
sleeves
couldn't do
needed.
that if I tried. That's also pretty good. Oh my goodness. Ink it. Ink it.
Our move. Ink. Ink it.
Ink it.
Ink it. Not a villain.
I am in the way of the law, but I'll just let you guys, I'll just keep telling you. We're going to keep the cameras on for Pack Rush. Like the fuser's back. Steve's got Raya or something else that costs 3. Ooh, that's a good card to ink. The Droon. Nero is quite good too.
What will they do if there aren't 5 players with 5 wins after the next round? It's like 5 more, so if there aren't 8, but instead there are 9. I'm sure they have tiebreakers set in place, so one of them would miss out. But
the Baymax shift is what I think Steve's got his eye on.
Bam! Baymax shift. Heal to full. Challenge. Universal shift is kind of fun mechanic. This Neo is also one of the smaller, but one of the reasons why I think Amethyst is one of the better colors in Super Sealed. So, because you open this quite commonly, and it's very decent 2-drop that can also have impact later in the game. By exerting to move a damage counter.
Card's very good as well. When it quests, you give a opposing character Reckless and I think -2 strength. Pass.
Yeah, Reckless -2 strength. It's also one of the better, one of the reasons why, like, Amber, one of the many good Amber Emerald dual ink cards.
He's going to be very excited to play Jafar.
Yeah, want to turn on the sound?
I mean, we're not going to be able to hear him.
Oh, maybe if he's loud enough. See, this looked loud.
It's definitely loud.
This was so loud. I can hear it until Berlin.
Wreck-It Ralph 4-2. I don't know what else it does. Light the fuse is popping off though. Inking Chacha. For Baymax? It's not that good, is it?
No.
You quest and make Jafar Reckless. -2.
But you make the 4-2 Reckless damage?
No, because he has Light the Fuse still.
What's Light the Fuse?
What a noob, guys. Get a load of this guy. What's Light the Fuse? Are you kidding me? This is like the fuse.
Test me.
This is like the fuse.
Oh, did some damage. Bam!
Deals 1 damage for every exotic character you have.
Yeah, I know that. I think the art was done by Kenneth Anderson, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. Yep. Think so.
Is it a different Kenneth than the one we met?
No.
Oh, it's that Kenneth.
Jafar was reckless. I had to challenge and add -2 strength here if you guys are wondering.
That's cool.
Shouldn't it be 3 damage on Jafar, not 2?
Wait, what? Why? What happened to impact that challenge? Okay.
Challenged. Oh, does Nero move damage counter?
Yes, Nero moves the damage counter. Oh, so they challenged into the Ra
Yeah,
car and moved the damage counter.
It's not looking good for Baker.
Is it not?
No.
Okay. 2/3 gets to trade into the 5/1. Then you have a Tamatoa. I don't know how many cards they have in hand. That's a big one. Baker inked.
Can he move damage from itself? Ugh. That's all. And you said this card's really good in sealed. That doesn't sound that good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a 2-cost 2/3 with upside. Of course,
it's uninkable.
Yeah, it's fine. You just play it on 2 always.
It's definitely fine. It's definitely not a reason to play Amethyst.
I mean, I said it's one of the lesser reasons.
Okay, fair enough. I misheard you then.
And also, you open these like a bunch, so you have like 1 or 2 of this. Usually. Or good amount of time.
It's going to be a long game of Pack Crush.
Wait, so why did the thing only take... You know the Jafar?
Mm-hmm.
Why did it take 1 less damage than if it wasn't for Nero?
I don't know. I think it was a misunderstanding of the rules, to be honest.
Must have been, right? Otherwise it should take 3 damage. And then he couldn't move the damage counter. So this game doesn't count. Can someone tell them? Or maybe it's something that we've missed, I guess. 4/7 off the top.
So, who's going to tell him? Disqualified. He's going to be gutted when he finds out.
The chat tell them? Probably not.
I'm sure chat's spamming it.
I'm sure chat went to the toilet.
DeCandio, Croc only moves from himself.
Oh. DeCandio noticed. Judge! Judge!
Good sing, look at this family, but... You just play it right. Baker's going to celebrate so much just to get VAR'd.
He's so happy now. Look at him after we tell him.
I shouldn't have light mode on Twitch. I don't know. I think I just deleted all my like browser thingamajigger recently. That's why it's on light mode.
No, Speci has light mode on everything. He loves light mode.
Baker's going to be so happy. And then it's going to be... VAR.
Thank you, hello man.
I'm gonna type VAR in the chat. VAR.
Cheating implies intent. It's clearly just a misplay. The pack rush for fun. It's not that.
Who's my soccer team? The best team in Germany. Dortmund.
Stop it.
I support Everton.
Too far. Like, you're a Liverpool fan, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Congrats on last season. Great season.
Banish an item, draw a card. OP. Zokan says he tapped the Nero to move the damage, but that's not how the card works. Oh my god, Zokan, you're right. Guys, Zokan, he is the VAR official that we needed.
Yeah, you called VAR, there he is. What they are.
Did anyone reply to my VAR gag?
I don't know.
So not a misplay, cheated. Oh my god, relax, guys. Let's roast him in the group chat. Oh, it's Ed from the
okay, from the cast.
Look how happy he is, only to get absolutely VAR'd.
Please, someone needs to step in and be like, no, actually, game doesn't count. Maybe even one of the casters.
You know, I would if I was there. I would be over already VARing him.
Yeah.
I imagine. I imagine the casters didn't. I only realized because of chat. So.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Steve Warner, on a well-earned victory.
Did they win?
Yeah, they won.
No.
VAR.
Oh, okay. But VAR is giving both players a warning.
Let's see if the VAR
that I want to play with or introduced to the game. You know, it's a great way to do that because the rules are a bit simpler. You don't have to worry about building a deck or anything. You just open your packs, and instead of looking through all the cards immediately and then putting them in a binder or a box, you can get some more play out of them.
Yeah, and one of the things I like doing as well with Pack Rush, if you want to spice it up a little bit, is having multiple packs from different sets. And then you can have maybe one of each. And what we like to do is you roll a die, the player who...
I bet Speci wouldn't have made that illegal. I'm never make illegal plays, mate. Oh, he's going to be so gutted when he finds out that he got VAR'd. He's going to be so gutted. Oh, yeah, that's a good caster caught cheating live on camera.
I'm just saying.
The Pack Rush games that you played with Rebecca and you played with Baker.
Well, when he finds out, yeah. Bless him.
I tweeted it.
He'll actually be gutted. I mean, I think he was going to win regardless, right? Because he'll just trade the Nero. But it's definitely a big difference.
Yeah,
VAR stands for Video Assistant Referee. It's like a football joke. I'm saying that we need like in football, if like a penalty's given, or a goal's given, and then VAR interferes, it's like, no, goal disallowed. That's what we need.
Oh, revenge?
Why are we having a rematch? Why are we not having the last round? What's going on? Come on. Where's the last round, man?
I don't know.
This is unfortunate. I don't understand.
Yeah, last round
We're
has
gonna
been
see
over
if
quite a
Hey
bit ago.
Hey treats him any better.
Really? I'm confused. Like it makes sense that they do a pack rush to stall, but I'm ready for bed, to be honest. It's so hot.
Mm-hmm. That's unsportsmanlike. It's just some banter.
What's
And I might
unsportsmanlike?
delete my tweet about it.
Did you tweet about it?
Yeah, I linked it in chat. But I might delete it.
No, that's a good tweet. That's a good tweet.
I thought it wasn't too bad, but if it's too mean, I have to delete it.
He'll find it funny.
The right moment. It is gutsy to.
But peg, not perla peg. So it's a 2/4. It can exert and draw a card.
What? It can exert to draw a card?
Yeah.
Surely not.
Mm-hmm.
So strong. What else? What's the downside?
It's a 2/4.
If you have 3 or more other characters in play, draw a card.
Oh.
That's the downside.
Oh.
I was like, surely that's not it, otherwise it would be great card and see it. Brian's game is not reported yet, apparently. Maybe there was
What's that?
judge call or something. Brian's game isn't reported yet. The rat.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because we had like a bit of a break. We had an interview, bit of a break. Oh. I'm really struggling with the heat.
Yeah. Well, you told me you were going to moan about it.
I did.
And you did.
Is it hot in my room? Did I mention? I was sick this week as well. Like I literally spent the last 2 days not leaving my bed. So this has been a solid effort from me.
Yeah, we were planning to do some like pre-worlds videos to advertise the stream.
Yeah.
Talk about lineup strategy a bit, but then Speci almost died. Catching a cold, so we didn't do it.
It's true.
Props to Speci for pulling through while being sick.
Maybe I wasn't sick. I just didn't want to record videos with you.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
No, we don't have AC. It's not invented in this part of the world.
Yeah. It's not good for climate.
Mm.
Air conditioning, I think is what it means. Did Ely get his 5th win? Not yet. We're waiting for the last round to find out whether Ely is getting their 5th win. Do you ever open up Hearthstone? I actually played quite a bit of Arena recently.
Next person that mentions the Hearthstone word gets banned.
But before that, I haven't played for a few years.
Did you see that Marvel Snap had a card which costs like a fortune again?
Heard that it costs a lot.
Yeah.
I've seen the YouTube titles about the state of Marvel Snap. And
Yeah.
we need to talk
I
about
actually
Marvel.
was. I got a shout out in the Cozy podcast.
Ooh, for what?
Cozy basically said that I'm a cool guy. That he loves that dude.
No, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
He actually did. Someone sent me the timestamp. Basically, just because I came back to Marvel Snap recently and said the power creep was insane.
Yeah. Probably is.
Yeah, it's absurd. Foil Namari, pretty good.
Oh, did you see Freddy did a video?
Yeah.
On like card games aren't the same anymore. Or something?
Yeah, he's streaming Shadowverse as well this week, which is nice to see.
The video was pretty good.
Mhm.
I liked it.
Same.
Well received. Yeah, I had a lot of fun trying Riftbound so far. But lots of content missing.
It's kind of hard playing Riftbound when like you're playing an incomplete card pool.
Yeah.
It's good to get a feel of it, but the general feel for the game is good. But I don't want to play that much more until I'm playing
we
with
have
the full
more
card
stuff
pool.
to cook with.
Yeah.
We're right now even building decks. It's kind of like putting in the cards of that color.
Yeah.
That are not bad. It's like there's not. And deck building is a big part of card games.
Mhm.
But the gameplay experience with the limited card pool has already been like okay. I tried Gundam at UK Games Expo, but I didn't have a lot of time to actually finish the first game.
I have a Gundam Learn to Play coming out this week.
Ooh.
It's all ready to go. I just need to post it. I'm probably going to make some Gundam content as well, because it comes out this month. I plan on making some videos for the first set of Gundam. Whereas Riftbound, I see myself making like content for the game forever, whereas Gundam, I just see myself making some beginner content for the first set. I don't know. I don't have a great gut feeling about Gundam. I think it'll be like fine.
Yeah. I mean, I like that type of game because I also like One Piece a lot and it feels very, very similar.
Very similar.
But also there's always, I feel like a little bit of doubt in Bandai doing games for long and not just dropping it at some point.
Yo, Ed, what's up?
Every time I have the chat, that's make me want to go on a rampage.
You join us at a time. Is this VAR? Oh my goodness. Is this VAR?
You guys are taking way too long with all this slow play. We got to get you out of here. The real match is coming. So, gentlemen, I got to break this down. You got to shove off. We're going to get this thing back to the booth. Let's do it. Come on. Shove this thing out of here. I'm sorry. Hey, you almost had it. Maybe next time.
Tell him, JD.
Maybe next time. I'm sorry.
I thought it was VAR.
I'm sorry. The villain always wins. You'll get him next time. I promise. We'll see. We'll see. All right.
All right.
JDZ perhaps.
It sounds like a fun job, just going in and.
Yeah.
Should have. Yeah. Is your It's been good, Ed. I think my highlight. This is so good. Surely this tweet is just absolutely popping off. No, it's not popped off as much as I thought.
Hey, it's on more than that. You have to refresh, but it didn't pop off.
I did refresh.
Oh.
It's doing well, but
Probably a delete.
Don't delete it. It's good. It's still it's a very good picture, no doubt. It's so hot.
So this was scheduled
round
to
7.
end 2 hours ago at first. I know it was delayed an hour, but still. It was supposed to end 2 hours ago.
Wasn't it supposed to end 3 hours ago?
Really? I thought it was 2.
I think
Maybe
3. I don't remember. But, I mean, the stream was delayed an hour and a half, and then the first game was also delayed for a while.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is why TCG events always plan in extra time. See, everything's a feud with Baker.
It's VAR time.
To Steve Warner on stream, no, I can't. The one game we've had off camera, he beat me 2-1, but every game we played on camera, I've beaten him. He's not happy.
No, I'm sure. As soon as that first game was over, he was like, hold on, we're doing another. Production team was like, hold on, they got to run another one back. Steve's not happy.
Delay worlds. I've got to beat Baker on stream. I couldn't believe I had that Jafar.
I know, when you pulled the Jafar, I'm like, how did he do it? I was like, I told everybody, I'm like, we don't script this, I promise. They just somehow find Baker every time. I don't know how he does it.
And then Steve got Namari, and then I got a foil one. He was like, you got to one-up me every time, haven't you? Good fun. And I was worried that we wouldn't get our chance to cast together when they took me away, so I'm glad that we do get that chance. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
No, yeah, it's going to be great. As Liam and I were saying earlier, we're moving into round 7 here.
Baker's tall. He's like 6'2". I saw a picture of Ryan Miller and him, and Ryan Miller was taller. So, Ely has lost 2 in a row.
Yeah.
2.
3, 6,
Theatim. Is Theatim out?
No, I think they won. Wait, did they? I'll check.
It looks like the Amber Sapphire lineup is not popping off on main stage.
Yep. And I don't rate it. But, well,
Oh
the
no,
first time we spotted-
Theatim did win, so I think Theatim's also in contention.
Mhm.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, yeah. So there's a few more people that are 4-2.
Yes. Should be like 10 or 11. Depending on how the match of last round ended. That was the 3-2 player against the 2-3 player.
I mean, Ed, for the record, guys, Ed is actually 5-0, not 6-0. That's misleading.
Yeah.
Because there was no... Ed did not play.
They actually said 6-0. That's weird. Why would they do that? What happened to the French?
The French are still in it, mate. If the French win the next 2, if they both win the next game, they're both in the top 8. Unless they play against each other, and then one of them's in the top 8. Or Theatims versus Frank. So Theatim got paired down. At least I think Theatim's in contention, because I think there were... Were they 3-0 after sealed, or 2-1? Maybe they were only 2-1. I could be wrong.
Isn't bye the same as win and melee? Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Maybe
Like,
Theatim's not in
a bye.
contention.
It's like, you stop playing the tournament after 5 wins.
Yeah. This is like not a typical tournament, so he's not 6-0. I mean, I guess fine, I guess, but he's just 5-0, right? 6-0 is just kind of misleading.
One is going to walk away with that trophy and that 1-of-1 Mickey that I know all of the players are looking for.
But I have no doubt that there are people at home watching now that may be brand new to Lorcana, or maybe they've never picked up a deck of cards in their life, but they've been watching the stream and they've been going, I want that. That's going to be me one day. I'm going to be up on that stage playing. I'm going to be competing to be the world champion. It's a bit of cheesy, but I genuinely believe that that is happening.
Yeah,
there are people out there. It could be you.
You.
Come on down.
It could be you. Yes, come on down. There's plenty of players here today.
Playing.
Hmm?
Please. I want to play.
Whew. Your tweet's on 22 likes, mate. Good job.
It's been
You
super
didn't try
fun.
and steal it, did you?
I am not
Surely
going to
not.
answer that question
Good,
while
good.
locked in the booth
gonna-
with you
I'm gonna
here.
assume you
I'm
did,
loyal. I'm loyal to Jafar
Good man.
all day long. So you know, I definitely did not try to steal the Hexwell crown from him or heist it at all. I would never think of such a thing.
I knew you wouldn't let me down like that, but if you would
doubt
like to
he's the
try
only
and
one,
take
but to be
Jafar's
honest,
Hexwell crown...
We did see a lot of... someone said, okay, what if Ed was the only one to bring like the so-called most expect lineup will be Sapphire, Ambassador, and Mid Amethyst. I don't think that's true, but to be fair, so far on stream, I think he's the only one that actually brought that lineup, right?
Mm-hmm. Why is he
I know
muted?
Frank has also
Because
brought it, but didn't do super well.
there's 2 people talking on the stream, and there's 2 of us usually talking. We've just kind of hit a bit of a wall here.
Yep. The 2 a.m. one. So there's only at least 2 players that definitely bought that lineup.
I'm usually in bed by 11. It's well past my bedtime. I don't know if I mentioned, but my room's pretty hot.
Beautiful, honestly. If you can, try and pick it up, or maybe a friend's got it, find a way to get involved. But the point of all this, Disney Lorcana has something for everybody, and competitive TCG is for everybody.
Absolutely. And as much as I would love to continue to talk about
all day, I could gush.
I think the players are getting ready, so I want to start by introducing player number 1 for this last round. Morgan Shamblin, North American Championship top 8. His favorite deck, known for this deck, at least in North America, Emerald Amethyst, one that he's been playing for very long. The deck that he earned his invites into the North American Continental Championship in Las Vegas. He sold his car to go to Las Vegas Challenge.
Amazing.
Dedication, I am telling you. I'm good friends with Mo. I talk to him all the time. He is definitely dedicated to this game, plays more than anyone else that I know. And his favorite Disney character, Jim Hawkins. A little other fact I'm going to put out there because I think it's awesome. The golden Mickey that he won, he gifted to his daughter.
Oh,
yes.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah.
What? I hope one day she's going to realize just how special that is. So shout out to Mo, yeah.
What?
You sell your car to go to Vegas, but then you win a golden Mickey. And you give it to your daughter. Something's not adding up, is it?
Kind of true.
Had to hear he had to sell his car, but it's really like it's motivation. Like it's fantastic the dedication that would show.
Yeah. So that is Morgan Shanlin, everyone. But let's move on to player number 2. We've got Kurt Spice. We've seen Kurt earlier in the day.
What's this?
What's this in the beautiful Jack cosplay?
Yeah,
today.
it looked so good. Obviously, we saw him on stream earlier. Did rock the Disney Lorcana t-shirt for that, but you could see the makeup still on his face.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you guys, Kurt Spice walked into the building today with a pumpkin on his head.
Yes, yeah, he really went all the way. He had the whole get up, the dress from head to toe in the cosplay. So shouts to that. That's something that I see people do.
Moyen is more funny than he realizes, I think. No. You have to understand his whole whole humor, his whole thing is he says something and then he just stands quiet. It's his whole thing. It's his whole shtick. And then he even just turns like being quiet into being funny somehow. Bring back Amber Sapphire. True, Kim. Preach.
And sometimes you can just like say what you think, like brutally honest, and then people think it's funny. But you just wanted to say something.
What was it you said again? Oh yeah, about the car. That's true. That was good. That was good. Not gonna lie, I liked that one. Mo Shamblin brought an Ink Geyser deck to the LCC last season.